This is the moment where the great get separated from the good.
They want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage.
It is time.
Many players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
No, it's a double stick!
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude! The elevator's gonna do it!
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me! Will they do the unthinkable?
It is time. The top Apex Legends players from around the world have converged on the city of Stockholm, Sweden, to prove they have what it takes to call themselves Split 2 champions and take the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool.
Boom with the Wraith, the Valk. Here, we've got a Crypto. Element 6 at least able to eke out a second place, but end of the day.
It's 3, 4, 5. Oh my God, the wingman.
All they've got to do is take out 100 Thieves, the team that didn't even think they would be here.
Imperial Hal cleans up 1, he cleans up 2, Unite is out, and TSM are back on top.
Up and gets themselves 4, 5 KP, and he's not done yet.
EMP them.
It's fine.
In the corner, spin nades.
Burning.
He's not picking me.
Watch out, let's go, boys.
Oh my God, Ben, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is gonna do it. Elevate wins. Flatline comes out, he's got ammo for days. Yuka F, frags and fries, and Gabe with it a 1v1 for the bread. Misses the shot, Reignite does it. Reignite is your champion.
That's exactly what you saw. Imagine the beast behind. TSM just booted them. Oh, hello.
Never mind.
Knock. Here comes TSM.
No!
Oh.
You better believe it. Green wall, easy dub, Optic Gaming.
Now the Hulk's trying to stay alive as well, and cleans up Team Empire. TSM.
Let's go, baby. Oh, say hello to my little friend.
Reignite, Zero needs to go big. No, he's gonna get punched in the face.
Luminosity Gaming.
Cielito lindo. Ganja has to drop. It's all up to Optic Gaming as LG gets melted. The Dome Shield comes. Reignite is hiding and waiting and hoping that they can ride this wave.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill case goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and then just like that, Reignite is going to do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins the ALGS Split 2 Playoffs Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Reignite are your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 Playoffs from Stockholm, Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina, the home of some legends. That's right, in this city, home of the Carolina Hurricanes and, of course, NC State men's basketball. This weekend, though, we have a chance to feature several legends, over 100, who have made their way across the world to battle for the elusive and the exclusive title of World Champion. And, of course, to do it in front of our very first ALGS live crowd. Make some noise, everybody. It is time. And not only do we have the best fans in the world who have traveled all the way to be here, we have some of the best crew to do it alongside with. My name is Rain Day. I'm sure you've seen me if you followed Apex. If not, hello. And I'm joined by two of the best in the business, even better friends, James Bardoff as well as Lauren Lara Quinte. We got the chats, the claps going up. James, it's electric, man.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is a historical day for Apex. It's been a long time coming, and we said that in Sweden, but this is the truly global LAN. We've got a lot of teams from a lot of regions, a lot of continents here, and the biggest prize pool that we've ever seen. This is going to be an outstanding week of Apex.
I don't think I could be any more excited for what we have going on this weekend. I have been jumping up and down on this desk. I cannot control my nervous, excited energy, and there's going to be some phenomenal Apex that happens here with the best of the best in the literal world.
Yeah, it's the best kind of energy, too. Nervous excitement is what I would expect for something like this. $2 million on the line, but let's talk about who's competing for that $2 million and bring up the groups in front of you, because we've decided to take those 40 teams who have made it into this tournament and separate them into groups A, B, C, and D. This means a lot. We'll tell you a little bit throughout how our format is going to work, but just taking a look at it, James, just some star-studded teams.
Yeah. There's Group FAT as far as I'm concerned, because we've got some huge teams looking to make those fat stacks this weekend. Just look at Group C, we've got Liquid, NRG, newly signed Fnatic, all in the same group. That's before you get to the bottom half of that. FA Kitties as well, you've got Exo Clan coming from Thailand. There's all kind of carnage to come today.
Oh my God, Group of Death, Group D maybe,
yeah.
Lauren, I think?
It's scary, it's scary. And not only is that group scary because, I mean, you've got right at the top, Optic, TSM. We'll be talking about them, I'm sure, all day, but because of that international play, we've got new metas coming in. Will we see Seer? Will we see Maggie? I don't know. That's what makes this so awesome.
Talking to Jen Burton a little bit behind the scenes as well. Reignite, now Dark Zero, champions of Sweden just a couple months ago. We need to mention them. We will. They're not playing on stream right now. They're playing on our secondary stream. We'll give you all the deets for that. But let's go into how this tournament is going to work. I know a lot of you are new and maybe haven't caught Apex Legends in a minute. This is our show. This is our ultimate experience. And here's how it's going to divvy up. We've got A, B, C, and D. Each group will spin the group play over the next day and a half, playing once against the other group. That will determine who rises to the top. Those top teams will go straight to our winners bracket. The teams who didn't perform as well to kick things off, they'll go to our losers bracket, and then over the second half of tomorrow, and then all of our day 3, we will do the bracket stage. The stakes will raise, the games will raise, will go from 6 games total to 8 games, 4 on each map. And of course, if you lose in that first losers bracket round 1, you're out. The winners will await the losers of the winners bracket, who will have a chance to either fall back into losers round 2 or make their spot in grand finals secured for Sunday. Of course, we'll be waiting then to see that final losers-winners bracket clash to see who will make it into the last 10 spots on Sunday. I know it's a little complicated, but overall, we'll guide you through it. It'll be pretty simple as we show you the schedule. It won't be too much each day, and that's actually one of the benefits. We've spread this one out a little bit more than Sweden.
Yeah, and that gives the teams time to review what's happened on each day, and this is the schedule you can see from day to day. Just for a visual for you at home, July 7th to 10th. A lot of Apex to come.
And the thing is, Lauren, this is all good. We know we're playing for the finals. We know who's playing. Do we know why they're playing? I think a lot of people in the crowd know, but the number is pretty outrageous. It's somewhere around 2 million to be exact of prizing for this event. And we should talk about how it's divvied up, because first place, you're leaving $500,000 richer after Sunday. That's not a bad day at work.
Not at all. That is insane. That's an insane day at work. Are you kidding me? Not to mention, top, right?
Yeah.
Top 5 still gets 6 figures worth of a payout. That's incredible. But of course, the amount of time and effort and work that all of our players have put in to even get to this stage, everyone's going to be going home with a little bit of something in their pocket, which is more than well-deserved.
And I think this is just a testament to the way this tournament is kind of organized. Everybody having a chance not only to be able to participate in the prizing, but hey, second place is a common thing. We know that an interesting, kind of dynamic that can take place of a team getting it done on Sunday, maybe not winning the match point format, but being second, that's still, what, $300,000? That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not a trophy, though, is it? You don't get that shiny trophy. You have an empty cabinet. So maybe someone's made a shelf at home. They've got nothing to put on that shelf.
That's right, man.
Got to come first.
Empty shelves here. James looking out for the real ones. Of course, we've got a lot going on for those at home, because you may not have been able to make it here to Raleigh. We understand that. But if you're at home, we've got a lot of things that we've added into our year 2 of the ALGS to make your experience special, including, but not limited to, Multi-View, which is our brand new way to access your narrative the way you want and drive the action yourself. You can have up to 4 screens at the same time, following your favorite player, your favorite team, and actually hearing their in-game audio. Also, it pairs really, really nicely with the fact that We cover a lot of great things on our screen. The casters will be commentating, but maybe you just want a stats page of what's going on with kills, the leaderboard. Multiview will allow you to do that with our very extra special Twitch extension as well. That will give you a lot of great things, including fight indicators. If they turn yellow, you'll be able to see someone's about to get into an engagement. You'll see, again, stats, kills, leaderboards. You can have that as one of your multi-view streams. So multi-view, Twitch extension. Make sure you've got all that set up in the command center and on your Twitch browser. If you're watching from home, it is the best way to get involved in all the action. We've also got a very, very special thing happening for those watching on Sunday. It's some Twitch drops. That's right. Free things that will let everyone else know you were here and they were not. The Amethyst Assassin, the Low-Key Flex, the ALGS Glitch, Hollow Spray, Digital Jammer, a bunch of cool things, James, for people to rep at home for watching championships.
You know I've got this stream open on the laptop. I want my charms. I need to drop the Hollow Sprays on the boxes when I'm getting my BM on in the servers. That's like the ultimate thing for me. Just, you know, people that prefer the tea bags, I prefer the Hollow Sprays.
Yeah, I know. I think the Flex Charm is pretty nice, Lauren.
I mean, it's the only way I'm ever going to get a trophy. So I will take that, okay?
We're having fun here today, and of course, there's a lot of fun been had over the course of the last few months with new announcements for Apex. New season's coming up. We might talk a little bit about that on Sunday, but right now, if you missed it on socials, we've got some new information on Apex Legends Mobile. We've actually got a new Battle Pass, a new Legend Rhapsody coming out. Trailer just dropped for that. It's pretty exciting stuff. We'll be giving you more information on that, of course, on Sunday to get your Apex Mobile gameplay down stat. But Lauren, you're kind of the queen of mobile, essentially. That's what you do. It's pretty exciting stuff.
I do love me some mobile games. Now that we get to combine Apex Mobile, it's been insane. It's beautiful visually. It plays incredibly well. And the skill level that the players that have been playing it from the beginning already have, it looks almost identical to PC play.
All right, we got a little bit of our homework done, out of the way, giving you all the information you need. Now it's time to get into the tournament because, of course, we've got our eyes on the prize. We've got our eyes on a few teams that are after it. Let's go ahead and break down the ones that caught our eye. All right, James, Lauren, it's time to start talking Apex here. Who are your teams that have really stood out to you, at least that you've been focusing on starting this tournament?
Right. I think for a lot of people, especially since we're in North America, they're going to be familiar with the NA teams, the European teams. Yep. I'm here for the further afield teams, and the first one is Fnatic, formerly known as GameWith. Had a great result in the playoffs in Sweden. They came 9th overall, almost made it to match point. But one of the most interesting things were they were willing to contest Optic off the drop. They caused them all kinds of problems. When they're busy trying to win the whole tournament, they come in there expecting to be #1. But GameWith, now Fnatic, did not care about that. Huge pickup by the org as well.
I mean, you're talking about the fact that they were willing to contest Optic. We obviously have to talk about Optic. I mean, it's something that we've been talking about from the whole time, in case you guys don't know, formerly Esports Arena, and 4th place finish in those Split 2 playoffs, but one of the most consistently high finishing teams. I mean, they are someone that will be in the conversation all weekend, and we would be remiss if we did not bring them up as a team to be keeping our eyes on here.
Great performance last time, but looking at our third team, it's Alliance from Europe, of course. They're a team who've had huge results in the past, but they didn't really do what we were expecting. I think they came 16th on finals day, which is not what you expect from Alliance. We know their output can be absolutely devastating, and they really do run the server when they can have that peak performance. The problem is, well, the question is rather, can they get there when it counts in championship weekend?
There it is. We're starting off with the teams that we've given the highlight. We'll see which one ends up taking it as they play. Matches starting pretty soon. All right, so we've given ourselves a little bit of time here to kick off that conversation, and I think it kind of goes now to where are we? The teams behind us, we could see a little bit of Alliance standing up there, some of the players mingling. We've got Group C versus D on the way. And this is, I brought up Group of Death. I think D might, from especially a North American perspective, you see TSM, you see Optic Gaming, you go, I don't want to keep playing them all day. They will, and all tournament long, James. But I mean, talk about this first pairing that we've got. Liquid, NRG, it's incredible.
I mean, there are huge names that we can talk about all day, the usual suspects, and I'm sure the commentators will do that. But I want to look at people like EXO Clan in the bottom left. Like, this is a great opportunity for a region like Thailand to see if they can, like, imagine this is your first massive LAN, and you have a live crowd as well, and you've got to go against all these international teams, all the heroes you see on Twitch and so on. There's a huge test for a team like EXO Clan coming through. Fnatic, I think, are going to be flying the flag for Japan with some teams having substitutes and so on. So they're going to have to see if they can do one better and get to that match point later on. Team Burger, of course, from Australia. There are too many names for us to mention all at once, but these are just some of the ones which I'm going to be keeping an eye on at the beginning here.
Yeah, shout out to Jordan Mays. Nice interview with Walty he did right before from Team Burger. Got a little bit of an insight of how confident they're feeling. But Lauren, all these teams, that's incredible. But the team that won 2 months ago, the biggest one that we've had in 957 days, now 1,000 days plus, they're in Group A versus B, and that's Dark Zero.
It is. I mean, you're talking about those other regions. More Australia love coming through. Okay, formerly Reignite, and they had a phenomenal performance in those split 2 playoffs. But these might not be the same type of group of death status, but you still have Cloud9, you still have 100 Thieves, you have Space Station Gaming. I mean, you can go through this, and so many more recognizable names are jumping out, which is why this is the culmination of the greats across the entire globe, because they're all that good.
Zach is back as well from Cloud9. I know a lot of people heard of some of the travels he was doing beforehand. Happy to know he is here playing with the squad and confirmed. And yeah, raise the roof, show it up. Our crowd who's made it here on day 1.
Bearing in mind there's a crowd here, Rain Day.
Yeah.
Okay? If an Australian team wins, Genome, I think, needs to do a shoey with water, of course.
With water, of course.
For the crowd.
Or cold.
I think that needs to be done. I think we'll just put him up for that.
Something
he's
like
not
that.
here. He can't defend himself. He's generally had a death space.
At the end of the day, we've got a lot of things changing here. And we have, again, the first global competition. I mentioned this is the first live event, but what's most important is that if you were following Apex for the last couple of years, because of the online play that we had to do, every championship was split up on regions. So North America got their championship, EMEA got their championship, and so on and so forth. This is the first time we will have an actual global champion. I mean, and I think that goes to say there's a lot of meta clashing that's going to be even more important with the introduction of some of these characters from different regions, and even in North America with the intro of Seer most recently.
Yeah, I think we have to give a shout out to Team Empire. They didn't make it here due to visa issues, but they were definitely leading the charge with the meta around Maggie.
Yes.
But from the scrims that we've seen recently, some other teams have been playing Maggie. Now the question is, I don't put too much stock into scrims myself because that is a time for experimentation.
Right.
So you don't know what composition is going to come into the server. But if some of these dirty compositions come in, we're going to be in for a very interesting time.
But is that not how it always works though? All it takes is that one team to figure out something that works just the tiniest bit better, and that becomes what is the new meta. So yes, I do agree that scrims are the opportunity to try those dirtier, crazier comps, but sometimes that's what's going to get you the $500,000 prize pool at the end of the day. So I don't hate it.
And especially because we're looking at squads that even us as casters and fans, I'm sure, around the world, I'm still getting questions. What is the impact of Maggie? Why are we bringing Maggie into World's Edge and leaving her off of Stormpoint? But that's the thing. You're going to see these metas evolve from day 1. You might see more aggressive play. You might see people experimenting or playing more comps that can get kills and be flexible. Then you might, in Stormpoint, see something the opposite way. I know some Bangalores are still going to be played. But then Champs Day, Finals, I think we'll see more conservative play too, James. And that will also be a different meta each day and a LAN meta as well. It's going to be constantly evolved.
It's time for my daily throwing of shade towards Vicky Kitty, right? You know, she hates on Caustic. She's just over there. Hi, Vicky. How you doing? She's giving it to me. So she's been picking up Caustic this last season, okay? But she's finally joining the ship. But I've left that ship. I'm on that Maggie hype now already.
On the Maggie hype.
Even just for the lines, they're so sarcastic, well up my street. But the grief with her abilities is just, I don't know, makes me feel good about myself.
Lauren, I want to shift a little bit too, because talking about these teams, we've got Hardeki in the middle right there. We've got some funny stories around him. One of my boys, Hardeki, one of the best in EMEA to do it. He's pull off some of the craziest ALGS clutches. There's not really a redemption story, but there's an arc for can they finally reach the top of the mountain. There's a TSM story that we always have to talk about, which is they are always a team that we have to mention in terms of being contenders to win this thing. But how can we not talk about Dark Zero going back-to-back?
It would be the most epic back-to-back because you close out the end of the regular season, and then when you get to this moment, this is obviously a little bit different from the split 2 playoffs.
Look at that clean haircut from Hackis. Respect. Who's your barber, bro? I need to get down there, man.
To be fair, all the players are looking fantastic today. Everybody's got their game faces on and everyone's ready to go, but you have to be keeping your eyes on something like that because that this biggest target. And we've seen that happen when you're talking about mentioning bringing up TSM. We see that once you put yourself in that spotlight, everyone's looking towards you. Everyone's looking at you. If they have the opportunity to shut you down, they will take it. So you kind of have to either play that much more aggressively and confidently, or decide to start off with the conservative play and see what everyone else is deciding to do.
Yeah, there have been changes to the competitive, obviously, overlay and the HUD to allow so that players, when they do get taken out on match point, not to be seen throughout the lobby. But they're so experienced. They already know where they rotate from, where they land, what skins they're wearing. Although we know there will be unlocked skins, so people can change it at this point. But it just goes deep, James, the amount of adjustability these teams are making and the amount of knowledge that they have. Everything can basically decide on a coin flip whether you become a champion or maybe second place.
That's an underrated thing, actually, with regards to the skins, because let's not forget how the playoffs in Sweden ended. The teams weren't sure who Optic were out of the teams that were remaining. And part of that is your team composition, but part of that is the skins you're running as well. So if I was playing in here, I would be running default skins, or I would have every skin on random selects every game. Because you don't want to be singled out and targeted if you can avoid it. You know, people will know roughly where you land at the beginning, but once you start rotating, once the Valkults come through, then who knows who is where.
Well, let's take a look as well as to where we're starting, because at least we know that for sure. As we pull back on IG, Sudoraico, and Optic Gaming. It is World's Edge to begin the day. I know a favorite for many of those in the crowd and those watching at home. Storm Point will close out the second half of the day. We'll be doing another round of 6 games. We call these series in the Apex Legends competitive lingo. But World's Edge will start off. Lauren, I'll lead it to you. Any significant things you're looking out for in World's Edge? We know Maggie's been played. We know Valk, Seer, Maggie is kind of the combo TSM has committed to, with reps on that Maggie, obviously Verhulst on the Valk, and Hal taking the Seer in their hands. But anything else that you think we might see? Lobas, some, I don't know, Caustic, Gibby, I mean, that's a pretty standard composition.
It is. I would not be surprised if we possibly get a little bit of Loba. I'm going to be looking for some really aggressive Valk rotates out of Optic as well, seeing how they kind of kick things off with that. And
that's a great point.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's too much to talk about for every single map, but for me, that's probably the one thing that jumped out to me so far.
I think Optic is a great kind of talking point as well. I remember in Sweden, I sat on the plane next to Skittle Cakes. One of the things he mentioned, James, to me that stood out is how hard they work, that they know these circles, they know where things are going to end better than any other team. They were close to kind of putting and backing that up in Sweden. They were only a few places away from winning that championship. In fact, they were in that final circle.
Rain Day.
You know, this is what happens.
I want to go back to the maps.
I ask you a great question.
Forget your question, Rain Day. It's about my question. When the environment changes, the specialists die. One needs to be a generalist. If you only turn up for half the maps, you're not going to make it. You have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to thrive. And sometimes that means a different composition. But to go back to your question, Rain Day, Optic, you can see Skittle Cakes has got his game face on. He's not here to make friends, and a lot of us learned that when we were in Sweden. He is coming here to smash people on the server. That's the only thing he cares about. But that's fantastic because all his energy is focused on that. He doesn't have time to say hello to you or me. He just wants to play on the server. But that's great. Just keep all your energy for that. I expect them to come in. I expect them to dominate on the server. Stay away from Fnatic, because we've seen that can be a problem. Perhaps they'll look for revenge. That may be ill-fated. We don't know. A lot of things going into this one. That will be very interesting as the maps change as well. What if they both go back to the Giza, as I like to call it, to Geyser? Like, if they both go back there again, then
to the Giza,
they might be in for, well, someone's going to be in for a very long night. Oh, sure.
It is very interesting, too, because of the way that we have C&D. This is something that happens at LAN. So for those unfamiliar with kind of how Pro Apex works, these are almost predetermined agreements of where we're going to be landing, and they sort that out much before the tournament starts. But inevitably, you switch Group A versus B, and then you go A, D, or C, B, and somebody clashes, and that becomes a little bit of a dramatic and ego-filled battle that, Lauren, sometimes it's impossible to navigate.
The man!
Uh-oh.
The legends!
They put the CEO on screen.
A little bit TSM love there.
One more thing to throw in regarding dropping. Let's not forget that, you know, Sentinels haven't been here. They haven't been in Sweden, and part of that is if you look at the drops, sometimes Optic would 3-man drop on the guy going to Beacon and just melee kill him, and then just run off. and just kind of ruin the start of their games and so on. So that's something we need to look out for if a team is willing to grief a close rival as soon as they drop.
See, and I was going to bring up the same point as well, because there is, you know, a little bit of like, we've played in scrims, we know where you drop, we don't want to rock the boat too early, but at the same time, I'm glad you brought that example up, because we have seen them willing to drop on each other, to grief each other, to wipe out some of those heavy-hitting teams early on, because that opens up a field of opportunity when it comes to freer rotations, some extra points on the board, and we have seen too many times how big of a difference just 1 point here and there can actually make in the overall standings.
Absolutely, especially knowing when you get your qualifications in that winner's bracket between 1st and 10th, you go in with those extra points for match point, which of course everyone I'm sure in the Apex scene knows. It's a great viewer spectacle, and there's a lot of conversation around it every single time we do it. But there's a lot of conversation beforehand in the green room. We're hanging out, we're talking who we think is going to perform today, and that's why I want to bring up right now our talent predictions for today. But I want to preface it with an understanding that this is not who we think we want to win. This is who we have an eye on for some reason, and I think it's great that we have a little bit of time here to talk about the reasons why. Sometimes it's just seeing a scrim result. Sometimes it's actually talking to these players.
I'm hearing excuses, guys. I'm hearing excuses.
And sometimes it's just games being wacky.
See, all these guys are just happy to be here. No, man. Fnatic are going to smash today. We got fences on deck.
Yeah.
UKF's going to destroy. It's all good.
One of
That's why they're being picked up by Fnatic. That's a massive org to come into Apex Legends, and they're going to show us why today. You guys are going to be embarrassed, and I'm going to be here to talk about it.
Wow.
One of the things, yeah, that was harsh.
Right?
You just
what you got for me?
Geez.
Huh?
100 miles an hour.
Exactly. Let's go.
But,
I got bars for days.
The good thing is, before we get to that, Fnatic are one of the only teams that we've seen from the APAC North region without any subs. So they will actually, having placed 9th in Sweden, be a full roster here after getting picked up by Fnatic. So there's a lot of momentum on that side. I do like your pick, James. But I want to hear what you think, Lauren, because you had a different one.
I picked Alliance. And it's not because they are directly behind us, but
not because of Hockey's haircut.
or the haircut. But I picked Alliance as a team that I want to be keeping my eyes on today. I think they have the potential to have an incredibly strong performance. They've been stronger in recent scrims. Did they not perform the way they probably wanted to in Split 2 playoffs? Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that because they are capable of bouncing back. And I think that of all days to do it, it is today when you get yourself that better seeding, moving into groups or into the bracket stage, because it allows you have a little bit more freedom today. You want to put yourselves in a better cushioned place moving into the brackets so that you can get straight into finals without having to worry about running through losers.
Well, Alliance is a team that we clearly know has the talent. We know Hockey's is an incredible IGL. I mean, he has a personal military background that helps him to, he's spoken to us, be a strong and direct leader for his team to fall back on. And we've seen the guys, they've been enjoying their time here so far in North America, and I personally think that they just got to get to that next level of execution in these lobbies. We know that they are a threat, but can they win? Can they consistently win? That's going to be the determining factor as well. But I chose Liquid. James,
I like the Liquid pick.
we've got a long-standing relationship with Hotsick, but more so than that, their results are speaking for themselves, and they're kind of like this constant underdog. Almost the fact that 2nd in Sweden, they were essentially the highest point total. They didn't win the match point on Sunday. This is a team that needs a little bit more respect. I think they know that coming into this. I think this, if they win this championship, gives them the respect and puts them on top of the world. And
Agreed.
I think they know that, so I'm pretty sure they're coming in all guns blazing.
The fact that we're only talking about them now shows how stacked this tournament is.
There
are so many huge names here. And I think all of us in the back are huge fans of Gilderson's especially.
Absolutely.
He is definitely, I think, beyond a rising star. He's definitely one for people to watch at home. And I think in terms of like fundamentals, if he plays a character that you want to see, then that is something to look at. And of course, we got some more stars here. Recent birthday for Monsieur Sweet. If I'm not mistaken, he was 23. I should know. I dropped 23 subs in his chat, so.
These young guns, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's surreal for a lot of people in the audience to be connecting with some of these faces they know online. And of course, haven't had any personal events. It's kind of the unique thing about Apex Esports, if you're just joining us. We have had so many events, none of them in person for any of this connection to happen. So there's a bit of a buzz, a bit of an excitement running through the PNC arena here in Raleigh, North Carolina that is hard to completely communicate, but it's definitely real, Lauren.
I think it's my favorite part about the whole thing. You can feel how hyped everybody is to finally be here in person at a LAN with an audience that will only get crazier as we go on throughout the weekend. it has been literal years in the making, and we've been here from the beginning, Rain.
Yep.
I think we're equally as excited as everybody else is.
You know, it goes to mention that I know those patiently waiting, we are starting in just a couple of minutes. And all those teams, all those banners will be playing in our Group C versus D matchup. This is the first. A versus B are playing in our secondary stream. But that's a good time to kind of highlight that a little bit more. For those who were not watching Sweden, you missed out. Whether there was a green screen or not, there is definitely an opportunity to bring the two who are in charge of that meme back. And they are upstairs in this venue. NiceWigg and Greek God running all of your A versus B or secondary stream matchups that we're not covering here on the main stream. The energy, the electricity that comes from that commentary is something that you just can't get anywhere else.
60% keyboards to go to. I just had to put that in there while it's on camera. So get yourself to 60%. But you know, NiceWigg is he's amazing on the microphone. So that is just pure, unadulterated entertainment on that stream. One more team we haven't mentioned is Scars.
I know. And they're here. They're all here.
If we look at the teams who have
Scars love.
If we look at the teams who have won the most prize money ever, we have to mention Scars. Last year, $265,000.
Wow.
They won.
Yeah.
You know, and again, it's not an organization that we've mentioned as much as we would have liked to based on that kind of history.
Right.
But this is a great chance to add to that tally, keep themselves up towards the top or on top if they win this.
Quick last thought, Lauren, before we throw to casters.
No, let's go. Let's do this. First game of the day.
Caustic Main, where you at?
I'm ready, baby. You know how it is. We started things off, but there's no finer two to go and really kick off the action. It's our first commentary duo of the day, Vicky Kitty and Fallout. Take it away, baby.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty. We have the best community in esports, the best live audience as well in PNC Arena as we are ready to kick off the ALGS Championship inaugural. First time with a live audience, and I can't do it myself with none other than Vicky Kitty herself.
I'm so excited to be here, Fallout. $2 million prize pool, first place walking away with $500,000, and we are just getting started here in day one.
Absolutely insane to think about the stories, this lobby in particular. Let's go ahead and jump into the key storylines for this one. Of course, you're familiar with the format, the scoring, and Vicky, for those that are watching for the first time, walk us through how the scoring is going to work here.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to prioritize placements more than anything. If anything, with the rank changes that we just recently witnessed, that's the most important thing. So, of course, with first place, you're going to walk away with 12 points. We're going to have that graphic coming up shortly. And aside from that, every KP that you get is 1 point in the pocket for that team. At the end of the day, though, there's a little prize for the Apex Predator here at this tournament that's going to walk away with $3,000. That goes to the player that has the most kills in the entire tournament.
Yeah, well, speaking of storylines, you set me up perfectly. That's the biggest storyline here. From Sweden playoffs, we have 6 of the top 7 kills leaders in this lobby, 8 of the top 12. That was Noct, your Apex Predator, with 58 from Optic Gaming. Skittlecakes right behind him with 57. Liquid Fun with 54. Nocturnal with 52. Hockey's with 51. Gilderson's from Team Liquid with 48, alongside Yuki. And last but not least, you know him, you love him, Sweet Dreams himself with 51 kills from the playoffs. We have absolute fraggers in this lobby. It is a championship-esque lobby, Vicky.
I'm so excited, especially after what we witnessed back in Sweden. We had from the very beginning, from the very get-go, a lot of these teams go full high-octane action, full action from the start, and now moving into a different sort of composition, a different sort of meta. What can we expect, especially after what we've witnessed so far from Scrims?
I'll tell you what we can expect. We can expect some Seer and Mad Maggie ultra-aggressive gameplay from TSM. We know that teams like Elevate, GMT have some things in their sleeves as well. We might see some Bangalore coming from EU and coming from Elevate. Obviously, they're not in this lobby necessarily, but guess what? It is time for match number 1 to kick off the ALGS Championship live from PNC Arena. We have Group C versus Group D. We have a star-studded lobby featuring multi-champions. TSM with 7 championships to their name. NRG with 5 championships. Team Liquid with 2, Alliance with 4, FA Kitties with 5, Invictus Gaming with 2, Scars, 6-time champions. This is a championship lobby to kick off the ALGS Champs. It's gonna be insane.
I'm so excited. It is so stacked out here. I mean, I was looking at Group D and I knew immediately. I was a little scared right here as we get started. We're taking a look at FA Kitties out here. We took a look at some of the drop spots earlier on today. and they're going to be able to take over Lava Siphon real quick. They got some nice loot already, picking up a blue backpack now. Talking about the composition, so we got the Seer, we got the Valk, and we got the Gibby. The Valk kind of being a staple in a lot of these compositions from the get-go.
Absolutely, a non-Gibbyless comp here, right? They're going to go a little bit aggressive with Seer, Leogri, obviously a great fragger, and then we got TSM saying, we don't need Gibraltar, we got the gun skill, we got Imperial Hal on Seer. Reps on Mad Maggie, there were rumors, will they bust it out? Well, those rumors have been answered, Vicky. TSM is ready to fight.
You know what's really interesting about that Fallout? Let's talk about why TSM decided to move on to this composition. We saw Furia giving them a little bit of a hard time out here, and they were able to experiment. Yes, shout out to his Watson. They were able to experiment here, and they found that staple comp here. You got the Seer, you got the Mad Maggie, and you know, it's nice to retouch because a team that we had seen back in the playoffs that was running a similar composition was Team Empire back in the day. So now TSM taking a little page out of that book.
That's right. Important to note here, TSM did actually face a drop from another team. They were contested in playoffs. They are uncontested here, but guess who's nearby? It is Scars, your champions from the split or the season 1 ALGS championship, dropping Overlook nearby. They got to be careful for Scars on their back. They got to be careful for 4-7 from APAC North coming from the north side of the map here. TSM though, they want those fights. Vicky, I was chatting with Hal yesterday. He said any early game fights, especially in Fragment, are ours. We want teams to try and contest us. So you can expect these teams to probably play a little scared.
And you know, you have that Seer passive too, that heartbeat sensor that's going to let TSM know exactly where these players are trying to rotate right now. They also have the beacon control here too, so they know where that circle is going to be pulling. Something fantastic for TSM as they make their next move. They're going to be cleaning out the train station real quick, but they're keeping their eyes out for Scars just in case that they're still in the area. You can see right now Verhos is kind of taking a step back. He's rocking the triple take. He's got the R301, which is, of course, got to highlight back on the ground again. Wingman Carr in the replicator, as well as the purple extended heavy mag and the 2-time scope.
Yeah, we got Hal rocking the flatline and PK. Expect the Peacekeeper to be used by almost every single team in this lobby. As I say that, we switch over to Bryn. If you don't know him, you should. Arguably one of the top fraggers and best individual players in Europe. This guy is absolutely insane. Has, in my opinion, one of the best clips in ALGS history for the 1v3 he was able to clutch up. Switch on over to EXO, a team that's had some good finishes in APAC South. The only Thailand team in this lobby representing an entire nation. EXO played so well in Split 1, was not able to qualify for Sweden, but they're back with a vengeance.
A lot of these teams here trying to keep themselves in this game. IG International running the Watson, running the Crypto. Of course, the Valkyries are going to be able to decide whether they want to take this jump tower, as they are. Going to get some of that scan from the Valk passive too as they make their way into that next circle. EXO too, managing to come up on that other hillside. We're going to try to see who's overlooking Survey right now.
Look at the super early rotates coming through from a variety of these teams. IG drop on the north side of Lava Siphon and are already on the north side of the map here. So it's a really, really fast rotate. And obviously, this IG team comp, they're running Crypto, they're running Watson. Their strategy, well, it's early rotate and chill. They're playing for placement, one of the most defensive team comps we've seen. EXO going a little more standard, a little cookie cutter here with the Caustic and Gibraltar pick.
Yeah, that's why they're positioned here right now too, just in case, just for safety measures. They know there's another team right across from them holding on to another building. This is the prediction too. They're predicting the circle is going to end up pulling on this side. It doesn't look like they have that beacon information from this team specifically here, unless we're just looking at an outside part of the map right now. But with the Caustic composition, they want to bunker down and they want to make sure that they can hold down this building before any other teams boots them out.
That's right. 4-7, playing with only 2 players in this one. Unfortunately, so obviously it'll be a difficult run for them. We saw Team Singularity, make some noise, the team of 2 back in the playoffs. They do drop on the north side of the map, and we'll see what type of noise they can make if they can play a little disruptor.
That's the beauty of the Seer there too. You see the heartbeat sensor coming out. That's how they also have that information that there's that other team right across from them. If the peeking isn't enough already, a lot of these teams, FA Kitties now, formerly known as players, already taking onto the high ground of Epi to try to cut off any teams that are going to be rotating away from Fragment.
Well, listen, I know we got a lot of love for Imperial Hal in this audience, but Hardeki, the GOAT and CEO of EU, blowing up for Hardeki right now in the audience. We'll see what he can do. The 19-year-old killer. He is insanely talented, so mechanically gifted. We know he misses his long time doing Artico, but obviously they're playing with PKMK here. They have some practice. They've been scrimming all the way over from Eastern Europe and doing pretty well in scrims despite the high ping.
Follow, what is with these young legends is actually insane here, as we can see right now. Monde actually falling a little bit low right now as Team Liquid move in, and we're talking about young legends. Gilderson's, I believe, 18 years old out here. All these young legends making a name for themselves as Team Liquid in a bit of some trouble, already getting scanned by that Seer Tactical.
No Team Liquid drops over towards trials, sorting factor. They're going to get Kaboom. They're going to actually find themselves in a fight against Fnatic. Fnatic, formerly game with top Japanese team from the playoffs, gets signed by Fnatic, making their re-entry into Apex Legends for the first time since the preseason invitational in Poland, where Shiny and co represented the banner. We'll see what they can do. IG wants to enter the fight, enter the fray. This is that early rotate we talked about, and I honestly, Noise is not playing with this team. RKN is the best possible sub for this squad in IGL, but they're under some duress.
Absolutely, RKN falling really low. He can't even pop the shield back before one of his teammates goes down. Fnatic now managing to get the knock, managing to back away real quick as IG International has been taken out, the first team to be taken out of our first game lobby.
That's right. The first eliminated squad is going to be IG, the Brits, the only all-English team out of this one, obviously playing with a substitute in RKN. It's gonna be to the hands of Fnatic. Meanwhile, we said that TSM wanted a fight. They're gonna find themselves in a skirmish here in Fragment. Rather than making the early rotate, Vicky, they stay. They wanna play Edge.
I'm wondering here, does FBCs have a front row seats to this fight happening right now as TSM tries to engage? Nice PK shot, nice knock. The Arc Star trying to block them out. You see the Nox gas coming in.
That's right, the ultimate's gonna come through from Caustic, so Hal works a wide flank, maybe learned a thing or two from Snipe Down, one of the best flankers in the game. Here comes the push. They haven't got a revive just yet, and Reps is gonna put the damage in. Here comes the push from Verholz. He's gonna be damaged. He did enough, I think, but wasn't enough. Optic Gaming versus TSM to kick off the championships, and Verholz goes down.
Optic Gaming making the rotation away from Big Mod as Verholz gets taken out. You see TSM now backing up a little bit. Reps now trying to kind of figure out whether they just want to disengage, and it looks like that is their decision right now.
That is huge. We had an Optic versus TSM fight, and some way, somehow, Optic Gaming survives. A big misplay from the young legend in Verholz. He pushes a 2v1, gets knocked early, and did not do enough damage for Reps and Hal to follow up, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Great storyline there, too, as Verholz was formerly part of ESA, now known as Optic Gaming right now. Dupe, it was a trade for trade, which is why none of these squads wanted to actually highly commit to one another.
You know what's insane? The amount of respect that TSM has for this duo. Skittlecakes and Duplex, hands down the best duo in Apex Legends, says we don't even want to fight this. We're going to back out. We're going to reset. They don't take the 2v2 despite some of the damage that Verholz did. And Optic Gaming will survive, and both teams will get a res.
And they understand here, with this redeploy, that TSM is probably going to take the beacon over by the other side of Fragment, and now they want to go to No Name so that way maybe they can have an opportunity, but with that bubble trying to scan the beacon right there in No Name, they know that there's already another team there, so they're going to go far.
And this is the Optic Gaming special. Late rotates, they play Edge, but then they somehow always find God Spot on these rotations. This time, obviously, they're going to go for the res instead. They find a team nearby. They should be clear to get this res. I don't know what type of loot that Duplex is going to be working with. Knocked the Apex Predator from our last tournament alongside Skittlecakes, two top fraggers. We'll have to try and make do with what they can, maybe give some loot to Duplex.
So scary here. You have Skittlecakes on the cost to try to hold on to that building, at least buy in some space here to allow Duplex to restabilize once he comes right back in, prevent this team from trying to push him. See this team now taking their sweet time as they make their way around that building.
That's right, and this is where, I don't know which team this is. I'd love to get that intel because this is where teams will either go in shambles because they're nervous, or take their 3v2. They know a res is coming. They know they have numbers. They know Duplex has no shield, no loot, but instead they're not gonna fight. I don't like that lack of aggression from this other squad. Again, I don't know which squad it is coming from the south side of the map somewhere. It might be Suchuraiku. We'll try and get that intel for y'all, but Duplex will survive and we'll loot up.
T1 IQ is the squad that was over there. With the redeploy, though, they want no business. They don't want the sauce here, as Optic Gaming is going to be able to claim this space. TSM still rotating away from Fragment, by the way. Not too sure if they even want to dare to engage here, but they will be able to get their loot, which is important because that's something that is denied from Optic Gaming here.
That's right, an RE45 and an L-Star. My man Duplex is the mayor of Shambles Town right now in the loot category. But look, Vicky, if that's you and I in 1IQ spot, we're flying as roller players. You know, we're taking that 3v2 with confidence. 1IQ says, we're going to live to fight another day. We don't want that smoke against Optic Gaming. And here's that rotate that came through from 1IQ.
Well, they're already in some trouble here, too. You can see Zero coming out. 1IQ going to hold on to this building as the other squad with a grenade toss, trying to send them forward. Going to be able to reposition at the same time. They have some of that information here, but it's preventing that other squad from really showing themselves within that space. So they're going to give some of that respect while playing underneath this building. Very common for a lot of these squads to share these floors, but the circle's pulling away from this spot. So they're going to have to get moving soon. It's Team Liquid on the other side that is witnessing the chaos, the redeploy, finding some of those shots. They know that that's a white shield on the other side, so they're going to try to see where they're going to land afterwards. They get knocked from the skies. Oh, 1IQ with the charge rifle. That has been a menace since the start of Stormpoint.
And they're not done yet. Going to connect with a Peacekeeper shot right after. 1IQ from South America, by the way, Chilean squad playing with a Mexican player in Talus, who's such a talented individual. They take out Infinity. Wow, what a start for 1IQ. Two teams eliminated.
See the circle pulling a little bit away from Climatizer. Worried for the squads that have to go from the low to high ground there from the northern side of Climatizer, especially after seeing a lot of the action in the early game by those train tracks. We see Energy usually make that quick rotate, that kind of stations themselves over there, but it was two other teams that beat them to the punch. Now Team Liquid kind of holding back a little bit, seeing where this other squad's gonna go, especially with the pressure that we've seen between these redeploys, especially those late 50-50 redeploys that could be incredibly risky.
That's right. Infinity, by the way, other South American teams. We get some team fire here from the South America region. Speaking of South America, it's Godfire. They were the Cinderella story squad from Sweden who qualified by a margin, and you saw them in tears backstage. One of the best videos I've had a chance to capture, I think, in my career. Sleep and Nelas, they're currently out with Bin, who's such a talented fragger for this team. We'll see how they will fare as they're going to be rotating through the ring, and it's going to be really, really dangerous for them as they got a team that's gatekeeping.
Yeah, even during their birthday here too, as you can see Godfather now. Rather Godfire just trying to look down.
I like Godfather.
Yeah, right? It's a little scary right there with the way that they were playing before, but as a two-man, it can be difficult here. You got the R9, but you only got the one times. They even were able to craft the wingman right here as they continuously pressure off this team. The Valve trying to take onto the high ground.
Yes, it is. It is NRG for the first time on display here, looking to hunt for 2 kill points. And I love this decision from Sweet. He's starting strong with the aggression. And talking to Zach Mazer, sniped down in Vegas last week, they said this team lives and dies by Sweet. His ability to be confident, to make the right calls, will single-handedly determine their fate. And I like these aggressive calls from Sweet already.
Yeah, we got to see those comebacks coming in from playoffs. Of course, we saw Energy trying to put in their work. Godfire with the redeploy automatically. See the charge rifle off to the side there too. Another squad on the other side of Skyhook here. Could be so lethal when it comes to these redeploys to actually force them. Now that we've seen some Valkyrie changes where you can't really spin in the middle of takeoff.
That's right, they need to drop quick. Nelas won't make this unless he heals ASAP. Nelas tagged up significantly, needs a pumper syringe immediately when he drops. That's why you see them not getting max distance. And he should be okay, I think. Nelas does not get it off. He gets knocked in the ring here. All up to Sleep to try and get this revive, but look at their heals, this beautiful overlay we got at the bottom of our screen. I think he might be out of syringes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has any, and they don't have a heat shield. They actually prioritize the mobile beacon that you could find in the replicator here as the weekly loot. NRG taking a little note here saying, you know, we got the replicator right here too. So they're gonna take their time here. You see the gold bag here as well for Rocker. Really important as they are rocking that charge rifle. Leaf there getting shot up from the other side here as they're gonna take a look at what's going on the other side of Skyhook.
Yeah, likely gonna craft at least a wingman for this team. Looking around, seeing if they have one already, but Car slightly out of meta right now, despite how strong it's been historically. The fact that it's now in the replicator means, well, I'd rather have a wingman, to be honest with you, especially for some controller players. So we're not gonna see a whole lot of Car action this weekend, in my opinion. Slightly out of meta, but we will see a lot of wingman, especially in the hands of players like Stay Naughty and others.
Yeah, seeing how a lot of these teams try to figure things out, getting the res right outside of the circle. Unfortunate that they couldn't get Bin's banner here. They did have the mobile respawn like we were talking about before.
Wow.
But now they have to play this as a two-man, and they're going to have to make the trek over past those train tracks. Look at Energy. They're coming right behind them. They said, you think you could get away from us? They're on the other side here. Alliance 2 trying to sandwich them. They're going to notice that Energy right behind them, so they got to get moving.
That's right. And 18 squads remaining. This is how intense these championships are already. The bubble's going to come through. That's their last bit of hope, as they need to heal and they need to do something miraculous. They're not going to have a whole lot of cover. It's kind of no man's land with no bubble, no artificial cover on this rotate. It's looking bleak, but Team Liquid finds themselves in a fight. Gilderson's with the car. He's going to get a triple kill.
Oh, he said, knock, knock, Fala. Don't worry, I got the car ready for you here. Gilderson's creating some of that space with the caustic barrels. There's another team pushing them right there too. Sisu to Raikou. Now trying to ease their way into that building, trying to find the opportunity. They got the seer, they got the information, they know where everybody's positioned inside of this truck.
Raikou from the APAC South region. Surprise team, lost Waltzy and picked up Rico. Excited to see what they can do here. Bullet, the Greek Australian, Captain IGL, this team. EXO is gonna knocked actually. Optic Gaming has not been faring well. NRG finds themselves in a fight as well.
Take one of these, throwing out the Arc Star, gonna watch out, nice little crack right there on the caustic. See if they can ease their way as the circle is closing in right behind Energy, but they're right there on the border with the train tracks. So scary here as Alliance. So much action happening right over here. Look at the 16 squads left. We're in circle 4. A lot of these teams have to move in as Optic Gaming get taken out. Hal now getting a knock with Optic falling down in 17th place. This highlights how crazy this lobby is right now between these two groups.
Insane. Orthros Fang nearby wants to enter the action with championship caliber squads in NRG and Alliance. The Titan, the behemoth of Europe. But NRG, arguably the once rising giants of North America, have been quiet as of late. We'll see if they can get out of this peculiar situation here. Meanwhile, FA Kitty, speaking of Europe, is going to take out TSM. NRG is going to get eliminated from ORF, and just like that, the Japanese eliminate the American NRG squad.
Insane here. They're on those train tracks trying to play right there. Alliance as well. You can see them now holding on to the side. Or you can see their squad on the other side of the train track trying to figure out where they want to go. See the top two, 13 squads left. FA Kitty still in this. Team Liquid too. We fully saw them send it onto a team. FA Kitty's though with only Hardeki left. There's only so much you could do when you get sandwiched.
And we get a little nom-nom in the crowd here for Team Burger. They're going to eat up the FA Kitties. The top European squad gets taken out by Team Burger, fan favorite, from playoffs in Sweden. Mostly just because we all wanted to say Team Burger won a championship. That would have been awesome, to be honest.
You're getting me hungry. I want my burger with extra pickles. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but you know, we take those absolutely. Alliance now going to be able to move
You're not putting pineapples on it.
What the?
Pineapple on pizza, pineapple on burger, none of that. None of that madness, Clark.
I've never seen a pineapple on burger before. Wives out here with the gold backpack and the charge rifle. They know right now that they are holding the back here where they're not going to get contested. They already took out NRG. You can see the crypto drone. That's going to get deleted shortly if he could find his mark onto that.
And Wife's one of the best snipers in all of Apex, in my opinion. Support players. He does whatever it takes to help his team. Lives in the shadows a little bit of hockey. The IGL and Fragger. Meanwhile, ORF took out NRG. They are now backs against the wall, quite literally, as the ring is closing in. Lick. One side to Norin, pushes up, look at the damage done here, and the wingman's gonna come out, he connects. Look at the absolute sheer damage for Lickmoon. This Japanese squad came to play.
Orthos now gonna be able to do so much damage. Drip out on the other side. See Tao tossing out that caustic Nox gas. Dreamfire now gonna be able to try to finish, at least with that dirty, but they have to try to get this res right here. They're keeping their eyes to their back with the Watson team right behind them. So intense. They are holding onto the high ground, overlooking a lot of the action that's happening over here by Survey.
Lions hit that redeploy earlier. Look at the damage. Is that enough? That's a question. Reject going to get taken out here. One of the APAC North squads. 4-7. Team of two actually joins the fray. Team Burger alive. Scars is still alive. Your champion from the ALGS Championship in year one. Right now, it's Europe showing up big time, Vicky, with 9 squads left. 2 of them are top European teams. The wide right flank from Hockey's. The IGL for this team comes in and melts everybody.
Deleted Team Burger out of this lobby in 9th as Alliance continue to mow everybody down, not just with the wingman right there, followed with the R301 as well.
And look how Scars is playing this. They are content just sitting back and watching everybody fight, watching the world burn. Taishin, the CEO of Europe, Mandy and RPR, they are back with their full roster, and they are here to play.
They are set up here too. They are covering the lower end of this next circle. You can see so many EXO coming in. FSV now, you can see Team Liquid on those train tracks. Matsutash now trying to put in some pressure with the Valkyrie attack over by the side. Not too sure, it looks like he's a lone warrior out here playing by the rocks. Fnatic actually right here, right next to him. And right now with them holding on to that northern side of the circle, they have to look for their backs.
Right, and I gotta be honest, I came into this weekend, I posted on Twitter my predictions, all NA on top, in the top 3, top 5 for the most part. But right now, it's the rest of the world, baby. Europe is showing up. APAC is showing up. We got Team Liquid, of course, the ones that we continue to not put respect on their names, showing up again. Not many of us had them in our predictions. Not many of us had them in our top 1, but Team Liquid is certainly proving that they're here to play.
They're always showing up, always. They even experimenting, having out with the Loba, and then changing it up depending on what they could expect right now, especially when it comes to World's Edge. They love this map. They're one of the first innovators on Stormpoint, as well as EXO find themselves in some trouble. Ziggy trying to dance around in the air, but look at that, right into the open arms of Scars, served on a silver platter.
Zicky gets taken out here. Mandy pushes it wide right, connects for a couple massive shots, but it's not enough just yet. Here comes the elimination. Finally, everyone joins the fray. It's Scars, it's Alliance contributing to that, and EXO is out. The Thailand team eliminated.
Fnatic holding onto the high ground right here. This was the Watson fences that we saw set up on the other side of the train tracks before. They're going to be able to cover so much ground with this here, but they have to ease their way into that truck that you see Team Liquid hanging out in, but they're forced out with the bubble as well, thanks to that Nox grass.
5 squads remain. Dreamfire is one of them. Your champions from Split 1 in APAC. But look at Scars gets taken out by Dreamfire's defensive bombardment. The Gibraltar ultimate too strong. And this is why you need a Gibby in your team comp, in my opinion. Late game, it is too powerful to have the dome shield, to have the defensive bombardment.
Where do you go? Where do you go at this point? Alliance just has you in your clear line of sight right now. They're looking to their backs. They're splitting some of that attention. It's FNC who have been holding on to the high ground for a while. They had those spots and fences set up. But Team Liquid, they're stuck with their backs against the circle.
Right. Yuki, the Chinese British sensation was once on a love show in China. I swear to God, I can't make that up. One of the most handsome individuals I've ever seen in my entire life. Shout out to my man. Got a lot of love for Yuki himself. Now joined this Alliance team. He played with Nasty Strafey and found some success, but since he's joined Alliance, it's become a brotherhood. These teammates are so close to one another. Good shots put in here. Dreamfire, I mentioned before, former champions for Split 1, and Roy's gonna knock one. Team Liquid is looking a little dicey.
Dreamfire looking fantastic here. You can see Roy is the kill leader with those 4 kills. They're tossing out those arc stars, the bombardment coming down. Fnatic still holding on to the side. Team Liquid now need to start moving.
And here, you guys, who has the win condition here, Vicky? Is it Alliance mid-map? No, TL's gonna get taken out, so Alliance is gonna continue to turtle up here. With the Caustic in their squad, we have a Watson here for Fnatic. Honestly, this is anyone's game. It's a 3-way tie and opportunity here.
Fnatic just looked really good. They have to actually jump down from the high ground. They don't really have any cover right here. You see a lot of fighting happening on the other side of this truck, trying to put down that Watson ult. Let's see if they have the opportunity.
That's big. The beacon's gonna come through from Watson. That's gonna help them protect against any explosions and keep them alive for now, but TF is gonna take it out. Alliance is still mid-map, getting sandwiched here. The meat of the sandwich as Dreamfire closes in. Fnatic wants to bait this fight to start and doing such a good job of that, but Matsutasu is so damaged right now. Here comes the play opportunity.
Ooh. Arcstar making its mark here. Got to dance around those bombardments here too. Dreamfire versus Alliance versus Fnatic right now.
Dreamfire used their Gibby Bolt early. Bubble, sorry, but they have high ground. They have the win condition in my eyes. Alliance is content letting this fight happen. Fnatic gonna get melted. Welcome back to competitive esports, Fnatic, but you're gonna get taken out here. Dreamfire is just firing away, one after another. Easy money for Dreamfire as they show up to play against Alliance, but somehow they're still alive.
They're taking so much damage off of this caustic gas here too, though. They're trying to go around, but as you can see, Bolin trying to jump right around this cart. He gets taken down. Now jumping down, it's Alliance. Dreamfire, Dreamfire now take game number 1 here in the ALGS Championship.
Are you kidding me? It was not Sutaraiku, it was not Team Burger, but instead, Dreamfire does it, coming all the way from Thailand, or sorry, Taiwan, I apologize. Dreamfire has been here before. They've won championships, they know what it takes over the likes of Dark Zero and APAC South, and they came to play, but talk to me about Alliance's show up. They performed so incredibly well, Vic.
They did it. Even with those rotations, they cut off NRG. They made sure they could clean up any of the squads that got in their way. It was a tough rotation from them, and when they cleared their backs, they still were able to get right through Survey, get right to those train tracks, and even situating themselves inside of the cart can be really tricky with the amount of caustics that we see so far in this lobby.
Well positioned, early rotate, reminding me a bit of Optic Gaming. They came with a late rotate. They're able to help contribute to the NRG fight. They Valk ulted in and found themselves a pretty good position here to secure a second place finish. So kudos to Alliance, but ultimately Dreamfire from Taiwan shows up big time to kick off the ALGS Championship.
I love it. I love how we see these teams. We know these are heavy hitting teams, but always at the very end we are seeing and we see these players putting out their hearts into this gameplay. They were positioned amazingly there too. You saw those hemlock shots landing right there, right outside that cart. Those bombardments breaking shields left to right. I'm excited now as we already find our first winner for our first game.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, obviously, as we take a look at the stats here. Oh my goodness, a 12 kill first place finish. As we have such an even distribution here. Dreamfire from APAC South, Alliance from EU, Fnatic from Japan and APAC North, and Team Liquid from the US alongside Scars from EU showing up big time to start. If you were wondering why it's called the Apex Legends Global Series, my friends, this is why.
Look at this, 12 kills for Dreamfire. We highlighted before the kill leader on that team here as Alliance. We're still mowing down a lot of these teams to make their rotation in. 7 kills in their pocket. A great way to start game number 1 between a lot of these teams.
That's right. As we take a look at page number 2, TSM with 4 kills, FA Kitties with 4 points, 4 points overall as well. But my big conversation I want to chat with you about here, and I'd love to actually see this as a Telestrator segment later on. Brain Day, Genome, if you're listening, let's flag that one, because TSM had the perfect opportunity to start with confidence. They have a 3v2, they get that first knock, Verholz gets taken down, but they didn't follow up and take their damage, take their fight, and TSM lets Optic Gaming escape. I mean, that's 3 kill points and momentum for TSM, but instead, is it nerves? Is it they were scared of a third party? What do you think went wrong?
I think it could have been a third party. You saw already some squads rotating away from No Name. There was a survey beacon on that side too. Maybe teams that wanted to prioritize getting that map information could have put them into a troublesome position. But I like to highlight that respect that we saw as we get to see game number 1, the championship squad, Dreamfire here. And look at this damage output, over 2,000 damage in game number 1. I mean, Fallout, you talk about momentum, you talk about gaining some of that confidence. This is definitely one way to do it for your first game.
Roy shows up big time. Tau right behind him, running the caustic, and then Bull in 3 kills, 1,500 damage, and 6 assists for the Valkyrie. Taiwan. We didn't have a single Taiwanese team. They didn't qualify through for Sweden, but they showed up today. What a start from them, and what a start for, again, our global competitors. Who else impressed you from game number 1?
Honestly, just the way that we saw Optic try to get their team back together, but then the unfortunate circumstance of having to rotate around. Team Liquid, of course, we highlighted Team Liquid before. This was a team that got second in the Sweden playoffs, now looking to prove their name out here. They're kind of reminding us, we got to stay in this conversation, and we're here for a reason. But unfortunately, with the circle pulling away from them, there was nowhere for them to go. They were in the line of sight of everybody. Dreamfire, you had Fnatic on the other side. You have Alliance just straight up looking at them on the other side of the cart. And it's tough in that situation, but they still try to keep their cool.
Yeah, that's right. They were the chosen ones, not in the good way. Sometimes in late game, you get chosen, you get team fired by everyone in the lobby, and that's unfortunately what happened to Team Liquid there on a tough rotation. But hey, what a game number 1 it was. We hope you're enjoying it at home. We hope you're enjoying the live audience of PNC Arena here as we got game number 2 around the corner. Don't go anywhere when we come back. Game 2 after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
PNC Arena and Apex family, welcome back to game number 2 as we get ready to kick off what has been already an insane start. I mean, Dreamfire is the winner of game number 1 over all the champions we've listed. NRG, Alliance, TSM, Optic Gaming. It's Dreamfire who starts strong.
Not only did they start strong, they started off with 12 kills after that first game and taking the dub on top of that. I wonder how that's going to add in some of that gap when it comes to the overall results looking at Dreamfire, because it's going to be fantastic. And then you got some heavy hitters like Alliance coming in, Fnatic with a nice positioning on the top end of those train tracks. Now as we move on to game number 2, I'm excited. Are we going to see a change up in some of these compositions? Of course, we've been seeing a lot of the Seer. We see Valkyrie as that mainstay for a lot of these teams. Of course, we're also seeing some Gibby-less compositions that actually ended up kind of biting the end of a lot of teams by the end of that game.
Yeah, it's true. I hope we do not see a change up. Reason being, it's too early. Listen, TSM in Sweden was the best use case, the best example. They didn't know what they were doing in terms of team comp. They kept changing things up. Hal wanted to run Wraith. Hal wanted to run Ashe. And in my opinion, you got to stick to the strategy. You got to stick to the game plan. I think that's what we're going to see here from the likes of all of these teams, especially TSM. Let's take a look at our leaderboards from the secondary stream. We, of course, have 2 matches going on. You can catch all the action on twitch.tv/NiceWigg. My man Wig holding it down on the B stream. It's Space Station starting strong. Crazy Raccoon. No Raz, no problem. Right behind them with a second place finish. And Team Singularity. We talked about this squad and how big of a gap they left in the entire competition in Sweden. They showed up here. Cloud9, 7 points as well.
I know, I love this right here. That is on the other stream that NiceWigg and Mr. Greek God is covering as we look at the other side of the page. Furia now. We highlighted them a little bit before when it comes to the composition switch up that we saw from TSM. They're going to be in 11th place right there. You see Hids Watson, of course, making that team just fantastic with 4 kills. And after that, a lot of these teams kind of struggling a little bit, trying to figure out where their niche is in that first game. But of course, I do see a lot of these teams are very momentum-based Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. 100 Thieves, Furia, 2 notable teams, North American on their home turf overall, that didn't necessarily show up in game 1, but we got 5 games to play, a lot of time still, and you wonder for Furia. Talk about his Watson real quick. I mean, his emerge into the scene, ranked grinder, #1 Seer, so dominant and ranked, and then decides to start competing and has taken the Apex competitive world by storm.
Yeah, it threw me off guard too. I see his Watson, I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be the sickest Watson we're ever gonna see. Comes through with the Seer. I mean, you gotta start the mind games before you jump into the game. That's the lovely part here, as we get to see Team Liquid, TSM out here in the booth. They're getting ready right now. They're kind of talking a bit, looking like they're having some fun, and that's also incredibly important.
So important, and I gotta actually point that out, right? Again, Chan was sniped on last week in Vegas, and he was saying if Hal tilts and goes full tilt, it's it for TSM. I mean, the team lives and breathes and dies by him, similar to NRG, and ultimately, he recognizes that. And I've been so impressed in particular by Hal's maturity and his evolution as a leader and a mature human being as a competitive Apex Pro player. Similar to this man on screen right now, it's Hakis, the IGL, the captain of this squad, who is nothing but mature, obviously former military, and treats his approach to competitive gaming in Apex really in a militaristic way in terms of how he approaches regimen, preparation, and leading his team.
Yeah, and then you have his teammates, of course, Wives and Yuki. Yuki, you highlighted before, the god out here who's been able to not only be on that dating show model at the same time. I mean, he's got everything. I mean, what does this guy not do at this point?
There's a clip on YouTube of him doing yoga with a lady in China. You gotta check it out if you haven't yet. Someone, please, competitive Reddit, help us out here, post it. No, I'm just playing. Big shot to Yuki. And then you got Scars, the champions from ALGS European Championship in year 1. We know what they're capable of. Of course, Team Burger on screen, Waltzy and co. And then reps, the Scottie Pippen to the Michael Jordan. Everybody knows that this team would not be what it is without the right-hand man of Hal, the MJ of Apex. It's reps. And then, of course, they got a little Steve Kerr going on with Verholst, the young shooter. Man, Verholst, the 90s Bulls, reincarnated in Apex Legends.
And talk about Verholst, he's been absolutely killing it in scrims. I feel like that actually trickles down to a lot of the respect that we saw in that early fight between Optic Gaming and TSM.
Yep.
Let's see if we're going to see some sort of contention like that there, too.
Yeah, and I tweeted out a video. I was in the gym this morning, Vicky. I was the only one there. 7:38 a.m. Who walks in? Verholst himself.
He's ready.
He rips off the TSM jersey like he's ready to enter into an NBA arena or something, jumps on the treadmill. Listen, I respect his regimen. I don't know if anyone knows this, but he used to wear a heart rate monitor when he played. Reason being, he wanted to control his heart rate, and that's why he's so cold in these scenarios, ice in his veins. He's able to control his heart rate. He's able to clutch and perform unlike anything I've seen before, because the man literally trains in competitive gaming with a heart rate, Vicky. Have you ever heard of anything like that in your life?
That's insane. That's actually insane. Incredible talent here from Verholst that we've seen all the way back then, starting off on ESA. It's great to see how far he's been able to come with a team like TSM. As we get started here, we're going to get set up for game number 2. A lot of our legends here sitting up in these booths, just trying to compose themselves after a pretty high intense game number 1.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, speaking of Verhulst on that old ESA roster, now Optic Gaming, a lot of discussion. Should he have stayed on that team? I mean, they were #1 in Pro League. They couldn't be touched with Verhulst on it. They pick up Noct, and you know, justice for Noct, hashtag, obviously came through. But nonetheless, it was Verhulst leaving for TSM and Optic Gaming who just continued to dominate. They won the Pro League in Split 1. They won the Pro League in Split 2. They were perfect in Pro League. The question is for this team, can they win a major championship? It has been elusive. They have yet to win a major competition in ALGS. 4th place, I believe, in Split 2 playoffs in Sweden. We know that Optic Gaming got 3rd place in the Split 1 playoffs. No major tournament championship wins for Optic. Can that change this weekend in the biggest match, biggest tournament of their career?
It's going to be difficult, especially looking at the way that teams like TSM have been playing. I mean, just like we saw in that first game, Dreamfire out here coming through swinging. A lot of this representation that we're seeing from different regions. I mean, Fallout, this is the championship, and we have so much representation across the world.
That's right. Speaking of which, we take a peruse around all of our competing teams in this competition. APAC North, this is Detonation Gaming on screen. APAC South on display. We got the CIS boys, Eastern Europe, PKMK on the far left substituting for this team alongside the man in the middle. It's Hardecki. Throw up a heart, Hardecki. Give us a heart. You always give us a heart. You can't hear me right now. No, you're going to give us a stone cold stare instead.
Oh, no.
Man, it's absolutely cold.
Oh, means business. You know,
listen, I saw
something else that actually is to highlight, those headphones that those players are wearing, I got to try them out myself. You cannot hear anything that is happening behind you. There's nothing that you can hear next to you, only what is going into your ear. It's actually insane how nice these headphones are. They literally cannot hear anything. They probably can't even hear you right now.
No, he couldn't. He literally could have the heads. If he could, it'd be really, really bad because I'm live on the audience. I think you guys can hear me in the crowd, right? Can you guys hear me right now? That's right, you can. Live around the PNC Arena audience here on a Thursday afternoon. Obviously, we got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to come. If you're going to be here all 4 days, let me hear it in the crowd right now. Blow it up. Wow, we're committed, baby.
Oh, let's go. All right.
Guess what?
Let's get started here, Fallout. Game number 2 is among us.
That's right. We got the dropship flying across World's Edge for our second matchup here. Will we see the likes of North America step it up? It was just Team Liquid representing from Skyhook at Trials. We got the Hot Zone in Countdown. We know Countdown is in other groups going to be contested this weekend. We got a few teams landing there. But for now, it's going to be Dreamfire landing Countdown uncontested. As we take a look at the map here, Dreamfire are winners from game 1, and they're going to get a hot zone. They're going to get some good loot to kick things off. This is big.
Yeah, this is actually humongous, especially since if they want to make that rotation around to the northern side of where this circle could potentially be pulling, they'll be running into a team like Team Liquid. Skyhook, of course, having a nice amount of loot themselves. Now, what's important to highlight here, though, is off to that left side of Countdown, there is that beacon here. So that's something that they're going to try to keep their eyes out for. Let's see if they go for it, or if Orthoros Fang is going to stop them for that. NRG already quick with the rotation, so you see Sweet already having that priority over the beacon off to the side of Staging. Staging is the spot that Energy usually drops with Alliance to their south in Thermal Station. They do have a bit to go, but Fallout, something that I'm also focusing on is those choke points. Leaving away from Lava Siphon, leaving Geyser there too. You also have Optic Gaming, who usually lands by Big Mon, maybe having a little bit of that extra Lava City loot. It's gonna be fantastic, as it looks like, again, that circle may be pulling north. We're gonna have to see here with some of these beacon scans.
That's right. We'll keep a close eye on the zone. We did see a very, very early rotation and confirmed the zone will pull north again. So, you know, South zones became kind of a meme in the Pro League, Split 1 and Split 2. We got 2 northern zones here. Epicenter, Survey Camp, drop. So for 4-7, playing with a team of 2, they should be able to find themselves a good spot, maybe just rat their way to a top finish here. Meanwhile, we got Dreamfire, champs from game 1 with 24 points already. Talk about a way to start for them.
I don't know if I just quickly saw a gold backpack real quick. I don't know if it was Tao, but at the same time, Dreamfire are walking away with fantastic loot like we highlighted before. Countdown being the hot spot here. They're going to be quick to see where they want to rotate. I think there is a beacon by that building that's north of Fragment West. Usually a highly contested spot, as well as a nice hot spot for some final circles that we've seen. So that is going to be their priority, but we can't forget Team Liquid. usually rotating from Skyhook. Forgot if there was a beacon over there by Skyhook, but that's going to be important because if not, that's going to be Team Liquid's priority, just like it is Rejects right now.
Yeah, that's right. And NRG will be doing the same thing right behind them, coming from staging, Team Liquid from Skyhook. And Team Liquid in this lobby actually has all of Skyhook uncontested. That is absolute taboo. Typically you see 3, maybe sometimes even 4 teams split that loot. TL is going to be really well faring in this lobby, in my opinion, Vicky. They're going to have great loot every single time.
We're going to have to see here. Reject now. Going to be able to try to take some shots. A little closed door real quick right now as he manages to land those quick 55. See the R301 really coming in clutch for a lot of these teams that we've been seeing since game 1.
I'll try channeling my inner CDN the third right there. You know CDN the third? Please tell me you do.
Wait, sorry?
CDN the third?
CDN the third?
Oh, you don't know CDN. Man's an absolute legend. Shout out to man C's. But I'm board right now with 4-7. Again, we talked about it. The Northern Zone, they drop in survey camp, so they are literally going to just go hide and rat. That's the right way to play this if you're a team of 2. So 4-7 will be just ratting their way to the hopeful victory here as we take a look at EXO alongside a few others. Reject from Fragment West and Dreamfire from Fragment coming from Countdown as well. And NRG joins the fray as well as TSM continues to loot up. Again, TSM wants to play edge here with this team comp. They want to fight. They're going to be waiting for teams like Optic to rotate in.
Yeah, imagine him. Optic does rotate away from the big mod spot. NRG, Rocker falling so low. You hear those longbow shots taking a chunk out of Rocker. Not giving him enough space as they land right on top of this team right here. Nathan taking some shots, but he managed to get the crack first.
And they're going to fly. Sweet says, nuh-uh, don't you dare, as 4-7 got a little confident as a team of 2 right there. Not sure if I agree with that. If you have a full squad, yeah, maybe, but 4-7's going to get eliminated here. Goodbye and good night.
Energy now with at least another breath of air here, and they're going to be able to try to restabilize this Fnatic right back to the crime scene right now. They're going right back to where they stationed themselves in game number 1. I love how you highlighted the bit of a meme of the southern circles that we saw a lot between the entirety of Split 2, but now seeing these 2 north circles, it's a nice breath of fresh air for me, but it's also nice to see how some of these squads actually reiterate the same type of game plan that they were trying to go for in game number 1 as Fnatic take a little bit of that high ground, but they're also going to cut off the rotation from a lot of the squads that are going to be rotating through the train tracks. Again, we talked about Team Liquid that usually lands in Skyhook. Maybe they'll wrap around as we get to see Infinity with the redeploy already going into the action.
Yeah, that's right. Fnatic drops in Climatizer. So obviously Cloud9 is not in this lobby. Cloud9's been changing things up lately, but we'll see if we see that matchup come through as Infinity's going to hit their Valkyrie, their rotation through the middle of the map. They're going to wake their way all the way north. Speaking of Climatizer, they'll go north of Climatizer, avoid any fights within. There's going to be so many teams within this close vicinity. Infinity has to know it at this point. And these teams have to recognize, look, this is the similar zone to last round, so they're going to kind of learn a thing or two here. And whoever can adapt to this playstyle, to this lobby the quickest, I think we'll find a lot of success.
I mean, Infinity had a bit of a trek too. You know, you had this team coming all the way from Geyser with the redeploy over by Overlook here too. You got the Seer, of course, so that way you have that heartbeat sensor to give you any sort of intel for any of the squads that are still stationed up here in the northern part of the map by Climatizer. TSM now, as we get to take a look at TSM, do they have access to that power weapon? It's going to be the Mastiff in the hands of Reps. That's going to be great because highlighting Mad Maggie's passive, those shotgun reloads are going to be a lot quicker, aside from the damage that you get to see a lot of these other players through walls.
That's huge. If Reps was on Maggie, probably maybe gives it to his little controller demon, but Mastiff in his hands, obviously going to do some good things here for Reps. PK is certainly the best shotgun right now, kind of in overall meta. But if you see a Mastiff in a supply crate, you will grab it. They're going to hit a Valkyrie rotation. So again, they lingered there in Fragment to no name. Why? Well, because they wanted to take fights. They wanted to see if anyone would dare enter into the Fragment buildings and they could take a fight instead. They didn't, so now they're going to have to late rotate. It's going to be a little scary for them.
Let's see who's eating up that replicator real quick. TSM scanning them with the Valk passive as they go right over them. Maybe trying to take a bit this fight here. We know that TSM's a really aggressive team. They see that squad managed to take high ground though, so they have the positional advantage at the moment. Imperial Helm managing to reposition a little bit before getting that scan with the Seer Tactical, but it's a 1-for-1 as he manages to escape the other Seer.
Yeah, that's right. Big fight here. Take a look at the map at the top left. Optic Gaming doing the Optic Gaming special. Really, really late rotate. They get all of the big mod loot. They get all of the Lava City loot. They can go down and get Dome loot as well because no one's dropping in Dome. So they're going to take their time. They're going to rotate late with the Valkyrie and try and find that coveted God spot. But right now it's 1 IQ finding themselves in a similar position to where they found with Optic Gaming last game, and they might be getting sandwiched here by 2 squads. TSM nearby and a team behind them. It's going to be Optic with his late rotation. Team Burger might be in the vicinity as well. I know they dropped south of the map and they like to play edge.
Wow, look at this. Look how quick TSM is to engage right now. They know that they have the high ground, maybe the replicator at the same time. Yeah. It's a buffet here for them, but they know that 1 IQ is going to respect them. I feel like seeing the Mad Mag and they knew, all right, that's TSM. They are dipping quickly out of there, but like you said, Team Optic is to their south. Team Burger's within the vicinity and they're trying to figure out whether they're just going to rotate right back to no name, where there's a lackluster amount of loot right there, or if they're going to maybe try to see if they have the opportunity to just get away with a redeploy.
1IQ doesn't want any smoke, Vicky. This is the second time they're like, there's a team? No, turn and run. Valcult, Dipset, get out of here. Skedaddle, I can't think of any more of those. But TSM right now will continue to dominate this northeast side of the map. They got to be careful. We know Optic is nearby. We know Team Burger is nearby, and 1IQ still kind of lingering as well. TSM, if they take this fight, Vicky, they get third party by Optic, and I think they die. They obviously don't recognize that, but this is not a fight they want to take.
They do have the Seer, though, for at least that passive to let them know if squads are rotating that area. They may already know, actually. IQ has already dropped down right here. You can see the passive right now with Naxo, as he had to go for that shield swap real quick, taking some of that damage earlier on.
Yeah, I like that we're catching all these edge teams. Meanwhile, obviously on the north side of the map, all types of squads are posting up and not doing a whole lot, which is why we're not showing them on display. They got their early rotates, they got their positioning, their real estate, and they are chilling. As I say that, though, Reject finds themselves in survey camp with a couple teams nearby and under a little bit of duress, but the gold shield, quick heals will come through, and Reject should be fine. That crypto comp and meta for APAC North comes through again.
We've seen it before there. With the crypto comp, you could delete all those caustic barrels that have already been set up here. Another Watson, if they do have that Watson on that squad, delete those fences. It's so crucial here with the EMP, as TSM are just going to station up here on the sniper tower. See some of the squads that are in their vicinity, though. You could see that squad already making the rotation. I believe that is Team Burgers that you made mention of.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of rotation, look at this brutal rotation TSM's about to have. They're going to play it north of the map. They're going to have 1IQ behind them, Burger and Optic nearby. So this could be dangerous for these edge teams. But again, with this team comp, the old TSM special that worked so well for them when they went back-to-back-to-back LAN champions in the X Games, the preseason invitational, that is not necessarily the same TSM as of now. This TSM is very similar to the Octane meta TSM that we saw in the snipe down era, where they like to play aggressive, they like to play edge, they like to fight. So they're not going to early rotate. They're going to try and pick any fights they can on the edge of the map. And that's why these zones have not been great for them, because it's harder to play edge when you're obviously where the zone is.
Especially since they're trying to be the gatekeepers of these choke points. Team Liquid with the Valkyrie ult, they're going to redeploy right over that squad that's over by the other side of Skyhook here, taxing the little big boys over, as Scars are going to take onto the high ground on the southern side of Epicenter. And you can see right now with the redeploy in their hands too, they want to try to take this fight. Lots of blue shields right here as Monday falls a little low. RPR also losing out on his shield. Look how quick they were to immediately turn around and say, all right, hold on, let's quickly reset.
RPR, the lone Croatian competing from Europe, representing an entire nation in Croatia. His family owns some land on the water in Croatia. I asked him what he's going to do with the prize money if he wins. He's like, I'm going to buy some more land. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to invest in a villa. Start renting out some property. Become a real estate mogul. My man RPR looking to win that first place prize again. Last year, it was $1 million, I believe. This year, $2 million for Scars and RPR and the entire competition here with this overall prize pool. Insane to think about.
Love the mindset. It's all or nothing here for a lot of these teams here too. Team Liquid trying to delete the crypto drone. You got the tracking here from Fun with that R301. Again, nice to highlight that they do have that gold backpack here, as they're overlooking two squads that stand right in front of them. One taking the real estate inside of that building right below them, and the other right across from them. That's right. So Team Liquid looking to their backs here. They already got set up with the caustic traps as a trail.
All of that breakdown. Fun on this squad. Those that don't know, days before Fun competed, content creator. And he was an absolute demon, and you always wondered, when is Team Liquid going to sign this guy? Are they going to pick him up? And they said, let's do it. Fun, I remember watching him in the early Lulu Lovely Throwdown competitions as a content creator, as Fuse, absolutely destroying the entire lobby. I'm so glad he is now one of our top pro players in the lobby. Let's jump into a listen with Fun and Team Liquid.
4-6. I'm 6'3" right now.
Yeah, I have 2 bats, 9 cells.
I'm just saving all my bats.
Yeah, we're kind of burning our economy on the rotates.
I only had 8 cells.
So we know the team to the northwest, team in tunnel. Do we know if there's 2 teams in tunnel?
Oh, I just heard footsteps west.
Heard.
And southeast.
Yeah, he's looking.
Yeah, me is swinging wide.
We should go backside here. We should go backside there. We should go.
Down.
Down. We play backside of this building and then just like deal with whatever we got in front of us. Right, looking at us. Watson team. Gray armor.
I'm here.
We're fine here. Yep. We're just chilling. We need to be conscious of this swing out.
I'm just gonna sit there with Mastiff out.
Yep. Honestly, you guys just hold that angle. Just hold that angle with 2 men. You just fucking kill anyone that beats you. Just insta obliterate anyone. Yo, wait. Any thoughts on like just making the mad dash to that?
I'm down to go there. That's way safer than this.
All right. Group together. On
We
me.
can do it that way.
On me. On me.
Yeah, go on.
Follow me. We go left and you go around the rock. Crypto drone looking at us.
I'm not gonna bubble.
Yep.
Safe on me.
We're
Safe
fine.
on me.
Yep, we're fine.
I'm gonna bat.
AFK right here.
Over here, it
Bow
has
looking.
angles.
Yep. We're safe right here. Safe right here.
Alright. Healing.
We can also go around it and go next to the building.
Yeah, we have to go around. We have to go around. We have to go around. Safe on me.
Safe here. Safe here.
Yep. Safe on me. Safe on me.
Not safe on you, not safe on you.
I'm bubbling.
Yep.
We're gonna get EMP'd.
80.
Kill drone.
Nice. Give me ult on her head.
Yes, the res me above.
I'm med kitting. These guys
They're
might.
bubbling. Yeah, they are.
gonna
They are.
push.
They are.
Crack Gibby.
Dead.
No.
And that's going to be it for Team Liquid. A tough rotation for them. You heard the comm. Safe on me. They're trying to call the right things. That is the right mentality, but so much pressure. 3 teams are ready in the vicinity here in Survey Camp, and that's a tough rotation for any team as Team Liquid gets taken out.
Especially if your goal is to try to take control over these buildings that have already been taken over by a lot of these squads who did the early rotate in that situation. You saw the bubble coming out from EXO in that moment to kind of essentially make a wall for themselves as TSM. They're managing to make their way off from the low ground of Epi here. You see Verholz taking onto the high ground a little bit to give some of that suppressed fire as 1IQ are making their appearance. Better late than never here, but they may be in some trouble. You can see Naxo actually still rocking the white Evil Shield.
They're shooting their guns. No, I'm just playing on board with Neo right now. Neo's gonna get some damage in. Rock and Seer alongside Valkyrie and Gibraltar. Meanwhile, TSM nearby, Team Burger nearby as well. All of our Apex South teams, for the most part, run the cookie cutter, Caustic, Gibraltar, Valkyrie team comp. So I'm guessing Burger is doing the exact same thing. They gotta be careful for Caustic and an ultimate coming through.
Oh, How is so hungry after getting that Seer attacked off. You saw that you could notice their shield, their health. They know that Team Burgers is right behind them. So with this Seer ult, they're also gonna know the positioning of Team Burgers before trying to overcommit to 1IQ.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge use of the ability for Imperial Hal to get the intel and to scare off Team Burger from this third party. The Thermite's gonna come through, it's gonna connect. He does at least 50 damage. Here comes the push, misses the first shot, misses the second. Hell goes down, all up to Reps and Verholz. They're gonna connect the team of 2, the duo. It's Verholz, the 19-year-old from Kansas City. No, all up to Reps. Can he do it for his squad?
Let's see if he can. He's got the massive in his hand. He's trying to dare somebody to peek him right here as he breaks that shield. Sit down. Dreamfire gets eliminated in the feed as a lot of this action's happening between just Reps and Burger. It's a 3v1. Are they gonna jump in here?
Here comes Team Burger, but here comes the Mad Maggie. He's gonna hit for 80, but it's not gonna be enough. Team Burger eats up TSM. And again, Team Solo mid, not the start they wanted.
That's a double patty right there. Team Burger walking away. Now they're going to be able to move away. Optic Gaming also fell in the feed earlier during that fight as EXO now try to restabilize inside this truck. They have not given up this position as we have another northern circle here. A lot of these squads are fighting for maybe that high ground positioning that those railroad tracks provide.
Another Apex South team here on screen. Scars with 13 points. A lot of people said this team, they don't got what it takes. Like maybe we'll throw them in the wild card category. People said no one had them in their S tier. No one had them in their A tier. A lot of people are wondering, does this team still have it? Well, guess what? They're showing up so far, Vicky. 13 points to their name and counting.
This alliance here too, just racking up as much KP as they can. Not one KP so far here, looking at lives. 10 squads left. EXO now just managing to come right back in. Look at all the loot they got at their feet there too, as well as these caustic traps set up all across the building to prevent any of these other squads from just landing right on top of them. A lot of those redeploys could be risky as NRG have also not moved from their spot. Trading a lot of that damage. Look at their Evo shields already boosted all the way up to purple as Fnatic on the other side of the train tracks, their favorite spot that we saw in game number 1, are they still holding that same spot. So Alliance having to look to the left. They know that NRG's right behind them too.
That's right. You did see ORF nearby as well. The same rotation from ORF, the Japanese squad that drops Lava Fissure actually. So they're playing hard edge. They're definitely taking their time to loot. And the fact that Alliance coming from Thermal Station south of Lava Fissure is actually out-rotating faster says a lot about how much they want to play edge here.
It's the party. You can see right near now Hockey's recognizing the situation, seeing one squad, seeing the right squad over to the other side. You see the pings as well as he's trying to hold back 2 squads at once, trying to put down the beamage with the R301. He's also got the Volt. See right now he's just going to hold back a little bit while the rest of his squad is actually holding the front line.
And Hockey's likes to be the tip of the spear for his team, one of the best in the game at doing exactly that. Puts himself in uncomfortable positions, but he's comfortable being uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Scars, and it's going to be Team Burger again. This is a team you had to keep your eye out for. A lot of rumors who was going to pick them up. We thought maybe the Kansas City Pioneers might grab them. We thought maybe Fnatic, but no, did not get signed. Team Burger, still a free agent team, by the way. One of our best teams in the world, and they're showing it.
Scars, though, in some trouble as Taishin gets taken down. Monday trying to take control over the little crevice right here. Got so much to do. The stick with the Arc Star. Make it two. Y'all don't see me right now. Now the Valkyrie tries to fly up. He gets 2 cracks at the same time. Can he get a quick shield swap really quick right now as he becomes the kill leader? Team Burger gets taken out.
Make it 2, make it rain for Mandy. But guess who comes through? It's Invictus Gaming. Bryn, one of the best slayers we have in all of Apex, is the kill leader of this lobby. The young Englishman with 4 kills to his name. He burst onto the scene in the early ALGS Online tournaments, joined this Invictus Gaming roster, coached by EMEF, and has emerged as one of the best players in Europe and showing why, while Reject finds himself in the fight.
All these fights happening on the southern side here. By survey, you see 2 drops right now. Reject now down 2. Jung-hee now is only up to him with a massive in his hand. Is he gonna go for a quick reset here if he has the opportunity? They're holding on to the high ground, but look who's in his line of sight. That may be Energy right there.
Orthros Fang gonna get taken out as well. Reject survives for now. Jung-hee, no way! He wants the kill point. He's not gonna get it. Yes, he does. And he finally gets taken out. What a showing from Jung-hee, but Sutaraiku cleans up.
We absolutely take those. Now Sutaraiku down to a 2-man right now. Maybe a 1-man as one of his teammates outside of the building gets taken out by EXO.
Oh baby, Apex South on Apex South action. We got the Thailand squad and EXO going up against the Aussies. Sutaraiku, Bullet, and Rico, the new, oh sorry, Fussy actually, Bullet is out. Rico and Fussy, Rico the new addition to this team when Waltzy left for Team Burger. We'll see how they will fare as IG with a substitute in RKN from Torrent. Fits perfectly, fits the scene like a glove. He's the IGL of Torrent, he's gonna be IGLing now, and IG is looking to IGL their way to victory.
Oh, this is so scary right here. Round 5 closing right behind their backs. NRG have not stopped from being chaotic in this spot. Look at this, everybody in their line of sight as Sweet gets a knock. Can he get 2 here? Energy playing this so safe. You can see the Caustic Barrels also set up all the way from their behind here too to prevent any sort of flanking opportunities.
My man Sweet load up the firing range. Are we playing in an ALGS championship right now as he is not missing? And Malstera gonna do some damage himself. He's gonna get a knock on Rico, and Sutaraiku is gonna be eliminated to the hands of Fnatic. As we got Fnatic making their debut in competitive Apex again, their re-debut after a few years hiatus. Look at the damage. Oh. Malstera with the best defensive bombardment, back-to-back great defensive bombardment from him, back-to-back games, and back-to-back damage. Malstera's doing so much work. All up to Yuka, last alive, and he connects.
Why are you running here? You get taken down after trying to fully send it onto that team right here. And here comes Energy. Fnatic gave up the high ground and presented it to Energy on a silver platter, coming right behind Yuka's back.
Look at this, EXO's gonna disengage. What a smart play from EXO, and that puts them in the 3v3 fight against NRG. They don't have a bubble to their name, but this is a game of arenas. I know we got some arena grinders in the crowd here. I was talking to one earlier. Well, guess what? 3v3, kill to kill for the bread.
EXO now having to play only off of that natural landmass with the rock over to the side. NRG have the high ground. 2 squads left between EXO and NRG that have held this spot since the start of the game.
Oh, the damage from Sweet. The IGL, the Slayer, the tip of the spear. What doesn't he do? He's pushing wide right. He's getting so much damage in.
Look at the positioning here between Sweet, Nathan, and Rocker. Sweet taking a nice off angle, has a nice opportunity with the rest of EXO in his line of sight, funneling them into Nathan and Rocker's point of view.
But they got their bubble back, and they're able to push the 3v2. They know they have numbers on the wide right push, but such a good job from NRG to stay alive. Rocker and Nathan, the young duo, are going to do it. They got the dome shield, and they're going to heal back up, but the damage is done. EXO needs to push. They need to take this damage, and they need to fly.
Oh, let's see the opportunity. Nathan gets taken down. Rocker gets taken down here. The Cosmic Knockouts is too much. Sweet, the last one alive. Can we see him? No! EXO take it over NRG in game number 2.
Oh my goodness. Some way, somehow, EXO wins that. Sweet takes out the bow in a close range fight and gets taken out by Killapose and co. And look at my man, rocking the sleeveless. Sun's out, guns out here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Killapose is a killer. As we're looking at a deflated NRG, they are devastated. They can't believe they lost that. I mean, how did they lose that?
I mean, I honestly, I feel like that with the opportunity to see that it was a 2v3 with the bubble like you highlighted before, they closed in that gap. They blocked their view away from Sweet, and they try to fully send it. Also taking onto the high ground, EXO coming in. from Thailand that you love to see here between a lot of our teams now. Look at this.
We already know we had, listen, my man Killer Pose is going suns out, guns out. We're going to rock it here, you know? No, I'm just playing. I'm not that guy. I swear to God, I'm not that guy. Vic, you think I'm that guy? You guys think I'm that guy in the crowd here? Should I be that guy?
I love it. I love the crowd here in the PNC Arena. Now that we close up game number 2, I mean, a lot of these teams really throwing a wrench to a lot of the North American teams that we're so used to seeing.
That's a fact. EXO, again, APAC North, APAC South, on top. Back-to-back wins for APAC South, Vicky. Put some respect on this region's name as we had Team Burger, Sutaraiku, and of course, Dark Zero perform in Sweden. Well, guess what? 2 out of our top 5 teams from APAC South, our 3rd place team, Fnatic, with 15 points. And NRG, 2nd place, only 12 points.
I mean, they were kind of stationed up there by the northern side of the circle for a long time. Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities to kind of sweep through those kills, but they only were able to get 3 here. Looking on the other side of the page, Infinity, FA Kitties there on the 12th place spot with only 1 kill. TSM as well on the 2nd page, again with Optic Gaming and Team Liquid.
And that's the big question, right? TSM with an aggressive comp. What that means, well, we've seen a lot of this from TSM. We've seen a lot of this from Team Liquid in the Pro League in terms of stats. They're the 2 top teams in terms of their inability to get top 2. They get 3rd through 7th place finishes, but if you're not getting 1st or 2nd, you're not getting a ton of placement points, and it's certainly showing. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, it is APAC North, Fnatic in 1st, APAC South in 2nd and 3rd. Every region but NA right now in the top 5.
And I think it's so important to highlight why Fnatic is sitting in that 1st place spot, because they have taken that high ground positioning in these 2 northern circles from the very beginning, time and time again, and they were able to clean up so much KP, regardless if they are in 1st place or not. They still are within those top 5 every single time.
Yeah, Team Burger and Sutaraiku showing up. 4 APAC South teams on display here. I mean, it's just crazy to see, crazy to think. What a showing right now. As we take a look at all our North American teams, we got TSM, we got Optic Gaming in last place. We have some of our NA teams not necessarily showing up that we thought they would, but guess what, Vicky? We're only 2 games in. We got a lot of Apex to play.
Absolutely. We got all this action for not only today, throughout the entire weekend. 12 games being played today. The last remaining 6 in this group stage will be played tomorrow. So it's going to be really nice to see how some of these teams make those adjustments between day 1 and day 2.
That's right. Take a look at our winning squad. This is Dreamfire. This is our winning squad from game 1. Incorrect winning squad. We'll get that corrected for you here in just a second. But you know, we'll see the man himself, Killer Pose, the guy with the suns out guy. Listen, crowd, you can cheer as long as you want. I can't be that guy anymore. I'm sorry. I'm done with that. I spent too much time with Nick Merckx in Vegas last week. Clearly it's rubbing off on me.
Yeah,
all right, we're back. We're back.
I gotta say that. Shout out to Nick Merckx, of course. Another one of the biggest Apex fans out here. Now we get to see Team EXO coming through. Now looking at the damage output. It may not have been that 2K that we saw from Dreamfire, but their positioning fantastic. The KP that we're seeing right now between all these players.
Yeah, Vicky, I dare you to try and pronounce that middle name. I double dog dare you.
No, absolutely.
Go for it. You have to do it.
I'll have like a Spanish roll of my tongue.
You have to do it.
Apiwangan.
No, the middle name. His full name.
Oh,
Vicky's name.
Jairutz?
Last name.
I just said it. Apiwangan.
Nailed it. That's pretty good.
Hey, let's
We're gonna brush up on our.
Never want to butcher these players,
Thailand.
especially with the way that they've been playing right now.
That's
Thailand really coming through. Apex South really coming through in those first 2 games.
Yeah, it's an absolute fact. And look, we've been talking about it for a while, how Thailand is truly up there. I mean, there was Made in Thailand, or Myth, Team 1, Team 2, who dominated early on in the online tournaments. We saw them in the autumn circuit as we did a global broadcast for that one. I had a chance to see for myself about 1.5 years ago how truly talented this Thailand region and country is compared to Australia, compared to everywhere else. And guess what? They've shown up big time here so far. But look, it's not just this mainstream matchup. We got our 2nd stream as well, and it's Space Station still on top. But AD shows up. Parka, Obli, and Kanpu with a great showing in game 2. Crazy Raccoon right behind them.
What is going on the other stream right now when we talk about consistency? Space Station looking like they are staying on top, but it is so close in the overall leaderboards here. You talk about Team Singularity right behind them by just 1 point. 80 Raccoon, of course, right behind them with 25 points, and it's nice to see right now with Crazy Raccoon right behind them.
Yeah, GMT with a GMT-esque pop-off. That was a huge game from them. They're playing with Rambo, Controller Lord, substituting for Mady, who was already a substitute for Strafey. You saw Furia show up big time. You saw Luminosity in the top 6 as well, or should I call them Luminexity? Complosity. You see Monsoon and Shiny on that team, but here we go on the 2nd page. Dark Zero. We all talked big about this Dark Zero roster, formerly Reignite, the champions from Sweden, who is so talented. Well, they are also finding themselves alongside Optic Gaming and TSM on the second page.
As well as Pulverix, actually, on the second page, too, on the later half of things. Pulverix, who got, I believe, third in the Sweden playoffs. So interesting to see the overall results that we're seeing right now. It kind of trickles down to how were the scrims going on for some of these teams, and how has it affected them in their mindset, their composition, and maybe the nerves that they're experiencing so far in this live tournament with a nice live audience who gets to see them perform here at the championship.
It doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get better than this moment right here, right now. This is the ALGS Championships. We're 2 games in on World's Edge. Our last game of World's Edge is coming right after this.
This is awesome! That was exciting. Scanning the area.
We knew this would end here.
Welcome back, everybody, to PNC Arena. We got the best crowd in all of esports here. We're just getting started, baby. It's Thursday. I'm out of breath because I was just screaming like,
you
like a
were
lunatic. So you do this part.
Oh, yeah. You know, guys, we are here now in the PNC Arena. The championships are now 2 games in, and we got a 3rd one coming up soon.
That's right. 2 games down, and all Apex South to start. What a start for them. EXO Clan looking so incredibly sharp. We saw Dreamfire obviously doing the same exact thing. And obviously these are 2 teams I would not have had circled. I mean, literally in my notes here, I did not even include them in the championship caliber lobby that we have here. I mean, Dreamfire has done it before. Champions of the Split 1 Pro League in the APAC region. We know what they're capable of. They've never won a major tournament competition. And then EXO Clan, obviously a notable name in the history of competitive Apex. Used to be this Reignite, now Dark Zero roster. Picked up this Thailand squad, and maybe they're not regretting it. They're looking good. Kill a pose. What's up, man? You see him? What's going on with his eyes right now? He's the demon. My man's an absolute demon hours.
Rolling through, man. You have to see it here. Fnatic, of course, as well, holding on to the 1st place spot in the overall leaderboards, despite not winning a game yet either. Japan fully swinging. Shout out to our Japanese team, our squads that are back at home who are watching the tournament. Fantastic Japanese fans, as well as the fans that we have currently in the crowd right now, seeing a lot of this international representation currently. It's great. It's fantastic.
That's right. I think I saw someone in the crowd holding a cold beverage. Is that confirmation? Yes, Deltouche is so happy right now. We got some bevies live here in the arena.
That was a priority. He needed to know.
So
he needed to know.
Deltouche did need to know. That was the most important thing to determine yesterday. Shout out to my man Touche in the building as well. My man Deltouche showing up. We got, rumor has it, Grayson Allen going to be making an appearance. Lulu Lovely going to be coming through. We got NiceWigg, Mr. Greek holding it down. And then, of course, live on the main stage, we got Imperial Hal and Sweet Dreams ready to put on a show for game number 2. I see a sign that says TSM and passion on it. We'll see if that passion can come through in game 3.
As the arena gets filled up after taking a little break now, we are getting set up and ready to dive into game number 3. Last game on World's Edge before we start swapping over to Stormpoint.
That's right, Detonation Gaming, a squad that showed up really, really well in Sweden, but unfortunately playing with a team of 2 here. As you look at the map and overhead, as we will jump into display in a second, the overall hot zone, well, guess what? It's going to be where the FA Kitties drop over in Lava Siphon, and they are going to bully the entire central Lava Siphon drop spot and south, not leaving a whole lot for IG. Bryn trying to pick up some scraps, but take a look. They're going to do a split drop IG. RKN dropping No Name Village and picking up that loop. It needs to be careful for Infinity and Geyser nearby.
Especially with Lava Siphon being the hot drop here for FA Kitties. It's going to be scary here for IG to even try to pick up a little bit of the scraps before they have to start rotating. But NRG love this circle for all the right reasons. Look at where this next circle is going to be pulling. It's not going to be one of those northern circles that we've seen before, but seeing staging here, this is the circle that Sweet has mentioned that he absolutely enjoys. They start off here in staging, and now they're going to stick here as EXO. We get to see currently the winners of game number 2 as they make their rotation after looting up Epi off to the north side to see where they're going to rotate around Frag.
That's right, well, it's about time. We get a southern zone, which should fare well for TSM as they like to play edge with this team comp. Also, EXO, your champions for game 2. We got to hop on board with them to kick things off. We'll see if they can go back-to-back with a good performance here. It's Killapose, my man, again, suns out, guns out. Have you ever seen an esports athlete roll up his sleeves and compete like that? I mean, ever in your life? You come from Smash. I mean, you got some crazy.
We got some controller spikes out here. It's a little bit of different environment. Yeah.
What happens?
It's good. They show up their guns in a different way.
Yeah,
with the arms and the controller out here. Fnatic here, of course, again, that team that we were talking about before, still sitting in first place despite not taking the game just yet, but it's those points and the positioning that they've been able to secure that has allowed them to sit in this spot.
That's right. Optic Gaming dropping and getting the entire southeast side of the map to themselves. They get big mode, they get dome if they want it, they get Lava City, they can split drop and not have to worry about a thing in this lobby. So you'd think that Optic would be faring so well given the fact that they don't have a lot to lose, but actually the truth is this team actually prefers a team to drop Lava City or to drop dome behind them because they love taking that fight. They can take that fight without risk of third party, especially in northern zones because everyone's rotating. So instead, not having that early easy clap 3 KP is actually not ideal for Optic, in my opinion.
You saw one tappy a little bit to the side, right next to NRG. Some of these squads already taking their time to actually rotate in. That's Detonation Gaming. That's actually sharing some of that space with them as Alliance. You see Yuki actually falling pretty low. Godfire on the other side. Honestly, so inclined to say with the way that they've been playing, especially rocking that Valk heirloom that looks fantastic. Alliance inside of that little building here. Wondering if there is that beacon that's right on top of Burger. We're going to have to see here as their names are covering up that little rooftop. But Team Burger having the opportunity to note that that is Alliance on the other side there. So they're going to keep their eyes on that squad over to the side. And they do have beacon control, so they already know where this next circle is going to be pulling.
That's right. It's a really fast rotate going to come through from Team Burger. They drop in tree, so as you'd expect, they'll be splitting and sharing thermal station with an early rotate. Meanwhile, we have Godfire, the former Elevate squad Cinderella story. It was such a remarkable story at that in Sweden, barely qualified to be the only team to represent South America. Brazilian flag waving behind them, and of course online, the Brazilian Apex community and esports community blew up. One of the best moments I've seen in all of esports was Nelas and the entire team been crying backstage. What a remarkable moment that was.
Somebody's birthday there from that squad
It was,
too, so
yeah,
that was such
Ben's
a great birthday gift.
Nelas did that. Yep.
Talking about showing guns, you know, that was the same day we saw F-Chan coming out with the gun.
Yeah.
She got to roll up those sleeves, talk about it before. Charge rifle though, Matutash managing to land those shots, got the 3-time scope and the purple sniper stock at the ready here. A lot of these squads managing to rotate around through survey here, but they're gonna have a nice line of sight over by EXO as they are making the rotation, forcing out the dome already.
That's right. Got Matsutasu on screen alongside Yuka and Meltstera. Of course, this former Game With team that going into Sweden was not considered to be the top 2, top 3 team in APAC North. It was easily AD Raccoon back then, now AD. It was Crazy Raccoon, there was a few others, but they showed up, and as a result, they get signed by one of the most historic and reputable orgs in all of competitive gaming and esports. It's Fnatic. What an honor, what an opportunity here for them. And they've been showing up so far. They've been playing really, really well. The Japanese turning up.
We see them coming out all the time. The audience so big there for competitive esports. Fnatic now making their move. Looking great in terms of Evo shields. You can see right now they are rocking that purple Evo shield. They're trying to see whether they want to fully send it onto this team or if they want to take their time here. Of course, that circle is closing, but it's only round 1 here, so they could take their time before making the commitment to start rotating to the southern part of the map, where first time we get to see a nice little crack right here on the Gibby. Matutasu now trying to move in. Look at this split position too, kind of similar to what we've seen from NRG in game number 2. Matutasu is on that high ground over by the hill with the charge rifle. Could get covered here as Yuka's also taking a nice little off angle to see where EXO's gonna go.
That's right, so we'll keep watching this northern fight as teams are gonna situate themselves in the southern side of the map here. And I'd actually love to jump on board at some point. Just a quick look at NRG because they love to play that choke. I wonder if they're playing that choke north of thermal station, or do they go into thermal station?
By the sniper tower is what I was thinking there too, because NRG could make that rotation away from staging there.
Yeah, they actually did.
And they could play by the corner of that circle like you were talking about before, and they are inside, not the top of the sniper tower, but they are split a little bit by the lower end. And you can see Sweet is actually on the high ground since he is on the Valk. He's got that bow check, he's got that 2 times, which means that he probably had enough time to actually utilize that replicator while they were taking their time in staging.
Yeah, and it was Nathan who had that insane clip with the Bocek bow in, I think it was Split 1 Pro League. Since then, Bocek's become a legitimate contender as a weapon meta. CFA Kitty's trying to get some damage here, and I think that might be a true squad that. It might be Optic Game, to be honest with you. On that rotate, Optic doing what they do, trying to make that rotate. It is gonna be Optic, they're gonna be cracked for no shields, and here we go again. Optic rotates right into thermal station, finds himself a spot, but Noct puts himself in a dash spot. Noct is gonna get damaged by NRG. A dangerous drop from Noct, but he's somehow alive. And Optic gets away with murder, it seems like.
Oh, it was so scary there too. You saw him.
Wow.
He had the confidence to maybe land on the top right there, but they didn't know that they were split up at the same time with Sweet being on the high ground here. The dome has been used up as Optic Gaming are just taking a cover in the little crevices that they could find on the southern side of the circle.
My man Duplex threw that dome shield further than he's ever thrown in his life. He literally just Hail Mary Peyton Manning that dome shield to keep his man Noct alive in some way, somehow. Noct survives. I mean, that's inexcusable in my eyes. I mean, Noct drops in no man's land with NRG both right there and was damaged already, but they weren't able to get the kill.
And Burgers as well, holding inside of this building. They could have had them in their line of sight when they made that rotation, but like you said, yeeting out that dome so that way they could have some of that extra space. Alliance was on that building right next to Burgers originally, so we have to say a lot of these squads are already 4 squads within this next area.
Again, this is what Optic does so well. They play edge for a bit, they loot, they take their time, they get a great loot for late game, and then they rotate and they find themselves one of the most favorable positions on the map. This is a good opportunity here for Optic. We'll see what they can do. They got NRG looking down sights. Meanwhile, TSM still in fragment because they want to pick any fight that they can, and guess what? It's gonna be Fnatic right in front of them. TSM from America going up live against the Japanese sensational squad in Fnatic
and you already know they want this fight. It's a clean 3v3.
This would be absolutely huge for TSM if they can find the opportunity to knock one of Fnatic here, but Fnatic already taking the real estate inside of the building. You got the Watson they have to worry about at the same time, probably redeploy as well. Gotta see what Matsutashi's got it in his pocket. They're gonna be able to have the high ground over TSM, but you saw the quick drop from Verhulst the moment he saw all three of them were right there on the balcony.
Yeah, there's no, oh no, Verhulst's gonna push up. Again, they said they want this fight, they're gonna take it. Here comes the aggression. They got Mad Maggie and they got Seer for all the intel they need. Mad Maggie to bully them out of this spot, and of course, to basically disable that dome shield.
I like this decision right now, actually, from Hal. Trying to get onto the roof, maybe try to see if they can poke through the windows, as the cracks of these windows do overlook the balcony into this building. You see the Watson fences set up here. If you could destroy one of those Watson fences, enable Verhulst, as Verhulst is still stuck by the window and taking a nice little cheeky angle.
Yeah, Verhulst needs to be careful, though. He continues to put himself in some dangerous spots. He likes to play aggressive, which you like to see, but Hal's gonna do the damage instead. He's gonna crack one, but he gets cracked himself, and that means disadvantage TSM for now. Hal will heal back up, and here comes the damage through. The Watson fences eliminated, and here comes Yuka trying to get Verhulst out of this spot. Verhulst says, he's in such a good position.
They have to split their attention in two different spots too, which is crucial right here. Their backs could be to Verhulst while trying to focus down on Hal. Verhulst dropping down a little bit, Hal trying to meet him through the bottom, seeing if they can try to cut off that rotation, or if they actually see EXO in the horizon. You can see them now in their silhouettes. They have the high ground right here, and if you don't get moving soon, this circle is gonna be closing in less than a minute soon. Currently, you could see Fnatic, they're just going to get set up inside of this balcony. They do note that TSM have disengaged right now. They don't know why here. Wondering if TSM actually had seen EXO, the winners of game number 2, actually make their rotation right here to see what the action's all about. They were making a lot of noise. This fight was taking too long. There's still 20 squads left in this lobby with Ring 2 closing in shortly. TSM now backtracking a little bit through frag to see where they want to go. They do have that redeployed just in case.
Tension so tight, you can cut it with a knife right now. TSM and Fnatic nearby, but TSM says, yeah, they're not going to let us take this fight. They got a Watson, they got good defense. And of course, it's hard to break those fences as Fnatic finds a rotate through. It's a tense situation for sure. Both teams will survive. Fnatic lives to fight another day, which is a wise decision. You got a Watson comp, you want to make it to late game. You want to avoid the Maggie and the Seer flying at you. Good job from Fnatic right there. That's a small win.
Yeah, they're going to be able to rotate, but they are going to be aware that TSM is off to their side. They may actually cut off TSM on these train tracks, as TSM are actually just going to get through this next choke point right here. EXO taking their sweet time, though, to rotate from the northern part of the circle. You can see some shots being taken as Reps loses out on that shield, but they're trading a little bit as Matsutashu is actually going to lose a little bit of his shield. They're just going to go in for the rotate, prioritize going in through Landslide.
That's right. And that'll be the end of this chapter for the TSM versus Fnatic episode here.
For now.
For now. I don't think they're going to see each other again in this rotate. I think Fnatic's going to continue to rotate all the way northwest. TSM will rotate through Harvester unless Fnatic goes through the Landslide Tunnel, in which case episode 2 is around the corner.
Let's see. See if they won't even want to contest or if it's going to be the EXO chapter that comes in for Fnatic's story. TSM now.
Yeah.
Gonna go over
for a little more of a cliffhanger there, you know? A little more dramatic ending.
It'd be nice. It depends if they're the ones that ends up pinching them. That'd be crazy at the very end. So
that is
going to be going at each separate side of that circle that we're going to be seeing. TSM will have the beacon here going into Harvester. Doesn't look like there's anybody else here to contest them. But that beacon's going to be controlled here. FA Kitties, though, in a fight themselves, gets double knocked and quickly eliminates Infinity. FA Kitties not playing around right now, holding this other side.
Leogri with the triple kill. What a showing from him. The Ava 8 in hand. A lot of people saying Peacekeeper is the way to go. Leogri says, hold this. Gets himself an easy 3K with the Ava 8. Nice shot for FA Kitties. Pound for pound, one of the hardest teams to fight against. And wow, look who it is. It's IG's RKN, the substitute IGL for this team. And you can see on the look on Hardeki's face, he misses Artico.
Unfortunately, he can't put himself in that position right here. Yeah. Can't risk it, especially with so many teams already over by Thermal at this point. You know that energy is already stationed up by the sniper tower as well as taking up the real estate in the bottom. That's denying two teams an opportunity from taking up that same real estate. But IG now have the high ground over here, and they need to be safe with this because they're still rocking 2 white Evo shields.
That's right. They get a little bit of a hot take here. That's what we got to do. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if PKMK is that guy for this squad as a substitute. I mean, you look at FA Kitties, with Artico, one of the best teams in the world, let alone one of the best teams in Europe. You know, Titans alongside Alliance. They have not been performing with PKMK, and I think Artico, I don't know if it's PKMK or it's Artico's absence. Obviously, Artico's such a talented player. The heart goes out to Artico and everyone from Ukraine right now with everything that they're going through. We know Strafey would love to be here competing with his brothers right now. But nonetheless, his absence is certainly felt.
difficult here to make some of these adjustments, especially when it really matters here. Optic Gaming now in some trouble themselves. Sees that maybe another squad may be behind them just in case, kind of cover the real estate here. As Nox going to pop that shield bat, they're going to be able to take control over this building. Going to share that here with another squad over by the other side. Meanwhile, Alliance have not moved from that spot, but Hockey's decided to move up a little bit.
That's what Hockey's does. Likes to put himself in positions to make plays. Honestly, one of the best playmakers, very similar to Hal, very similar to Sweet. A lot of confidence coming through from Hockey's. The older competitors, 27 years old, from Sweden. One of 2 Swedish competitors alongside his teammate Weiss. We'll see if they take that fight. Meanwhile, TSM on the rotate. They find themselves with Dreamfire nearby. Reps is too far, though. They wanted this fight, but Reps isn't there. If they have a Maggie there, it is maybe goodbye and goodnight for Dreamfire. But Hal wants this.
See, managed to put down the Zero. Oh, he's going to have a lot of that information here, but Verhulst in too much trouble, gets melted down, but they trade here as Reps gets another one down here onto Bolin. Now Dreamfire in some trouble to see if they could get that res. You can see them with the quick res, managing to put him back in the game here, and with the gold backpack too is incredibly essential here.
Yeah, this is the high risk, high reward play, right, from TSM. And here we go. We talked about episode 2. Fnatic nearby. Fnatic doesn't want that smoke. They don't want to fight. They're going to let the third party happen. That's something you realize is in the APAC North region, it's really weird. If you watch their gameplay, they let 3v3 fights happen. They don't really care to third party. They will let a 3v3 clean fight continue without third party, and we'll see if that changes here as Dreamfire is going to push up.
Yeah, they want to prioritize positioning so that way they can just use the charge rifle that they have in their arsenal so that way they can just poke from afar without having to overextend and put themselves in a bad position. But look at this canyon, the TSM canyon that we've seen them land before time and time again, but they're stuck in the side here. Fnatic now trying to get these knocks. Nice little PK shot there as Yuka manages to get kill across.
Yeah, TSM's going to have such a hard rotate, but this is the best thing that can happen for them is Fnatic fighting EXO nearby, which gives an opportunity for TSM to heal up and maybe loot up, maybe third party this if they can, but they got to be careful because we know that Dreamfire, winners from game 1, are knocking. Nice shots from Elstera, and just like that, Verhulst goes down to Fun, and it's going to be looking very, very bleak for TSM.
The fact that they're able to split that attention so quick there too as Team Liquid find TSM, they're getting some of those knocks. EXO forced to play off of this low ground right here. Meanwhile, Fnatic is still hugging the corner, and that's why they wanted to prioritize their position, because they know that they could just poke from afar. They wanted to see what was more important, and it's to situate themselves in this spot without having to force themselves onto the low ground.
That's right. Fnatic is playing this so well. If you want to write a book on how to play a Watson team comp, look at this Fnatic game as Team Liquid loses 2. All of Nocturnal left to rat up if he can. Fnatic continues to fry everyone in the lobby right now. They are playing this rotate to perfection.
See what they decide to do. They see the Gibby Dome right up ahead on those train tracks. They want to try to get into the high ground as quickly as possible, but will they spot out Noct? That is the question. He is nice and snug right there in those crates.
That's right. EXO already lost 1. It's Killapose. Sleeveless Sensation is out. It's going to be left to his 2 teammates to try and go back-to-back here. Going to be tough to do for EXO Clan, winners of game number 2 from Thailand. Meanwhile, Fnatic from Japan, Yuka F, Matsutasu, and Melstera. Recently picked up by Fnatic, game with some playoffs. They're just tuning in just to get you up to speed. We jump on board with Reject, another APAC North team, and they're going to be gatekeeping their way to maybe a couple kills here.
Crazy if that Thermite ended up going overhead and then started doing some tick damage to EXO. Nox is like, all right, y'all could do that. Y'all could do that. I'm just going to mind my own business. Going to hang out here. Nothing to look at. Doing what Kings usually do as Reject are going to be holding up to this choke point. This is a good position for them, but if they really try to commit to these fights here, they're going to get gate-kept themselves. They are not in that next circle, and with some of these late-game rotations, with these redeploys, Fnatic is going to take the chance. Going to fly right over them, say, you are not going to stop us with this choke point, but they are flying right in the direction of all the squads that we saw rotate earlier on to Thermo.
If Fnatic successfully finds positioning here, I'm going to do a VOD review on this game and talk about how to play late game comps, but it's not going to happen easily. They're both going to get knocked in no way. Jose, as 2 of them are going to get taken out by Godfire. EXO is going to be eliminated. Alliance eliminated in the kill feed. That's big. Some big names and some ones pretty high in the leaderboards taken out. 2 members alive and left. As TSM still alive as a team of 2.
Actually crazy right here. Wow. CRC's in some trouble. Junggi falls down. Nice EMP gets put down too. FA Kitties get wiped out as TSM now having to play this as a 2-man like you mentioned. Off to the side seeing a lot of the chaos. IG International. Let's see if they can get Bryn right back into this, but they're losing way too much health so quick, even with RKN now. He's got the crypto. He already utilized the EMP early like we've seen before. TSM will knocking them left to right. Dogma getting taken down.
Imperial Howling!
enters the fight and takes out 2, and he's the kill leader with 3 now. 9 squads remain. Reps and Hal, the duo. Ladies and gentlemen of PNC Arena, give them your energy as we got Hal and Reps looking to go big.
The energy that NRG is not part of here in this lobby as they get wiped out by Team Burger, who manages to actually send it onto them here, wondering who decided to give up their positioning first. The massive out here, as you can see, TSM having to play from the other side. A lot of the action, though, right in their line of sight as they hold on to the high ground.
By the way, TSM got the upper hand in the last laugh over Fnatic as they eliminated them. Scars, Nox 1. But Mandy, Weak, Taishin, Nox. This is an interesting fight here between Scars and Dreamfire. Scars, of course, Japanese organization, picks up Scars Europe. Certainly looking to go back-to-back with championship wins if they can. Team Burger, team of 3 still alive and well. They're going to push up on Detonation Gaming.
And Team Optic as well, holding on to the side. Scars take care of Dreamfire, though, immediately manages to get right back to the cover. Taishin now going to be able to heal up perfectly. DNG, though, in some trouble as they're forced to actually play off the low ground a little bit with TSM holding onto the roof. What a position to be in here. Not too sure. TSM, I mean, with Imperial Hal being on the Seer, could immediately know that there's a squad right below them.
144 damage for Hal to rep and level up. Or sorry, for Reps to level up that Evo shield. Keep an eye on that. That's big. TSM with a couple kills here. They need a top 3 finish, though. If they don't get the top 3, they're not going to get the placement points that they need. Team Burger is going to fry. I believe that's Scars, who's getting gate kept right now.
They are absolutely eating here. Fallout, you can see the turbocharger on the Havoc. You can see the shield being broken. The arc starts landing onto its mark, but you can't overextend with a charge rifle to your back. Wondering if that's Team Optic, as we've seen Dupe absolutely rock that charge rifle.
Meanwhile, Reps is going to get a knock with the R301 on 1-tappy. Assault rifle and PK meta so strong right now. It's Reps melting from afar in high ground. And he's going to put so much damage on Scars. Scars is going to be in such a dangerous spot. And Detonation Gaming going to get eliminated. 6 squads left.
This is such a good spot for TSM. Optic Gaming is sharing real estate here with Suturaiku. And are also on the other side. Yes, and it's going to be scary here. What are they going to do to exit this building? Scars get taken out. They are still beaming from above. TSM looking unstoppable right now in this position.
The easiest Evo shield level up Reps will ever get as he is frying right now, putting in so much damage. And that's going to be a couple easy kill points. 4 squads left. Reps and Hal back-to-back kill leaders in the kill feed as they're taking turns.
The duo shining, the duo doing what they do best. TSM now cleaning up the lobby, and now they're going to make a late appearance to the action happening over here. Look at the shots onto Godfire's back right there. That's TSM, who's still cleaning up right now.
Hal gets the knock on Bullet. They're getting every single kill. They are farming this lobby, and they might win this game as a team of 2. Here comes the Seer push. Look at it from Hal. Oh my God.
Somebody stop them there. They have the Valk out to call them out here. Let them know that they see them. They're going to be able to restabilize a little bit if he could get some of that natural cover. Reps is covering his back.
Fussy ratting on low ground. He might be able to get a second place finish here. That's insane. I don't know if they know he's there. Optic Gaming and TSM might be our final 2 teams. Hal and Reps get to sit back and watch as they're going to call GFR out, and they're going to find their easy kill point on Sleep, who takes out 1. 3 squads remain. South America and North America.
There you go. We got GFR on the bottom here. Godfather trying to look for another W right here, but they're right below TSM, who doesn't want to overextend and poke because Optic has them in their line of sight. Let's see. You got the Nox gas ready here from Skittle Cakes.
The question is, do they know that they're a team of 2? They're being big, and they're taking up a lot of positioning here. Does Optic know? Here comes the push. Easy fight. Godfire might be able to rat their way to a win here, and the Dome Shield's going to come in. Godfire needs to enter this fight if you want TSM to win this. Right below them is Optic Gaming.
See if they have the opportunity. You see the massive in Rep's hand. We talked about the Mad Maggie passive before. See, Imperial Hell does not have that Cyril anymore. Just used it earlier. The Nox gas as well as Godfire now moving in with the redeploy, but they don't have the opportunity to actually take it away. They saw that they were fighting, but nobody wanted to overextend.
That's right, and for every second that Godfire distracts TSM, Optic pushes in. TSM's gonna ape. Reps drops. Hell's gonna try and rat, but they know he's there. Imperial Hell, 3 squads left. It's gonna be a 3rd place finish here for TSM. No way in hell they do it. Yes, they get taken out. Optic Gaming drops. Here comes the 3v3. Godfire, the damage is done from TSM, and Optic Gaming is gonna win it. Optic Gaming is your champion of game number 3.
They needed that. They needed that Fallout. They were on the other side of the page of the overall leaderboards, and they needed that dub. But the performance that we just saw from TSM was insane. Cleaning up the lobby with every team funneling into their line of sight.
That's right. A lot of respect. We followed the journey of TSM all the way through the end, but you gotta talk about Optic's performance there. They late rotate after looting up into Thermal Station. Nock barely survives and position their way perfectly. Their rotates late game were impeccable. They had 3 teams nearby. They survived long enough to be the last team standing in that King of the Hill-esque fight that they had, and then they slowly worked their way up. They don't full send, and that's the reality. If you're an aspiring Apex player, hot and cold, knowing when to be hot, when to be cold, and Optic Gaming did perfection right there. So well played.
And they knew that Godfire had actually dropped down to the low ground, so they didn't want to fully commit just in case that redeploy was going to come out, because they knew that Godfire had a Valkyrie on their team there too. So really good awareness to actually keep track of that ult just in case that they were going to get jumped on as a third party from that squad.
Yeah, that's right. Godfire really put themselves on low ground, tried using that Valk ult to enter the fray, maybe a little too early, and went right back to where they were. So I don't think Godfire's play there was perfect necessarily. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. 19 points for Optic, a much-needed showing from them. Right behind them is TSM with 17 points. What a performance from the duo since the beginning. The brothers, Imperial Hal and Reps. Brothers till the end, brothers from the beginning, doesn't matter. When they started, they are here to finish as Godfire in second place with 12.
10 kills for TSM. What a game for them. And third place on top of it. Team Burger wiped out NRG, also adding to their 7 kill streak that they had from this game. An amazing performance for a lot of these squads. And I'm feeling here, Fallout, that a lot of these teams are now starting to kick things up, getting a lot more aggressive, and I can only expect the action to kick up even more.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, I'm so excited to see the overall leaderboards here in a second. Let's first take a look at the second page. Fnatic only 2 points. Team Liquid only 3. Reject, the Korean team, with 6, showing up well. But the fact that EXO, Alliance, Team Liquid, and Fnatic, 4 of our top 5, top 7 teams, did not perform opens the door wide open for these standings to be shaken up. I can't wait to see the overall standings because TSM Optic Gaming will be up in the money in the top 10. This is anyone's game at this point. This is a championship-esque first game and first series of the tournament.
And what's really nice is that Team Optic now declare themselves the first and a winners of this Group C versus D, as we've seen Apex South really come through. Now looking at Optic Gaming taking game number 3. Look at this damage though. You can see how passive they were playing inside that building on purpose, holding down the fort to prevent any other teams from taking up that real estate.
Era Duplex Shepherd with 1,400 damage. What a showing from the Gibraltar, arguably the best Gibraltar in the world. You gotta put respect on that. Knocked controller player, former Cloud9, gets dropped for Alberlelli. The world wonders why. And then slots right into this Optic Gaming squad and picks up right where he left off. Controller player who's so talented, it's insane. But ultimately, Dupe in the streets, the IGL for this team, alongside Skittle, co-IGL, and Duo, showing what they're made of.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing from this team and the patience that were displayed at the very end. But can we talk about the high-octane action that we saw from teams? I'm not here, not yet. I mean, that would be crazy. I don't believe it, though. But from TSM, the way that they were positioning between the Mad Maggie and the Seer, the 2 composition changes that we needed to highlight going into this championship.
That's right. It's been so much fun to watch. If you love Apex even half as much as Vicky and I know you're enjoying the action at home. Big shout out to every single one of you joining us online. I saw 70,000 in the Twitch stream. Wow. You got this on YouTube as well. You, of course, can watch using multi-view as well, so you can check your favorite team's POV. You can hear their comms. Make sure to check out multi-view right below the stream here on Twitch only. And, of course, if you're watching on 4K and YouTube, shout out to y'all as well. I'm Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty. It's been a hell of a start here. 3 games down. The biggest talk right now needs to be all around the switch to Stormpoint. Think TSM's going to stay with Seer and Mad Maggie or change it up? What do you think we're going to see?
I think we are. I think we are going to see them try to stick to it. I think consistency is key here, and sticking to what you feel more consistent is going to be what they want to opt for. Being comfortable with what you've already found success on already. It may not be a game, but being able to frag out as heavy as they have, positioning is key here, and that Seer really does actually show you how many teams are within the area without actually overextending and actually revealing where your position is.
Well, hey, a lot to talk about. We hope you all enjoyed the first 3 games. We certainly have. Again, Vicky Kitty, myself, that's going to be it for us for now. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the best desk that we got in the game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Rain Day at the desk.
Thank you, Fallout. Exciting stuff, guys, huh? Everybody in the crowd, you've been liking what we've seen so far. I know everyone is taking a moment, a bit of relief. We've got some snacks upstairs, and obviously we've had 3 intense games back to back to back. And if this is any indication of how we are going to be finishing this tournament, oh boy, it is a good sign, James.
Yeah, we had a great first 3 games there. And, you know, no bias, of course. But I told you guys about Fnatic, man. I told you they were going to smash we came in full jerseys. We can have a look at some of the highlights here. Of course, it was Dreamfire who won the first game with 13 kills. A fantastic start in that first series, but Fnatic up there in third as well, representing, again, you know, we have a few people down as far as the Japan area is concerned, but they are coming in with a vengeance. We've seen great things across that game entirely, but it's great to see the APAC territory start off well.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that this is how everything started off, we heard the casters talking about it, a way to open up the door for a lot of these teams that we had our eyes on. I mean, Alliance came in second, moving into the second match, once again, an APAC-dominated game. And did we expect the big names to do well? Sure, and they did show up in bits and pieces, but it wasn't really until we moved into the third game where it all started to kind of catch fire. But what I love about this is the consistency out of those teams we didn't even get a chance to talk about. You touched on Scars a little bit, IG, EXO. We saw them in a top 5 back-to-back.
And NRG was in that exact final fight with EXO as well. So a notable thing for a team that we wanted to see more of, showing a little bit more as well. But it would be game 3 that things would shift. We started off a little bit of a rumble with FA Kitties, and then TSM would start to steal the show late game.
Yeah, absolutely. A great run from TSM. And it's a very back and forth affair in these 3 games from a lot of different teams. We saw a 4th place from Team Liquid in the first game. They came 19th in the second game. So again, it's very hard to find that consistency early, but you can see the current scores on the Thors. Fnatic on top just by the 1 point. Very close at the top. You can see TSM charging into that 3rd place there, representing that NA flag.
Cool. I mean, 11 spot jump up for TSM, a 12 spot jump up for Optic. That's huge in one game, which always illustrates just how much of a difference that one big performance can really make.
And of course, to do this on World's Edge, maybe TSM had 2 kind of like blanks that they shot, but game 3 puts them in the driver's seat. Now, if we can have a very strong end of this Series 1, they'll be looking very, very well. FA Kitties starting to get rolling. Team Liquid, that was my pick for the day to kind of focus on them starting off with a big performance. Still have a little bit of revving up to do, but I think it's possible as well with IG International showing a couple nice in-game circles, notably a sub, RKN joining JMW and Grand Noises unavailable to play today. So tons of storylines heading into it, but of course this isn't the only group that is playing. We have our secondary stream run by NiceWigg and Greek God, and they actually have some action for us as well, so we have a chance to check out how those leaderboards are going on that side of things. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Raccoon, AD, out in front by a mile. Space Station still kind of reeling and doing well off of that first game win that they had, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one name I was wondering about as well, because we'd always mention them in the online games. Like, sometimes they turn up, sometimes they don't. It's kind of night and day. It's 50-50. It's a coin flip. But so far, so good. Currently in 4th place, keeping it competitive. They're one of the 4 teams in the 30s. Can they carry on, though, as the games continue?
Lauren, I got something to look at here. Top 5 GMT Esports. Not sure a lot of us thought they would make it. Obviously, Max Strafey unable to be here. But Rambo, last-minute sub, flies here to North Carolina. Looking like a threat so far.
Looking very strong, and if you note, their score is on par a lot more closely to our top 5, right? They have a higher point cap right now for this second group of leaderboards. So they're actually sitting very pretty when it comes to everything. Now, what I also love is what we're seeing with some of these teams that are having those subs come in last minute is insane adaptability, still being very successful and finding themselves in strong positions on the leaderboard, and having to start off with something like that, being able to adapt that way is massive.
Absolutely, and we can see here too, still some teams looking to get underway, maybe 100 Thieves, the most notable, just 1 point after 3. Got a lot of things to do. I know the potential Scurry, Vaxel, and Onmu have together. They can rev it up.
In the last 6 months, we saw a great turnaround from them. They really started putting their name on the map again. But hey, it is still, well, I don't know how early it is. I wouldn't say it's still early, but we're 3 games in. So, you know, as the climate changes, so will their results have to also.
Well, we've got a lot, of course, underway here at the PNC Arena in North Carolina, but we've also got some stuff specifically for our esports fans to indulge in. That's right. I'm talking merch.
Indulging.
I'm talking merch. Not what James is wearing. I think you got to do something, hit a Hello Kitty store at the right time of day or night. I don't know to get that one, but we have some brand new merch coming out for Apex Legends Competitive. It is available in the store here and up until July 19th. And in fact, I got a little bit of swag right here. The satchel, you know,
that's pretty sweet.
You know, it's coming in, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this might be a little too tight for me, but
looks good.
It looks, you know, looks nice. And of course, this is how I think the style is going now. So make sure to check it out. And we have a little bit of a video for you as well that you guys can check out right here as we take a look at the content for it.
We'll separate winners and losers, 'cause I know everyone is here for my show.
I'm quick and you're dead.
Let me set the record straight so y'all know. I don't need to brag 'cause I know everyone is here for my show. Gonna check you real quick. I'm bout it. Homie, you can catch it all.
So if you are at home, obviously you have a chance, maybe not to grab this merch here, you got to wait online, but you can go into your game right now and check out a way to get your in-game merch to support your favorite team here. Whether it's TSM, whether it's, of course, any of your favorites that you're watching, we have a brand new in-game store that's supporting some of our orgs, and I think that's just it's a great thing for our ecosystem in general, James, to have that going through the game's actual system.
Yeah, I've seen some of the previews of the banners, the sort of Cloud9 one in action. That looks really, really nice and clean as well, and I'm hoping I can pick up some of those after the event.
You already have enough merch, though,
Yeah.
in person. That's the thing. Maybe digitally, that's where we can allow you to get some more things. We've got more coming up, though, and the best part about it is if you are a fan of World's Edge, you're going to have to wait till our Series 2. If you're a fan of Stormpoint, you don't have to wait any longer. It is coming up. Our next 3 games will be on the newest map to introduce an Apex Legends competitive, and it's the first time we'll be able to play that in front of a live crowd, in front of a global championship. And of course, this is going to mean that meta shifts, that changes occur, and maybe the right changes for the right teams, Lauren. We know some teams really have to start getting it going, otherwise it's going to be a day late and a dollar short.
You know, and that's what continues to open up those doors for these squads. If you didn't have the best showing in these first 3 maps, you get a little bit of a reset. You can worry about World's Edge later. Now we're on to Stormpoint. It does change the way that some of these teams play, and we were looking at those overall leaderboards. I think there were some surprises. I mean, you guys called out 100 Thieves down there at the bottom. We also saw Dog to Zero a lot lower than I think we would have thought they'd be in those first 3 rounds, but it's fine because we still have a lot of games left to go, and this is where verticality, open spaces, it changes everything for these teams.
We would make a good trio. You know, fitness gods on the desk. Stormpoint's all about that incline. You know, you got to get your lunges ready to make your way up Stormpoint when you need to.
We got to put that photo out as well. We might have done some lunges stuff behind the scenes. I'm not going to explain more than that. I don't think it needs any more explanation. Of course, that has been the wrap of our very first 3 games. We've got 3 games coming up. Before we do that, though, we want to make sure you're following us everywhere that you can follow us. That's, of course, at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube. Some incredible content there, interactive stuff with pros, engaging with our highlights, and, of course, VODs, and, of course, Play Apex if you're watching on Twitch right now. We've got 3 more coming up for our Series 1. So far, APAC North been dominating. Optic take Game 3. Will it change? Will we see more of the same? We'll find out as Onset and Gaskin take the stage for our final 3 games of Series 1 after this.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We've had 3 games already today, Dan, but the boys are back. The Brits are back in town, and it's time to get these games underway. We've got a little bit of a change of scenery for everyone. 3 games already done on World's Edge. Now it's time to head over to Stormpoint.
Well, this is where it starts to get interesting. This is where those teams who like to go for a little bit more of placement, they like to rotate a little bit earlier. There's going to be far more predictable zones for them to work with. So maybe we might see some composition changes. Maybe those who are playing a little bit more strategical might pick up some extra points. But there's also going to be those teams who are now chasing, right? Those teams who haven't got points yet, that need to get kills, that will be playing aggressive. It's just going to be a constant clash in the middle, and we're going to see where these teams, they pan out.
I think one word that you used there, which is interesting, is use the word predictable. It's been anything but so far. Apex South coming out once again swinging. I mean, Sweden was the introduction to a lot of us to the power that that region has been holding very recently. And in Sweden, they were unbelievable, a lot of those teams. You're seeing Dreamfire come out of the gates in Game 1 with a win. Game 2, EXO stepping up. And then in Game 3, we were kind of sat in the green room. We were watching the games. We were like, where's TSM? Where's Optic? Well, they reintroduced themselves a little bit in those games. We saw a win coming in for Optic in that final game, and TSM putting some big points on the board.
And they had to. They couldn't afford to be that far behind going into Stormpoint, going into what could sometimes be considered unpredictable, even if the zones are predictable. But certainly there are going to be teams who are trying different things out. We know there are squads that are far better when it comes to Stormpoint. When you look at Split 2 and how some teams succeeded, a team like EXO, for example, they were one of the best teams in APAC South on Stormpoint. They had an average of 9 points per game throughout the entire season. So keep an eye on EXO, look for their consistency, look for them to try and build off what they've already done in these opening 3 games.
When they're moving over to the stronger map historically as well, a win on World's Edge is always a good thing to get the confidence going, isn't it? Well, anyway, it looks like we're about to get into our 4th game of the day here. Group C versus D will continue. And the wonderful thing is, Dan, every time I look up, there's some wonderful faces in the crowd here as well, and it is putting a smile on my face, as is the noise. It's time for Game 4. It's time for Stormpoint.
A smile on your face, tears dripping down mine. It's an emotional moment for the entire Apex community, but it's good to be back. And this match is going to tell us a lot about how the teams are going to be approaching this game, who's going to be trying to prioritize what. Is it going to be zones? Is it going to be kills? In the early stages, of course, we're not expecting too many contests, but we'll see. Maybe there's something else to be thrown in the mix.
Here we go then. We're having a look at where everybody is going to be dropping onto Stormpoint, and certainly just a little break for teams to reassess how they want to approach this map. Dan, is important. Jumping from one map to the other, sometimes just take a few seconds to adjust, just make sure that everything that you want to be on top of is taken care of.
Yeah, you've got a lot of things to reconsider, not just your composition, not just where you're landing, but also your rotations and where you're going to be heading. Which teams are you now possibly going to be fighting against when you do make your way through Stormpoint? There may be teams on World's Edge you completely avoid in your rotations, but now you've got to be thinking about how they fight, how are they going to try and take you down, where are they going to position themselves for ambushes? So many different things that are going to go through your head.
And this is an interesting zone. We've seen it just very quickly there pop on our screen. It looks like we're heading down to the southern side of Stormpoint to kick things off here in game number 4. And IG International, Invictus, we haven't seen too much of them today. Obviously, we've got RKN jumping in today to join the squad, but this is an important set of 3 games for them. Need to put a few more points on the board.
I think this is a big day for those teams who are having to use a sub, because you're going to get a little bit of chemistry on the go now. Use this as a day to learn how each other the work, what you're going to do on both maps, and then try and build from that as the days go on, as the group stages go on. But for now, they've done okay. 13 points is acceptable enough as long as you can get aggressive when you go into that second map here on Stormpoint. As for Optic, it's 20 points, and Optic do historically score a little bit better when it comes to Stormpoint. They do like to go for that placement. That's where the majority of their points did come from during Split 2.
Interesting for Optic here. They're probably dropping over at the mill and thinking, wait, where's everyone else? Because they were pretty much contested consistently every time we saw them in Sweden. Sentinels certainly felt the brunt of it throughout practice and all the build-up to that, and I'm sure that they're going to be pretty happy just to know that the mill is officially Greenwall territory for now as we jump over and have a quick look at Nation Gaming.
And there's a lot of teams that are going to be struggling a little bit just because you're sometimes forced into a playstyle that you don't really want to go for. If you are down at the bottom level of that leaderboard and usually you play for placement, but you know you need those extra points, you can sometimes take fights that perhaps you shouldn't be. So it's difficult to try and play your normal strategy, but certainly we are going to see changes.
Well, it looks like Barometer is going to be a pretty good place to be if you're dropping on the map, looking at where the circle is going to be pulling. One team is going to be all smiles, I'm sure, as they always are, to be honest with you, is going to be Scars. Now, this is a team that we were talking about beforehand, and we were kind of like, I'm really sure what to expect from Scars. You know, when we were last here at the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, obviously it was an online tournament at that point, they're the EMEA champions. They got something to prove here.
I think that when Scars look at themselves in this tournament and what they've done on the approach to this tournament, they are one of the most consistent teams when it comes to actual victories, which is always a good sign. But are they going to be able to get the points to get to a final? That's what they need to be looking at. Are they going to be consistent enough to actually be picking up points? When it gets to match point format, however, I still think everyone is going to be thinking about Scars. Everyone's going to be thinking about what they achieved when they were champions, what they were able to do back in the day, so they are going to be a threat. But finals is a long way away just yet. So instead, you've just got to focus, get your head down, get those big kill games, get those points up so you can start to secure yourself getting through that bracket.
I think the wonderful thing is, right, any one of these lobbies at the moment looks like they could perform when it comes down to those crunch moments. Yeah. Everybody is hitting the shots. Everybody is looking incredibly strong. And Taishin is looking like he has to maybe be a little bit careful he doesn't get altitude sickness as he sat right at the top of Barometer there, just looking down on everybody, trying to make their move in. TSM, one of those teams, just taking up residence in that dome just to the edge.
There's a lot of teams valking in the air at the moment, as Taishin says, well, I'll try and hit one with a bow check. But I think Optic could potentially clash with Invictus, depending on the way they take a route through. And you really have to try and plan effectively here. Not only do you want to not force yourself into a choke point where suddenly several teams are going to be looking at you just like this. Now the bubble's got to go down, and Scars, there's some fresh meat down for them to take.
Yeah, the bubbles are down, but no champagne for the team that's down on the low ground at the moment because Mandy is heating up with this thing in his hand. He gets one knock, he's frying some more shields as well, and I tell you what, he's eating his breakfast, I'm sure, but he's looking hungry at the moment, Dan.
And it's a surprise Team Burger, one of the most consistent teams in the world.
Goodbye!
It's the Stormpoint, but they're one of the first teams to be eliminated here in match number 4, and that is not the consistency that we've seen typically throughout Split 2 for Team Burger, but they still have match 5 and 6, but a nice little bit of KP for Scars to pick up from.
I saw that Imperial Hal was just popping up in that feed as well. He had a charge rifle in his hand, so the laser beams is going to be like a light show on New Year's Eve here as we head towards this end zone, as the charge rifles will certainly be lighting up the skies, but light up the kill feed. I mean, for a player like Mandy, you know, he loves that weapon. He's kind of born with that weapon. I swear sometimes he just spawns within his hands. So much damage done by him. The perfect position for him to find himself in.
We do find that players have the priority places they like to loot and the priority guns they like to try and get their hands on as well, and they almost do make a name for themselves. It's quite easy to suddenly realize who's shooting at you when you look at skins and when you look at what weapons in their hands, but IG just retreating away from that fight a little bit. They were under some fire, but it does look like they've been able to find some cover. And speaking of cover, Alliance have got plenty to work with their current residents.
Yeah, Alliance had one game where they got that second place. Yuki managing to just kind of scrape his way into that second place to get some points on the board for them a little bit earlier on. That was game number 1 though. But Alliance, obviously, always an edge-based team, right? Always looking to loot up, make sure they're strong for those fights. And I always feel the first fight in any game for them is so important. If they get the right result in that fight, if it's a clean fight for them, the momentum just flows through them for the rest of the game, and it seems like they're difficult to stop.
I mean, there's so many momentum teams when you look at Apex Legends and how they can prioritize things once they have been able to at least win a team fight, because they suddenly feel like they can win anything. Is Dreamfire in a little bit of a troublesome situation right now?
Yeah, it's Gildersons who's involved in the fight, and if you're wondering who that is, it's Mandy. He's got that charge rifle in his hand still, as Team Liquid are going to be able to pick up 1 KP from this. Gildersons just getting the finish with that Arc Star in his hand. And Gildersons, what addition he has been to this squad, joining just before Sweden, really having an impact and certainly helping out those close-range team fight situations.
It's great how, and condition of just one player can really change the dynamic of a team and what they can add, and sometimes it's just all mentality and the way they like to approach a game. But we've already seen quite a lot of early fights happening on Storm Point, teams trying to take those priority areas, not necessarily been able to get into those AKA God spots, but certainly a lot of damage has been done by some of those squads who have already rotated into those early zones, as we saw Dreamfire were down to 1. They had been knocked 2 players and they were certainly struggling.
Speaking of knocked, it's 1IQ who have 1 player left alive at the moment, but it looks like they're going to be able to at least pick up a little bit of work here as we check out the replay. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated. That was a little replay from one of the squads, one of the 2 squads, excuse me, who fell a little bit earlier on. But Dreamfire, you mentioned them, Dan, and unfortunately, the Phoenix kit is only kind of a momentary security blanket by the looks of things, even though you can see that Bolin here is kind of safe and kind of comfortable as far as taking fire anymore is concerned. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do it alone.
Yeah, Bolin, one of the replacements that came in for Dreamfire and has been performing very well already today, and a lot of responsibility when you're the only one remaining on your team, does have the banners though. So if you can get his Valk over towards a beacon, then maybe, just maybe, Dreamfire can continue the dream story that has already been day 1 here. Of course, the incredible victory in match number 1 as it opened a lot of players' eyes. I think actually there is a realization around the arena that APAC is going to be here to play in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they earned respect and now they are demanding respect as we move obviously from Sweden over in Europe to the place that we find ourselves in Raleigh in North America now. It's kind of like almost accepted by the teams that APAC South and APAC North are here to play, and it's not going to be easy for anyone, especially a team like Optic Gaming. They're in a pretty good spot right now, down right at the bottom southern side of where this circle is going to be pulling. Looking pretty comfortable for now, not too many worries for them.
Well, there's 2 or 3 teams that are outside of the zone at the moment. The rest are pretty much already rotated to not just the next circle, but the one after that. They are very much predicting this is going to be a firm south pull, and because of that, that's why we're seeing so many of them positioned in buildings and being able to work with what they can and any sort of scenery they can hide behind. But with Seers appearing on the map and a lot of ways to try and find out any players that might be hiding in any nooks and crannies, you've got to be very careful with where you position yourself.
Well, a little bit of a deep breath here for Godfire as they hit the Valk ult and they try and find somewhere to call home for now. Will it be a permanent residence or will it just be a fleeting moment and a fleeting visit? It looks like Under the Bridge is safe for now, so they're going to be pretty comfortable, as we also see the team that's pretty close to them is going to be NRG. Now, a lot of people might have been thinking, why did you pick NRG in the predictions, Mark? You know, second place back in Sweden. They had a pretty decent performance, but maybe not one of the top performers. I think they've got something to prove here, and I think they want to show up here in Raleigh and really prove everyone wrong that they're here to win.
Sometimes NRG perform best when they are underestimated, when they don't have that extra little bit of pressure on them, and they are trying to apply the pressure right now.
They certainly are, and Sweet is going to be applying the pressure. The Bocek is the weapon of choice, but he's got to move quickly here. He wants to get involved in this bubble fight. He wants to support his 2 teammates, Nathan and Rocker, but he was just getting shot in the back a little bit more than he would have wanted to in that situation. It looks like Godfire will be able to get back up to 3. Defensive bombardment is coming out, and it looks like NRG have made the smart decision here to disengage, but unfortunately it looks like NRG have got to fight their way back in, and that's not going to be comfortable because Sutaraka are here at the moment, and they are making sure that NRG cannot get back home.
Well, Nathan's gone down, so's Rocker, and it looks like NRG are about to fall. Just 1 player remaining, and now they find themselves eliminated, so they go out of the frying pan into the fire, and now we'll see them out in 18th place.
Feels partially responsible for that as
That
well.
was your
hyping
fault.
them up. Yeah, sorry, my bad, NRG. Anyway, let's focus on what else is happening in this game, because NRG will have to wait until game number 5 to get back into the action. Once again, just in the kill feed there, I saw it lighten up once more from Mandy. That charge rifle really doing damage. I'm pretty sure he's on 5 kills or so at this point, and there's still 17 squads remaining.
And we saw a little prediction of where that zone is going to go on the map overlay as well. It is going to be in a pretty difficult area to try and navigate. A lot of water to work with, but there is several buildings around it that a lot of players have already been able to position themselves in. So if you are one of those teams that have already got in one of those priority positions, you've got to take advantage of those arriving late. For example, Scars, they've been picking up those kills, the charge rifle being put to full effect. Like, this is the perfect game to get a high scoring points situation.
It's also a perfect game to have a charge rifle of 160 ammo to work with. He is going to be consistently dealing damage to the lobby as they try and rotate into the southern side from the north side of Storm Point. So he's going to have a very fun game. 4 kills, by the way, for Maddie. Not quite the 5 that I credited him with, excuse me, but this is a quick look at the leaderboards at the moment, Dan, and you can see some of the points starting to stack up for teams. Teams down in that bottom half, they probably want a big game here because they want to get back into contention, not go into the final 2 games with that pressure on their shoulders.
I mean, a team like FA Kitties, they have been one of the most consistent teams when it comes to placement points throughout Split 2, so Storm Point should be their bread and butter, right? But we'll see whether they can actually find that same consistency. Different when you get to LAN, there's entirely different pressures that suddenly get added to the equation. Dreamfire, they're back up to a full 3 though. They were looking down and out, but thankfully we now see them very much healthy once more.
Yeah, just running around at the moment in the underwear and socks. 2 players, unfortunately, not able to get the shields and the full, dress up that they would have wanted with a blue or a purple or anything else that could help them on their way. But Team Liquid now coming under fire. Gilderson's trying to do some damage, get a little bit of shields chipped away, and adding to that Evo shield, going to be leveling up pretty soon. But unfortunately for him, you can see just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, to use a cliche, and having to be very careful about how he positions himself with that fire coming in.
As the circle closes, a lot of teams now being forced together. Dreamfire were the furthest team out, by the way. They have got a long way to go, but should be okay because there's not many teams out there anymore. All these teams have been forced together and have started to play these more central areas for this final circle, or close to what would be, as we look at number 4 arriving very shortly. But at the moment, Team Liquid, they're in a little bit of no man's land, but they've got a lot to work with when it comes to some of these rocks that they could navigate.
They also have that Loba ult down, so ammo's not going to be a problem for them. They'll be able to do a lot of damage. And speaking of damage dealers, here is Hackis on our screen now from Alliance, just trying to fight their way into the zone. You can see right in the top left-hand corner of your screen how close they are to the edge of that zone, which means with 17 squads remaining, it's not going to be a comfortable ride in for them at all.
Yeah, 8th place at the moment for Alliance with the 20 points, and they've had some really solid games on World's Edge. If they can start with a close to victory or even just a top 5 here on Stormpoint, I think they're going to be feeling very comfortable. And as you said, the momentum will slowly build. They'll start to get more confident in their fights. And then that is a very scary thing for the rest of the lobby, because we've seen what Alliance can do when they are confident.
Now he's trying to see teams fight their way into zone. You're seeing a few Valk ults landing. You're seeing TSM now. Neighbor moving in, maybe when not expected, as now they have to deal with this team that is stuck under the bridge. So TSM will want to force this team out. They want to have this area to themselves. As you can see, they're going to be comfortable inside their next zone too.
I wouldn't want to move into TSM's neighborhood. Hal, window open, you hear him screaming to his stream late at night. You wouldn't sleep much.
No, that's not. I'm only joking. That's how I would shout at you. Just open that door. I thought that might be pretty terrifying for the team that was in front of him. But TSM now looking pretty comfortable, as you can see. They're not going to be able to really have, they're not going to be too worried about where they are at the moment. They're in a great spot as far as where that circle is going to be pulling, although we do get that next little bit of information. And speaking of great positions to be in, look at Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming, the only team right now inside of where that zone is going to be pulling. We talk about their zone knowledge quite a lot. They seem to be spot on the majority of the time. Yes, Stormpoint, a little bit easier to predict, but you've got to earn that spot, and Optic are there.
Optic pretty much sat there on an island like the North Americans they are, looking across the ocean saying, you dare try and approach us and we will be there waiting for you. And I'm sure they're going to be there gunning as well. But that is going to be them in the priority position at the moment. But everyone else, well, they're going to have to sit and try and position themselves in a way that they're not going to get absolutely drilled by those teams who have the high ground. But at the moment, Optic certainly look one of the best.
Why can't I see something happen? I think I've seen this movie before. It's going to come down to like 5 teams or so. Someone's hitting that cannon, towards the end of the zone, and Optic's going to have to deal with them. But for now, Optic, like you mentioned, they are on their own island right now. They are fully in residence of this high ground, and it's going to be a great position to be in. From this position, Dan, you expect Optic to be involved in one of those final fights.
Yeah, you'd expect it. There is only going to be the situation where maybe a Valk team just suddenly tries to take it off them that could really ruin the day for Optic here. But if Optic Gaming can put themselves in a position where they don't take a fight too aggressively, they just play this in a nice, calm, sensitive manner, they wait to approach their fights, they should be absolutely fine.
The only maybe slight concern for them, you saw the ammo in the bow check there, not looking too healthy for Skill Cakes. I think he only had 3 arrows or so left, so he's not going to be able to do that poke damage that he would require just to keep those teams at bay, just to let them know that Optic are in the vicinity. But as we jump over to an overhead view of Barometer, you can see that Scars are still here, understandably so. Good KP for the team at the moment, and with full red armor, they are going to be a dangerous team towards this end game.
And that was Dreamfire arriving late. They finally got themselves into the circle. They did have to Valk their way in. Alliance also on the move as well at the moment, but Hack is very low. You've got to make sure you at least get into a spot where you can't be drilled by someone who's got some sort of vision. But it looks like Alliance are okay. Ooh. And all the Valk teams have done okay to get in, but yeah, now you need bubbles.
Bubbles do go down. The bubble is going to be so vital for them just to reset, but the worry here is that other teams now know they're in the vicinity. They've seen them land. They know they've forced the bubble. So Alliance are going to be under pressure here, and if they take damage, Alliance are going to have to fight. It looks like IG are just around the corner trying to force their way in as that zone starts to creep forward as well. As we see a couple of other kills go down in the feed, it's going to be 5-2 opens up. He gets the knock onto onto RKN, excuse me, as the Sentinel starts to sink.
So much damage already done by Alliance, and it looks like they want to take this fight. They want to get rid of Invictus Gaming, because look at the position they find themselves in. But Hackis goes down. Not a good place to be in. Infinity have also fallen elsewhere.
Yeah, his Vife's now left on his own. He's got the Sentinel, he's got the Peacekeeper, but with so many bodies in the vicinity, you can't see Alliance really getting out of here with too much to speak about. A little bit of a dance around the edge of the bubble. One shot missed, but the second won't connect either. Alliance go out and Bryn clutches up as IG stay alive here.
Invictus Gaming thanking the Lords that there was help. It was charge rifles, it was scouts, it was everything just suddenly looking towards Alliance, and a little extra tickle of damage was enough for them to win that engagement. And now, look at the position that Invictus find themselves in. They can just wait here comfortably for this next minute as it closes, and they've got some Watson fences to work with as well.
I mean, IG, the fact that they unfortunately lost Arcane in the start of that fight, right? You think, oh, this is going to be a difficult position, but like you mentioned, just that extra damage coming in made it not a straight 2v3. There was help. It was almost as if there was a 2v2 with the damage that was done, and they were able to take advantage of that. So IG survive as we jump on board now with FA Kitties, and this man is one of my favorite players in the world to watch. He's built different. It really is that simple. Let's see what Hardeki and Co can do.
And even though we always talk about Hardeki and its slaying power and how many kills this team can get, they had the most placement points across both splits in the ALGS. That's how good they are when it comes to those endgame circles, to putting themselves in those priority positions. But look at the damage they're outputting. Look at the hold they have right now. They're not in the circle, but they're being a right pain in the ass to every other team that isn't either.
2 bubbles down, and the lines of sight they have on this fight is huge for them as well. There should be a real opportunity for them to get some KP on the board. It's EXO, the winners of our game number 2, who are trying to survive. It's been a very, very tough game number 4 here. First game on Storm Point for them. We've already seen a couple of players fall. The Reds is coming in. The Beacon being used. It's been a rough one here for EXO, but they're still in the game. Hardeki can't say the same, though. He's been knocked.
He's been picked up temporarily, but suddenly they realize that this weird love triangle that they find themselves in is not a comfortable position to be in. You've got to get the hell out of it ASAP, otherwise all 3 of you are going down. You've got to be thinking about moving into that zone as soon as possible.
And while all the fighting goes down, EXO somehow managed to survive, and now they're going to be moving forward. FA Kitties might not be able to say the same, though, as the Ogre is the only player who is pretty much fully healthy on the team. PKMK goes down, and it's going to be Godfire now moving in. Fnatic out, Reject out, FA Kitties out as well, as now we're seeing Godfire try and force the pace of this fight. Sleep last alive, he'll go down.
Dropping like flies in Optic Gaming, watching from the heavens, raining down from above. It's easy pickings, 9 squads remaining, everyone in the water. 2 teams have managed to find themselves an island. Dreamfire in a little bit of a scuffle as well. Suddenly it's all kicking off.
And Scars go out as well. Good KP on the board for them, but not the placement points they would have wanted. TSM RIP. They are out of the next game that we find ourselves in as well, as Optic are just reigning supreme at the moment. 4 squads now remaining.
EXO and Dreamfire are out. Optic still in the prime position. Liquid down to just 1, and suddenly with only 4 squads remaining, Optic can start to think about a victory here, but Gildersons is being a right nuisance, and now there's only 3 squads left.
Gildersons, last player alive, but trust me, this guy is still a problem. He's going to use the bracelet just to get out of dodge for a few seconds, as IG know that he's last alive. They're going to capitalize on some of these knocks that have gone down. Team Liquid out. Gildersons is out, and now we're down to 2.
They stare at each other across the water, and they suddenly realize that the priority positions both of them have been able to find have left them alive and have left them in a 3 versus 3. It's the calm before the storm, but it's Invictus who are trying to make the move already.
It's North America versus Europe, plus RKN. Skittle Cakes is trying to just take a little bit of a swing and angle here, but they've got to cross the wide open seas, and they've got to be careful not to drown here in Invictus Gaming, as you can see the Optic still holding that high ground as the players and the teams just creep and tiptoe towards each other.
It is great work from Optic. They're constantly moving up that hill. As soon as they recognize Invictus were trying to take the high ground off of them, you've always got to be working up that hill and not down.
Defensive bombardment comes in as well. Skittle Cakes is going to try and capitalize on the damage. The Arc Stars were going in, but the Wassingen is down as well. So the defensive bombardment is not going to be as impactful here as they would have wanted, but who's going to swing? Who's going to take a wide flank? It's Duplex!
Optic have surrounded them like raptors in Jurassic Park, and now they get to push.
Noct is moving in, the bubbles go down, the Peacekeeper shots looking to connect, but they can't quite finish off this fight. It's looking a little bit more dangerous than it was a few seconds ago. Noct and Skittle Cakes, though, they've got the damage they needed to do. Skittle Cakes gets chunked a little bit, though. This isn't quite looking as comfortable as RKN. The super sub looking to pull off a superhuman play towards the end, but Optic Gaming, they go back-to-back here and win the first game on Storm Point.
Boy, did IG make it difficult for them, though, but it was very well assessed, very well prioritized by Optic Gaming. They split themselves, they split apart, and they surrounded their enemies, and they were able to get a very easy knock to turn it into a 3 versus 2 in the early stages. But IG, they fought back, they got some big chunky damage, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough. But what a performance it was from those boys on your screen from Invictus Gaming. The fact that they've had RKN added today, and they're still able to get a second place position.
Really, really strong performance from them, but I want to talk about the green wall. Optic, back-to-back wins. I mean, that's the perfect thing you want on day number 1, just to find that form, right? Moving through the tournament on day 1, if you're performing like this, Dan, you're going to be feeling good moving into the next 3 days of action.
I think there's a lot of fans that be watching saying it's about time that Optic woke up, because games 1 and 2, a couple of questionable fights they got caught in, maybe some rotations that didn't really go their way, but now they start to realize what they can do when they start to shred, when they do get into those priority positions. I mean, they had that game wrapped up in their eyes probably as soon as they got into that island on their own, and as soon as that circle shifted to their side of the water,
all smiles.
It was just all smiles, and they were just waiting for everything to unfold.
Yeah, it was a wonderful, wonderful game plan, executed to perfection. A lot of the time we'll speak about the importance of getting a god spot right, getting into a great position, but holding it down and showing the discipline that is required to own the surrounding areas. A perfect display there for Optic Gaming, who finish off with a 20 bomb.
And all the teams I was speaking about that had that incredible consistency throughout the season when it came to Storm Point, not really in the top 10. So it's like you throw all those stats out the window, you get to LAN, and suddenly these teams start performing once more. The only real outlier, and the only really one that I focused on, was Optic Gaming and how they do shift so well from World's Edge over to Storm Point when it does come to that consistency.
You saw Team Liquid Gildersons staying alive for as long as he did as well, shifted them right up into some decent placement points as well. Down at the other side though, NRG, I'm sorry, that was completely my fault this game as I was hyping them up. They kind of fell out of the lobby a little bit, but Alliance as well having a little bit of a slow game.
And already we're starting to see a big lead potentially developing when you look at points and what Optic are able to do. Imagine if Optic Gaming now were to win another game. They start to look at Group C versus D as a domination position, right? We sometimes question who's going to be the best team in that group, who's going to be able to stand out on top. And after the first couple of games, I had no idea who it was going to be. But suddenly, Optic Gaming, they have woken up, plenty of kills to work with. Sure, it wasn't a massive kill game, but they didn't need it. They knew they had that victory. They knew they could start to just kill players as they arrived and as they joined them.
Yeah, just great example of that discipline, like I mentioned, in that final fight as well. Just doing damage, backing up to a little bit more high ground, making sure that the advantage was always on their side. And you can see Skittle Cakes there on the Caustic, picking up 4 kills along the way. Duplex, though, the biggest damage dealer for the squad.
It was a difficult circle for a lot of those teams who were arriving late. There wasn't any areas you could really play if you were trying to Valken, and that's why we saw so many teams fall around the 5th circle, where suddenly everything just exploded, all hell was broken loose. But those teams who had got to those positions, I mean, Invictus Gaming, they would have been delighted that they won that engagement with Alliance. If they had lost it, it could have been Alliance in that top 2. That's how big some of these team fights are in the kind of middle to late game.
Yeah, 100%. Like you say, that I didn't think it was going their way either, but it was just that little bit of help that was coming in from some of those teams, a little bit better positioned inside of the circle, a little bit of damage that helped them through that fight. And I mean, let's have a look at the overall leaderboards right now, because Optic on top, but quietly, I'd say quietly going about their business. Hello, Scars, where have you been all my life? They're in 2nd place, 34 points on the board.
I mean, I speak about, you know, Scars having that consistency, and they're very good when it comes to match point format. Well, I tell you what, they're making the name for themselves here, just trying to pick up those points and having that consistency across the board. Dreamfire still in 3rd position after a couple of shaky games. I think they'll be delighted to still be in that top 3, and of course, EXO not far behind as well.
Let's talk about the impact that game on Storm Point that had, though, for Invictus and Team Liquid. Both of them jumping up 6 positions into the top 10 here, which is where you want to be, and looking a lot more comfortable before we moved over to the new map.
Well, when you talk about the points that you want to try and secure in the overall leaderboards to push through into that winner's bracket, rather than dropping down into that lower bracket, you need to be having these consistent starts when you start to approach group play. Otherwise, you find yourself in a lower bracket, maybe your confidence gets knocked a little bit, and teams are going to be throwing everything at a lower bracket as well. So you better believe that you need big games in these group matches to try and demonstrate that you are here to play in this tournament.
Well, you can look at NRG, they're struggling a little bit down in 15th spot, and again, curse of the predictions, my apologies. We'll hopefully see NRG jump up the table a little bit more, and important that they do, because there's only two matches, remaining now in our Group C versus D today, and all of a sudden those teams who are down in that bottom 10 are going to be thinking, it's time to go.
It's time to go, but there's also going to be teams thinking it's difficult to go. It's difficult to start to get the engine rolling when you have some of the consistency that's on offer here. When you've got teams like TSM, Optic, teams like Invictus who are so good at positioning themselves for the late game, you then suddenly have to say, well, if we can't outplace them when it comes to actually positioning, we've got to go for a kill race. We've got to start trying to get aggressive in the early game, and that can just be a coin flip at times, because you don't necessarily know which teams you're going to be running into, and that's not a fun position to be in whatsoever, I tell you.
100%. And I think Optic as well, one thing we can mention there, just not being contested, something as simple as that, and getting the mill to yourself. We know, percentage-wise, it's actually very interesting. Teams who are dropping a mill on Storm Point, they have a pretty good win ratio in comparison to some of the other POIs that we're seeing. So Optic not being challenged there, being able to loot and make that fresh rotation without taking any damage is huge for them. You can see the impact it's had.
I think Optic have hit a little bit of luck, the fact that 4-7 aren't challenging them when it comes to mill, because 4-7 often would play that mill situation, but it seems like they were maybe a little bit worried about dropping there and they didn't want to contest.
We're going to have to see what happens in our next game. But for now, it's time for us to jump into a quick break while the players just take a second to get a drink of water. It's heating up in here for sure. Game 5 is just around the corner.
They're probably gonna try and bubble up on you.
He's pushing.
I got the valve.
Nice.
Sign down.
I'm taking the hit.
I'm bubbling up!
They're crypting ping. Play slow.
73, I broke the Watson! Crypto right here! Crypto right here! Ape them together!
Trapping. No, yeah, just I'm batting.
Yep, just bat.
I'm holding.
Live
I'm gonna pop a bat now. You cover.
He's swinging up!
I cracked him.
Oh, you win the snap.
I'm not letting him win him. Flat.
Let's go.
Flat.
Yes, boys. Back to back, boys. That's how we do it.
Good.
Good coaching, bro. Good coaching. Good coaching, bro. Good bro. There we go. Good, bro. Good.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I've got everyone's back. Think you can break through my defenses?
Welcome back to all your beautiful faces from around the globe. We're here in Raleigh. It's, of course, the ALGS Championships, and we're ready for another game down, I think, right now. Stormpoint certainly entertained us for the first time today, I should say. Optic going back-to-back. The first win, of course, coming on World's Edge, but they just thought, we'll just win on every map.
Yeah, maybe they could go back-to-back. We've seen it before, it could certainly happen, but I think now a lot of these teams would have learned what's going to be happening here on Stormpoint, how teams are going to be rotating. Of course, it can change by where that circle goes, but now you notice there are a lot of teams rotating very early, trying to get into those positions. We know it's going to be more predictable than it is on World's Edge, so I think you have to move a little bit faster. Loot is great, and everyone loves to loot, right? We have a lot of loot goblins, I'm sure, here in the audience as well. They always gobble it up in matchmaking when I'm playing it, but right now, this is a little bit different. You need to be getting those positions, otherwise you're going to find yourself losing fights when you're trying to get in. There's going to be too many teams in those same sort of areas, so you need to move fast.
We'll have to see if it's one of those zones which gives a little bit more playable area to some of the teams as well. Optic taking advantage, like we mentioned in that last game, of finding the playable, well, the most playable area for the end game earlier than everyone else. That just gave them that huge advantage. But Invictus certainly gave them a battle in that last fight. It was just that little bit of discipline that they showed that managed to carry them through in that final moment. But for Alliance, I'm looking at them right now, and I mentioned how early team fights are so vital for the confidence of this team. It looked like a little bit shaky in a couple of the fights that we saw. Yes, they got that first knock in the fight that we saw a little bit earlier on with Invictus, but when you don't come out on the good side of a fight, when you get that first knock, even with the fire coming in from behind, maybe that's a confidence, kind of a little bit of a drain for them.
Yeah, thankfully I think Alliance have got an excuse in that fight because they were fighting from the south side. There were other teams that were joining in, whereas Invictus had a little bit more cover on the other side of that rock. So I don't think they'll take it to heart. What they will be happy with is the fact they got to that position to take that fight in the first place. But if they can win that race, if they can get there first, then they would have more success. So I think it's just going to be lesson learned for Alliance. They are one of these teams who quickly adjust, who do learn, who do move on, and I'm expecting big and good things here in match number 5.
Well, Alliance get to move on now, and so do we, as we do head into match number 5 now. And after this, only one remaining between these two groups. So a lot on the line here, and all of a sudden that pressure's just starting to ramp up a bit here.
It ramps up, and pressure starts to kick in for a lot of these teams who are down in the lower half of those leaderboards. They need kills, they need placement, they need a hope, they need a dream at this point, and now we really want to see them kick off.
Well, Optic Gaming, certainly the team to beat in this lobby at the moment. Back-to-back wins for them, and the 3P is certainly poking his head over the fence and saying, I'm interested in being involved. So let's see what happens right now. But early on, we've got fights breaking out already, and it's going to be Invictus who are involved in a fight. Our second place team from the previous game already find themselves on the back foot.
And they always find themselves getting those kills, and one player's already gone down, and Taylor's desperately trying to stay alive right now, but it looks like Invictus have done enough to get the damage, but are going to be struggling very much here in this position.
Well, Bryn's in trouble here. He's got an R99. He's only got 12 bullets. He's barely got any HP, and a lot of this is actually going to fall onto the shoulders of RKN, and he says the pressure is good. I can deal with it. I'm a diamond, and it will be 1IQ who fall out.
And this is what we were expecting. Some of these teams who are a little bit lower to maybe start contesting, to maybe start looking to try and pick up some extra kills in the early stages as we get a look at our map overhead. So that's going to be moving right on over to TSM. They are slap bang in the middle of that next circle, and they have an antenna I'm sure that they'll be able to work with in antenna to make sure they get that information.
Well, let's see what happens then for TSM in this game. We saw them get a pretty decent early spot, but maybe not quite getting the zone read that they would have maybe worked upon, we should say, as the zone did pull away from them ever so slightly. But like you mentioned, inside antenna, they're going to be very comfortable with where they want to set up and what areas they want to patrol. For everybody else, it's time to work their way in. The teams up on the northern side, they've got a little bit of traveling to do.
It was blocked. I couldn't see whether they had a beacon or not, and if they don't, you've always got to worry, do they move away from the position they're currently in? They've just got to kind of bank on maybe getting a little bit of information from other teams and how they're rotating, where they may be moving. But at the moment, they're looking all right. You've got a purple, you've got a blue, you've got certainly enough loot to take a fight if a fight was to arrive in any time.
Well, TSM, a little bit of a slow game in the previous, and it's been a bit up and down for them today. And interestingly, it was up to Hao and Reps earlier on as that duo, where we saw them pick up some points in game number 3. That's really kind of kept them in contention in this top 10, because without that game down, TSM could be struggling a little bit.
And we've not really seen Mad Maggie come into full effect yet. I think that's what's very exciting about this comp, because when it does hit, and when you do get into that final circle where there's 4 or 5 teams alive, and suddenly Mad Maggie comes into play, and especially when a Mastiff was also involved, things are going to start to get pretty crazy for those other teams that are trying to desperately try and stay alive.
It's interesting that TSM are running this comp as well, something they've been practicing the build-up, and I get the feeling that when we get to match point, maybe this might be a comp that's changing as well. I think a lot of teams have been kind of doing a little bit of work about how they want to approach the difference between group stage play and match point play, because as I say, it's all about the win, right? And if you can put a comp on the board that's going to secure you a win, you're going to be more than happy.
And the beauty is a lot of these teams are so talented that they can be quite flexible with their legend selection. They can move to a different composition, especially a team like TSM that you were focusing on. They know full well they can play a more defensive composition. They can start bring a Caustic or a Gibraltar into the mix if they are going to go for that match point, but that is still a long way away just yet, as Optic Gaming looks like they'll be hopping in a taxi and saying, let's go for a ride here and see where we end up.
Uber for Skittle Cakes. Let's who's going to drive? Let's see. Who's given the responsibility? No one wants to drive. No one's got the license. Maybe everybody's had a few too many drinks before they jump in that one, so they're going to have to get sorted out. I'm sure the Daltouche knows what I'm talking about, but let's see what Scars can do for now. They're going to take to the skies, and decent performance from them. And I've got to say, very impressive so far today from Scars.
But you're completely right. They have just silently gone about their business. There hasn't been those massive pop-off moments on screen just yet, but that's what Scars can do sometimes. They can just get those placements, they can get those little kills that happen maybe on the outside and the edges of the circles, but it looks like they are going to be moving pretty early here, trying to prioritize a building that they can work with that is at least in the next zone.
The Scars looking comfortable for now. They've got somewhere certainly that they can play. A little bit of fire coming in, but just a little gentle pat on the back. Nothing that's going to cause too many problems. As Exo now move into where they're going to call home for now. The Caustic is going to be able to barrel up these doors. They're going to be very, very safe and comfortable, and anyone coming into these doors is, of course, going to be met with a little bit of a smelly surprise.
It's like when I walked into your hotel room.
I set myself up for that one.
Yeah, you really did. But Exo, on average, around 9 points per game when it comes to Storm Point in APAC South, so you'd expect them to be having those consistent performances, but similarly to what we saw from Team Burger, another team who's been very consistent on this map, suddenly a 0-point game brings that average down a lot when you start to look at statistics. So if those stats are going to be true as we move forward, I'm expecting big games from those teams who do constantly find that consistency.
Well, the interesting thing about Antenna, of course, is the position of it is a little bit lower than some of the surrounding areas. So you're going to see teams be able to kind of creep up on that high ground, make a slow approach down to where that circle might be ending. FA Kitties right now using that trident just to provide a little bit of cover for them to fire down upon some of those teams that we saw rotating a little bit earlier. I think Scars are in the vicinity. We'll have to see if Scars are going to fire back for now, but FA Kitties just looking pretty comfortable and looking like they're ready to purr.
And as you look at that leaderboard and you look how close all of those teams are, I think we expected that from Group C versus D when we were looking at these 20 teams and who was going to be able to top the group. And yes, Optic are at the top at the moment, but even after 2 victories, they're only 6 points ahead. They really need another big game if they're going to secure themselves in first in this Group versus C and D matchup. Otherwise, there is going to be teams waiting to gobble up those points, waiting to try and take those positions away from them.
We can see Hardeki there. We know how good he is at Apex Legends, but it looks like the parallel parking needs a little bit of work.
He failed his test. Yeah, he did.
As he does finally get that trident down in the position that he wants to. And look at this kind of makeshift setup that they've got now. 2 tridents in the vicinity, both providing cover. And now FAK is kind of set up for the long game here.
Yeah, it looks like they have just worked with what is available to them. This is very much a makeshift, as you say. There wasn't necessarily a building that they could actually get inside. So instead, they said, we'll build our own. They start to create a pretty successful fort, actually. And you just got to be careful, because you can, of course, get shot underneath the trident. But as long as you're positioning yourselves where you are covered somewhat, they've got rocks to play with as well. They should be nice and comfy.
Well, just a little reminder of how tight this actually is. You can see the scores on the right-hand side, and not a huge gulf between any of the teams around that sort of top 15, top 16. Anyone with a big game in these last 2 games can catapult themselves up into the top 10. And trust me, every single player and coach that is sat on that stage right now will be more than aware of that. Even the teams that are right at the top of that table, Optic included, are going to know that if they slip up in these final 2 games, they might have a tough run.
It's certainly something I learned from scrims yesterday, is that even the big pop-off games were not as big a pop-off game as we've seen in online competition. It's no team has really been able to find those massive amount of kills as well as the first place to really propel you up those leaderboards. What's the most we've seen today? 12 kills, I think we saw from Dreamfire in game number 1. That certainly it put them number 1 for a while, but now teams have slowly caught up because they've dropped off. They've not been able to actually find any more success in the games that have followed. And with the teams on the scoreboard like TSM, like Optic, like Alliance, those ones who can just suddenly pop off, I think that maybe they're due it. And you've got to keep an eye on some of these squads who are a little bit lower.
Speaking of a team that's due a pop-off, it's going to be NRG. They're just right on the edge of where the beacon information is that they've obviously managed to get on their side. Sweet point of view we're going to be watching right now through the eyes of these 3 times flatline, and maybe just trying to coax out a few of the dinos in the park just to see if he can get a little bit more loot on board. But for now, it looks like nobody wants to come and play. Poor old Sweet.
Sweet has always been this player that has a lot of kind of following, a big fan base, a lot of expectations behind him, and I think you touched upon it in the previous game. There is always going to be that extra added pressure, but NRG certainly do thrive in that pressure in those environments when it comes to LAN, and that's probably why you talked about them in the pre-show and why you expect them to be able to get those victories and being able to push themselves up in this leaderboard, because we know they are definitely capable of that. But you could say that about the majority of these teams.
Well, one thing that's very interesting, and historically, there's been a lot of talk about how TSM play, right? And I just want to highlight something here. We haven't seen them on screen for now, and you probably saw that map overhead of Antennae where they drop and think, hey, where were TSM? TSM have rotated right down to the southern side of the circle. They're hitting the beacon, they're getting that Zone 3 information, and that's going to be massive for them moving in, especially with the composition they're running.
It's something we used to see on World's Edge happen a lot. TSM, if they didn't have a beacon, they'd rotate out of fragment. They would then lose a priority position because they didn't have that information. But now at least they can arrive late. Maybe they can take some aggressive fights because, as you say, with that comp, they are looking for those fights. They are looking for those engagements to try and take advantage of a legend like Seer.
Now you can see maybe they don't want to take a fight, but they're going to be forced into one as the zone is going to be closing behind them, and it's actually going to be Scars who are in front of them, holding that ground. Invictus also in the area, so some of our biggest hitters in the lobby certainly involved in that kind of area and what will be scuffling down in just a few moments' time. And here comes Hackis. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit? Yes, it will. The bubble goes down. Vipes moves in as the air bomber called Vipes. Then Hackis and Alliance strike first.
From the skies, striking fear into the eyes of everyone around them. And that was such a successful push. And they will be delighted. Not only do they get the kills, but they also get a position they can work.
And I tell you what, the arena like that. They like that a lot coming in from Alliance. The big grenade and the follow-up. Alliance just dominating, demanding respect, and taking that position. As now we see TSM creeping their way in towards zone. And you can see there's a team above them. They've got the Seer rolled down, and How is looking to pounce.
Yeah, Seer gives you that vision. Will allow you to now try and navigate this team fight. In TSM, they want that extra KP, but How just trying to creep in.
Hal's got a funny way of finding an Arc Star stick. He doesn't quite get it this time. No damage popping up either for him to capitalize on, but the distraction now in. Verholst is going to be there. The PK 99, but Verholst has gone down, and Scars get the first knock.
Yeah, and it was just a grenade that came out from Mandy, so now you've got to get aggressive. Now you've got to try and take advantage of the damage you've hit. Still a 3 versus 2, still alive are Scars. Now it's 2v2.
RPR and Mandy trying to hold the ground. Imperial How will go down. It's going to be the Mozambique of all weapons that does the damage. And now TSM kind of struggling to find any kind of a foothold. TSM out! Scars hold their ground, and Scars continue their stronghold.
Scars will hold, but the third party has arrived, and Optic Gaming want to join the party. They smelt the blood, and they want to get some of this KP.
Optic Gaming moving in, seeing the pieces fall, and deciding they want a bit of this. They're now trying to move in and clean up the remaining players on Scars, but they've got to be careful because there's a couple of other teams in the vicinity here, and even though a third-party opportunity sometimes presents itself, you still have to weigh up the options. Is this a good percentage risk to take?
Scars are still just down to 2. Taishin gets taken down.
Skill Cake's down!
Cakes, though, will take RPR down, and Optic, they get the trade, and they will get the revive. And Optic, it's a successful push. It's a successful third party, but they are very aware of another team that could be approaching.
Sutaraku on the outside of this as well. The dome is down. Bullet pops that battery. Little frag grenade rolled up onto the staircase. Is he going to get the numbers that we saw from Alliance a few moments ago? It doesn't look like it for now, but those are pretty good coming in from Fussy.
Yeah, this is a different fight that we're working with now, and we're going to see 2 teams who are in a similar situation. One on the inside trying to fight their way out, and it's going to be DF Dreamfire on the receiving end of this damage.
The Prowler starting to sing not only verses, but choruses. It's a pop hit coming in from that Prowler, and Sutaraku trying to hold their ground for now. A couple of players do fall in that battle as we see Optic Gaming still alive right at the top right-hand side of your screen, but this battle is elongated now. You can see a little bit of a reset starting to come in, maybe.
Scars were eliminated during that passage of play, as well as Dreamfire, so we're down to 15 squads. Everyone gets a point now for your placement, but now this is where you get to the business end of this map. This is where suddenly these kills are going to really start to make a difference with your overall leaderboard situation.
So Taraku, the Apex South teams have been so impressive today. And certainly a region, like I mentioned, demanding respect, and maybe demanding respect from the teams that they're fighting against in every single engagement at the moment. A little bit of a tickle coming in from a charge rifle from distance. Not too much to do damage and really change the outlook of this fight. But look at the one right here. There's a team DNG just sitting there waiting maybe for the opportunity to pounce as a third party.
I think a lot of teams have got their ears down to the ground. They're waiting for that moment to third party. Some of these teams who are a little bit lower down in the leaderboard, who need that extra bit of KP, that extra points that can propel them up the leaderboards. But things do slow down ever so slightly, as it's still another couple of minutes until this circle's going to be closing. And most teams now, with 15 being left, they all seem to have found a position to play at the moment.
It's going to be actually Damnation Gaming who are just kind of hiding in a corner while this fight is going down between Sutaraku and Co. And if they can get that opportunity to pounce, a little knock goes down, they will be there to pounce and really pick up some very easy KP. But now they've got that information you saw, so vital that Q came in from Seer to give them that information. They are not alone inside this building and compound. They are going to have to be very careful how they tiptoe around.
And look on that map, look where Optic Gaming are. They are going to be walking right into FA Kitties if they decide to use their walking boots. If they don't, if they decide to try and propel themselves into the sky, a different matter. And of course, they'll be looking to make sure they don't get hit by any anti-aircraft missiles. But I do think there could be an engagement happening on that south side of the map, but it'll be a couple of minutes before it eventually does.
Just an update for you as well on some of the teams that are in the circle as we keep our eyes on this fight that is going to break out at any moment. NRG inside of it, Alliance looking strong, Team Liquid also inside of where that circle is going to be moving. As also, you mentioned Optic Gaming, they're having a little creep up right now on FA Kitties. We could see an engagement in the next few moments.
I don't know if FA Kitties know that Optic are going to be behind them though, but they've already set up this position in Optic. They decide they do not want to take it. They're going to go over FA Kitties instead, and it looks like they want to try and play that big old tree that they've seen in the north side.
Well, let's see how the landing is. It's going to be a soft one by the looks of things. Nobody in the vicinity to really do any damage, and that's a great Valcolt to come in. And even from the sky, it's not taking damage. It's something that you always want to make happen, but Skittlecakes having landed maybe wasn't as soft as it initially looked, as he takes a huge amount of damage down to around 20 HP, has to pop the bats. It's going to be IG now who find themselves on the back foot. Bryn goes down.
Bryn is down. Should be revived. Watson Fences go down. They're very much on the defensive now, but there is going to be a big push. Nice damage with the grenades, though, in Invictus Gaming. We've seen how they defend. We've seen how they work. And it looks like they're holding another team out here.
Get the sunscreen on, boys, because those thermites are starting to burn. Bryn gets back to his feet. Have they bought the time to get the heals off? Infinity also eliminated elsewhere while this fight is going down.
Yeah, there were several teams just trying to drill Infinity as they approached the circle, and they all were able to share that KP. But Invictus have been able to hold off this team so far, but is it going to be able to sustain here? Are they going to be able to reset? Because they're just desperately trying to heal up, and it looks like eventually they get a little moment here so they can do so.
Watson Fence is so vital to that reset as well, just making sure that push wasn't going to be out without taking damage, without being slowed, where they could get into a position to fight back and really hold their ground. And IG decide this fight's great, but I am out of here. They take to the skies, and now they've got to try and find somewhere to play.
Yeah, this is dangerous though. Where is a position you can play? They can already see the marks because of the passive from Valkyrie. They're on another team, and they say, hello, we'll take this building off you.
Scary, scary moments there. They land on top of the building as Optic will actually engage with FA Kitties. You saw Hardeki going down in the feed, and it was at the hands of Optic Gaming, but look at the teams we have stacked up here. 4 or 5 teams in the vicinity, and everybody looking to not be the first team to take damage and get pushed.
Optic Gaming went back to FA Kitties, by the way, as now FA Kitties find themselves eliminated. So Optic, they flew over them, they prioritized the position, and they said, you know what, they look a little bit vulnerable, and they go back on themselves, and they pick up that extra KP. Team Burger still alive. As I mentioned earlier, one of the most consistent teams when it comes to Storm Point across the entirety of the ALGS.
IG have lost JMW in this fight though. The Watson has gone down. So now they find themselves just as a 2. Information from that scan going to be vital just to find out if they have the opportunity maybe to get in a position to get the res off, but you can see where he is, and Bryn's going to go for it. He's sending it right now. The EMP is going to slow down everybody inside, maybe do the damage, just to buy enough time to get that res in.
A lot of these teams have learned they're going to have to move as well with where this circle is going to be going, but right now you can only focus what's in front of you, and it is a lot of other teams who also know they're going to be moving. So there's going to be a lot of panic, a lot of aggressive comms trying to persuade who is going to be pushing where, who is going to be moving where, how are you going to rotate into that next circle. And it's very difficult to try and analyze these things when you're getting drilled by someone else.
And if you're NRG, your Team Liquid, and your Alliance, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to be chilling, right? Because all of this fighting's going down on the other side of zone, so you know you've guaranteed yourself some placement points just from the amount of teams that are in this area, and you would imagine to fall as we see 3 figures popping up on the screen.
The 3 teams in the best positions at the moment, Optic Gaming, EXO, and Alliance, but Optic have managed to get into that zone once more. At the moment, we focus on those teams who are going to have to move in a little bit. Invictus, they've got in a good position. They've got back up to a full 3, but are they going to be able to stay a full 3? Because they do have a lot of eyes on them.
Such a well-worked and well-executed play for them to get the EMP down, to make sure they get in a position by the time they needed for that res to come in. But we did see they were just about to poke behind that wall, and the bubble now is down. The EVA rate is starting to hit. 1 down. Invictus lose 1 in this fight though. Take it to the skies, both of these players. Bryn gets fallen as well. JMW goes down. 2 teams teams fall. Orthos go down, as well as Invictus.
Suddenly, time starts to tick away. You've got 38 seconds to loot and then move. Team Burger, the team that was able to do some damage, was able to pick up some extra KP here, and I think they'll be delighted with that team fight. But they're already looking to move, as are the rest of those Valkyrie teams. But you're going to be going into the Optic land. Optic are there waiting for them. EXO are also there waiting for them. This is not going to be easy landing whatsoever.
And that fence is not a good thing to see when you're landing, because it means you're coming under fire. Reject eliminated as we jump on board with Alliance now, trying to hit some shots from the skies. Yuki with the wingman in his hand, trying to give some people haircuts.
Alliance have got some really good coverage, some really good positioning where they can play around a lot of these objects, but Optic Gaming are the real thorn in the side because they can start to rain down from above once more. This is almost like the same performance we saw previously.
Fnatic eliminated, NRG eliminated as Duplex takes over from Optic Gaming as the kill leader in the lobby as well. And now Team Burger trying to take advantage of this team moving in late on the low ground. Big damage being done, but it's not going to be converted into knocks.
But look where that circle's gone again. Optic Gaming have a magnet to this circle. They're in the best position once more. Their predictions have been spot on, but everyone else, they still need to work their way into that next circle. Alliance have just about slithered their way in as well. But EXO, they're going to try and make life a living hell for that team outside.
Big damage being done. They've been forced out of this cover. It was only a small piece of cover. Choosing to expend that caustic ultimate. The Noxcast goes down and does the damage for them to turn it into kills.
EXO are doing fine right now. Team Burger in a difficult spot and will get eliminated. They're going to be out in 7th place, so 6 squads do remain. EXO, even though they're sitting pretty right now, look how far they've got to move. Look at the distance that they have to travel. And there is going to be a lot of eyes on them because they had one of the best positions in the previous circle. It's not one of the best positions anymore.
Speaking of best positions, you mentioned it. The Optic Gaming magnet. The zone pulls to them, it feels like sometimes. As Duplex is now sat up on the highest point in the map, looking down on all the peasants and saying, I fancy back to back here.
This all goes back from that Valcor when they went over FA Kitties, when they took that position by the trees, but then they realized FA Kitties would be a real thorn in their side, but there is going to be more fights happening. At least there's a goal back to get this res.
Oh, but it's not going to be able to be used because Ringo goes down and Sutaraku will be eliminated. We're down to 5 squads. Team Liquid, one of those 5.
Team Liquid want to make a move. That's why the Gibby ult is coming out. It's a distraction technique. It's a let's send this one way and we go the other. And now the charge rifle in the hands. And potentially we're going to see the Kraber do some damage as well.
First time we've seen a Kraber in the lobby for what feels like quite some time. And I tell you what, Nocturnal's got pressure on his shoulders. One shot with the Kraber changes everything. And even though Optic Gaming is up in that great position, if you can hit a headshot with that Kraber and push the numbers back into your side, Liquid might be in a great place. As we see a late game Uber is late night driving. The bubble goes down from EXO.
Uber Eats has arrived, and EXO say let's start to get involved in a fight here with Liquid. It's good damage though. The Mastiff is ripping through shields right now as Liquid are frying.
Detonation eliminated. Liquid hold their ground. The bubble is down, but oh, they lose one. And another push is going to come in now as Gilderson tries to hold the ground. But Optic make their move.
Here comes Optic. They're coming into play. To back is what they want. And it's so simple from this position.
Oh, they're just lighting them up. They move in. Duplex says, boys, it's time to go. The PK is in the hands. It's chunking away. Optic back to back and looking to make it 3. Shot in, Duplex! Can you not know? Skill Cakes, it's all on you! Alliance, hold the ground!
How are you doing this? Alliance still alive. Skittle Cakes in a 1 versus 1. Alliance have held it, and now you've got to do it, Vibes. You've got to stay alive. You've got the high ground. Push in, and you go!
Alliance can do this! Optic! Oh! Optic win it! Optic win it! Back to back to back for Optic Gaming. The coolest men on the stage.
And it's only day 1. It is only day 1.
Oh, we are just warming up here, everyone.
Daltus loved it. We all loved it. Optic loved it. And for good reason. That fight went back and forth. Alliance did so well to hold. They then took the priority position. They had the high ground, but it was the hold at the bottom. The shotgun's hitting harder than ever. Alliance, they gave it a good effort, and they might look a little bit dejected, but it was a bloody good effort.
Oh, we love Apex Legends here, and like you mentioned, it's day 1, everyone! And we are seeing nuts plays like that coming in. But wow, let's take ourselves out of the moment for a second. Optic Gaming, back back-to-back wins. We've had 5 games here today, and Optic have won 3.
And already when you start to look at the climax of this tournament, and when match point starts to get involved in teams who can find those victories consistently, suddenly Optic Gaming are already looking like a favorite with a performance like that, especially when you are putting that much pressure. Even though they did have the best position, they almost threw it away a little bit. The fact you can come back into it after being put in that position as well just shows a great situation for this team where they know that they can trust every single individual on that squad.
The crazy thing, right, about Apex Legends is we can talk about, you know, the deep dive into it, you know, the timing of a rotation, who's behind you, if you're able to hold whatever it is, the timing on a fight, if you get the bubble down in time, but sometimes it comes down to a 1v1 and whose gun is shooting stronger. And Optic Gaming, my, 27 points on the board. That is a monster game. You said you were waiting for a monster game. It's almost as if you predicted the future.
It's almost like Optic Gaming heard me, but they definitely can. But a 27-point game, they really do set themselves from the rest of this lobby now. They give themselves such a cushion going into match number 6 that they could even finish last and still win this group. That's how insane this lead is going to be at number 1. Alliance, they'll be delighted, 13 points on the board. EXO, a consistent team on Storm Point, still finding 12 to work with. But there was not much points to work with anyone else because all the kills were taken away.
Optic are thieving them. Optic are thieves. They're point thieves in the lobby. And as you can see here, I mean, you just look down at the bottom half there and TSM, no points. Scars, just the 2. You're seeing the likes of FA Keys, another struggle bus game for them. And I'll tell you what, game 6 for some of these teams is absolutely massive now.
So important. I mean, you saw Invictus Gaming, their 7 kills they were able to find, but they were still in that bottom half when it came to placements. But they now need to be looking at the rest of the lobby, as does everyone else, saying, how do we pick up points now? First place may not be achievable in match number 6, even with a big pop-off game, because of the back-to-back-to-back from Optic Gaming. So what is the most realistic expectation for you here? Where can we achieve? Can we get top 5? Can we get top 10? How many points can we actually come out with in Group C versus D?
I think the thing that comes into my mind is, how do you stop these 3 gentlemen right now? Because Optic Gaming are on fire. Duplex, Skill Cakes, and Knocked. Look at the damage stats coming in from all of these players, breaking 1K. Duplex, again, massive game on the Gibraltar, 1.5K damage. That is nothing to be ashamed of.
Optic Gaming, a big favorite in this tournament for many reasons, but they're starting to demonstrate just exactly why. It's all right putting things on paper and looking at past statistics, but we live in the now and we look at what you're able to achieve when it gets to a LAN environment. And I think this Optic Gaming roster are here to prove a point in this group. This is stacked. We saw Group D and everyone was like, oh my god, Group D looks terrifying. But Optic say, nah, it looks okay. If we can dominate Group C versus D, what happens when it's D versus B, D versus A? Optic want to run a train through every single group.
Well, I mean, this has just been unbelievable. Unbelievable from Optic Gaming. 2 endgame fights for them, 2 straight 3v3s, and they managed to come out on top in both. I mean, the second one was a little bit more scary, and Alliance certainly gave them as good as they got in that moment. But like you mentioned, it's sometimes just about who hits the shots in that big moment. Optic did it, and now look at that leaderboard. Optic Gaming on top with 67 points.
Yeah, it's a 23-point advantage going into that last game, so we would need to see EXO have an unreal game and Optic to completely flop if they were to catch them. So perhaps we're starting to get an idea of who is going to be winning this group versus D and C matchup. There are some teams that are starting to sneak up into the consistency boards though. Invictus Gaming up into 4th place. Liquid and Alliance starting to climb as well. We've seen a big drop off from Dreamfire after their early success.
Well, I mean, look, outside of Optic Gaming, who had one of those, we call them point sponge games, right, where no one else really has an opportunity to get points, how tight it is for the rest of these teams. And that just sets us up so beautifully for the last game of this group. Anyone who manages to have a strong game, some decent KP, even a decent placement alongside it, is going to be rocketing up those leaderboards.
But I think you were right. How do you stop Optic Gaming? How are you supposed to have that game that propels you up the leaderboards?
I think you can, right?
Exactly. When they're prioritizing position that well, when they are valcoting that successfully, when they are taking fights that really matter and they're assessing the risks, they know which fights they should be taking and shouldn't be taking. They came behind FA Kitties, they realized they didn't have the height, they valco over them, they then get in a priority position and they say, well, let's go back, let's take that fight, because now suddenly we're in the best position and they are our biggest threat. Optic know how to eliminate threats, and that's why Optic Gaming are so good at Apex Legends.
My goodness, what a game it was, and what a 3 games it's been from Optic Gaming. Storm Point has certainly been their home, and now The real question is, Dan, not only if anyone can stop Optic, but if Optic can win 4 out of these 6 games and every single one on Storm Point. I mean, my question to you, genuinely, anyone stop them at this point?
It's a difficult question to answer because...
A horrible question to ask as well.
After seeing what they've just done, no, I don't think anyone realistically can, but can they make a mistake? Yes, I think when you get complacent, when you realize you are topping this group so easily, maybe you start to take a fight that you perhaps shouldn't. So Optic Gaming, they need to stay focused, they need to make sure they're playing exactly the same way. Don't get carried away by the moment, don't get carried away by the back. You could have a 4-game winning streak. We can also look at what's happening elsewhere in Group A versus B.
I mean, the difference here is that there's a team on top called Crazy Raccoon, but the points in comparison to what we saw from Optic look very, very different. 39 points, and look how close this is. That is absolutely nuts. There's 18 points between the top 10 teams. That's one game.
You better make sure you have both streams open because that Group A versus B matchup is going to be an exciting one. Furia managing to jump up 6 places after their previous performance, but even these teams that are down in the kind of bottom 10, you can still jump up, you can still make a statement, and you could still top this group. That's how tight Group A versus B is right now.
I mean, you look down this bottom half, you've got the likes of Cloud9, Dark Zero, our playoff champions. You have 100 Thieves in there as well. Big game 6 ahead for them. Certainly going to be some sweaty palms, to say the least. Maybe some other areas, who knows? I can't speak for the teams, but certainly some pressure on their shoulders here, Dan. And I'll tell you what, it's been an amazing start to the day here. I just want to get into game 6. I'm not very good at waiting for these kind of things.
Well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer because
right.
we are going to go to a break. But when we come back, we're going to have match number 6 here at the Apex Legends Championships, and I cannot wait.
Back once more, everybody. It has been an epic morning, afternoon, whatever it is, of action, and Optic Gaming are certainly at the forefront of them. Those games that we're going to be talking about for the next few minutes. We've got one more game to go as we get back here at the ALGS Championship, but in Group C versus Group D, and Optic back to back, Dan. The real question is, can they close it out with another win here? It would be nuts.
I'm not surprised you forgot what day it was, time was, because they've been defying the space-time continuum at this point.
It's
with
very
the back-to-back. I mean, this is a performance that I think Optic would have only dreamed of last night coming into this competition, and they very much could make it 4. That's how consistent they've been. But it was Alliance who came so close to taking them down in that final circle, and you saw their faces, even though they would have been delighted to be able to get into that final circle and take on that final team. They just couldn't quite get over that final hurdle. Optic have just put in a roadblock for everyone that they've been going up against.
Well, of course, there's more than Optic to talk about in Group C versus D right now, because that top 10 is where you want to be. And there's some teams who aren't in that top 10 now, even holding on to some of those top 10 placements, who are going to have a much improved performance in this final game. Storm Point, you might as well rename it right now to Optic Gaming World, because it really has been. For everyone else, they need to buy a little bit of land, and they need to get involved in the real estate.
Optic Gaming World sounds like something that I would buy a ticket to, and I'm sure that many viewers here would also buy a ticket to as well. Maybe this is a business plan that we should discuss with Optic Gaming when it arrives a little bit later on, but you are completely right. Everyone else needs to be putting themselves forward. They need to be putting their best foot forward at this point to try and pick up as many of those valuable points as they can, because we know that the more points you can get from Group C versus D, the better position you can put yourself in through the group stages, and the more likely you will find yourself in that winner's bracket rather than that elimination bracket.
Well, some of these teams are going to have to start to flex, and no, I'm not going to bring up. I'm going to bring it up now. I was going to talk about Fallout's arms. We saw earlier. You know, you usually say that you get the guns out, right? A couple of Mozambiques, maybe, for Fallout. I'm taking shots, okay?
You are
taking shots, John. They look good.
Do it.
I'm joking. You've been to the gym. You're looking good, my friend.
He's looking very good indeed, as are all of these teams on the stage. And what a moment it is, by the way, for the Apex community that we have this event. We're on land. We've got a crowd. We've got an audience. And we've got games like that happening right in front of our very eyes. I think this is all we could have wished for. Maybe what some people will be wishing for, though, is TSM to start putting on a performance as well, and they're definitely capable, Mark.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into what will be the final game of Group C versus D. Now, Dan, are you ready?
I think I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm pretty sure the people in the arena are looking like they're ready for this game as well, because it's the final one of the group. Back to Storm Point. It's been Optic Gaming World. I need to come up with a better name. I'll work on it afterwards, but let's see if they can close out with another win.
Can Optic Gaming make it back to back, or are we going to see a different team propel themselves up this leaderboard with a big old game in match number 6? A lot of teams are going to rely on it. Let's see if they manage to do it.
Let's see if there's some changes in composition, maybe some changes in approach, and maybe some changes in the outcomes when we do see those final bullets being fired. It's going to be interesting for sure. This is 1IQ who are watching, who were involved in a fight at the start of the last game, and it looks like they're going to be involved in another.
1IQ just seem to be dropping in these different locations. They're trying to find a home on Storm Point, but they just can't seem to find one at the moment. It's Team Burger they're going up against.
Every time you say Burger, I want to go Burger. That thing. But anyway, let's see what the RE45 can do. Only 12 bullets, but it's going to be good enough to do some extreme damage to the health, and maybe just enough to get the knock here, but unfortunately 2 bullets is all that's left. The bubble will be enough, but there goes the 2 bullets, and there goes the Gibby.
And the bodies start to hit the floor, and Burger have been able to get 2. 1IQ last player remaining. Is he just going to scarper away? It looks like that's going to be the case, and things just, it's not been their day. 1IQ, unfortunately, they haven't been able to find that home. They've been constantly trying to find a new drop spot, and it just seems like Group versus D is not going to be a comfortable one for them. But maybe as we move forward in the group stages, they might just get a little bit of respite, and they might finally find a POI they can loot.
If I'm Naxo, I'm turning around and I'm avenging my teammates right now. 1v3 is what's going through my mind. I'll put them in the ground. And that's why I'm not on that main stage. But Naxo's certainly going to be trying to get into a position to maybe think about recovering some banners, or maybe he's just going to have to try and rat this one out. But not a good start for 1IQ is one way of putting it, for sure. Probably the simplest way to put it. It's been a couple of rough games, like you mentioned.
I mean, at 3 points, they are just trying to do something to have that big pop-off game to try and get further in that leaderboard so they can try and salvage something from Group C versus D. Circle is going to be moving down south, but slightly more central, and it's going to be close to Antenna once more.
Yeah, pretty similar to what we've seen in a couple of the previous games, and we're going to have to see how this one plays out. Now, I'm very interested in how TSM are going to approach this one, because we saw them in the last game with a similar kind of circle, moving down to the south side, moving out of the zone and kind of working their way back in. I wonder if they're going to play a little bit more position-based in this game.
Well, the main difference was Shipfall had a beacon in the previous. I don't think it does in this time. So now we're going to see them maybe move over towards Barometer or just slightly west of their current location in Antenna to pick up one of those beacons. And if they do go to that middle beacon, they will be slap bang in the center area and maybe could return to Antenna. There is a little bit of a scuffle happening in that central area that I was talking about, though. A couple of teams taking some shots at one another.
Well, it's like TSM just on their loot path for now, so no decisions really been made by the looks of things. Very interested to see what the composition is looking like and if they're sticking with what we've seen from them so far today, or maybe if there's going to be a little bit of a change. It does look like Reps has actually jumped on Gibby, so maybe a little bit of adjustment going down here for TSM.
Yeah, maybe they just felt like they needed that little extra layer of protection, even though they were trying to take those fights, and even though Mad Maggie does offer so much, and we were all very excited about that composition. This is kind of more home territory. This is going to be more of a comfort pick, and Gibraltar here is going to allow them to play in a far more comfortable way for sure.
Well, let's see what EXO can do as well. The winners, of course, of game number 2 earlier today, but that was on World's Edge, and the scenery is looking very, very different here on Storm Point. Obviously, some lovely looks over the ocean, and certainly they want to bring some of those good vibes in from World's Edge, because the play hasn't been quite matching up to what we saw on World's Edge from EXO. I'm sure they'll want to put that right. Ooh, goodbye, Gildesons.
That's not a bracelet you want to be seeing, but Liquid, they reply with some damage of their own, and Fun is doing his best from a distance, but he loses Gildesons and Nocturnal, but he should be able to get the res off.
Should be able to get the res off, but are they going to be able to close this ground quick enough to take advantage of that knock? Team Liquid, ooh, they're going to be so careful here as Scars are moving in. They want to pick up the pieces of this fight, and it looks like Taishin and RPR are not only going to be able to pick up the pieces, they've also got the loot as well.
That's one of those moments where it's a what happened next prediction moment where we get a freeze frame of the bracelet being tossed. And I tell you what, I don't think that Team Liquid would have been expecting it. Oh, maybe Scars wouldn't have been as well. And just like that, they are wiped. Team Liquid, 20th place in match number 6.
A horrible moment there for Team Liquid, just poking around the corner and just getting smashed in the face. And it was horrible to see. Unless, of course, you're a Scars fan who would have loved every single moment of that. And I've got to say, Mandy's playing some pretty damn good Apex Legends today, and I've just learned that I can get a cheap pop from the crowd if I mention Scars. That's good news. That's good news for me.
There's certainly a few teams that are heavily supported in this audience today. I heard our stage host, James, trying to get an indication of who has the biggest fan base, and I think TSM won it by a considerable margin. But I do think that maybe other teams will start to get...
Oh, speaking of TSM, look at the feed! Look at the feed! It's not looking good because they have lost Verholz, who falls again, and not for the first time today. We've seen Verholz go down as the first player on TSM. Worrying moments here in the group for TSM. You can see House pixel sniffing right now, getting right close to his monitor because he knows how important this situation is.
Team Burger does seem like they've moved away from the little bit of a scuffle they had previously, and they are going to be escaping. They're going to use that Valkyrie ultimate jetting up into the sky. TSM have also got away from DF. And perhaps it was DF who were able to get that knock. But you are completely right, TSM. They've struggled a little bit today after a lot of successful scrims just yesterday. I did see a couple of jokes online saying it's going to be a bad tournament when TSM are scrimming well leading into the tournament, but I do think they'll be able to pick it up as the tournament goes on.
Well, Team Burger escape for now. They find themselves inside of this eggshell, and they'll be the yoke for now as they get the caustic barrels down and will reset. So they're going to be comfortable for quite some time, but a little bit of a scary situation for everyone in the lobby in the last few moments. 19 squads remaining though. It's only one IQ who we saw involved in that initial fight off the drop who did fall. And from there, we've had a few knocks, we've had a few scary moments, but we still have everyone else still in the lobby.
Never seen a burger and an egg. I've seen an egg in a burger, but a burger and an egg is an entirely different thing.
It's another business idea we can work on. Keep it to yourself.
TSM, they're back to a full 3. I think they'll be delighted. They would have had that heart-in-mouth moment when you do lose a player and saying, I really hope that team isn't going to get aggressive, but they escape, they're going to back up, and it's like it's never happened. Men in Black, pew! Don't worry about it.
Is that the exact noise?
That is the exact noise. They actually contacted me
Impressive.
for the films. Yep.
Impressive. Let's see what IG can do. Let's see if they can be equally as impressive as they're just trying to peak on some of these teams at the moment, just at the bottom barometer, and see if they can really do some damage. But it's FA Kitties who are once again inside, who have been quiet today. I'm surprised some of the team fights we've seen them involved in, usually they're one of the best fighting teams, right? We see the likes of Hardeki, we see Leogri really be damage dealers in those fights, but it just hasn't quite fallen their way.
And even though I spoke about FA Kitties being, you know, one of the best teams at getting those placement points across both splits, it's slightly different when you get to international competition and you start to get these different regions with different playstyles. It's not necessarily as easy to run a train when you've got all these different playstyles coming against you. As we speak of difficult positions, Infinity 3 points at the moment. They are a team who are looking to try and pick up some extra KP. They've got a Seer to work with, maybe to get a little bit aggressive in some of these scenarios.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit of a nervy game, to be honest with you, with so many teams needing so much. Apart from Optic Gaming, of course, who've got the job done pretty much inside of 5 games here this morning. But for everyone else, it's kind of this horrible feeling in your head. It's like, we need points. If there's a fight that we can take in engagement, should we take it? Do we try and play for a little bit later game where we might be able to pick up multiple third-party opportunities? All these things going through the IGL's head, the players' heads, and sometimes it can make funny things happen, funny decisions happen. And I just think everyone's just trying to kind of ride that wave at the moment and say, we're going to keep it safe for now. We're going to try and get towards that end game and see what happens from there.
And even though it's the first match of the group stage, you don't want to be looking back and kicking yourself on that one decision of that 1 point you missed out on. And that is the reason why you're not going to be in the winner's bracket. So you do have to be taking all of these things into consideration. They are very difficult decisions, as all of the teams now will be very much in knowledge of where that next circle is going to be, because it's about to close in 3, 2, 1, and it's closed. And now everyone can start to get towards Antenna, and we can get an idea of a little bit more specific where that circle is going to be going.
Well, FA Kitty is just trying to burn some shields right now with that charge rifle, also hitting that beacon to get the third zone information, absolutely vital for them on a redeploy. With Hardeki on the Valkyrie. So we'll have to see how they play this one once they do get that information. We also get the zone information ourselves. We are going south, ladies and gentlemen. We're going right to the bottom here at Storm Point.
And there is a lot of mountain involved in that circle as well. You can't quite see it on your screens at the moment, but when we head east a little bit, it's a big old mountain that takes it up. So there's not going to be that many playable positions to work with. That little egg that you see the team residing in the FA Kitties are looking at, that's a decent spot to be in at the moment. And I think it was Team Burger who landed there earlier.
Well, interestingly, I mentioned how TSM are going to approach this game. They have rotated right out towards Launchpad at the moment, right to the eastern side, excuse me, of where the zone currently is. A little bit of a crypto drone comes to say hello, and PKMK will say goodbye as he puts that one back into the mechanics. For now, you can see Hardeki's trying to be a bit creative here, trying to pull something new out of the playbook as he sends the missile swarm down.
And look on that mini-map, look right at the bottom in the southwest. There's the Optic Gaming crew, gonna be arriving late to the very south side of this circle. Where that circle is moving, the Optic Gaming magnet seems to be hitting once more, but they're gonna have to walk a little bit. FA Kitties are gonna be one of those teams that could potentially get sightlines on this Optic Gaming roster though, so you have to be careful, you have to try and tiptoe.
But are they gonna know? Are they gonna know that Optic are moving through the zone behind them right now? There's a couple of teams in the vicinity, like you mentioned. FA Kitties are one of those teams. You've also got EXO kind of in the vicinity. And at the moment, they're kind of like sharks in the water here, Optic Gaming, traipsing their way through the zone. And the likes of FA Kitties have got to be extremely careful, as have Invictus.
Taylor's all the time. FA Kitties versus Optic Gaming, it just seems to be consistently happening. And judging by where FA Kitties are looking, I don't think they do know Optic are there. And Invictus Gaming certainly won't know, because they are very much firmly inside, just looking at the 4 walls that reside around them. But Optic Gaming seem to have found themselves in a position once more, which is going to be one of the best areas. They've got themselves into a building. They have 44 seconds to work with as well before they have to move. Really good decisions being made by them to just traverse the ground through the red zone and find themselves in this spot.
Look at that kill feed. Reps gets the knock onto Vibes. So Alliance lose 1. It looks like TSM are involved in another scuffle, and this time they get the first damage down and they get that first knock. That hasn't been the story so far from them today, but it looks like there's just a little bit too much distance for them to close to really get the points on the board that they require.
Does look like TSM are searching for a team to be able to take down, to maybe increase their loot a little bit. They are in a good position. Of course, got 2 purples and a blue, and plenty to work with when it comes to their grenade arsenal. But they might wander into a team that could just provide them with that little bit of extra more and try and get up to reds, so that when they do get into that last circle, they can really take a fight in confidence. But it has not been the incredible day that maybe some would have expected for TSM. As Alliance, they jet up into the sky.
Yeah, they don't want none of TSM. They decided to relocate here in towards Antennae, which at this point is going to be outside of the beacon information that we have. They will be safe for the next zone, of course, so they can play this one a little bit slower. Inside of the center, though, you can see that they're going to have to take some damage. So they'll be comfortable, they'll be set up, and as we know, Alliance like to creep their way in on the edge of zone. They like to find an isolated fight, or even better, a third-party opportunity. And for now, Hackett is going to be scouting out, doing what he does best. That's 4-7. They're not looking too good at the moment themselves, as NRG are on the other side of this fight.
Well, they've taken down Sweet. They've made it a 2v2. Rocker is also taking a lot of damage, but that's going to be enough. 4-7 get eliminated, and NRG will just about hold on. But it was looking a little bit shaky for a second.
Well, they get the job done. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how it happens as long as you are still alive when that fight is over. Sweet will get the Phoenix kit in his hands and will get all of his health and shields back immediately. But this is a big moment here for NRG, I feel. Something like that, a little team fight win just to rekindle the belief, give the confidence in that team fighting situation. It can't be understated sometimes how vital that can be.
What have they spotted them? I see a lot of pings on the map, and maybe FA Kitties now know where Optic are in residence, but Optic, they just managed to walk on in. They know they just need a few points realistically in match number 6 for them to top this Group C versus D. They have such a big gap between themselves and second place that if they can get a little bit of a consistent performance and even just find themselves in the top 10, they're going to be sitting pretty.
You can see how many teams are stacked up here. It's still going to be Invictus Gaming, FA Kitties, and Optic Gaming who kind of controlled most of the center of Barometer. Outside, you can see ORF just kind of overlooking things at the moment. Not quite close enough, I think, to really get involved in this fight unless all three teams all of a sudden break out into a little bit of a scuffle. But FA Kitties, once again, still up on this high ground. Maybe thinking about where they have to move next. But it's a difficult spot for them to be in here because they will be safe if they move forward a little bit. But that zone's going to start singeing away at those shields in a few moments' time. They're going to have to be careful.
Oh, here comes a push. Then the bubble goes down, and the FA Kitties are just going to be watching over it and potentially can add a little bit of extra damage. But it is Optic taking this 3v3.
And the difference here for Optic, if this is another team, maybe a team who's above them tries to force them outright. But with how Optic have been playing, you know, if you poke down and you take a few bullets, we've seen how the 1v1s have been going today. They've been falling in the favor of Optic most of the time. So Optic Gaming bully that team back up to the top of the building and say that low ground, this bottom floor, this is going to be ours.
And that circle moves once more towards Optic Gaming and towards FA Kitties. They're all going to be sitting pretty for where that circle is going to be. EXO are going to have to move ever so slightly. So are Team Burger and Scars.
How impressive was that rotation, though, from Optic Gaming? They've got FA Kitties above them, watching that cross the whole time, but they time it perfectly to slide in without taking any damage. FA Kitties just maybe took their eye off the ball for just a second there, not being able to get damage down. The bubble was perfect for them to get inside of that building. Just little moments like that. It's not always the kills that count. It's the movement across the map and how you get into a building.
It's something as simple as Valcourting to a point and then walking for the rest so that you are not too audible, so you're not going to be too visible. And as you say, very successful rotation. NRG are going to potentially be in a scuffle on the edge of this circle as well. They're going to back out of it. There is a team on top of that building. It's going to be Godfire.
Godfire doing damage as well. The bubble's going down, and unfortunately, the Gibby's going to be isolated here. Two players fall onto him. The shot's not quite connecting, and it will be Rocco who falls. Nathan is going to be there to exchange some fire, though. Bin now in a 1v1 inside of the bubble. He goes down as well. Sweet's going to have to step up here. Nathan, he's in a position to try and do damage and stay alive as Godfire fall, and NRG come out on top.
But Team Burger are still there, just applying that extra bit of pressure, knowing full well they can make life a living hell for NRG. But Team Burger do not want to give up their position, but they are shredding.
Rocker gets taken down as well, and it's GFR who are coming on the move as well, so it's not just Team Burger. NRG are a little bit in shambles at the moment as they lose one player, but two players still alive. Sweet and Nathan got work to do.
As this circle closes, there are going to be a lot of teams. They're going to get forced together. They're going to have to take fights, and NRG are going to have to leave this situation up and away, and let's see if they can actually survive this push.
So as a duo, Rocker, unfortunately, that banner's going to be left behind. Sweet and Nathan going to have to work together now just to try and creep up into those placement points. Look at that feed, starting to light up now as the zone starts to have an influence. Alliance eliminated. Our second place team from the previous game will not participate in our last circle.
Down to 15, everyone got one placement point, but now we're going to start to see more start to get racked away. Nice amount of kills for NRG at the moment, but they are down to just a 2. Maybe if they had a respawn beacon, they can make it a 3. TSM right on the edge of this circle in a really difficult spot as well. Look at the fire and the flames they've got to go through first.
Got 1 minute 30 to get the job done. Verhos is involved in a little bit of a scuffle as well. And this is such a tight situation to try and work their way out of here for TSM. You can see they can kind of force their way maybe around that rock, but I think a lot of it is actually going to be on the shoulders of Verhos here to try and use those Valkyrie jets to get up, get an angle, and then allow Hao and Reps to get that swing, go in and get that damage down to capitalize.
I feel like TSM are just waiting for the Valkyrie ult to try and get up in a way to infinity and beyond and just try and escape this fight, but it's all going to be down to whether Verhos actually has it and whether he has any accelerants to try and enhance that factor as well. But it looks like TSM have been able to hold off DF for just about enough time here.
Well, the scary thing here for TSM as well is even if they hit that Valcolt, the audio cue is going to be given to DF. They can swing around that corner. They might be able to knock Verholst as he tries to take to the sky. So really, really worrying moments here for TSM. They have to play this perfectly, and Verholst looks like he's creeping up, trying to get some damage down.
But I mean, DF need to escape as well, right? They can't afford to just hold TSM forever, otherwise they're going to then get held out when they approach. But here's the position you were talking about.
Verholst! Oh, the bubble force, but big damage. Coming in from the controller player himself, but no knock here for TSM. Can they capitalize?
Well, you said you wanted to see an angle. He's got that angle, but now the rest of TSM need to be able to prioritize the damage he's been able to put down, and now you need to push if you do capitalize from it.
Scary moment here for TSM. Look at the clock. Look at the zone. It's going to be closing in 14 seconds, so it looks like TSM now going to back up. It will be the Valcolt, you would imagine, just to get out of this position and continue the game.
They've done the damage to just push DF back. Valcolt is going to happen. DF not close enough to capitalize, and maybe that will allow DF to also escape. But TSM just about staying alive thanks to the positioning, thanks to the damage from Verholst.
Well, here's Scars. They're involved in a fight as well. RPR jumping onto Ash for this as well. Big damage coming in, but RPR will fall, so Scars find themselves down to 2. Flesh damage going to even things up, and now Taishin finds himself in a situation where he has to clutch up here for Scars.
Tries to guarantee one more point, will do so, up to 39 are Scars, and I've seen Taishin do some crazy things in 1vx's. TSM also find themselves in the southern side of this circle, should be able to move in slowly, but there's not a lot of cover for them to work with.
Verholst is kind of isolated as well. You can see that Reps and Imperial How have moved forward. RPR has been finishing that kill feed as well, reaching, and Scars both eliminated as well. I'm speaking of Verholst, he finds himself on his back.
Verholst has gone down. FA Kitties were in this position a long time ago, and they know they can really capitalize from it. They need a big point game. Optic's still alive as well. FNC, Fnatic, they've taken a lot of damage. They've lost a couple of players as everyone tries to get into that building that is still in the circle.
Everybody finally being able to just take a breath here for a few seconds as everyone's found somewhere to play. The pressure subsiding in the lobby for just a few minutes for the teams. And Optic Gaming, I almost said it in jest at one point, can you go 4 in a row here with 11 squads remaining and the position they find themselves in? Maybe the fairy tale was about to come true.
And Optic have almost guaranteed themselves a victory in this group, but they'd love to do it in emphatic fashion and with a 4-peat for sure. But there are still teams who could disrupt that if they do have that really impressive high kill game. Teams like EXO, Fnatic, Scars, who were all very close, but we saw Scars get eliminated a little bit earlier. Invictus Gaming still alive. They are within the playing field of top 3 as well.
And look at the teams who are down to duos. Opposite side of this building. Sweet and Nathan, one side, NRG, TSM, How and Reps on the other side of things. And on top of the tallest point, it's going to be FA Kitty still raining down fire with that charge rifle.
Look at the open area where all of these teams have got to move, and suddenly Optic Gaming are pushing in. They smell blood, they smell extra KP.
Big damage being done by Nox, but not the knock to follow it up, so they've got to be a little bit careful here. A little bit of trepidation in the move coming in from Duplex to push off of that damage, but Optic trying to push the pressure back onto Invictus now.
TSM are going to be very happy they have a Gibraltar in this next circle. I can guarantee you that, as everyone's going to need as much cover as possible. Otherwise, you are going to find yourself getting rained down from above.
Invictus taking damage once more. Frio Kit is still holding the high ground, but here comes Optic again! The bubble's going to be forced now as I saw Skill Cakes coming out of nowhere as Optic Gaming will be eliminated. FA Kitties hold the high ground, and Optic, they won't get that 4-peat.
TSM still a 2, still alive, and still doing damage as well. That bubble is proving to be very successful and helpful, but where do you go from here? You're only a 2, you don't want to be pushed, you've got to take the fight!
It's a 3v2 for TSM. Reps is getting shredded right now. TSM eliminated. NRG eliminated as well. We're down to 6 in our final game of the group.
Fnatic were in 3rd place, they could capitalize, they could push themselves up to 2nd. IG are out, UCAP trying to take as much fight as possible. Woo! It's the shots, and they're into the top 4.
Fnatic survive for now, but so much pressure coming in on him. As the solo Watson, he finds a couple of boxes to hide behind. As we see EXO, I mentioned how World's Edge was great for them. Dreamfire, the winners of game number 1, still alive as well, as Fnatic will be eliminated. We're down to 3.
Remember, EXO were 23 points behind Optic Gaming going into this. A victory here plus a set of kills. They could still, in theory, take this 1st place position away from Optic Gaming. It is still doable. They have some KP. They have started to catch up because Optic Gaming were eliminated in that 7th place spot. But it's going to be difficult because there are 2 separate 3s waiting. Dreamfire, who won match number 1, and they could try and sandwich this Group C versus D with back-to-back victories in a way if you reversed it.
Well, EXO trying to force these two teams into a battle, trying to force them to do the work for them. Dreamfire, another one of the teams, they're going to have to move in a few moments as well, as the zone will close behind them. And I think that Dreamfire might be the first team who are going to have to bubble here. No cover to play with for them. They have to walk out into the open ground. I tell you what, the sand is looking pretty hot to step on right now.
DNG, they're losing players, and they will lose all of their players. Detonation out in third place. Now we've got a 3 versus 3, and EXO are already shredding.
EXO trying to hold this cross for now. They get the damage done to make it a 3v3. The bubble is forced. So now they will have that opportunity to get the bubble down last. Always so vital in these final moments.
So vital indeed. But look at this position from Dreamfire. Look at the shields for Dreamfire. But grenades now starting to really cause a problem here.
The Arc Stars are hurting, and so is the Peacekeeper. Big chunk as EXO look to add another win to their tally. They get it!
What a performance from EXO! Not just in that game, but this entire group. They will rival Optic Gaming when it comes to those final points. That 12 points for winning is going to be huge for them. Did Optic Gaming do enough? Did they get enough kills? I think they would have just about managed it and should still be topping it. But EXO have given it such a good go to try and contest them, considering how far behind they were from Optic Gaming.
EXO, the winners of game number 2 and the final game of group play today for C versus D, will be extremely happy with how they finish things off today. Have to look at those kills, the amount of points they get on the boards, and how it does influence those leaderboards. But I tell you what, another amazing game of Apex Legends. Again, we keep saying it. It's day one, everyone. It's day one. It's just nuts.
He did start rolling his sleeves up, but I made sure that that stayed away. We don't want to have too many competition going on between our commentators here because Mark does have very large arms. EXO with 19 points though, and even though 7 kills was a huge amount, considering they were 23 behind Optic Gaming, that does confirm that Optic Gaming win Group C versus D.
Very impressive from them. You see 7 kills will total up to 19 points as Dreamfire come in as well. The winners of game number 1 today with a 2nd place finish in our final game of this group. Big kills for them as well, 15 points on the board. But Optic Gaming, they were involved in that final kind of 10 teams. I thought they might be able to pull something off here with everything else they've done today. But TSM, another one, a little bit slow for them. NRG, a little bit slow for them. We'll have to see how these final standings look down because it's going to be very interesting.
Do you know what's crazy is that even with 3 wins in a row for Optic Gaming, EXO put themselves in a position where they were only, I think around 5 points behind Optic at this point. That's how close it's going to be when you see these teams getting down to the wire, and that's how close some of these groups are going to be, and how important group stages will be when you start to look at who's going to be progressing into that bracket play. Those are your bottom 10 then from that game. It's a good amount of kills once more from the likes of Scars, but unfortunately just not able to turn them into placements.
Yeah, it's just great. I just look across it and I always feel like I'm picking out a team and being like, oh, that's a bit of a surprise because they haven't got any points on the board, but that just shows the level of competition, not only here at the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, but just in every single lobby we're going to see. Every single team can win games. Every single team can do damage. It's just been nuts to watch today.
It has been crazy, and as you say, just day 1, and we've still got plenty more action as well. We're going to have more group stage action happening on the main stage, but I mean, 6 matches to try and separate 20 godly teams is always going to be a difficult thing to do, but Optic, at the very best chance they could, they were making sure they were doing as much damage as possible and getting those kills when they can. But EXO, in the position they found themselves in that final game, I think they knew they had the chance. They just needed to make sure they played that final circle correctly, because when you do have a 3 versus 3 versus 3, all it takes is just an engagement a little bit too soon and you could throw it all away.
Yeah, just again, it's that discipline in those final fights, especially when you see those 3v3v3 situations, right? It's about forcing the teams to move towards each other, being the last to move, being the last to gibby bubble, whatever it might be. Keep that utility for as long as you can so that you can use it last and get that big damage down. So congratulations for EXO for closing things out. But I mean, the crazy thing is, well, we've got so much more today. We've got so many more games to bring you today, and honestly, I just want to keep casting. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to refuse to leave, Dan.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
That's how it works.
We will remove you if we need to, so that you have a break and you don't die on day 1, right? It's only day. We've got 4 days of action.
True, yes.
That's what's amazing here. And I think that Optic Gaming and their performance, they've demonstrated that they are not just a team capable of getting points, they're a team capable of multiple victories. And as the tournament progresses and as we get into serious thoughts about match point, Optic Gaming suddenly start to look like a favorite, but so do EXO Gaming, another team that was able to find multiple victories. These are the teams we will be highlighting as the tournament goes on, those teams who will consistently be finding those victories.
Well, as you say, Dan Gaskin's own words, Optic maybe looking like favorites after group play has concluded between C and D. We'll have to see what the desk has to say about that one. So Rainday, it's over to you.
Thank you, boys, and welcome back to the PNC Arena. in Raleigh, our fans alive and well. It's so good to be in this environment with them, watching firsthand how this is all unfolding. I'm Rain Day, and I am joined by, of course, my great crew for this first part, our first series, James Bardoff and Lauren Laraquente, Glitter Explosion. It's been a explosive afternoon, I would say. We've had teams win multiple times. EXO recently getting their second victory of Series 1. Optic went back to back to back and kind of created the storyline that was a little too easy to fall on for all of us. But overall, we've seen some deadly performances from APAC South, mostly, James, and I think you've been pretty excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one huge question, especially for the likes of EXO Clan, a Thai team coming into the international stages, can they deliver? And boy, did they too. Especially with Optic Gaming taking half the game, taking victory in half the game. EXO took 2 of the other 3. That is a huge statement to make.
It would all start in game number 4, where we would get back into Storm Point. Lauren, a lot of questions, but they were answered by Optic.
Absolutely. And, you know, I do want to call it, because we were talking about this while we were watching, and we saw at the beginning of the Match 4 highlights here, we've seen some really strong plays coming out of Suto Raikou yet. I don't think they fully found their groove, but their aggression is there. We watched them take out energy very early, and that's a team that can get them out of the lobby. You're opening up a lot of doors for yourself. We're seeing so many of these other regions really stepping up to the plate, obviously EXO as well. And moving into this 5th game, this was another situation where have Suto Raikou getting, I think he had 8 kills in this game as well. I mean, just strong performance.
Unbelievable. I mean, you would not expect to see that of the game winners in Series 1, there would be no EMEA, there would be no APAC. It would be North America and APAC South, and you're looking at a Thai team and a Taiwanese team, an incredible kind of feature here for our global competition. That's why we get so excited when these things happen. Optic's still looking probably the most lethal overall, James, in comparison to what they've demonstrated on Twitter.
Yeah, I think they are definitely in final boss mode on day 1. Just how they want it to be. They want everybody else to know that they have the foot on top of everybody else, and they're keeping their heads below water. That certainly is true, you know, as far as their regions are concerned. But again, APAC are coming in strong. But I have to also give a shout out to IG, the team who started to rise really quickly and kept the consistency even when they finished in 11th place, for example, in one of the games. They managed to get 7 kills, so they're keeping the momentum moving forward, and that's pretty good for a top 10 place at the moment.
Yeah, we saw obviously FA Kitties running this year as well. We saw a bit of a catch between Dreamfire picking up this year also. Another team that won game 1, a good mention for our APAC South squad as well.
We are getting a lot of consistency out of them right now, and I know there are a few people that are very, very happy about that on the talent lineup. Dan's got to be happy.
Coming, don't
worry.
Genome's
on his way up here. Yeah. But it's just overall, what the type of performances we were hoping to see out of the regions that we might not have gotten to see that frequently on the global stage.
Yeah, and of course, EXO, Fnatic, Dreamfire, Scars, and number 1 Optic Gaming round out your top 5 here. But shortly behind, it's IG International. Alliance, we question how they would perform. I think, well, maybe not as good as they would hope for final day. Liquid, my pick, tied with Alliance also. Team Burger coming up, 33, just 1 point behind at TSM, rounding out the top 10 for C versus D. We'll always have some representation in the crowd as well. And on the back half, too, maybe some adjustments for these teams who couldn't quite get it done between the top 10 and 20. And for those who couldn't, James, as we kind of pan over to that, what's the conversation here? Is it just a matter of slow to start, big new venue, big global competition, or are there maybe some tweaks that need to be adjusted for right away?
We have a number of variables here. What's clear is that people have not been shy in the compositions they're running here, which of course they haven't won previously at different lands and different finals and so on. So partly it might be down to, did we come out worse in a situation? If we run it back, are we going to win 10 times, etc.? Partly it's about, you know, it could be, did they go for an early rotation, run out of resources, low on shields, low on opportunities? Now, there's a lot of different things it could be. The key is to disseminate that information and make the right decisions for the games to come.
I had a question, Lauren. How did you feel about TSM? You know, obviously rough start 1 and in 2. Sticking, though, with their composition on World's Edge. They kept with Mad Maggie. They kept with Seer. They kept with Valkyrie. Is that the type of thing that you like to see teams do? Just trust what you've planned, make adjustments day in after day? There's still so much time.
There is, and I think they're one of those teams that handles being under pressure very well, so this is not something that's going to throw them off by any means. If they wanted to stick with that through this first series, that's fine. Don't forget, we do get to see them again now coming in the next series, and it's going to be against a different group, too, so that could potentially inform what they want to do, how they want to play. But I appreciated it, for at least for the first 6 games.
I think it's been great to see the diversity here. And one thing's for sure, the winners, there was no joking about it. In fact, I remember the conversation very clearly on the plane arriving in Sweden. We're not here to make friends. After their performance to reach #1 today, they certainly haven't. Let's head over to James Banks on stage with a member from Optic Gaming.
Oh yes, that's right. Thank you very much, guys. I've got Optic Gaming's Duplex with me here. Rally, you gonna make some noise for Optic? Now, in the opening couple of games, you started off a little bit slow. I wanted to see, what was the discussion after these games? What were you talking about in the team?
Just, you know, those zones are really hard for us for some reason. It's probably our worst zones to play out for us, so. We got some new strategies coming up, but obviously I don't want to say it. Hopefully they work. Yeah, it's just like we're not good on survey zones. That's about it. Yeah. So, and we had 2 in a row, so just ended up dying, Valk ulting, and couldn't move. So many snipers in the game.
So sometimes it happens like that. That's for sure. Now, you did then go into back-to-back-to-back wins, and that was more than impressive. Did you start to feel a huge boost in confidence after that?
Yes, we did. We were trying to go for 4 in a row, but it didn't work out, so I wish we would have gotten that 4 in a row.
4 in a row would have been something super special as well. And then obviously you guys are notorious, right, for not stopping once you start going. Do you feel like you've got the momentum now after getting this wins and after starting so strong to take it through to the following days?
Oh, yes. I think we're pretty confident. So we're going to try and take the first places going on forward, trying to get the #1 seed in the championship finals.
That's what we want to hear. #1 seed, what do you think, Rally? I think the crowd are certainly believing in that. But also, if we go back to Stockholm, you guys finished in 4th place. What did you learn from that?
We learned a lot of things. Well, you know how it is. It's our first land, so we learned a lot of things. Like, you know, I don't want to say it, but because then you guys know the weakness. So,
don't exploit your weaknesses. Okay, we're not going to do that. That's for sure. Now, finally, I also want to ask, right? In this lobby that you're playing in, there was a lot of Seers coming in to play. Obviously, very good in the team fights. How is that for you to play against? What do you feel about that?
They're just annoying. Annoying.
Super annoying Seers to play against. This is Duplex. This is Optic. They're looking good to start off with. Let's get ourselves back to the desk. Rally, make some noise!
Thank you so much, James. Duplex, maybe not a man of many words, but very clear with his goal. We are not giving away any information whatsoever that will stop us from getting first place. It's all business with these guys. I try to tell you, they are not giving anybody a chance if they can help it.
Listen, Duplex, don't be shy, man. Just say like, okay, yeah, we learned some stuff, but I don't want to tell you. That's it. Just, you know,
he wants to be polite.
He wants to say.
He wants to be polite.
I want the BM though. Give it. I want to hear him like he plays on the serve. I want full BM. I don't want to tell you the secret.
Of course you do.
Sit there and watch.
Of course you want
Absolutely.
the BM.
We've got our secondary stream results coming up as well, because I know you have been paying attention as we've intermittently updated you. And here's how it has gone so far. I'm not sure if this is the final match. I'm going to wait just to confirm that we are done with matches and this isn't just Game 5 play. But as it stands on your screen, AD lead them all. And of course, Space Station, a team that won the first game, they've rounded out the 3rd team singularity. I know. And Furia, I mean, talk about Seer, talk about the annoyance. You got to give a lot of credit to his Watson as well, and this squad kind of running this and pioneering this over the last rank split, and now obviously turning into a huge meta. And Lauren, I got to leave you to talk about this.
The bounce back?
The bounce back.
On both halves, because we were talking about the performances of 100 Thieves and Dark Zero being very subpar, especially for what we know they're capable of, and both of them, Dark Zero jumping up 10 spots, 100 Thieves jumping up 6. It's not the end of the road yet for them, but this is a much, much better start than what we saw in the first half.
And it makes me think, I mean, we talk about the slow starts, James, and the adjustments, and I kind of asked Lauren this, but I want to get your thoughts. Do you think they just kept with what they're doing and it finally worked? Is there a little bit of let's just throw out to the window? What do you think happened to make the adjustments for game 4, 5, and 6?
I think the important thing is to not second guess yourself. Like you might make, like have the right composition, make the right play, but not necessarily get the right result. But again, it's just, you have to have confidence in your own decision making to understand that maybe it's not what we chose to do, but you know, on this occasion it didn't happen for us, etc. So again, just identify if things went wrong or you did something wrong, you know, you need to know what the difference is to make the better play after.
Sometimes you have to actually go through that low point for a little while, right? I mean, that's the idea. You don't necessarily know what's wrong unless you actually get punished for it and have a chance to look back at it and make the decision, like Duplex would so unkindly not tell us that he did or what he did. But we've got the first series done. That means the first part of our group stage here in our 4-day tournament in Raleigh is done. And here is how it stands across all of the 40 teams competing. Optic Gaming, they are #1 overall. EXO follow right behind. AD with 61, rounding out our top 3. And then Team Singularity and Fnatic taking our top 5. And of course, even for Dark Zero to bounce back into the top 10 overall is huge. I think Scars had a day that a lot of people have been waiting for, a big turnaround for Scars here. And of course, Furia, Dreamfire. I mean, just these incredible teams that have really been pioneering a lot of these lineups that have made us excited.
I think we have a nice spread, like salted butter across the coast. In terms of the scores here, no one's running away with it too much, apart from, say, the teams in the 60s, and that's fine. There's a lot to compete for, and this, you could almost turn this entire table upside down later on, so no one's lost anything just yet in this top 20.
I think we're looking at something that is going to set up a very exciting rest of our day. Of course, that also means that those who are doing well, the opposite is also true for some who haven't gotten it together just quite yet. Detonation Gaming, I have to give a shout out to them. Playing with 2 that entire lobby, 32 points, almost in the top 20, almost in winner's bracket. That is an incredible feat. You see Fennel as well in the same position down there, but these are those teams that haven't been able to get it together. And for me, most notably, coming from North America as well, I look at Cloud9, they've got their full roster together. Maybe would have expected something, Lauren, a little bit more cohesive.
Yeah, we'll have to see if anything changes now moving into the next series, but it's definitely a team that we were excited to talk about, definitely a team that we expect more out of. And there's even a few teams on here from what we were just watching, Sutaraiku, NRG. We saw, and to be fair, we did see some pop-off moments from a lot of these other squads. We saw Reject have a couple good plays in there. We saw, obviously, Godfire have a couple good plays in there. I mean, so things are shaking out, right? We have to see what happens as we continue to move through the group stage.
I'm going to say what's not polite, okay? I'm going to say the real stuff.
Cloud9
have got their full squad here. There are 2 teams above them with only 2 players.
Ow.
They need to fix that.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, James, I think it's important to note, too, we've got teams that have played it very differently, almost that decision-making process to go, we know we're not going to take 3v3 fights, so we're going to just make sure we get good placements. I did notice Detonation Gaming found themselves in top 5 situations often, and they were playing, I think, Ashe and Seer, just a really good non-rat potential. You will never be surprised, plus we can get out of dodge pretty quickly. I like the approach. Cloud9 maybe a little bit more confident, thus a little more aggressive. Maybe a few more mistakes. We'll have to wait and see, but not too long. We will be following along with some of these teams on the main stage very soon. Of course, if you want to check out the secondary stream with NiceWigg and Greek God, they're nonstop. And trust me, it's a little different than what we're doing on this main stream in a good way, that's for sure. But for those of you who game quite often, I know we got a lot of gamers in the house as well, you got to be gaming in comfort. And for those who are curious on how they can increase that, well, there's good news. Herman Miller is actually going to be 15% off all of their gaming products through July 19th. That is actually going to be, if you can actually pan over, we have our Japanese broadcast who's sitting in some of those chairs. I have the Herman Miller gaming chair. It is a great investment into your back and into your quality of life, but also it's available if you want to get off with the code APEX5. 15% off up until July 19th, and it's in North America and Japan only. I think you got to get involved, James. You got one yet?
Hey, I've got an Aeron. I've got a size C. I've got it for the bubble butt, and I was super comfortable. You know, nice and fit now, but it's still very, very nice.
Are you getting one? I think
I already have that exact chair. I'm already on board. I already know what's
board.
good. Okay.
That's right. I remember we did that show, and I saw you in it, and I said we have the same chair. Trust me, it's good. Big shout out as well to Monster, of course, our official energy drink partner for, of course, this entire tournament. Now, of course, coming up, we've got more Apex Legends very, very soon. It is going to be, I believe, B versus D on your main stage, which means those questions about Cloud9, we're going to see them right here behind us. GMT, how are they doing with Rambo flying in to fill in for Matey last minute? And of course, they had some decent success early. Plus, Furia going up against TSM. We've seen that storyline over the course of the last few months in Imperial Hal and his Watson. They'll be able to take that on as a trio. What are you most excited about?
Okay, so I think that a lot of B might be in trouble against a very difficult D squad. However, on the flip side of things, I think Cloud9 might rise to the occasion against familiar foes and some of the most dangerous teams in the world, specifically in Group D. That might bring the best out of Cloud9 and put them towards the top of the leaderboard.
And you know one of the things that I want to point out that we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about yet?
What?
Luminosity.
Yes.
The complexity players on
Yes,
Luminosity.
that's
Monsoon
right.
and Shiny. I want to see what they can do moving into this next series as well. That's someone I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, Yanya and Yuzul. So unfortunate for them not to be able to attend. I actually rode my bus to Sweden with those guys as well. Just incredible players. And of course, they are going to be rooting for Enemigo to make that happen. On our secondary stream, here's the matchups we're going to be seeing. Of course, Group A versus C. That makes up for a very fun kind of time here with NiceWigg casting the action alongside Greek God. It'll be 100 Thieves, having a chance to kind of build off of that. Remember, AD, one of our top 3 teams in this entire... We didn't mention Team Singularity as well.
We have to note, AD got rid of the raccoon and added themselves a generic esports flying bird. So
that's
you know, just for if anyone.
That's the shift. Yeah, that's all I needed.
So the raccoon's dead, and now they've got some kind of eagle or falcon. I'm not quite sure what it is, but
it's a bird of prey.
Let us know what you think.
Yeah, we think that's fine. Also, a chance to see Space Station again. I mean, Zanal dropped Frex. I've always loved their commitment to playing Horizon on Stormpoint. I think it's a legend that had a lot of love, had a nerf, kind of got forgotten about, still is very viable. So excited to see what they bring to the table too.
We've got a lot going on.
Okay.
Lot. You thought the day was done, and I know we're typically done at 6. We're not. We have 6 more, and those games are going to be really important because as the groups change, the standings will change alongside them, and that's what we have to keep our eyes on in case you guys are forgetting. It is the top 20 that will make it through to that winner's bracket, and we see where they stand right now, and I don't expect them to be even remotely the same after this next series.
Well, I know where James stands. It's about 6'5". That's why I have a box underneath me, and I wasn't
even going to say
every broadcast.
We weren't going to talk about it.
You got to 8-mile him because he's going to do it eventually. So you got to just jump in front of it, and I'm not going to do it. No, this is our height exactly. And so you guys, yeah, James and I born pretty equal in all those regards. But all jokes aside, we've got our talent predictions, which again are not who we want to win, but more so who we're focusing on today. And 2 members focused on the, I would say, the more star-studded storyline approach, and that was, of course, Vicky and Tom. It was Optic Gaming all the way. I think, though, everyone, look at the balance of points that we got there. Really, nobody underperformed too badly. And in fact, James, I got to give you a shout-out on Fnatic. Look at them. I mean, coming in with 50 points, you're basically second in terms of who you were focusing on.
Yeah, I'm super hyped for them, and you know, I wanted to pick Pulverex as well, but of course they're playing with their coach the best they can. Shout outs to those guys as well. But I love the APAC region and what they bring. I am a big fan of that region, so I'm all about that life all week.
Glitter Alliance, it was a good choice. I mean, I think we still have more to see from them, though.
Absolutely.
But I think you stayed in the pocket there. Big shout out to Gaskin as well. We're all trying to beat him. He is the unequivocal points champion, apparently, and so we were trying to slow his roll a little bit. Vicky and Tom, they are out to the races, so we'll wait to see what that is. If you want to keep in touch with us, we've been tweeting all around. Fallout has been tweeting more than I think the official channels of any of us here combined, but we are all tweeting a lot about this event, as well as, of course, the official Apex channel and Play Apex Esports. You can find it right there, Play Apex Esports, of course, on YouTube, same one, and on Twitch at Play Apex. It is a good time to be an Apex Legends fan. In fact, if you've been watching the stream, that means you may not have caught all of the action happening on our secondary stream. So we're going to do you one better. We're actually going to play some of those highlights and some special content while we go ahead and get ready for our upcoming sets. It is a good one. B versus D coming up here on the main stage after this.
All right, game number 4 here, live from Raleigh as we kick it off. We're gonna be on Storm Point. Like I said, we don't really know where everyone's landing. I don't know if everyone's gonna really land on each other here. Most likely gonna be a very big, a very big peace treaty. But C9 and SSG will be landing near each other, so they're probably gonna be the team to watch in this situation. Who knows if they actually do anything, but they are gonna be landing at the same POI and Chariot. Here we go, Naughty and them dropping down. We're gonna see C9 and SSG flying over. No, SSG is not landing. They're landing on, no, they are, they're coming.
There are 6 Seers in the lobby, and EA is running Valk, Seer, Bang. Wow, what a comp.
E8, I think, is just having fun. They're pulling up straight Empire. So C9 and SSG are going to land on each other here, chat. They usually don't do anything too crazy. They don't really fight, but SSG has been getting way more hyper-aggressive onto C9 as of late, and C9's been really trying to claim this POI as theirs. But, again, it's not like C9's versing a really bad team. SSG is one of the better team-fighting teams. They definitely have really good mechanics. So C9's been really struggling to deal with that bullshit that SSG provides in this situation. But you would think, oh my god, C9 is getting less loot. They're losing this battle. It's not true. The backside of this and the building that they're taking is actually better than all of the chicken toes and the up top spots, even without Crafter. And everyone's like, oh, they get Crafter. Also, again, not true. They do get the Crafter, but C9 also rotates up, and they get all the spiders. They get the spiders up top, too. Sometimes they end up with like 250 goo for Crafter.
Yep. One thing I do want to point out here, looking at the map, you go down to the south side, and LG has all of Gale Station and fish farms. And when you click on them, well, I don't know which team has it, but it is indeed pulling back this way to fish farms.
Wow.
So LG looking good here.
Yep.
They're going to be kitted. They might even have time to do the armory before they rotate.
Yeah, that'd be great for them, honestly.
But it's pulling back fish farms.
Well,
you
that's
heard
good.
it here first.
Personally, I'm not really a big fish farms fan when it comes down to those late game circles. I don't mind watching them, but I really hate playing. I hate playing. I do think in ranked they were super boring. They're super infuriating.
I think the reason they're good in comp is because it allows a lot of teams to stay alive.
That's fair. I guess
there's
that's
a lot of buildings. You can play in the little under the pads.
And look at this, bro.
Whipping the Ford.
AYM whipping the Mercedes or the Beamer Benz or Bentley.
Wow.
One of the 3, they're whipping it, and they're going to be going crazy. They're just running through. My man has the charge out. He's ready to fucking poke some eyes out with that thing, dude. Jesus Christ.
Poke your eye out.
Look at that shit. Oh, my man's whipping. Oh, my God.
Are they hitting the cannon?
That air looks clean, bro. That air looks so nice.
Yeah.
They did a phenomenal job with that air, bro, on some real stuff. They did a great job. Now, this is going to be interesting to see how AYM moves forward. They're not taking the car with them, so they're going to walk this. They're most likely just going to try to get into fish farms somewhere, as Monsoon and them opt to take the building in the middle of fish farms. I think it's a good call. We have C9 here rotating on the back. Ow! I think the fly just bit me. Dude, I think the fly just bit me. Dude, I'm not kidding. Do flies biting
Yeah,
you?
Furia fighting on the Crafter.
Fury and them fighting.
No, IMC, I mean.
Oh, IMC. Fury's going to be fighting over here on this bottom side. Let's see what they do. Ow! Dude, I got bit by a fly. Is there a horse fly in here? I want to see it. Do you think Furia takes this fight?
I don't know if they're going to be able to block them out, though.
Yeah.
They might be able to just leave.
I mean, they might be able to leave here. Don't forget, you can't put the car on top, but they do have the Horizon Q Greek to stop it. The Horizon Q can indeed stop, and he's going to drop the Serialty down soon, too. I want to see
how many teams are already in.
This is one of the reasons I don't like doing the Armory Greek, because I hate getting stuck like this, man. It's so fucking anxiety-inducing. It's so bad. And C9 is already in there. We have SSG, C9, PBX, AYM, Phoenix, NPC, and Ascend all officials. Here we go. Fury getting some good shots down to the Caustic here. They're going to get some KP most likely going down.
Knock on the ODK.
ODK going down here as Fury tries to move in. The Caustic is stopping the push a little bit, but they want to get aggressive on this. It's going to be a lot up to Panders to get back up top and get some fucking shots going down inside onto the Caustic here. He's climbing the bins. Watson getting some good angles, but I think this is going to be an ODK wipe as Fury is going to just destroy them, I think.
They get the Finn. They have them stuck in the corner here.
And he sees
hungry
both right
for some
there.
KP. Watson calling out where they are live.
Wait, he's right under it, bro. What the hell is he doing? Nice. Watson
Good
not seeing there. Panders does get the knock on the Hatson, and it's going to be one man left, and they can't find him. I mean, he is a seer. I mean, you should be able to find him. I don't really understand where he went. Where did my mans go? Oh, he left. So he's already gone. ODK's third is already down the mountain.
I think he got to take the pad out.
Yeah, he took the pad out. And ODK, 2-man down. Worst, the only one alive is Furia gets 2 KP on the ODK there. Really great job. And look at this. DZ and SNG right next to each other, bro, in the late game. People just taking the little angles right here onto the holes. This is a good call. I like this spot a lot. I think these spots are extremely playable, and I think they're really, really durable when it comes down to late game, too.
Yeah, they should be able to coexist here for a while.
Yep.
They might be able to bub out and get some shots, but it's very hard to start a fight there because there are a lot of teams in the buildings looking over you.
And we're not used to seeing this Greek, a very fast C9 rotate here. They're running in the backside of fish farms, and they usually take their time to loot and everything.
Yeah, they actually have pretty decent loot. The guns are kitted because they did both sets of spiders.
Yep.
I saw a fully kitted Mozam, which could low-key smack.
Yeah, those Mozam hammers go crazy.
A purple
100%.
bolt Mozam with the hammers goes crazy.
And look at this. Zeta's going to be fighting AD here as the Sensei's going to try to get the bat off. Taskmaster then breaking 2 shields, and Impulse is all in there by himself. They're going to try to help him out. As Impulse might go down. No, he actually gets the knock on Oakley here. AD,
Oh
1 man alive
God,
here.
And AD gets wiped by Zeta.
Oh my God, Taskmaster and Impulse staying alive for 35 minutes by himself as Sunset doesn't even get the help. And AD, the second place team, is now out for game number 4.
Wow, AD getting
Great job.
rolled in that fight by
Great
Zeta.
job by Zeta, man. They did a phenomenal job fighting there, dude. Really, really good job. I love seeing that. I love seeing that AD is an aggressive team getting put in their place a little bit too by Impulse.
GMT looking to fight as well over here on the backside.
And here we go. Crazy Raccoon going to try to stabilize against GMT. GMT is trying to get angles on the inside. Rambo does go down here. The nade is getting eaten as Maney's trying to get some shots off. The Seer pushing in. The Eva shot's going down. And they're going to get the knock on to Maney. Sunday and Zeta, the last 2 alive as they try to do a 2v2. Can they do it? Yes, they can. And the wipe on the GMT as CR. Crazy Raccoon without Roz, the first place team, wipes GMT Esports.
Wow, what a reset here coming out from CR. The composure, while getting their building breached to win the fight, reset, not get thirsted, the most important part.
Unbelievable, dude. Honestly, a great job, CR, man. Without Roz, Freak are fighting exceptionally well. They're doing an amazing job. This is a team with a sub. They are playing phenomenal. I love seeing that CR is still doing well without one of their main carries. They are performing phenomenally. And my man is actually opting to keep the Eva right now, and this man needs help.
Look at the boys Swinny and them outside the map, cruising in the foreign. They got the Oakleys on.
Yeah, they definitely got the Oakleys on. I mean, look how far deep they are, bro. It's actually crazy.
Yeah. They're
They are
taking
so-
the scenic route right
No, they really are taking the scenic route here, and they're whipping the foreign on the backside. I mean, they're not really much to worry about. They're just trying to get into fish farms, and if you can avoid all the bullshit and the hassle, bro, it's like taking a back route, you know what I mean?
I think they're most likely going to take that singular house.
I think so, too. They're probably going to take that circle house in the back left, but it's not that good. Wow, I cannot lie, bro. I am unbelievably impressed by CR right now. Without Raj, they are literally in first place in this lobby, doing a phenomenal job team fighting, which I think is the hardest part about having a sub.
You got to think, though, that, you know, the support from him, you know, even though he's not playing, is probably going to be there. His thoughts are going to be with them.
Yep.
They're playing their hearts out right now for the boy Roz.
100%.
They're trying to make him proud, and they're doing just that.
And then we see SSG back inside of Launchpad here, and that's going to be fucking E8 above. And they might actually get aggressive onto this. They crack one on E8. I wonder if they're going to try to fight this. No, they're not. They're going to come back, and they're most likely going to Valko the out. 100 Thieves is alive, bro, but they're taking their time. They're playing the top spot, and I don't really like where 100 Thieves is at right now. We see Zeta here. We see FL, Venom all by himself. As Sarah Tricky never doing powers in the back. But this is
I
good.
do want to point out that 100T did not have a beacon to hit this round, so that's probably why they opted for that spot. They weren't sure it was going to pull all the way back, so they played a neutral position.
Yep.
I would say same with SSG because they didn't have a beacon at Launchpad either.
Yeah, and the no beacon is tough, man. It really is so hard. It really just deters a lot of your game. There's not much you can do in these situations because it's so difficult. You just try to guess the zone. You can't really rotate early because if you're...
As we know, chat, most of the rotations happen after the first
freak
beacon
out.
hit. Most teams can see the zone and know where it's going to end by zone 2.
Yep.
So the teams that don't get a beacon off spawn, when the zone 2 is revealed, most of their rotations are already cut off and the good spots in the zone are already taken.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying is a lot of these spots, chat, like we will keep reinstating this, bro. This is nothing like your Xbox Gold lobbies. Like nothing. Stop saying you would wipe the fucking lobby. No, you wouldn't, dude. You wouldn't even get 3 shots off before you got put down. Okay? It's nothing like your Xbox Gold lobbies. It doesn't matter about your PS4 lobbies, dude. All right? This is nothing like them. These zones are going to be ridiculously hard to get into because of all the teams live.
I don't
want to
see
for $2 million. You're playing for 33 RP.
I don't want to see a single comment about Man, these guys are camping.
Nothing.
They're camping.
Nothing.
They're ratting. They're playing for $2 million.
Speaking of ratting.
$2 million.
Speaking of ratting.
$2 million.
Yeah, you wipe your ass with that, bro. You're Drake. You're literally him. Now, SSG is going to be waiting up top near Launchpad. They're really late on the rotate, Greek. This is very obscure for SSG. I feel like they would know, you know? I feel like they would know where the zone's ending just based off this. They have to know it's a fish farms.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the zone, though,
yeah,
there's really nowhere to play right now in fish farms.
No, nothing at all. I mean, everything is taken here. And, chat, you guys keep saying, watch my team, watch this team. Chat, half the teams are just sitting here, bro. I'm just going to watch whoever's doing anything.
There's nobody fighting right now.
There's no one doing anything. Shut up. Love you. Very much love you. Now, Zeta's going to be rotating on this left side. We're going to have Burnham United, bro, next to FNX. FNX is actually ratting. They're ratting the armor right now, and the only one's going to come to that is Zeta, but I don't think they're going to do anything in this situation. They're not going to move in. We have Furia and Zera, bro, play on the backside. They're right next to SSG. I wonder if the fight's going to go down here. We have 100 of these in the top spot. We have CR here. We have LG in the back. I mean, everyone's just in fish farms right now. And I wonder where it's going to pull. I think AYM might be in the best spot on the map, Greek.
Is it Vayne? Why is SSG camping in zone? I'd wipe them on God.
I think AOM is the best spot, Greek. Thoughts?
What?
Can you talk?
What?
SSG, AOM has the best spot. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh.
I'm going to be honest. I think Swinney is in the best spot.
Really? You think that K-Swin has the best spot in the game?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
They're holding a lot of area back there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
AYM does have a very, very good spot. But one thing I will say is it's very tough to hold it.
Yeah.
Late game, there are going to be teams that are going to be walking up from both sides, the middle house and the far left house. And it's very hard because you can't stand up in those pools without getting LOS from somewhere.
That's fair.
So you have to rely on audio cues. We know about audio cues
Yeah,
in this
Apex lacking the audio cues many, many times in a row. Devastating, to say the least, every time I play ranked. Probably one of the more infuriating things that I have to go through daily playing Apex Legends.
Yeah.
9 hours a day I play this game. 9 hours a day I just get no audio. It is unbelievable. It doesn't matter what headset I'm rocking.
Yeah.
I could be literally in Doug Dimmadome's Tomesdale Dimmadome.
Just look at
with
this
the
map,
speakers
chat.
blasting.
You have never had a rank game like this.
Never.
It looks like Skittles out here with all these colors. All these teams here, every single spot is taken. We're about to see a lot of feeding.
We're really about to
next
taste the rainbow.
C9 is not in there.
Now, C9 does have to move, but there's not really much for them to go, bro.
Yeah.
C9's going to be in a really tough spot. SSG not fighting. Look at this. Everyone's going to be rotating into Otic just in a top spot. I feel so bad for my man's, man. He has a long way to go, and it's going to be a struggle for him. 100 Thieves has a good rotation down. Anyone have beacon here? AYM has no beacon. No, there's no beacon for anyone to really hit, so it's just going based off knowledge here. Knowledge. And CR going to be looking over here as E8 starts to move in as well. Look at this. I want to know if CR is going to fight this. Is E6 going to get aggressive on these guys, or E8? And look at Furia wrapping behind E8. The Bangalore ulti coming out from E8 here. And once CU's getting active, they're going to be in a tough spot as CR starts to move up for the sandwich. The soup sandwich moving up. Here we go. CR looking for that little fucking sandwich here as Furia starts to rotate to the right side a little bit too, but they all have to move decently far in the open. There's not much area for these guys to play when they start to move forward, Greek.
Yeah, absolutely. All three of these teams not in zone.
Yep.
Someone's going to get pinched, and there's going to be some Valk ultis coming in.
Yeah, 100%, without a doubt. And there's going to be the Valk ultis that really start to make pressure.
Knock
Look at this.
Finn.
Zera and them actually getting the knocks out of the boys over at E8. E8's going to be one man alive right now. They're going to probably get out. But the Furia's going to apply pressure. You know they want that, dude. They want to apply that pressure. And we're going to see more shots going over here. Zeta and them, FL on the backside, Zeta on the left, 100 Thieves on this right side. And it looks like Furia's just going to wipe E8 most likely, and they're going to be done. And E8 is indeed eliminated. Presley going down, and that's going to be wraps for the Furia boys as 100 Thieves is trying to get active as CR is moving up now as well. And Pelverix, bro, is going to try to stay alive here. And they're getting pushed right now by CR underneath as they get a knock. It's going to be a 2v2. Some nades going out, really good one on the bottom side, and he gets no audio from behind. Is he gonna be able to stay alive? Can he do it?
Going crazy.
Oh my god!
My god, and
CR
CR's eliminated.
What a fucking nade by
FT Yan going nutty with
oh
the EVA.
My god, what a nade. What a great EVA shot. Phenomenal job. And they actually hold off the push, but they are only a 2-man now.
Furia hitting the Valk ulti as well.
Yeah, and here we go. CR, though, eliminated Greek at 17th. The first place team is now done. And this is a tough spot for Furia. There's a lot of different angles from the house that they can get looked at if they start to get nade spammed here. But they're going to be okay for now, as Monsoon and them are going to start to get shots over at them.
And 100T looking to get this rat kill. They sniffed him out.
Yep. They want this KP.
And there goes Anmu lighting up the shots.
There we go. They should get the KP onto this guy. They need this point. 100 Thieves needs every point they can get, bro. Anmu looking like me right now, bro, with these shots. He's really strong with
Are
R1.
they gonna get the kill?
There we go. They got the kill right now.
They
Worst
do.
just go down. So Onyx is eliminated at 16th. And 100 Thieves, sadly, Greek, just got their amount of KP or amount of points in one game right here in the last 3. That is fucking crazy.
Yep.
So they have now 2 points going into the overall leaderboard, which is a rough start for 100 Thieves boys.
C9 walking up to fight AYM, though.
Yeah, and AYM and C9 going to go after it here. What is C9 going to do? They're going to throw a great bubble here by Mac, and they're going to get angles. Naughty getting in there, getting to the fucking dirty on it, baby. And he's going to get stuck right now with the Arc Star. 2 Valks getting cracked here as they start to move in. Naughty with some great shots, and he goes down. Zach's going to let the Spitfire rain. Can he do it? No, he can't. And AYM eliminates C9 as C9 trying to get aggressive on him.
Oh my god, they held them off. Are they going to get third-partied, though?
And they are. They're getting third-party by Pelverix, bro, as 100 Thieves is now flying in as well in the backside building.
And AYM is full eliminated.
And AYM goes out because C9 wanted to fight. And I guarantee AYM is not happy.
Oh my god, the door jam.
No, the door jam comes out. Post kill's going to knock Scurry's going to turn the armor swap. He does not get the full kill here. 2v1 for the boys over 100 Thieves. Can they do it? The gas is causing a problem. Shots going down right now as VJX get the shots on the backslide. Anmu, the last one alive, as the gas is starting to be an issue here. Good fence right there. You actually can't get it because they're body blocking. He's going to most likely get the res on the Scurry here. This is huge.
The door is blocking it. Blocking it.
Baxton is now full dead, though, and they're going to be a duo here. And that sucks for 100 Thieves. Not a bad
they're
fight.
not even in zone either.
No, and Scurry needed to get that kill, Greek, and he did not get it. Anmu taking some shots, the 2v1, and oh my god, the shot from Anmu with the PK just saved their day. Holy shit.
100 Thieves getting some points here. They still have a rotation to do.
But look at this. Pulverix, the duo, is holding God Spot. And this could be really good for 100 Thieves. They decided to take this 2v2 fight. Maybe there's a Moby for them as well.
Pulverex is without their Watson, though, so they will not have a defensive character. They need to show big here, though, because everybody else is going to rotate away, and they might be able to win this as a duo.
Yeah, and look at Phoenix. They're trying to stop a Valk ulti on this left side. They're going to actually pop one, too. And we see Phoenix on the top side of Armory going to try to pop this. And where are they going to go? We're going to see Valk ultis everywhere, Greek. We're going to see SSG,
Zeta is also Valk ulti.
Phoenix, look at the fireworks from above as they start to go in. SSG actually getting getting dropped right here as Jet Burner gets the kill on a DC. They're going to try to get the res. Can they get it? They're going to swing to the left. They actually do want to drop, but can he stay alive? I don't know if he gets this bat off. He does not. Dropped again consecutively, and he's going to go down as Zeta and Fury are fighting on the bottom side. Fury getting some kills here as Burham United is eliminated indeed. Drop getting full kill. As Fury is looking for some shots underneath the house, and they should have some good ones. Great job by Zara Tricky there as Watson and Panders tries to get angles, but they're not going to be able to get anything. And Panders looking for some more shots as DC is fighting on the backside. Smeggy and them getting some more good shots as Phoenix and 100 Thieves are fighting as well. Scurry still alive. Getting some more shots on the team down below.
Scurry looking for a Finny to armor swap, and he's not able to get the armor swap. It is now up to Anmu to carry the weight here for 100 Thieves. Is he able to get a swap and stay alive?
And it does not look like Anmu's going to. And Anmu gets eliminated by LG as Panders and Furia get aggressive onto Zeta, and Zeta is now dying by the hands of Panders.
There's still 8 squads alive here.
8 squads alive, and look at the zone here, Greek. The little platforms on that left side are still Godspot, and it's the fucking duo Pelverix, bro.
E6 in a very good spot as well.
Yeah, E6, Pelverix in a great spot here. You see Singularity and Arden still alive as well. And I want these fucking boys to do well, Greek. I fucking love these guys.
Yeah, they're calm, cool, collected right now. They're looting up. They know they're going to have to rotate here. Most likely either have to Valk ult, which they can out of the pools with a good bubble on the height.
True.
Or they're going to walk up and try to third something.
And look at this, Zeta going down right now to Furia Panders, and Panders eliminates Impulse. And look at these shots right now. It's going to be Jen Burton, bro. We're going to watch over to the controller god here, and let's see what he does to Singularity. He's going to be the deciding factor, only with 66 bullets in his R301. Watson going down to Shiny, so LG is still alive. Don't you forget it.
The nades pouring in here. They're able to dip, dodge, dive, and duck. I probably didn't say it right.
You did not say that right. You are fucking not a class act at all. And Burns, they're going to get the bubble going.
Up.
Singularity moving forward here, and Burn has to play this smart. He does not have the shotgun like Doodoo.
Good counter bubble.
That's a great bubble. They're going to time that perfectly. Jen not getting the shots he needs to. He's actually getting looks from above on a different angle. And then Gibraltar drops down
just
to the
walks
gas.
right in.
And this is going to be a throw by the Gibraltar. He goes down. It's going to be Best going down here. And that is not looking good as Elysium is going down as well. And Jen Burn and DZ just get a free fight on a Singularity.
Best just walked right into that.
Best just absolutely fed face as Zeta Division goes down. It's going to be Furia still alive. And look at the shots by Jen. Great shot by Jen moving forward as DC has a team on the left. It's going to be Fury on the left side. They start to walk in. That's going to be LG. That's She's an aisle going down.
Good PK shot.
Jen trying to do everything he can. It doesn't look like he can do anything. And he's trying to stay up. He moves forward and no, he cannot get anything going. And here we go. Fury in the back trying to stay alive too. Sarah's going to be 1 HP. Monsoon with a knock. And we're going to switch over to Shiny. He's going to be alive on the backside here, but E6 the team to watch. Is there a duo here? LG eliminated as Furia is somehow still alive.
So we have a duo, and...
A duo.
Everybody's a duo?
I think so. They're about to be a duo right now. Furia is actually going to get eliminated, and Furia is gone as E6 is one of the duo. 2v2. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be E6 or is it going to be PVX here?
Swinny getting angles here. He has a fully kitted R301. It is just one other team to beat here.
2v2. The bubble comes out.
Here we go.
And the PK shot's going in for Swinny. Some great shots. The Arc Star does come out, though. His boy putting in work on the bottom. He needs to get better shots.
And E6 gets the W.
E6 with the sub gets the W as K Swinny, the Yankee with no fucking brim. How you darn getting the W in the 2v2.
I want to point out, whoever that Seer was from PVX, that movement in that bubble was insane.
Oh, insane, dude. Literally fucking crazy.
Oh my God,
Absolutely
what a game.
What a game. E6 needed that badly, Greek. But you see a lot of different teams alive there, and it's honestly super unexpected for me, dude. I'm very, very surprised.
I think that just goes to show that, you know, you can practice in scrims.
Yeah.
You can get your reps in.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of limit testing going on. People are theory crafting.
Yeah.
People are theory crafting.
Yep.
They're theory testing. They're trying to hold spots that they don't normally hold. But this is where it matters the most. This is when the games are the most realistic. People aren't taking fights as much as they were in scrims. And this is the real deal right here.
Yeah.
And there are teams that know that going into scrims, so they take it with a grain of salt. But they know that this is the time that they need to play the most serious.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I guess scrims are just not a good representation of like what teams are going to do good all the time, you know? Like, I guess it just sucks because you like really want to believe that like scrims is exactly how the play's going to play out, you know. But I guess there's just so many different things that are happening, like you said, theory crafting, playing aggressive in certain situations, trying new spots, etc. That I think overall, that majority of the time, scrims are just not representation.
I think that the issue stems from the fact that when you're scrimming, there's obviously no money on the line.
Yeah.
And it's practice.
Yeah.
You know, so you want to get reps in, you want to try things. So it's obviously going to be a little more unrealistic, but you can't do that here. You got to stick to the theories that you got, the rotations, and stick to the plan, and just play your game.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It just sucks that it's just frustrating because like I feel like it's a lot of false confidence that a lot of players get, and they come to LAN and they have that false confidence of doing well. It doesn't really matter all the time. I guess that fucking sucks. And the person from the venue that came to fix the door said that it made it worse, the WD-40. Great. Love that. Love that, love that, love that.
We just got to not use that.
But yeah, I don't know.
Everyone keeps leaving out that door.
Yeah.
When they could just use the other one.
Yeah, I agree.
You're one of them.
It is funny. Ancient Gamer accepts here too. Chat, if you say TSM has watched, man, that's just not fair. It's the first day of LAN. There's so many things that could go wrong as the first matches. A lot of teams are going to make mistakes. A lot of teams are not going to play too good. You can't really expect top P performance from every team here. They're going to actually make some mistakes. They're going to struggle a little bit. It's how it goes. Things like Greek said in theory crafting, seeing what worked in land didn't really work, or what works in scrims didn't really work. So we have to go from there and make best things. Now we see the circle here is most likely going to be a Mills/Bean zone, or Mills/Bean area. This zone's going to be pretty good.
Bean?
Bean, yeah. I don't know why it's called Bean, but it is. And we see AD, AYM already in a good spot. We see E6 rotating over. So it's going to be, Mills is definitely going to be the hot commodity here, and these first two buildings down below are going to be the hot commodity. A lot of teams are going to struggle coming from this right side of the map. We have Lightning Rod's going to be a hard rotation, or hard fucking high point, which sucks ass. Command Center's going to be easy, just Valko at the end. We see DNZ moving quick, bro, with the Valko trying to get in the zone already.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, last game, we saw ODK try to take the armory of Furia.
Yeah.
And they shut him down. They got the kills. And now ODK has actually landed in the North Pad armory and taken it from the boy K Swinney.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's very interesting how ODK and the boys go from there to the wall to there, and they get that shit. And now we have Rambo and them crafting in wall. Now, one thing I want to say here, chat, is Cloaksy's in the chat. Cloaksy, stop fucking playing Mad Maggie. You are throwing your teammates RP. Gentrifying would be the #1 play in the world if he didn't play with you on Mad Maggie. Stop. Do us all a favor. Do Nick Merckx a favor. Do the M-Fam a favor. Get off of Mad Maggie, for the love of God. Thank you. Goat. Legends. They fixed the door, chat.
We have a hard mill zone here. I got to say.
Thank you. They fixed the door.
Goat.
Goat. Thank you so much. Legends.
So as I was saying, we have a hard mill ending here. I got to say on Stormpoint, these are some of my favorite zones here. I think there's a lot of places that teams can play.
Okay.
It gives good end games because of the fact that there's at least 4 hallways.
Yep.
There's roofs, and there's buildings next to mills. So we're going to see a good late game end game here.
I agree. I think so too. I think one thing about Mills that I really like is how you can handle both sides of Mills, and then you can have a team on the roof too playing. So it's basically 3 teams can sit here for free and actually go in and hold. Now we have DZ though getting pushed a little bit by fucking E6 and boys, and here we go. PBX dying right now. I don't even know what the fuck PBX is. E6 and PBX fighting on the bottom side as K-Swinney and them are getting aggressive on the PBX. 2 going down for PBX, and this is going to be really bad for Pulverix as they're most likely going to die by the hands of the boys over at E6.
We see it time and time again. A team tries to coexist with E6, and they just don't let it happen.
Yeah.
They triple swing, they use all their utility, and now they got some loot and some KP.
Yeah, and look at this. Pulverix is eliminated with Anmu getting the Lombo shots going. And this is going to be really good for 100 Thieves because that means they're close, and they're holding a lot of lands here, Greek. They're holding the up top spot, and they're getting naded out. E6 is trying to hold and stabilize here. They do have the caustic, so I'm guessing that they're going to be okay.
They got a lot of
Zeta going down, though, and they're going to be right to AYM, and AYM wants to fight Zeta. The 3v3 commencing. The caustic shot's being popped. The PK shot coming out.
Good
Another shot going out. Great job right there. Oh, my God. Sunset providing some massive firepower as Taskmaster goes down again. Great grenade coming out as Elysium comes in and knocks Taskmaster. So now there might be a couple fucking teams moving on into the fucking mills right here.
They might be able to get a reset here.
They might. Honestly, the caustic is going to be the main provider of this reset. No bubble coming out, though, and they're going to risk this res without a bubble, and the actual caustic stops all the pushing. No, they don't. Oh, my God. They actually get hinted on here, and Sunset's the only one alive. And Zeta gets mauled by AYM. The caustic couldn't even stop that rage, and AYM wipes Zeta for free. Not even going down at all.
Yeah, huge push from AYM. They're fully set up. The traps are down. They start off by breaking all the doors so that they can get LOSs, and they just slowly start working on Zeta. They get the angles, they burn the meds, they get the knock, and great play from them.
This is really bad for 100 Thieves. Scurry with an immediate slam on the backside here. Tricky getting the kill on the fucking worst in the top right. And here we go, the cell's being popped. 100 Thieves likes to play these situations because they provide that back wall for cover. But this is not easy, Greek. There's a lot of teams around. This is where I think Newcastle becomes extremely situational. Would Gibraltar just be better in this situation is always the question you're asking.
I will say that 100 Thieves is not in a spot that I think they can just hold for the rest of the game here. Eventually, people will start to get LOSs. I think they have good cover here on the doors. They'll be able to stop this team from inside, but they're going to start getting looked at in the back here, and I don't know if this is enough.
I don't think so either. I don't think there's enough. And Audit gets eliminated by Furia as Furia eliminates ODK. They are now fully out of game number 5 here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We are live from Raleigh. This is not a green screen. And we have 100 Thieves here setting up on this backside. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to fight right now, but there are going to be so many teams. And like you said, bro, we are seeing Skittles. Just colors everywhere in the mill side.
AYM does have an entire building of mill to themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, AYM's holding a lot of ground. I don't think they're going to be able to hold this for the whole time, though, Greek. I do think when a team starts to funnel in, they'll be in a really bad spot.
Yep. I do want to point out there, though, that AYM knows that the other side is borderline unplayable because they have no doors. So the second that they hear a Valculti, I wouldn't be surprised if they started trying to work them again.
Yeah, I mean, they have
a crypto EMP. They have a Valk to get the angles.
Yep.
Just look at the ground. There is just loot on loot.
I mean, yeah. This is absolutely perfect for AYM. And that's one thing I like playing with Madness. When I play with Madness on CLG, he always would destroy the doors on the other side of the houses, etc., to make sure that the other teams didn't have that. And funny enough, it actually created huge amounts of openings for us when it came to fighting. It was actually extremely beneficial. So now AYM gets to see this. They get to maneuver a little more aggressively when teams start to funnel in. And I like how they take that side. It's a really, really good job. We have BRU here, man, too, in the bottom side. We have FNX. Phoenix not in a bad spot. They're holding the little eggshell out here, but it's not probably going to be in for too long, or it might just pull to this bottom side. I'm not really too sure. But they have so much loot at AYM. It's crazy. And look at this. The C9 special. C9 all the way on the back side of Stormcatcher, bro, while the zone's going on. It's actually kind of fucking crazy, dude, overall. How late they play is pretty wild. And Mac. Rock's the most obscene guns. Rocking a Hemlock, dude. I feel like he could just use anything and be good.
Yeah, I mean, Mac is one of those players that if they don't get the guns that they want, he will take the worst gun on the team and make it work.
Yeah, I agree.
He's always been known to be versatile, character-wise, gun-wise, and just do whatever it takes to get a W.
I mean, he's a phenomenal player. He's just like one of the most diverse players in the game. There's not many that could do what he could do. I'm always impressed by Mac. He always knows exactly what to do in these situations. He always knows how to like get the upper hand. And here we go. I think ADR might be fighting here, Greek. Is that what's happening over there?
I saw Bangalore.
Yeah, here we go. ADR versus E8. And we're going to have Karan with the R301 3x Blue Mag, and he's looking spicy over here and also has the Spitfire, and he's trying to rain down some shots. E8 might want to take this fight, but I think they're actually getting aggressive on it with the bank smokes coming out. And I don't know, if I'm AD, man, I'm going to be about that action with the Bangalore here.
One thing you do got to be mindful of, they do have Bangalore.
Yeah, true.
So the Digis are going to come into play.
Yep.
I'm not sure if E8 does have the Digis, but they are the only team in the lobby running Bangalore.
Yeah, true. I mean, you're not wrong. And this could be really good for AD. If they know this is E8 and they think they're a better team, bro, they can just immediately fight this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this. Good shot. This is a great angle for fucking Karan. Going to miss some shots, though, going down. He's going to get the little Valkyrie, not going to get any hits. And E8 looks like they're backing off a little, and they are. E8 doesn't want the smoke. It's a good call by E8 as well.
Yeah, E8 wasted their C-roll there. Didn't really get much value out of it. AD has absurd angles on top of the rocks, and they aren't getting shot at or LOS from anybody else.
Yep. I really, really like this play. They're going to hold the angles out. E8's going to rotate out. That's 100% the right call.
I agree.
Yeah, EA not fighting this is definitely the right play. They have a lot of different spots that they're going to be struggling with to fight over here on this backside. And I think majority of the time when you take the fight onto these big side rocks, it's really, really tough. Really rough. One sec, how bad it is. My fucking, like my shit's fucked up right now, one sec.
A lot of teams still alive here.
Yep.
We got a couple more zones before it starts to get hectic.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. We have Furia actually avoiding E8 here, and they're going to take the angle that E8 didn't want. Nope, they're going to wrap back around. And maybe E8 wants to just take a Valkyrie here and rip it into Mills. I think that's what's going to be the right call here. As Furia is going to maybe be first place after this game.
Has 7 bats.
I mean, they are kidding.
They are kidding.
They are literally this whole fucking CVS, dude. They are the CVS and more. Literally. They are literally the fucking CVS, the Rite Aid, and the fucking Walgreens all in one.
They got it all right now.
I mean, they get the free loot, they get the KP, and they're able to move forward. That's all they need to do. Now, I think a Valkyrie might be a necessity, or else they're going to try to fight maybe E8 down below.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take this fight
If
here.
I'm Furia, I am fighting E8. I see a Bangalore pro, I'm going in for blood.
And they're looking for it. Watson leading the pack here on the Seer.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if he throws that Seer ulti down to the bottom of the building to avoid it getting destroyed, and then they just start to work these angles.
Yeah, and they have to start getting these angles quick, bro. The zone's going to be closing in. I would rather take this fight earlier than later if I'm them.
Yep, C9 is low-key walking that way. They might be able to hear it if this fight takes too long.
Yeah, if Furia does take this fight, C9 is making their way through that tunnel on the bottom right side here. They could be really bad for Furia. I think that's why Panders is probably isolating himself and looking around to make sure that there is no third party happening. They know the zone is closing. They know there's a lot of edge teams, and they want to make sure that no one's coming from behind before they decide to take this fight onto E8. But right now, it's kind of looking like they're just isolating. They're taking their time. They're just breaking doors. And do you think C9 should show face here coming from tunnel, or should they wait a little bit longer?
No, C9 is going to hard rat here and wait to get some action. Nobody knows they're there.
Yep.
And if nothing breaks out, they can always Valk ult from the alleyway.
Yep.
Up and over the rocks and get into mill. I think they know that, but I think they know that a storm is brewing over here against Fury and E8. They're doing a lot of poking, making a lot of noise. And you know Alb and Zach are sniffing that out.
Oh, you know that for sure. They're definitely sniffing, bro. They're getting it all going. And here we go.
E8
Furia
running right into them, I
think.
think.
This is going to be great for Furia. It's actually picture perfect.
They're going to run right into C9.
Yeah, and look at this. This is going to be bad for E8. They're going to get ratted on right now in the tunnel. And look at that. Mercy's actually getting some good shots going. Mercy goes down here. And oh my God, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow. How are they doing it? It's going to be one alive here. It's going to be Golden in a 1v2. Can he survive this? Oh my God, the knock. Oh my God, another wingman shot. Can he do it?
Oh my God.
Oh my God! Golden with the 1v fucking how you do! Holy fucking shit! Golden eliminated Cloud9.
How did they lose that fight? C9?
They rat and they fucking lose. Oh my God, amazing wingman patience right there. Great job from E8. Holy shit.
Golden, how does he win that fight?
Oh my fucking God, that is the craziest shit I've ever seen. C9 with the rat, and they actually lose that. Golden with phenomenal wingman bubble plays. Phenomenal. Naughty looked like you out there. And Golden looked like Naughty. The roles were reversed. You got shit on.
Never lost a gunfight in my life.
That was actually crazy. It's a big time fucking C9 choke, and I cannot believe that Golden just did that.
Think the comms were on that one?
I mean, they must be devastated, Greek. There's just no way at that point you are not absolutely devastated that happening. It hurts. It just fucking hurts. And we're gonna see BRU over here, bro, on this backside. I cannot believe that. I'm still not over that. What a phenomenal job by the boys at EA to make that turnaround play.
Going into that, when they were going down the hill, I was expecting that to just be a clean wipe from C9.
Oh, 100%. I thought C9 was immediately knocking, but they didn't even do that either. The Seer stayed alive for a very long time. That's a big-time mistake by C9. Golden showing off while he's number one. Wow. Great job. We're going to have E6, though. E8 pretty much golden. I mean, pretty much dead. And we're going to have Fennel still 2 men up top as CR and them are underneath, and CR gets knocked. Sunday's going to go down here, and they're getting shot from all over the place with charge rifles, etc. And it's not looking good for Crazy Raccoon, who is indeed the first place team. And if you are Furia, you are happy about seeing CR go down.
Yep. AYM is also fighting. They get the wipe onto AD. That's another squad wipe for AYM.
Yeah, and I mean, Sunday is somehow still alive. They actually might get this res off as AD goes down, and AYM is just dominating.
They have 6 kills already.
And this is not good. Fennel, the grief with the charge rifle, knocking Cedar over here. Cedar and Sunday are dead. It's going to be up to the Watson Maney just trying to stay alive, but I think it's going to be Furia. No, it's not. Furia's already in the backside, and it might be a Furia versus AYM fight going down again. AYM is just taking fight after fight over here, and it looks like they want to do this, but Furia might be backing up to the other side.
Yep. I would expect both teams to coexist here. I don't think a fight is going to break out. It might when they have to walk out here for the zone close.
And look at this, CR eliminated. So Sunday, Maney and Cedar do not get the reset there. Maney is charge rifled, and Fennel gets all 3 KP on the CR.
Absolutely. Fennel getting some much needed kills. We look at the zone here. Ascend most likely in the best spot.
Yep.
But SNG is also going to get a really good game here.
Yeah, SNG's in a great spot. The zone's going to pull a little bit more outwards. SNG should be okay, but look at LG now moving up towards BRU. BRU, not in a bad spot. They're going to be holding the top rock, but they have a lot of movement to make here as SSG is also routing in the bottom side. SSG is going to be near Bean, and there's going to be a lot of teams now funneling in towards BRU. BRU needs to play this safe. They cannot go down, and they need to hold this height immediately.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of Valk ultis coming in here. And if I'm Ascend here, I need all the caustic traps down, people are going to be Valcolting in left and right.
Yep.
They're going to be trying to leak into the building, and they might get forced on here in third party.
I totally agree. I mean, overall, if you're inside of Mills right now, you have to be preparing for these you know? But look at this. AYM and Fury are going to have to make a play. Their building's barely in here, and someone's going to have to make a mistake.
Yeah. There comes the Horizontal.
Wow, big time Horizontal.
Oh,
They don't break it.
Jerovich is in the nades, though.
Oh, Jerovich is going to go down here. There's no way he's
alive.
He might get the armor swap in the box. No, there is no armor swap. He's going to be able to get the reset most likely, and he is lucky by the skin
Good recovery.
of his fucking teeth. He somehow stays alive as E6 is eliminated by GMT, and GMT raised the ability of E6, and E6 is gone. The winners of last game are now out for game number 5.
GMT with a good push there. We know that house has a lot of angles and LOSs. It's very hard to hold it, and Jerovich getting knocked here.
Jerovich getting knocked by the Havoc of Sarah Tricky, and he's getting pushed right now. Can he stay alive? They're not getting looked at by the left side. It's going to be Singularity trying to get some shots. They might get the reset again, but AYM is getting very lucky with these resets. I'll be surprised if they get another one. You know fucking Furia wants to get these kills.
Yep.
Real
AYM
bad.
doing whatever they can here, getting the fences down, trying to hold it down, but the push coming in.
And Hierarch is just going to get wide swung by both. It's a
Anders
great
with a nice
swing.
knock,
Yep.
and they get the full wipe. They're going to have some armor swaps, good loot, be
Yep.
able to walk in here on the edge as they're the only team on the left side of Mills.
Yep, and Phoenix is going to get eliminated here. Look at all the ultis going down. We're going to see BRU moving over to third party, who is going to be Complexity / LG. DZ Sharky going down, Monsu going down. It's going to be SSG versus LG. Who is the real G? The real G is going to be SSG. More shots going down. SSG turns and burns, and BRU is getting spanked. Get put in timeout.
SSG phenomenal
wiping.
team shooting right there.
But look at this. Singularity is looking for the third party on SSG. Drop is going to be literally down by himself, and it's going to be Zanile, the only one up. Can he do it? And Zanile is going to be a rat as GMT is getting wiped.
Fennel needs
Dude,
to
I still hear the
I
rampage shots.
Yeah.
What is this spectator bug?
Fennel needs to wide swing and wipe Zanile as they will be able to play the south side of the zone. There is a shit ton of action going on in Mill right now.
What is this bug? And there's 30 teams fighting over here. Sirdel's going to go down. Noska is going to stay alive here. Can he do it? It's going to be a 2v3. No, he cannot. He gets wiped. Furia going for more kills with the triple and armor. And all I'm hearing is this fucking rampage in the back.
I'm hearing that in my sleep tonight.
And then 100 Thieves getting shots onto Watson. Watson goes down. It's a 2v2. 100 Thieves versus Furia. Who is going to come out?
And the wide swing.
The wide swing
from Anmu.
Anmu going down here. Zeratrick somehow staying alive. He's going to be 20 HP. Can Scurry and Anmu and Vaxlon clutch up? It looks like they might not do it. They might. Zeratrick in a 1v1. And 100 Thieves! Get the fuck off of them. Never mind. They're dead. And Ascent coming in to wipe 100 Thieves. Are they going to do it? Yes, they fucking are.
Kashira
And 100 Thieves is eliminated. And then Kashira as the solo comes in.
Look at this feed right now. SNG is the only 3-man alive. There's a solo on SSG, a duo in Fennel, and a solo in Kashira. I'd be surprised if SNG doesn't win this game easily.
I'm going to fucking hear this in my goddamn sleep with this rampage. And now SNG is the free win, Greek. This should be the freest win SNG.
There's no way that they don't win this game.
Well, this is really good. They're in third place right now, and they could actually get over Furia and company. Oh, he shot the rampage. He's gone. Oh, he shot the rampage. Holy shit, thank the Lord. Now, SNG should have a free win here. They should also get some free KP. That Gibraltar should die here. It's going to be a 2v1 v 1v3. SNG just wants to get the KP. They're not even worried about anything else. They know they don't have to worry too much. They just want the points off of the solos and the duos.
Yep, they should try to get every single bit of KP that they can here. They lose out on the KP on Kashira.
They do lose out on
as a
that.
duo, still top 5.
I love to see
playing.
it. Fennel doing a great job. Penoter. Echikabo not on there. And he's looking for the Tom Brady 3-step drop back. Can he hit it? The Hail Mary full of grace. The Lord is with thee. And he gets the ulti. And it's going to hit a little bit. And they're going to go kill the solo who's going to be Zanile here.
Oh, Elysium is
Oh my God! Elysium with the throw, and here's the 2v2. Can Fennel do it? Singularity versus Fennel, 2v2.
He's not going to get the res off. It's going to be a straight up 2v2 here from SNG versus Fennel.
Here we go. The PK shots looking crispy, trying to shoot the toes down through.
They're going to get stunned here. Fennel with the caustic ulti.
The wipe does come through, and here we go. Arden in a 1v2 right now for Fennel. Can Fennel do it as a duo? Can they do it? Are they the ones to watch? Fennel getting the bat off. They are double red versus a one-man army. Fennel, come on, baby. The only duo in this game. Can they get a win? Can they make history and be the first duo to ever win? More shots going down. Dexy trying to get some angles. They're both going crazy. He's trying to get angles here. They're playing this as safe as possible because you know they want this win so bad. Barrel's coming down. And here we go. They're playing so safe. They're just making sure they secure this win. They're making sure no reses happen. Oh my God, Fennel. Just taking their
it
time.
slow, very calm, cool, collected, smart play.
Yes, sir. They get
the crack, and then they're going to go in.
And here we go. We have Fennel!
Fennel as a duo.
Fennel as a fucking duo, making ALGS history, winning the first game ever as a duo in ALGS.
Fennel showing that they don't even need a third to get some points here.
They said COVID who, bitch? I don't give a fuck. We can do this shit duo, baby.
My God, Fennel playing out of their minds here.
That is actually crazy. The first time we've ever seen a duo win.
players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
Oh, no! No, it's a double stick!
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude! The elevator's gonna do it! I cannot believe what I just saw. Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me! Will they do the unthinkable?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 2 Championship. We are live from the City of Oaks Research Triangle. That's right, it's PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. Fallout here, joined alongside two absolute legends on the desk, ready to deliver some Group D versus Group B action. I can't do it myself. I'm joined with none other than my man right here, my duo, my boy Rain Day, as well as my boy Genome, coming all the way from Australia, live on camera for the first time. And look, Rain Day, last time we casted a championship together,
That's right.
Someone said you guys have buddy cop vibes.
That's right.
You already know we had to bring out the Miami Vice 5s again.
Lethal Weapon 5 coming at you guys. We're going for the reboot. It's not sold yet, trust me, but we're trying.
That's right. This is Mel Gibson joined alongside Danny Glover. No, I'm just playing. Genome, you're coming all the way from Australia. You're, of course, maybe a little jet lagged. How you feeling right now?
What does that make me, the villain?
He is the villain.
That's a great, I think it can play it.
I think so. You have the accent, man.
I know.
You got it all. That's right. But hey, we hope you guys are enjoying the show at home. It has been one heck of a tournament so far. Obviously, some disappointing performances from the likes of Cloud9, TSM, a lot of names you thought would maybe perform. On the flip side, Optic Gaming's looking pretty good, Evan.
Oh my God, these guys have been phenomenal, and it's partially the reason why I think they've just been so much our favorites to win these tournaments over the course of Sweden and over the course of what we've seen online, because they're lethal in that final zone. They find themselves in the right spot. Skinnlecakes is a huge proponent of him and his team knowing better than everyone else, and of course they're trying to hold on to their secrets as long as possible. So.
3 controller players, right? Where does that shine? Close range. Those final circles, like you're talking about, as soon as you get into those late game bubble fights, that kind of stuff, it doesn't matter which one of them is still up, they've still got that advantage.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute fact. Obviously, Dark Zero, I know you're looking out for your boys from Apex South to perform as well. We'll be talking about that and some more in a little bit. But first things first, we got to set the stage a little bit for y'all watching from home. There's this little thing called Multiview. We hope you're enjoying it. Of course, you can watch us on broadcast, or you can watch your favorite teams competing all weekend long. Multiview will be available for the entirety of the ALGS Championship. You have the option to watch the ALGS on 2 to 4 split-screen windows using the Command Center functionality on Twitch. The tool lets you watch the action from multiple viewpoints. You'll be able to choose which teams, which players, which points of view, which listen-ins you want to have. That's right. You will also have live comms from your teams. This is insane. A one-of-a-kind experience that only Apex delivers. Make sure to click the Command Center button below the Twitch channel player near our follow button, and also maybe hit that follow button while you're at it. Experience everything from the drop to looting to rotations, and of course, your favorite players and more with Multiview, one of the best components of competitive Apex. But if you're going to stick with us here on screen, well, guess what? We got some breakdowns, we got some analysis, we got a lot to talk about here. Obviously, Group B versus Group D coming on up. Randy, starting with you, any kind of key storylines you're looking out for?
Absolutely, and I'll hit on more a little bit in the teams to watch, but I think Group B brings us a very strong team in Furia that I really want to see their insistency on providing a Seer, Maggie, and Valve meta. And it's kind of almost transported itself across Apex Legends in all levels, from a casual to a ranked perspective to a high-level competitive perspective. We heard murmurs of TSM saying, are we going to just abandon this thing? Are we going to keep with it? This is the chance to find out, and I think this will be a turning point for the rest of the tournament, whether people are believing in this comp for championship.
Spoiler alert, they're abandoning the Matt Mackey and Seer. Had a chance to eat some dinner with the guys, and look, they're obviously disappointed after their first start. They're not necessarily liking how Maggie and Seer are working out. They're going to go back to Caustic. However, it's not just them. We got a few other teams to talk about here as well, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Group D already, right? Group B, though, can they really match up? Like some of us have been saying, Group D seems like that group of death, right? Now, how many in there are really going to show up in the top 10 in this lobby? I'm not sure. Cloud9, definitely one I've got my eye on.
Yeah, on one note, speaking of some crazy comps, E8 is another, E6, Element 6 is another team. Oh, Elevate, sorry, I take that back. I'm mixing up two teams. Elevate, the bottom left of your screen, Mercy, the Presley, and Golden. They're going to abandon the Bangalore and Seer comp. They're going to be switching it up as well. But let's take a look at our secondary stream. It's going to be Group A versus Group C, Evan.
And you know what? This is a lineup that I think has a lot of Apex South representation. We've seen some incredible performances already, and for me, that's kind of been the star of the show. EXO, their immaculate performance already versus maybe the hardest group, and of course they've got Reignite there, or Dark Zero now, and I know, Gino, they've been going through some things.
Yeah, man, these guys, 5 games in, weren't doing so well, right? They had 1 game to really try and pull it out. Halfway through, they take out Crazy Raccoon. All of a sudden, Sharky's not feeling so well. He vomits, leaves the station in the middle of the game for 2 minutes.
Mid-game?
Wow. Mid-game. His teammates punch him into the corner. They come back and take out the win to save their series.
You gotta be kidding me. That's a story you can't even write. Even if we tried to write that story, I hope we wouldn't write him. Yeah,
No, I'd leave vomit out of it.
Yeah, exactly. We'd probably leave it out of that. That's insane. I mean, 3rd place finish from them, obviously looking really, really solid. Solid point so far. That is the reigning champions. I mean, look, they have a lot to prove. Obviously, Jen Burton competing for the first time in a major LAN tournament and championship was replaced by JMW as a substitute, and they won it back then. If they don't win it now, well, all eyes on Jen Burton on this team, but something tells me they're pretty secure with this Dark Zero pickup.
It's crazy that he's been recognized as one of the best players in the world for almost like 2 or 3 years now, and this is the first opportunity we're getting to see him, perform at that level.
Insane. One of the best content creators we have, one of the best controller players we have as well. Excited to see what he can do on the secondary stream, which you can catch, of course, on twitch.tv/NiceWigg. Big shout out to the boy Wig. Hope you all enjoying that one as well. But guess what? For watching this stream, for watching competitive Apex, you have a chance to win with Twitch drops. So enjoy the action all weekend long and get rewarded. The ALGS Year 2 Championship Finals are the epic conclusion for the season of the ALGS. We're rewarding our Twitch audience for tuning in today. All you need to do is claim these rewards, is connect your Twitch and EA accounts, and you can start earning 4 different Twitch drops to commemorate the occasion and what an occasion it is. I mean, this is the championship. This is the culmination of Split 1 Pro League, Split 1 playoffs, Split 2 Pro League, Split 2 playoffs live from Sweden. What an event that was.
Yeah.
And now we get to be in front of a live audience.
And it's honestly the fact that we get to do this on a global scale and claim one true champion, one to rule them all essentially at the
We don't get
end
5 champions anymore. None of the Scars over here, 100 Thieves over here.
Who's really the best? I mean, this is really the day. These are 4 days that will change 3 players and maybe a coach or so's life, and of course set them on a path that who knows if they'll be stoppable after that. So
Apex South showed up last time. Think they'll do it again?
I think there's a massive chance that that is going to happen, John. I mean, we've seen already EXO doing well, Dark Zero pulling it out, Dreamfire with 2 substitutes still showing up, Burger keeping themselves in the mix. So many of our teams are performing so well in the first series.
You didn't mention Raikou, what you have to say live on stream. It's cradled me the time.
Sutraiku!
Oh my god, it gets me every time. Apparently it's striker in Japanese, you learn something new. They are an Australian team, by the way, don't get it twisted. Lots to talk about. Obviously, our main stage matchup is the one we got to start to preview. A lot of storylines here. We talked about at the top of the show. TSM, Cloud9 underperforming. One team that performed, well, it was Luminosity, currently sitting within the top 20. They will qualify. They had a really good showing. Complexity plus Luminosity, essentially, and they're looking good so far.
And I was very, very heartbroken at the fact that, of course, you saw Yanya, Ganjamin, and then Nizel not able to make it within Amigo.
Yeah, of course.
They are a great lineup. That was just like kind of handpicked to do what they did. And remember in Sweden, they were in that final circle. They were one of the teams that we thought should have pushed Reignite at that time and didn't because they were out of ammo, but in the best spot. And this team knows how to play circles really well, so they're one team that I have to focus on here. I'm really excited to see them perform with Complexity.
Yeah, that's right. From right to left, you got Monsoon and Amigo, and of course, Shiny. Monsoon and Shiny of Complexity. They basically are like cats. They have another life. They had a last chance qualifier, second life. They have their 3rd life. Still have a chance to compete. We'll see if Luminosity and Monsoon, one of the best IGLs, one of the best personalities we have in Apex, one of the best stories as well. Talking about his story, we'll see how they will do. But then we saw Cloud9 on screen. Obviously, did not look good in their initial on the secondary stream. What's not working well for them in your IGL?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were focusing on the mainstream, so hard to know exactly what happened there. But when you think back to Sweden, this is a team that towards the end of the tournament really started to get better and better. So maybe it's only day 1, and we've still got time for them to reach their full potential.
Yeah, that's a great point. Obviously playing with a substitute in Sweden. Of course, Kangarna basically showed up as a substitute, as graceful on that team. They looked good, but hey, obviously I don't blame him, but Zach Mazer, my boy Mazer, got a lot of love from him. I told him I'd say this on broadcast. 4 or 5 days before the biggest tournament of his life, he's obviously supporting his girlfriend Claire at work in Vegas, but that's lack of scrim time. That's going to cost him.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where personal life rubs into your professional life, and everyone who's had to juggle something like that knows the difficulties of making the right choice. There is no right choice. You have to do what you feel good about. That's what Zach decided. I think it's partially, though, the fact that there's a lot of pressure on them. They're the North American team that can get stuff done, but they haven't quite proved it on this main stage. Now they're fully back. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, speaking of Clara, I say Clara, and she's literally right in front of me and starts screaming. Big shout to Clara at work, performing in the Nick Merckx tournament, by the way. But hey, look, gameplay is about to start. We know we want to jump right into it. It is time for my favorite part of the segment. It's the talent predictions. We've been all over the place. Why? Because the competition is better than ever before. Let's take a look here. I am the sole Invictus Gaming stan in this one. I think IG is going to take it personally. They're playing with a substitute RKN. Torrent IGL.
Great sub.
He fits really, really well for this team. I got IG.
Yeah, he's a very smart player. I think Furia, though, to me, is who I'm focusing on. This is
I like
necessarily who I think is going to win the day, but I think they are the most important team, because if they perform well, we're going to see people research back into Seer, back into Maggie, also back into trusting that not the traditional Gibby caustic Valk is the only way to win and succeed, which I think now a lot of people have got the feel of the nerves and are kind of going back to what they're used to.
That's right. I see a nice little team singularity pick. You can't sleep on them from Gaskin. Who you got, Gino?
Yeah, look, I went with Dreamfire. As we talked about, those guys were showing up. I mean, Roy, I think personally is probably a top 5 mechanical player in the world for me. He is that good. And we saw some footage in one of those World's Edge games with him with a Hemlock just destroying the lobby, right? And it's almost like as long as the other two guys are alive and sort of like distracting the other team, Roy can come out and win any engagement.
I love that call, because honestly, so many people focus so often in the APAC region on AD, on Crazy Raccoon, on Reignite, now Dark Zero, but Dreamfire, well, they've won before. They were number 1 in the Pro League in Split 1. They certainly can do it. But look, gameplay is ready. And without further ado, for the very first time casting, first time on broadcast, I got to throw it over to my boy, Tom T-Squared Telestrator Taylor, and Glitter Explosion. Take it away.
Surprise, surprise. It's not, unfortunately, John. You've got to stick with us. I'm sorry. Hey, see, we threw a little curveball at you, and that's what we do, right? We're here. Don't worry. It's Onset and Gaskin to take you through the first 3 games with a Storm Point specialist stand. That's why we're back on the broadcast, John. I understand why you're kind of thrown off a little bit there.
Also going to remember, Mark did say earlier he will not be leaving this desk. Rumor has it they did try and cast, and Mark did not allow it. But Storm Point, we're here again, and we've got to be focusing, Mark, on the teams that have had success in Storm Point already today. Singularity, Optic, Furia, Dark Zero, Dreamfire. They've all had games. They've had big games as well. This is going to be an amazing, amazing game.
And of course, if you're just joining us, a reminder, this is now Group B versus Group D. So the Group D players and teams, they've been sat on this stage all day now. They're going to feel extremely comfortable. A little bit of a change of scenery for the Group B guys, though. They're all going to be on stage now, fresh and ready to get into the action.
Yeah, slightly different scenery, and also just adjusting, of course, to different placements of where you're going to be sat. I'm sure there's already going to be some predictions of who's going to be sitting where when we get to the final day. There's already going to be seats people prefer, but right now, you can see we're already into the game. We already have a map overview, and it is going to be going down to Cenote Cave.
Cenote. Come on, we sat down yesterday with you know, some of our people who can pronounce things better than we can. We're just simple Brits, okay? We're just simple guys, okay? Cenote Cave is, by the looks of things, where we are going to be going. We of course have that beacon information that the players will be able to pick up in just a few seconds time. But I'm excited to get into this one. We're back into the action. The break is over. The gun's alive, Dan. It's time to do some slaying.
And the reason why I wanted to focus on some of these squads was because they were picking up points in Storm Point rather than World's Edge. Teams like Dark Zero, who really came to life once Storm Point became the equation. And now we've got to see them do it to begin with, right? It was the second half of maps in the previous games that we were seeing what was happening. Now it's going to be the first half of the maps.
And we've already got a little bit of contesting going down on the map, so which is always an exciting way to start things off, right? As we've got 2 teams fighting for supremacy here on our screens. We're going to have to see how this one plays out, if it's going to be kind of a little bit of a split down the middle. Everyone gets their own loot, and then everybody takes their own rotations, or... And hopefully, this is a big or, right? That we're going to see the 2 teams just throw it all in on game number 1. See what comes out. See if someone can get on top, you know?
There's certainly some teams who have got more room to play with when it comes to looting than others. Optic Gaming have got so much room in the top left-hand side of the map. Also in the southeast, Luminosity have got a lot of room to be able to work with as well. They've actually got 2 POIs they can be looting. So there are some squads who have got more loot available to them than others.
We can also see that Team Burger have got the first knock of the game, and that's going to be one tappy going down, unfortunately, and that will be Team Burger who get their first point on the board. So Team Burger, as we alluded to earlier, are on the board.
And I want to see more from Team Burger in this one, because I was bigging them up being this consistent team across Storm Point, one of the best teams across the entirety of the ALGS when we get onto this map. But they haven't really found that form so far on LAN. But I will always put it down to possible LAN jitters coming into the equation, or maybe just rotations and circles didn't really go their way. Now, with 3 maps once more to show what they're made of, I'm sure they're going to put on a show.
Well, the battle that was going down at a checkpoint, we did see that contesting going down as we see Team Singularity taking a little bit of a damage on the crosshair and running into a little bit of trouble. Those two teams look like they have split the loot and have split off, so don't worry about that battle. You're not going to miss it, but Team Singularity, you can see they're involved in what is can only be described as a little bit of a barroom brawl at the moment.
Singularity, who've got 50 points before. I found a Gibraltar wandering into the alternator, and they are definitely going to try and follow up on that damage.
That was terrifying. Apex Legends, we know it. Sometimes it is a jump scare game, and that Gibraltar, I think it was a little bit lost. The GPS coordinates had not quite been put in the right way, and here he comes again. The Gibraltar comes for an engagement. It's 1IQ. The Gibraltar belongs to a best will go down, and now we're going to see 1IQ having to fight and scrap to save their lives.
And Naxo's going to be the last remaining player, most likely. No, Talus is still alive, but that is going to be a lot of burn that's going down. Singularity have got the upper hand here, but they are going to be below them, and they are reluctant to push. You don't want to just force yourself and funnel yourself through a position where grenades will eat away at your shields.
Still a 3v2 inside the building then. Team Singularity probably just taking a moment to reset here, making sure that they're in a position where they can at least trade out that first kill and make sure they can convert onto a full team wipe and get, of course, those points on the board and send our first team out of the lobby.
Bear in mind, in their previous group stage on Storm Point, they finished 8th, 2nd, and 8th. They were very consistent here, and they want to find more damage.
Well, here we go, 101 with a Peacekeeper, and Elysium ain't missing with this thing. That'll be the knock they're looking for. Now it's a simple job of cleaning up the 3v1. That will be 1IQ wiped from the lobby, and Team Singularity with their first KP.
1IQ, who struggled in the previous group, and it seems like it could be the same old story here in B versus D. There was a team who had a little look at that, a little sniff over towards Singularity, but perhaps they felt the stench was a little bit too strong, too much caustic barrels in the area, and they back on off.
So Singularity going to be able to reset now, looking very, very comfortable. And of course, this fight's so important as well, just from the position they actually find themselves in, right? They're right inside of Cenote, excuse me. I'll get that. You know what? We'll get it right at some point. And they're going to be set up for the long game now. So clearing out this building, absolutely huge for them. It just means they can watch the perimeter. Anyone coming into the area will take damage from them, and they're set up. They're set up for the long game.
It has been their placements that have really propelled them up the leaderboards, Team Singularity. In the previous group stage. Going into now B versus D, there are a lot more teams who play that way, so they may struggle to find the same kind of consistency. So they are going to be needing more team fights to go their way to secure guaranteed points.
Well, let's see what Fury are doing. A lot of talk on the desk about this lineup and what they can bring to the table. And the man on your screen, His Watson, has certainly been putting a lot of hours for sure over the last couple of months here on Apex Legends. Let's see if he can turn the performances from the online arena into a LAN environment and see if you can push Furia forward.
Furia, another team who had success when it did come to Storm Point. They find themselves in the top 10 at the moment in the overall leaderboards, and they finished in the top 3 in their previous group games. And it was because of a third place finish on Storm Point that really shot them up through the leaderboards. And to be honest, if it wasn't for a 0.20th position in their final game, we probably would be seeing Furia a lot higher. They really know how to play this map. They know how they want to rotate. And with a composition like this, they're going to be looking to engage in some fights.
They certainly are. At the moment, they're not going to have too many to speak of, though, because just looking at our map overhead we have in front of us, it looks like they've got a lot of room here at Antenna. There's not too many teams in the perimeter who are going to give them any problems. However, speaking of problems, it looks like we're back at checkpoint and the fight is going to continue.
It is going to continue. It just seems to be constantly going on, but no one brave enough to get too involved and get too up close and personal. But maybe this could be the opening, just that little bit of a Gibraltar ultimate to try and engage in a fight, maybe trying to force some lambs their way.
Another bombardment will come down for now. Orthros Fang with just an opportunity to reset, though, inside of this building now. However, just trying to force their way maybe into a position where they can get that opening damage. Initial damage so important in Apex Legends. We know it so well. If you can get that initial damage down, it just allows you to close the gap, allows you to maybe throw that Gibby bubble down, take advantage and look for that first knock.
Really important that you try and clear this other team out here because you're in such a power position afterwards. You've got that beacon there that you can use to get more information, of course, before the next circle. It looks like neither team is brave enough right now to be able to engage in that fight, and they're just happy neighbors in the moment. I say happy neighbors, they are sending shots through the window. I don't often see my neighbors do that.
I was going to say, what kind of neighbors do you live next door to?
It's a rough neighborhood.
Let's see what EA can do there. The team who are on the other side of this fight, and at the moment it's just a little bit of a standoff between the two. Golden's got to be careful, though, as he replies with a nice little 45 with that wingman. Now we're starting to see the teams closing in on each other a little bit more. But again, it's just kind of like poke damage, and this is just going to be burning through meds for both teams.
We did see Golden hit a 1 versus 3 in the previous group on the Bravo stream. It certainly was something very impressive, and it shows the capability of what some of these players have as Tenderin absolutely melts with the Rampage.
EA having to take a second. It was Presley who was the player on the other side of that. He has to pop the Phoenix kit as he had his shields and the health chipped away at there. We'll get back up to a full health complement though, and we'll be able to survive for now. But as you can see, the zone starts to move in. This fight has to end, and it has to end quickly. Otherwise, these two teams are just going to get stuck here. The rotation's going to be slowed down. All of these knock-on effects. It doesn't really work out for either team here.
I wonder whether one of them is just eventually going to Valkyrie up into the sky and get out of things. Orthrus, of course, have that Valkyrie. They have that possibility, so they're the more likely to do so. But it's just a question of whether they want to. It feels like both of them are thinking about the fight, then thinking about re-engaging, then thinking about backing away. Maybe just need a solid call here from the IGL.
Well, just an update for the other teams in the lobby at the moment. If everyone's watching and wondering if Optic are going to continue their kind of rampage that we had in the previous group, well, good news for you. They're in a really, really solid position, as we would imagine, right at the southern tip of where that circle would be pulling.
Although actually, I've just seen on the map overhead, C9 are landing on Optic Gaming right now on the south side of the map, so there could be an engagement happening elsewhere. Furia also looking to see whether they can get involved in. Here it is. Optic are going to be contested by C9 right now, and C9 have managed to get a little bit of high ground.
They certainly have indeed. It looks like Optic Gaming, though, they've got this position locked down with those caustic barrels, so Naughty's got to be very, very careful. Here he managed to just about scarper away. He's got the cover coming in for some shots from Zach Mazer, which is just going to allow the reset to come in on both sides. But Optic, we know how they love to play these positions. If you try and bully Optic, it's like they don't forget about it. They will come back in a couple years' time when they've been to a gym for, you know, a couple more lifts, got bigger muscles, and they'll make it pay.
And they've been waiting, they've been watching, have Optic. They know where the other teams are in residence. They know the angles they could be taking here against Cloud9, and that's why they're not engaging too much. That's why they're not throwing themselves at Cloud9, because they know there's another team in the distance that could potentially get involved with that fight. And Optic have not been huge risk takers. They have played very methodical, very strategical, and very impressive, it has to be said, with their 3 wins previously. As for Cloud9, they had a very rough group stage previously. They were down in 17th position in Group A versus B, so they need a big old time here if they're going to put themselves up into the overall leaderboards.
Well, Alliance not looking too good right now as we jump on board with Pulverex and seeing a little fight that they're involved with, and it's going to be, again, Alliance who are on the receiving end of a lot of this damage. Alliance eliminated here. You can see the Monsoon popping up in the feed as well. Great to see Monsoon, I will say, on the main stage. Maybe not the circumstances he would want to be here, but if you're going to pick up a player who's going to put a smile on everyone's face with gameplay and personality, Mon's going to be that guy.
And as I said, Luminosity got so much room to loot, so they should be in a good position with any engagement they take. And they did find Alliance, unfortunately, a little bit vulnerable, and now Luminosity will find themselves over in the same area as Furia, and those two teams are sitting pretty for now, but will eventually have to move over to the area where Optic currently hold.
Well, Majesta's trying to do some damage through these windows. You can see he's trying to just put pressure onto the team in that building next door, trying to chip away at those shields, water down those resources, make sure those meds are not in the position that any team would want to find themselves in, and they've got the Watson fences down as well, so this is home base for now for them.
Watson really being reintroduced to the meta has changed things a little bit. Teams can't necessarily approach the game the same way. We have seen a few spanners being thrown in the works of legend composition changes in recent weeks and people trying different things. I think we heard it on the desk. They were talking about Mad Maggie and her introduction and how certainly has found a way into the meta, but maybe might find itself falling out of the meta again as well at this tournament. We saw TSM, they changed back to the Gibraltar after not really finding the success that they thought they would, but maybe they'll go back to it a little bit later on.
Sometimes it's different, the LAN environment, how the games play, the lack of aggression. Everyone knows how much is on the line. Everyone knows how many eyeballs are watching. And we always talk about the difference maker is the LAN environment. It's just so difficult to replicate what you do at home a lot of the time. There's different situations, there's different pressure. Teams play slower, teams play quicker. You just got to be on top of your P's and Q's.
And I mean, there's not $2 million on the line when you're playing scrims.
True.
You can try and replicate as best as you want and try and play as if you were in that situation, but as soon as money's on the line, things become very different indeed. But a few of these teams are just kind of sparring with each other, trading shields at the moment. No one engaging in a full 3v3 fight, but we might see our first now happening after a few moments.
It's going to be LG inside of this building. Luminosity versus Furia. Luminosity looking to be extremely defensive in this situation. Defensive bombardment's actually going to do a fair amount of damage on the outside. You can see it's just chipping away at shields. But here comes his Watson. He's going to catch one player off guard. Bubble will be forced, and he's going to jump in and capitalize on the damage. Zeratriggy got the Arc Star down, and that will be Enemigo hit the first to fall here.
Yeah, the black hole went down as well. It just sucked the Luminosity players into the hole, and now Luminosity down to almost 2. Monsoon just about alive, but eventually falls, and Luminosity get wiped. And it is going to be Furia showing their aggression, showing that composition works perfectly when you execute it that way.
Furia executing the fight perfectly. So much HP on their side. Even when the battle was finished and the bodies were on the floor, they were still in a position, even if a third party was in the vicinity, to at least hold their ground. So Furia, like you say, taking the 3v3 engagement, isolating that fight, and coming out on top.
Got to take advantage when a team is in a building like that and you can surround them, and even though the caustics were there and you can play defensive with a caustic, when Furia execute it in that way and you've got the seer to get all that information, you have the one up on the team that is going to be on the back foot. So Furia will be happy, their first points on the board here in match number 1 of this series, but now their attention's turned to rotations. Now they have to start making their way across the map to the southwest area, which is where all the teams have found themselves.
Yeah, the pacing in this lobby much different from what we saw a little bit earlier as well. You can see 17 squads still remaining in this one, and only just over a minute until Zone 3 closes. So expect that kill feed to start glowing in a few moments' time when we see that ring force all these teams in towards each other. The teams who have those kind of transitional places to hold at the moment, well, they're going to disappear pretty quickly, and they're going to have to take a fight or find somewhere to call home.
And that is the moments that often separate, you know, the good teams from the okay teams. As I say that, C9, they've been spotted out, they've been caught in the red once more, and it's Dreamfire who have got eyes on them, and they've already got one knock.
Bubble's gone down as well, so they want to capitalize on this situation, and Dreamfire moving in, 80 with the Peacekeeper. The second one doesn't connect, but the third will, as Zach Mazer will fall, and C9 struggling here in our first game on Storm Point.
Struggling in the previous group, struggling again as Dreamfire looking to take advantage of that. Want to get the finishes though, they want to secure those points. Stay Naughty's been able to avoid the damage and will be escaping ever so slightly, but I think he's going to be running into another team.
Yeah, he's getting hunted down though. He is getting hunted down by Dreamfire. They're trying to find out where he is, and it's actually Phoenix team who are going to be trying to finish off this final kill. So a lot of battles going down, and C9 coming into this lobby, they would have thought, okay, it's time to step our game up because we had a shaky start to the day, and unfortunately for them, it looks like it's continuing.
The thing with C9 is they had some good placements. They finished top 4 a couple of times, but they weren't finding those kills. They were really struggling in a lobby, which was a high kill lobby at times, where really big points were gained.
C9 eliminated. That will be them out of this lobby. So they're going to have some more games to play with, but they need to find some form and they need to catch fire quickly here because the games will dissipate and slip through their fingers extremely quickly today. But 16 squads remaining, 40 seconds or so until round 3 starts to close.
That's going to be a scary moment when the 40 seconds is up and that circle has closed, because there are certain areas where there is not going to be enough space for all of the teams that are going to try and break in. However, when I look at the map overhead, everyone has got within that next circle. It's probably going to be the one after that, which is when we see the true carnage unfold, when people try and get those priority positions. Arguably, this circle is going to move probably southwest even more so. I think that's what a lot of people are banking on here.
Information being collected here by Tao. Yes, that CQ down, just to not only chip away his shields, but as you can see, give the information of where teams are set up around you. A lot of this play here was serious about information. Where can we rotate to next? How can we play these next situations that are going to unfold in front of us? Well, TSM, they've changed comps. They've gone back to something a lot more comfortable here. And to be honest with you, Dan, it's something I'm not too surprised at.
That's something that T-Scab was talking about backstage was, you know, it's about mechanical skill. It's about muscle memory. What are you good at? What are you comfortable with? What has found you success in the past? And TSM, well, they needed a change. They needed to find something. It wasn't a great first group stage for them. They find themselves in 20th position. That is the cut-off spot, and that is not where TSM will want to be. They will very much want to be a little bit higher in that leaderboard.
Invictus now trying to hold a couple of teams out, trying to move in from the edge of zone. Those moves are going to have to be made very, very soon. You can see we're going bang center.
Wow.
On where this zone is for the next zone as well. So Invictus have got to pick up a few KP, but they're not going to be able to do this easily because flying through the skies, using that gravitational lift, it's going to be Furia putting the pressure on, and Pandas, though, he's going to have to back up, and Pandas can't back up. He will fall.
Because Invictus Gaming are coming on in, and they're getting involved in this fight. The Black Hole again playing a part in this engagement, but RKN can at least try and do some damage, but he will fall. And Invictus Gaming, they need to help.
Need to take this one player out. Oh 106 from Brin, but JMW, he's still alive and still in position. A little reset occurring here.
It's a one
Zera Tricky will be able to get into position. It was a 1 versus 1, but here comes Optic.
It's terrifying. It keeps happening. Optic just appear out of nowhere. It is literally a horror film right now when Optic Gaming are involved. They'll clean up. They'll get the knock. They will eliminate Furia, and now they're on a tear to try and get some extra KP.
And JMW is thinking, I was in a 1v1. I was in a 1v1. I was in a position to maybe win this, to clutch up, to get guaranteed KP. Now he's got Optic running at them, the most formed team that we've seen in the lobby. And Optic, I mean, they just timed that perfectly.
This is smart, though, from Optic Gaming. Get some guaranteed kill points, because look where that circle's going and look where they currently reside. You need to take this side of the map so you can be the kings of the mountain, as it were, on this side. Because look at where the circle's ending up. Absolute no man's land in the middle. The buildings that are currently in the circle, they're already in residence. There's already teams waiting. But somehow, JMW has been able to hold them back. He's been able to show enough pressure that Optic Gaming did not want to re-engage.
Well, JMW has survived for now because Optic have chosen a different route. Now, we've seen them do this a few times. They don't have too many worries if there's one team inside of a building. They will take one of the floors. It's bottom floor for now. Barrels will go down. Skittle Cakes will get that gas popping as well, just to give them a little bit of cover, but there's a black hole, and there's a grenade in it as well.
Just about surviving at the moment. Backs to the wall, backs to each other, watching every angle of Optic Gaming at the moment, but it's Onic who are above them. It's Onic who have been in this building the entire game, and they're saying, we are not going to give this up for free.
You can see it in the feed as well. Unfortunately for JMW and Invictus, that is the end of their game. He falls as the last player surviving, but Optic once again find somewhere to play. They just seem to do this so often. It seems like there's no room. Optic will create room.
And you see that little tiny building in that next circle. Team Burger are within that building, arguably the best position to be in at the moment, and they're probably thankful that Optic didn't arrive and knock on their door. Instead, it's Onic who are having to share this building and hopefully survive until this next circle.
I think one thing that Optic do so well that we need to just quickly discuss before these fights break out, Phoenix team eliminated as well, is they're not afraid to make an aggressive rotation earlier than everyone else. That was a risky play from them, but they thought if we don't get here now, maybe we're not going to get an opportunity to win this game.
Well, how many times do we talk about momentum? We talk about confidence. Think about what Optic did in the previous group stage game. They won 3 games in a row. They are on top of the world right now and top of the overall leaderboards, may I add. So they're looking to try and add that pressure, try and dominate some more, to gain more points and continue being at the top of this leaderboard.
So finally, everyone has found somewhere to play, some more comfortable than others. GMT on the edge of the zone. They're going to have to make some moves, and a fight will probably break out when they do have to make that rotation. The fact that they've got, I think, not just one, but maybe even 2 teams stacked up on this building is going to be a tough move for them.
There's just so many people in this building. The Watson fences make it so hard to navigate as well. It becomes like the crystal maze, and you hope you can escape and hope you get a reward for doing so. Your reward, though, is walking into more teams, because everyone now is going to be prioritizing getting central, because we are moving. Round 5 is closing.
Risky moments here. Perfect time to hit the ukulele for Gibraltar, as he is not feeling the pressure. However, of course it will fall, and TSM now move in. How will pick up that kill? And now TSM look to create some space, look to create some ground, but Imperial How will have to be revived and brought back to his feet.
Good bubble, and that's perfect. Now you've got the Gibraltar, now it's working. Now you're back to your comfort picks here for TSM, but the circle's closing, and neighbors are going to be joining.
Grenades go down, the bubble disappears! And now they've got to fight without a bubble in front of them. Somehow, Reps stays alive for now, but it won't be for too much longer. How the last alive on the Valkyrie, somehow, someway, has survived.
Just about alive, has a little bit of a rock to hide behind. TSM still alive, 10 squads remaining. Detonation Gaming eliminated, Sewer Pulverix, now we're on to 8.
But the crazy thing is, the longer Hal just survives as a solo, he's going to pick up placements here, because you can see how many battles are all of a sudden breaking out here on Storm Point.
So important you stay alive. Optic still alive as well. They've got 2 though. Duplex has gone down, may be able to pick him up though. 7 remaining, and Optic have got a good position. They've got a bubble to work with. It's looking good for Optic Gaming.
Team Singularity also involved in a battle here. You can see 2 bubbles are down. TSM will be eliminated. Hal finished off. As we jump on board now with Dreamfire, just singing from the heavens here. The R301 chipping away at shields and certainly breaking some hearts on that low ground.
I mean, the teams we focused on, Dreamfire, Singularity, Optic Gaming, they're all still alive and they're all shredding through. The pieces to do the damage will do. And EA are eliminated. We're down to just 4.
Down to 4, and Optic are one of them. Nox last on his feet though, has to bring his 2 teammates back into this fight. And it looks like he's going to be able to do so. Team Singularity, though, they might not be much longer for this game. They're out of here.
Dreamfire take down another. And now we've just got 3 left. And Dreamfire in arguably one of the best positions. Burger still have 1 player remaining. Optic trying to pick up their entire squad. Optic might have enough time. They do. Optic back on their feet.
And look at this. This bubble is going to disappear very soon. Nox was trying to play the off angle there, trying to see if he could take advantage of that situation, but the timing of recognition, knowing he was too far from his team to get away if that bubble dissipated and those 3 players just locked onto him, he retreats to his team and will live to fight another day.
Well, I said I wanted more from Team Burger, and they have delivered. They are into the final 3, but all 3 teams have now got back up to a full health. They've got back up to a full total, and they get that chance to assess, Mark. We've got 1 minute 30 for this final round to close. closed, this is going to be slowly moving in. You've got a lot of room to work with, a lot of building, a lot of rocks to work with as well. You want to be the last team to engage in this fight so you can just pick up the pieces.
The zone's going to start to creep in now. This is what we love, these 3v3 situations. Optic make a move, trying to swing out to their right, trying to play against one of these fences. Maybe force some teams to make some mistakes, and it looks like DF are just sat up on that high ground, just waiting for their opportunity to strike. But the thing is, if DF, at some point, they will have to drop. Optic are in a great position here.
Dreamfire have to drop eventually, but if they can force the fight before, so which they have done, Optic go in, and now the two teams will fight under Dreamfire.
The call is coming from Optic Gaming. Boys, send it. Let's see if we can get inside that bubble. Let's see if we can get the damage down. But now, it's just a standoff between the two teams, and here come Dreamfire.
Dreamfire wanted some of the action, and that's a shred! And Dreamfire get the entry.
Duplex will fall. Optic down to 2, but 2 still alive. Tail now just shredding through the skies. And shredding on the ground as well. The car is singing.
Dreamfire in Dreamland, they're on top of the world right now. Optic down to 2. What can they do in this fight?
Optic, this is looking like a tough game to win for Dreamfire. It's looking like, how many KP can we rack up? There's your answer, Dreamfire, with the first win of Groups B versus D.
They've done it again. They win the first game in the previous group. They win this first game in this group as well. As soon as you think Dreamfire have been knocked back down, they get right back up. And even with 2 substitutes prior to this tournament, this team looks like a scary force as we move forward.
Sometimes things just click right. You have a couple of subs come in and you get into that what we call the honeymoon period as a team, right? Everything, you're playing for each other. The comms are crisp, the comms are feeling fresh, and the gameplay's looking damn good as well.
A fantastic moment for them as they just saw Optic and Burger collide.
The Optic Burger.
The Optic Burger, another business plan that we have to get into, and we will have those discussions later, I'm sure. But Dreamfire, they were in Dreamland. They watched everything unfold in front of them. They knew they would have to drop. So they tried their best to use grenades to try and force some of these players out of their hidey holes so that they would collapse on each other. And then they took full advantage of that, but they also hit their shots. It's very easy when you end up behind a team to, miss or just kind of flick in and not hit those shots, not do that damage, but boy, were they shredding.
Yeah, sometimes we always say it, right? You can overthink these situations. Sometimes it just comes down to hitting the shots, and that's what we saw in those final moments, just holding that high ground. And my Dreamfire with 32 points.
Wow.
That's a 20 bomb here, people. That's a 20 bomb.
That is an incredible performance. I saw what Dreamfire were doing in scrims yesterday, and I was like, how are they getting this amount of kills? They weren't necessarily always winning the games, but they were getting high KP in the scrims. But now you add that to the 12 placement points, and suddenly they put themselves in the best possible position to climb that overall leaderboard already. Hats off to Optic. It's still a solid 16 points to keep them at the top of the overall leaderboards, you'd imagine. But Dreamfire, they have come out swinging here in Group B versus D.
I wish we would have caught the crowd's reaction there to when they saw the 20 kills come up, because there was so many eyebrows that were raised at the same time, and it went, whoa, that's nuts. And that's exactly the reaction we would expect from seeing points like that. And as we sometimes see, Dan, when there's one team popping off, destroying a lobby, there's not many scraps for the rest of them.
Cloud9 with 0 points, Alliance with 0 points, IG only managing the 2. There's some big hitters there that are down in the lower side of this leaderboard, but it is only game 1. And the good thing for these teams who are very down low at the moment is that a lot of those points were gobbled up by Dreamfire. So the rest of the lobby, you can start to catch up. The overall leaderboard doesn't look as daunting. But certainly, I think Optic Gaming will be happy with their second place, but no one is going to be feeling better than that team on your screen right now.
Oh my goodness, look at these numbers! Coming in from Dreamfire, 2.4k damage, 1.2 and 2.4. That might be the highest damage game I've certainly seen today.
Roy, arguably one of the most mechanically gifted players we have in Apex Legend. He is definitely up there, and he was showing it. He was popping off. As you say, 2.4k damage for 2 of them is unreal, and the amount of kills they were able to get because of it. I mean, they were farming at the end. They were in the best position possible. They had the high ground. They were just looking from the heavens and drilling everyone that was below them, and they were rewarded for their positioning. But it was their intelligence, it was their methodical play that got them into that position in the first place.
And the patience, right? The patience is so easy when you have that high ground in those end-game situations. Just one player maybe get a little bit antsy, get a lot of damage on a couple of players below, just kind of slip off. We've all been there. But they held their ground absolutely perfectly, and most most importantly, like we saw in those final moments, the shots were not being missed.
Yeah, some of these players, actually, all of these players are showing up on LAN. And I think that's what you want to see as a viewer, as a spectator, as a fan of Apex Legends. You want those moments, you want those pop-off moments to happen. You don't want it just when people are comfortable in their bedrooms. You want to see them do it on the main stage, when the fans are watching, when the lights are on. It's not an easy thing to do as well. I've seen many players crumble in esports as soon as they get on the main stage like that. But these guys, no, they're the real deal.
I mean, this heat map, this is where they just destroyed everyone. I mean, this is pretty nuts. This is where they traveled throughout this game as well. When you can see where they ended up, it was just a sea of red.
But look how far they had to travel as well. When you look at where those initial kills were at the northeast side of the map, to then move all the way down to the southwest, and then it was just a warpath unfolding them, just a sea of blood that has happened in the southwest area of that map. Everyone who walked in Dreamfire's path, they certainly knew about it.
They certainly did indeed, and that's the kind of momentum you want to start off that, you know, a new group with. After a little break, you got your food in, you got your water on board, and you're ready to go again, and it's certainly going to get you hyped and ready to get back into game number 2. And this is the thing, right? You win game 1 like that in such a dominant fashion. You're sitting here right now, you're like, can we just start game number 2? I just want to get more people in front of me to kill.
And they're going to be more than happy that they've got more Storm Point. They seem to just gel and click when it comes to Storm Point. Even though they didn't find a victory on Storm Point in the previous group stage, they were finding consistent placements. They were getting to their kind of top 8, top 5, and they were still getting those points on the board. But the scary thing is, they also did it in World's Edge.
It's true.
So if I'm in this lobby, I'm like, well, how are we going to shut these guys down? And you're maybe looking at Optic saying, well, hopefully 2 of these giants collide in the early stages, so then maybe the rest of us can pick up some points.
All right, then that's going to do it for game number 1 here in the arena. The players are getting set up for game number 2. We're jumping into a quick break. We'll see you in just a second.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the ALGS Championship. And I think the headline coming out of that last game is very, very simple, right? It's we had 32 points put on the board and a 20-kill game. It was absolutely nuts. And I want to see that again. I want to see someone match it in game number 2 here.
I mean, if someone can match it in game number 2, I will sign up for that every day of the week, because that was a dominating performance from Dreamfire. And if they carry on playing that way, they are going to start to rack up those points and really put themselves up in the leaderboards. And Optic Gaming, who were top of the overall leaderboards coming into this, they're going to be looking at that saying, okay, well, someone maybe is going to start to race us here. Someone is going to be starting to match us with the amount of points we were able to accumulate.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about Optic here, because quite rightly we're talking about Dreamfire. I mean, it was a ridiculous performance, right? 20 kills, 32 points in the books, in the history books, is one of the biggest performances we've certainly seen in the LAN environment for any team in the ALGS. But Optic's still there in the end game. A couple of times I saw them have a few players knocked, but managed to get back to their feet. And Optic are always in that in-game scenario, and once again, it was a perfect example of it there.
Well, I think Optic Gaming were probably looking at Team Burger there saying, guys, look, if you just hold out for a little bit, that team that's up above us, that is destroying us, they will have to drop off. But unfortunately, because they bubbled so close, they both were almost, they felt like the other team was going to be attacking them, so they almost attacked each other, and they were never going to come to any sort of agreement, because agreements, that's not what happens in Apex Legends, right? It's every man for himself, every team for himself. You can't really make those handshakes, those deals happening on the fly. But Optic Gaming still picking up good points and still keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboards is the important fact.
Oh, 100%. And I always got it in the back of my mind that when we get to that grand final, should Optic make it, of course, although they're looking extremely strong here on day one, is that change of format, right? Match point format. I'm all keeping my eye on teams throughout the first 3 days or so here at the ALGS Championship and thinking, how many times have you been in game-winning positions? How many times have you managed to clutch up a first-place finish? And at the moment, there's one team who are standing up above the rest.
And it's interesting when that conversation comes into fruition, because when you look at Dreamfire and you look at the changes they've had to make coming into this tournament, and the previous 3 now with 2 substitutes or 2 changes since that split 1 playoffs that they were able to have success with, do they have that capability to win games in those pressurized moments? Sure, they're absolutely shredding at the moment, fearless in the lobby, running through, but when everyone is starting to play for the win and the game starts to play a little bit differently, is there someone who can step up with that leadership role to ensure that you are still playing in that same way?
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room then, and that's going to be what has been a very, very slow start from Cloud9, from TSM, 2 of the biggest names in all of Apex Legends and the competitive scene. We haven't seen the best of them by any stretch of the imagination so far today. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think TSM are not comfortable with their legend selection. Like, they've been flipping and flopping, they've been changing back and forth, and they're unsure about what they want to be trying to do here. And that's what happens sometimes in group play, because you get these changes, you get 10 new teams coming into the equation, you don't really know who's going to be dropping where, you have these agreements, and people are like, okay, this is how it's going to play, or is it? And then everything changes when you get to LAN, and suddenly teams aren't necessarily rotating the same way they were.
Well, let's see what happens in our next game then. Our second game of Storm Point is live on the server, and it's time to get the gunfights back underway. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on TSM and C9 in this one, Dan. I think they're certainly teams who need to turn it up now.
Well, C9, they're dropping in the southeast side of the map, close to Luminosity Gaming, but they have spread themselves as they did before, trying making sure that they are going to get as much loot as possible. There are certainly some teams that are getting far more loot than others as we get a map overhead, and you can see C9 and where they have positioned themselves as well. Look at the amount of space that Luminosity Gaming have with Gale Station and with the fish farms. They have got so much room to spread themselves out with. And then Optic Gaming, another squad heading over into the top left side of the map now. They are going to get to the down beast, and they're going to have the mill to work with. Like, that's 2 POIs they get to loot.
I mean, Optic Gaming should be coming out of this dressed up to the nines. I'm talking like waistcoat, bowler hat, monocle. I can see Skill Cakes rocking a monocle. I don't know about you.
I think he'd look very good, and he'd probably still get equally the same amount of kills, if not more kills, with a monocle on, that's for sure. But Dreamfire were the talk of the town in the previous game, 20 kills and of course a first place finish, so they find themselves on 32 currently. You add that to what they already achieved in the previous group stage game, and suddenly they become a very terrifying force.
I think terrifying force is all you can use as a way to describe this team at the moment. The way they're playing, the way they're communicating, and most importantly, the way they are just destroying people in those close range battles is certainly something to be proud of. And if they can put any kind of game together and any kind of form together we saw from that first game of this new group, well, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a heck of a game for them.
And you saw from the heat map that was shown after the game how many kills they were able to find originally in their drop spot and where they were rotating through, but then it was the end game where they really came to life. And if Dreamfire can keep playing in a way where they pick up some early kills, get good loot, get that confidence, and then have got a good rotation, there's no reason why we can't see the same thing happen again.
Okay, well, we've got beacon information on our screens now. We will see where that circle will be going. We're going south once again. A lot of southern zones we've seen so far today here on Storm Point, and it looks like Shipfall is going to be involved, a little bit of Gale Station. And when I say south, I mean right on the coast.
Yeah, this is very much south. TSM will be happy with this one as well. They have been a team that has rotated quite quickly from Antenna down towards Shipfall, often to get that beacon information. So once they do have it, they'll be pleasantly surprised with the area they've already rotated into. And also teams like Luminosity Gaming, who are already in that side of the map. But here comes TSM. Here's that rotation I was talking about. They are going to be basically ending up bang on where this next circle is going to be landing.
I mean, look at this. They can already see there's a team in that vicinity. So the first ping isn't good. See, TSM had an original decision on where they wanted to try and land, but just saw a couple of bodies kind of floating up and around the position that they had originally pinged to each other. So TSM, a little bit of a change of not only composition here, but a little bit of reverting to a game style which they're more comfortable with an early rotation.
Good news, though. They've got a crafter to work with. They can get all the goodies that they would have wanted and make sure they can get into those engagements. Singularity are also rotating in. Here they come, here they arrive, and now we've already got 3-4 teams in this vicinity very close to one another.
And that just shows confidence from a lot of teams on where they think this circle is ending, right? Everyone decided to get here as quickly as possible to find some sort of god spot to take some of this height, because moving in after all of these higher positions is taken is going to be a rough job indeed. But Team Singularity have one of them! Waltzy with the triple take. Hitting some nice headshots.
Yeah, Team Burger also have joined the party. Everyone seems to be arriving, and the last person to the party arrives with a gun just to let them know they've arrived. It is not a comfy situation for those who are already there, that's for sure. But you are soon going to run out of room down here in the south side of the map. So very much want to be seeing as many early rotations as possible from those who are nearby.
Well, it seems like early on we had that contesting going down over at Checkpoint. It looks like that sorted itself out a little bit. So everybody has somewhere to call home for now. 20 squads remaining, and 2 players unfortunately not being involved, as we have a map overview now. We can see where Cloud9 are. Cloud9 are going to have a really important game here, I think. This is not just important for the leaderboards, not just important for the, you know, for the fact that they need the points on the board. It's more a confidence thing, I think, for C9. We talk about them being a momentum-based team, right? When they get hot, they're difficult to stop. But sometimes it takes a while to get that fire going.
It is crazy looking at the map overhead at the moment as well. The amount of teams that are in the circle and the little amount of teams in the middle of the map. Everyone is either on the edge of the map or in the circle. A team that I do want to talk about is Optic Gaming. A similar rotation we saw prior was that they went down the southwest of the map and then they ended at the bottom of the circle. And I wouldn't be surprised with a circle like this if they do something similar.
It does look like Optic might be doing something similar indeed. We'll keep tracks on them when we do have the opportunity to do so, but for now we can see a little bit of a knock in the kill feed, and here comes Optic Gaming, a reskinned car looking all beautiful. Got that one wrapped, I think, and a little bit of bubble. I don't know how much that costs at the detailers, but you know, we'll find out.
Bubble wrap's not that expensive, but very fun to play with.
It's true. Can't argue with that.
They're making the same rotation again, or Optic, but I think there was a team.
Oh, ouch! Knock, knock. Who's there? Dreamfire is the answer, and that R99 that hit hard.
I mean, I was terrified, let alone what that player thought as he exited the doorway and was greeted by an R99. But now we're going to be down to 19 squads. Optic eliminated, and Dreamfire already finding some KP to work with, just similarly to what they had done prior.
There's another team in the vicinity as well, and a little bit of a poke out the window. He's going to do a little bit of chip damage. It's GMT now who are underneath. The team we haven't spoken too much about so far in this lobby. Obviously, Rambo coming in as a substitute today to try and do what he can, but as we know, the controller player is certainly going to help them in those close-range fights. We see Dreamfire trying to hold the line now.
Dreamfire are surrounded. GMT looking to try and take advantage of Dreamfire, who are going to be very much backs against the wall inside. If they've got any grenades, GMT, to work with here, they could make life a living hell for Dreamfire. A lot of information, though. Of course, having the Seer, getting those movement scans, but now here comes the push.
Oh, Nasky gets melted! And now Dreamfire in a position to take advantage of this. Nasky just poked around that corner for a second and was just deleted in the blink of an eye.
Dreamfire is the last team you want to be taking in an engagement right now. The res trying to come through. Rambo's got a hold. He does some damage. He's done a lot of damage, but Dell has fallen. Dreamfire push in, and GMT eliminated. Dreamfire live on, and they are playing out of their mind.
Dreamfire on fire. It is as simple as that here on Storm Point. If I see these guys at the moment. I'm walking around and a couple of our 9-shot start to really hurt a little bit more than they should. I know that's Dreamfire because these boys ain't missing.
Then you want to be running the other way, if you have any idea. But Alliance, they take down the black hole. Someone's trying to engage in a fight with them, but Alliance don't look like they want to get involved in this one. They are scarpering away. It's Furia on the other side. It's Furia trying to engage.
Vibes has been taken down to just his around 50 HP as well. So Furia trying to chase this down, and understandably so. They're trying to close the gap before they can pop those barriers. A little bit of a spray coming in from the R301, won't get the knock, but the pressure that Furia are putting onto Alliance here, who have had a rough day, a tough day so far, has got to be hurting.
They've had a couple of good games of Alliance, none of those massive pop-up games, and they haven't won, but they have come very close. 0 points in the moment, of course, from that first one. They're on the back foot, they're being chased, but that's the Furia composition. That's what they want. They want to get aggressive, they want to take these fights, but Alliance know that because Alliance are playing a defensive composition. This is very much two different playstyles clashing in the middle.
So for now, a reset. Looks like Furia don't want to overextend too much. Waiting for that initial damage once more. They do have a couple of players trapped here from Alliance, which might allow them to get that initial damage like we've just seen from the missile swarm from Pandas. But for now, it looks like the teams will allow each other to live just for now. As maybe Pandas is thinking about something different. You can see he's taking a little bit of a wider angle here. Zeratrick is going to use that grav lift to try and get a few angles. And again, Yuki's on his back! And here's Watson has other ideas.
Seer plus Horizon plus angles equals death. Alliance, they try and get Yuki up. He is up, but now can you stay alive?
It looks like they've closed the gap here. Yuki will go back down onto the floor, and Hackis has got to do so much for his team here. Vice has managed to escape, which is great. They have the high ground. They should be able to reset. The question now is how aggressive do Furia want to be on this position? They have a 3v2 advantage, but as we know, you jump up that zip line, that can become a 2v2 almost immediately.
Furia will want this KP, but as you say, it is difficult to do so. You've got a few things you can throw in the mix. Because you're the Horizon, you can utilize that black hole, you can utilize the grav lift to try and make life very difficult for Alliance. But Furia, it looks like they want to get involved.
Oh my word. Here's Watson says, I want some of this. I'm coming in for dessert, boys. The Arcstar will be missed. Pandas takes down Hackis, and now he's just trying to finish off the meal. Alliance are out of there.
Pure aggression from Furia and Alliance. They tried as they might to survive, but it was the angles that Furia took, the Horizon angles you can get when you're elevated, maybe wasn't expected there by Alliance, and unfortunately just get caught in the back. And now we have 17 squads remaining. Alliance 4.
I think the Fury have been watching some John Cena promos. These guys are showing ruthless aggression at the moment, and it's paying off for them for sure. Just chasing down those last two players coming in from Alliance, and a lot of teams would have let those two get away, knowing they didn't have the height advantage, but not Fury. They chase them down, they secure the KP.
We've got that next beacon information. Luminosity Gaming in prime position. They won't know it at the moment, but they are going to be sitting pretty, and all those other teams are out of that next circle at the moment. They are going to have to move in, a lot of open ground to work with, very little buildings as well. Some of these circles on set, they've been ruthless today.
They really have. They've been tough. They've been tough for teams to play, for sure. Not a lot of ground to coexist. And it's been down to those final moments, and Gibraltar, I think, has maybe been a bit more of an influence. People really... Oh, take her out of there! Oh, it's difficult to watch that kind of thing happen, but it was kind of fun at the same time.
It was like an anti-drive-by. That's not what you expect.
Reverse drive-by.
Optic blown out of the car. And Furia say, look, that's an extra couple of kills, and they're laughing about it. I'm not surprised.
I mean, to be fair to Optic, they haven't made many mistakes today.
No.
I mean, at least they made it, kind of entertaining, right? Anyway, Furia get the job done. That was just given to them.
Those are the moments you look back on, you can laugh about, but also those extra 3 kills could be very important in the grand scheme of things.
I was going to say, maybe you can laugh if you're Optic and you got that many points on the board already. For another team, they might be, let's just say, having some more colourful discussions. But that is going to be knocked, loot box being looted. As you would imagine, they're going to have lots of stuff to play with now. And Furia, I mean, it's been a good couple of minutes for them.
And you'd expect it. You'd expect kills. You'd expect aggression when they are playing this composition. We know that Horizon plays a big part as we get a little replay of what just unfolded on our screens. So much damage. And unfortunately, did the bubble not go on the car?
Oh my God, I was just having flashbacks to learning multiplication when I was about 4 years old there. Just numbers, numbers, numbers. None of it making sense, and certainly for Optic fans, it didn't make sense. But E8 now trying to move up and to re-establish a position here on the map. But as we know, and we saw a little bit earlier, lots of teams already in this vicinity, so they're just going to have to find somewhere to call home, and it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe not the decorations they would have wanted, but they're safe for now.
I mean, statistics would suggest traveling by air is more successful than traveling by Trident, judging by what we've seen so far.
We've just seen that in effect in front of our eyes.
I'm a fan of air travel. It has to be said right now. EA, it seems like they are also part of that crew, and they do successfully make their rotation and into the next one, because round 2 closing 30 seconds before these teams have to move into the next. But still plenty of time to work your way in. Of course, it is not be-all and end-all if you're outside, but we are starting to see now Valkyrie Ultimates jetting up into the sky.
Oh no, and I mean, oh no, not for Dreamfire, for any team that Dreamfire decide to land near, because we've seen these guys and how well they have been shooting in the last few moments, and this is going to be something to keep an eye on. Even though everybody is trying to take him out of the skies, they still manage to land and find themselves nice and cozy.
And they found a building that no one else resides in, somehow, some way. And the Valkyrie passive just giving them that little bit of information. Of course, you don't know whether a team is inside, but they've banked on being able to land and use as many of the objects and doorways that they can, just in case there was, but it is easy pickings for them.
Well, the strongest moustache in Apex Legends was on your screen for just a few seconds there. That's, of course, Smeggy Toe. And now we jump on board with K-Swinney to see what he can do, the Frenchman. Yeah, he's playing a little bit sneaky and a little bit, to be honest, too close to the geometry he finds in front of him. Slayers is going to be alongside them, of course, to make up this lineup. And we'll say this is a make-do situation for them for now.
Yeah, they've not really got the best position in the world, and it seems like another team has sniffed them out. They might have been able to rat out for a while if they did go unnoticed, and unfortunately their footsteps were heard, and maybe the Smeggy Toe was smelt.
Glorious looking moustache. Every time I see it, just draws my attention away from everything else on the screen. But let's see what K-Swinney can do. Maybe the attentions of the flatline can redirect my brain back to Apex Legends. For now, it's a little bit of chip damage. Plenty of ammo for him to work with, though, so he's going to be positioned to hold off all of these teams. At the moment, they're just looking for targets. They're looking to just play this one nice and slow. They've got the Caustic, of course, just to hold down this area. This should be comfortable for them.
Well, I mean, even though E6 don't have loads to work with, they're not inside a building, but look at that, there isn't many buildings in this circle. The only team that has one is Luminosity Gaming in that egg, and Element 6 have already seen them. They've already done a little bit of damage. They've let them know they're there, and they know full well they're not going to push LG. But a team arriving with a Valkyrie may well dive on that egg a little bit later, and perhaps Element 6 are waiting for that. Perhaps they want another team to get involved in that fight, because then they can make their push.
Well, this is going to be a really tough circle now. We've got 16 squads still in the lobby, and not a lot of them are actually in a position where they can make any kind of play upon this circle, because there's nowhere to play. It's open ground, it's little nooks and crannies. It's going to be very, very difficult, even with the Valkyrie rotation, to find somewhere to play. So that field is going to be cut, you would imagine, almost in half.
There is only 4 teams in the circle that you see at the moment. In 20 seconds, 12 of those teams all have to try and get involved in this short space of time. That kill feed is going to go nuts.
And I wonder if some of these teams are thinking, okay, this is going to be a tough circle for us to end up getting a first place in. Let's just try and take some fights. Let's play for KP. Let's get points on the board. And maybe Furia, who have kind of been playing with that in mind a lot of the time through groups, are going to try and execute now.
There are circles where you do have to make that decision. I think you're right. A lot of teams are going to make that decision, but that will naturally create more fight. Then people want a third party, and it is going to be carnage unfolding in front of our very eyes. Dreamfire looking at maybe making an early move here.
They're going to make a Valkyrie move. They take to the skies. Can they get into the skies? Bullets down! Dreamfire crash landing! And it's Furia who take advantage.
Furia ruining everyone's day right now. The rest tries to come through, but the finish is going to happen. And the team who dominated the previous game are wiped.
And C9 starting to find some kills in the feed as well. So Furia add to their collection of kills. C9 starting to warm up a little bit as well. Like I mentioned, 1 IQ eliminated. I mentioned this is going to be a busy few moments for that kill feed. You see it in front of your eyes.
There's going to be more to come. Still teams trying to desperately scarper their way into this next circle. Still damage coming out from Invictus Gaming, but they're down to 2 as well. Everyone doing what they can to find somewhere to call home.
Phoenix team fall as well. IGE just trying to do what they can, trying to survive, but they can't. Down to 1 now. JMW left on his own. Oh. Looks like the back door might have been left open here.
Uh-oh. Wow.
And somehow... Oh, JMW's taken down.
Okay, we had to. We were all waiting with bated breath. Everyone was just expecting maybe something godly to happen, but eventually Invictus fall, and we're down to 11 squads, but it's still not done yet. Action still unfolding. Teams still trying to fight for these priority positions.
Well, it looks like His Watson is interested in starting one of the most deadly games of peekaboo you could ever ask for, just waiting for that door to open with a Peacekeeper in his hand. Zeratricky's got an angle. Zeratricky's chipping away at shields, and this team inside is not looking good.
And you really don't want to be going up against Furia right now. They are going to be oozing with confidence. They've already won 2 engagements, and the Peacekeeper hits hard. And now the Seer can come out to play, and you can get some information. Heartbeat is going to tell a lot here for them.
Can they take advantage, though? E8-4, while all of this is happening. Team Burger now under pressure. There's people inside of that bubble. It's not looking comfortable for them. Jaro goes down as well as Zeratricky moves in. And Furia once again look like they're going to win a team fight.
Furia have done again, but can his Watson stay alive? Yes, he can. Gets the shield swap. That was pretty clutch, has to be said. And Furia can reset. They can stay alive. They can reanalyze where they want to go from here.
So many kills for Furia in this game. And I tell you what, we thought 32 points was impressive. If Furia get into this end game, then maybe, just maybe, we might see them having a go at that as well.
We could see a massive bomb being dropped, that's for sure. Team Burger have still been able to stay alive though. Just one remaining, but Furia do not let people escape, and this is the down against the Seer, and now the finish will come through. Team Burger eliminated. Furia continue to run through the lobby.
And it's his Watson who does not let people get away with things. Here is TSM though. They're involved in this final fight. Inside of the top 10, this is a massive moment for the TSM lineup.
Well, when I said earlier that there was 4 teams within the next circle, right now there's only 1 team in the next circle, but everyone's moving, and that little egg building is going to be the focus point. Luminosity Gaming were first there, but now everyone else is coming to join the party.
I just wonder if TSM are just going to wide swing here, try and play a part of that shipwreck that you can see just to the top right of your screen. Unfortunately for Furia, it's looking like, oh!
What?
Maybe it doesn't look good, unless your name is his Watson.
8 squads left. Luminosity Gaming have just lost 1, and that egg building is no longer a safe haven. It has been attacked from every single angle, and you're completely right. TSM, they've gone wide, and they've got perfect vision on all of these teams scrapping right now.
Oh, TSM are going to have a field day here. They're picking up kill after kill after kill! Element 6 go down. TSM smell blood.
This is the best chance for TSM to have a game, to have that pop-off, to pick up those points, because now they can own the top area of this. Everyone else is down towards the south side. They collapsed on that egg building. TSM are in the best spot right now, but they will eventually have to move.
LG, who have been the occupants of this egg building for so long, have just lost 1. Those shots for the Hemlock from Zeratricky were enough from his Watson, enough to get the knock. They should be able to, you would imagine, maybe even get back up, but no, Team Singularity. They see it in the feed, they sense that knock, and they move in.
Poor Luminosity Gaming. They were in this building the entire game, but unfortunately could not hold it. Cloud9 still alive.
And Cloud9 are still alive. You are completely right. I mentioned the 2 teams that need to perform in this game to get momentum, to get points, to find themselves some form, and both of them still alive. TSM and C9 are here to fight.
TSM and Furia are in a great spot, but no, Furia are attacking TSM. That's the last thing you want to see if you're a TSM fan. TSM were hoping they could go unnoticed for a short amount of time, but now that attention is going to be drawn from all of those teams, and Furia may be looking to try and be a thorn in the side of TSM here.
TSM, don't know if they know that it's a duo they'll be up against, though. If they do, maybe they'll be more inclined to try and get aggressive on this. Team Singularity, though, down to just 2, but these caustic barrels are invaluable at this point in the game. They have control of that egg building, and even though they are a duo, Dan, you can see they're the only team inside of the building.
They're the only team as well, are Furia, that can really damage TSM at the moment. TSM are getting looked at by so many teams, so many players, but Zeratricky's just gone down to a grenade. This could be the opening for TSM. Take advantage of a potential lull in shots.
Singularity trying to do damage to anyone. Anything that moves, I'm going to shoot it. It's as simple as that right now. Hold the ground as TSM start to creep forward here. And Furia and his Watson, it's been a great game, but Hal puts it to an end.
That's what TSM needed. They needed an opening. They got gifted an opening because of grenades, and now they're in the circle. Now they're in a position. Now no longer are they going to be targeted by everyone, and they can think about where they want to go next. This is perfect for TSM.
Team Singularity, though, up on the highest point. They can watch all of this fighting unfold, and they can take advantage of it, and they go, oh! 1 HP and a dream. The Caustic survives for now, but Team Singularity, they can have an impact here, and Detonation Gaming, playing as a duo, are still in this as well.
Amazing performance from Detonation. Cloud9 on the backside of this egg. Look like they want to take the high ground. Stay Naughty says, I'll take this, thank you very much. But TSM still watching from down below.
4 teams remaining. 2 of them need the points desperately. As TSM creep forward now. C9 still moving around that egg. They do have the ultimate high ground, though. You can see that Naughty on the Valkyrie managed to take to the skies at just the right time to control what is going on around them. C9 in a great position here maybe to convert into a win.
But look at the fortress that Detonation Gaming have put on that beach side. They are in the perfect spot. The circle's moving towards them, and they've got so many Watson fences to defend them. If they can stay alive and force all of these other teams to go at each other, there is a chance that the duo could still win, but it looks like teams are starting to be wise of it. Grenades are starting to come through to try and take that team out.
And one tap, he needs a batty right now. He needs to get that battery popped. He needs to get his shields back up, because he's just lost them extremely quickly. Cloud9 now poking away. Albrelele with the bow check in hand, doing flesh damage, but not able to get that knock. And all teams, I think, know here they need to deal with a team on the outside. Otherwise, they're just going to be a nuisance. Everyone's starting to focus the attention, but TSM have got that zone closing behind them. They're going to have to move as well.
This is where composition can make a difference. Verholt is going to have the caustic gas to work with. Singularity lose one. Imperial Hal has got a kill, and TSM are moving in.
Bubble down for TSM. They pick up the kills they require. They hold the ground, and now maybe they can take this spot. They can push in on the fight. Detonation are dealt with as Verholz moves in.
Nita Swap does not get it. TSM down to 2, but they can still win this one. How falls? It's all down to Reps.
Reps is trying to do what he can, but while all of this is happening, it's C9 who are going to move in! Cloud9 win it, and the momentum is truly back.
Where have they been all day? It does not matter when they provide a victory like that. They time it perfectly. They wait for the damage to be done. And even though TSM had done so much to get into that position, timing is everything in Apex Legends. And what a final circle we just had.
What an amazing final circle. As you can see, teams having to adapt so much from the years of Apex Legends that we've had at this point, where you have multiple teams stacked up inside of buildings on World's Edge. Stormpoint poses a different question. How creative can you be to get towards the end game when those circles, they do not give you anything to play with?
It was just crazy how Detonation Gaming made life a living hell for every other team as well. Just with those Watson fences, with the priority position, playing as a 2, they were able to get into arguably one of the best positions, but eventually everyone realized there was only a duo, and that's when their time was up. But they did so much damage, and they ruined TSM's day a little bit with the damage they were able to output. Could have been very different if Verholt had got that shield swap. He was so close to doing so, but what a huge game it was from Cloud9.
But let's look down the leaderboards here. We're going to go through it, but there's one that's jumping out to me, okay? Cloud9 with the win, 6 kills. Extremely impressive and extremely necessary, I think, for C9 to just get that confidence back. Exactly the same thing can be applied to TSM. Second place for them with 17 points overall. But take your eyes down to 5th place. 15 kills for Furia. The boys were shredding.
They were on fire, Furia, playing with so much confidence, and they were able to get those kind of free kills that happened a little bit earlier with Optic Gaming, but the likes of Cloud9, the likes of TSM would have been delighted to see that in their kill feed, that Optic Gaming was eliminated early, that we saw several teams taken out, Dreamfire taken out early as well. The big hitters eliminated in the early stages. Suddenly points, they get a little bit more available, and suddenly these priority positions are going to be definitely spots you can hit in the late game.
Alliance, another slow game though, and I'm starting just to be slightly concerned about the day one performance of Alliance here. It just seems like something isn't clicking in those team fights. We're so used to see them dominating on the edge of zone, so certainly Alliance maybe going to look at what has just happened on the main stage in that last game, right, with TSM and C9 just all of a sudden clicking, finding form. That's how it can turn around for them.
I mean, a fun fact about Alliance, well, not so fun if you're an Alliance fan, is they've had the most 0-point games throughout Split 2.
It's not a fun point.
It's not a fun fact for Alliance fans, but at the same time, they still get here. They still manage to get those big games, right? So don't be too worried, because Alliance will still find that success a little bit later.
I want to give a shout out to Stay Naughty as well in those final moments as well. You mentioned the word, right? Timing in those final moments is so vital. When Naughty saw the opportunity just to take that high ground, it wasn't so much to take the high ground, it was just to give the information, right? He knew where every other team was positioned, and then he can relay that to Zakin and Albrelele, and from there the decisions can get made, and C9 convert perfectly on those final moments.
And when you start to think about match point again, and I know we're going to keep having this discussion, and like,
it's always there.
Who can clutch up? Who can be those teams to get wins? Even though C9 have been so quiet, imagine if match point went on enough that several teams start to get onto that match point, and Cloud9 eventually get there. They do become a very worrying team. You look at these 3 players and the experience they have and what they're able to do on any map. They do become a team that suddenly could be champions.
It's very true. You can never count out Cloud9. They catch fire, and they're very difficult to slow down. It's all about the consistency, though. That's the one thing sometimes that is missing with this squad. We know about the firepower. We know about the individual skill. Gee, I've been watching Albrelele fry people, and Naughty he's won 1v3s, during Pro League. It's been absolutely ridiculous. So certainly a team full of firepower, and I just think it's the consistency thing that has been missing, I should say. If they can find that, trust me, C9 are dangerous.
And TSM able to pick themselves up as well. It's not been the best of days for them so far, but a second place finish, I think they'll be looking at that saying, okay, we've been able to at least get into those final circles. And considering it could have been a lot worse, when they were the 5-6 teams left and they were on the outside and they were getting griefed a little bit, they could have very easily been eliminated in those stages.
Yeah, I mean, look at TSM now. They jump up into 4th place. This is the overall leaderboards for Group B versus Group D. Dreamfire, of course, still on top after that absolutely ridiculous first game, which I'm sure will go down in the history books. But Team Singularity jumping up into 2nd place as well. C9 and TSM, though, I said, big games required. When the pressure was on, they stepped up and they found that big game.
Yeah, and it's not just this overall leaderboard with B versus D, but the overall leaderboard when you think about the grand scheme of things and trying to progress to that winners bracket. Remember, TSM were 20th. They were right on that benchmark, and teams are going to be trying to catch them up. So TSM need to be constantly providing points and pushing themselves up that leaderboard.
And I tell you what, there's a few ladies and gentlemen in the crowd right now who may have some TSM shirts on. There's a TSM chant starting to break out. I think from that performance they've just seen, they're starting to believe a little bit here now.
You guys see TSM face paint in there. Someone's decorated one of their chairs with the TSM flag. I think everyone's going a little bit over the top, but I damn love it. That's what I want.
No, I'm going to stop you there. That's the British in you.
It is.
There's no such thing as being over the top in this crowd, right? We're in America. This is where they go like kind of crazy. We're not used to this, okay? That's what I want to see. Okay, everybody's all right. Just calm down for a second, guys. All right. Let's not get carried away with things. Let's focus on what is our next game though, because this is going to be the final game of Storm Point before we move back over to World's Edge. And there they are, by the way, the wonderful people who are getting all hyped. By the way, keep getting hyped. By the way, I love it. That's what I want to see.
They're coming over the bar. No,
no,
they're not. He got worried. He genuinely thought for a second TSM wave.
Did you see me like just grab you as well? And I was
like, me, I'm very light. I can move quickly.
Make a good human shield though. But while we bring ourselves back to our center for a few seconds, we're going to jump into a quick break. We've got one more game of Storm Point to get through before we head over to World's Edge, and that's coming up right after this.
It's prime time at the Apex Games.
Tell Death I said hello.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the ALGS Championship. And I tell you what, Dan, I've loved every single minute of the gameplay that we've seen so far. But you grabbed me during the break and you were like, Mark, I've got something to say. I've got a team I want to talk about. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Glad you followed up with a team, because if you had given me an open floor to talk about anything, this could have gone very downhill very quickly. But Team Singularity have been silently going about their business, very consistent so far. They're one of the teams that you asked me, who's going to be popping off? Who's going to be able to show us something here on Storm Point? A third place, a fourth place, a consistent amount of kills. They find themselves in second place at the moment. And if Singularity can continue that consistency into World's Edge, that's what you need in group stages. You don't necessarily need those pop-off games. You just need to be constantly getting to those final circles.
I love how you gave me more credit than what I actually asked you. You said Team Singularity, and I went, why? And but you've made me sound smarter than I was. But let's talk about C9, because I think C9, a big moment for them. I kind of highlighted them before that game, where I said it's time for them to put whatever's happened behind them so far in the group stages and remind us of just how dangerous they are. The team fight towards the end of that game, but also the patience. I feel like patience and consistency is something maybe C9 lack at some of the big pressure moments, but if they can learn from that, what they've just done in those last moments, that last game, they're going to be in a great position.
And one of the best coaches in the game, it has to be said, the amount of work that goes into his working day, as it were. We don't necessarily talk about coaches too often, but definitely deserves the credit for the amount he adds to this Cloud9 roster. And I do think that now that they've got that victory under their belt, this is going to be a different Cloud9. I think they're going to start to believe in themselves once more.
I think we call it a vibe changer. I think it's what the kids call it these days.
Yes.
Have a difficult day, you win a game. Vibe changer. Let's see what Optic can do. Let's see if they can up the vibes a little bit after what was somewhat of a comical way that they fell out of that last game. We obviously only saw the back end of it, so we don't know what quite happened beforehand to put them in that situation. They might have been trying to escape from another scary-looking team. But for now, Optic Gaming still looking pretty good in the lobby and the overall standings for sure. But TSM, it seems like we cannot go 5 minutes without talking about this lineup. They always give us something to either entertain us, to make us worry, or to just pop off. It's always interesting with this lineup.
Well, as soon as TSM drop off a little bit and you start to think, okay, maybe they're not going to be involved in the conversation, they put themselves into that conversation. They make sure they get to that final circle. They have that scariness about them that they are always going to be a threat.
And the change of composition, they look like a different team. They look comfortable. They look like they know what their roles are, and it looks like they're here to win games of Apex. Well, here we go then. The last time we're going into Storm Point for the day before we head back over to World's Edge. Let's see who's got the sauce. Let's see who takes home the win.
Are we going to see that same kind of consistency from teams like Singularity? Are we going to see the aggression from teams like Furia, who were able to pick up so many kills in the previous game? Are Dreamfire going to come back to life? This is what's scary about this lobby, is anyone could suddenly pop off.
I want to see Furia and Dreamfire have a fight. I don't care, straight 3v3 endgame, because that would be absolutely nuts with the way those two teams have been shooting so far. But for now, obviously, we have to look at that circle where the teams are going to be making their way. Checkpoint slap bang in the center of it, as it looks like we're heading for the first time, not down south down, we're heading kind of to the northwest.
We are heading to the northwest indeed, so that's going to be good news for the likes of Optic Gaming, the likes of E6 are going to be traveling all the way up there, and E8 as well. We've got E6 and E8 just separated by merely a few meters on that map. Down in the far southeast, the likes of Luminosity Gaming, who have had a very comfortable rotation, it's not necessarily going to be the same for them here.
Well, Optic, this is a great circle for them. You can see Skittle Cakes obviously looming over at the down beast, and that might just be where we're ending up and the end game here. So Optic, who love to get into a god spot as early as possible, well, they're going to have a great opportunity to do so here.
Alliance have spread themselves out quite a lot as well. You can see them in Stormcatcher and Thunderwatch, excuse me, as I combine both, which is maybe what they're doing by combining both so that they can get as much loot as possible. And Alliance, they need that game. They need to be bringing themselves back to life once more. They can't afford any more of these duds. Otherwise, they will start to trickle down those leaderboards.
Well, it looks like Checkpoint is going to be a point of contention once more. We'll have to, actually, no, excuse me, I misspoken there as E8 actually decided they don't want any of this, as they were, do you know what, they didn't want any of it in the first place. I just misread the overlay. Sometimes I'm honest with these kind of things, Dan. I think it's the best way to be, you know? I see things wrong sometimes.
Honesty is the best policy. That's what my mum used to tell me. But from that bird's eye view, it did look like they were very close. I would have made the same mistake.
Don't try and back me up on it. I was wrong.
No, it's absolutely fine. We go down together. We go down together, and that is why we're a team. Odic have been a team who have been getting caught out quite a lot. And again, they are going to be one of the first teams to lose a player.
Guess who's on the other side of it as well?
I don't want to.
Guess who's on the other side of it as well?
I don't want to think about it.
It's going to be a Dreamfire, and they are chasing them down. They are trying to get those kills on the board. And once again, Dreamfire just starting off hot here. Getting that first knock should be able to convert the KP, which they have done as well. So Dreamfire, which is crazy to say, after quiet game number 2, we'll say, after a monster game 1. It was always going to be a quiet. If they've even won the previous game, it would have been quiet in comparison to what they did in game number 1, starting off in the perfect way here in game 3.
I mean, forget Dreamfire, call them Dream Fear, like Freddy Krueger, jumping into people's thoughts, into their nightmares, or maybe they could be Vecna, wherever you want to be, someone who is getting inside your head right now. That's what Dreamfire are doing. They are ruthless, they're aggressive, and they are fearless.
I had no point of reference what you were talking about there, by the way. So I'm sorry, you'll have to explain it to me later. However, EA. They're going to just be doing a little bit of looting for now. I think a lot of teams are just going to be taking their time on their loot pass, and not too many rotations will be made. So instead, we're going to have a little bit of fun just killing some bots for now.
A lot of teams have already started moving ever so slightly towards the northwest side of the map, but because of where this circle is pulling and where a lot of the teams have landed, all those teams in the north that were like traveling very late in the previous rounds, they're now traveling a little bit quicker than they were. Whereas the teams that are in the south who were traveling a lot quicker, now they're traveling a lot slower. So this is going to be a very different game for these teams, where you're going to be playing edge perhaps a little bit more. You also get a lot more time to loot because you know you're not going to be winning that race to that priority position in the final circle.
Yeah, and those two teams we mentioned that we saw in the end game, right? It was TSM, it's C9. Those two teams are going to be a completely opposite side of the map to where this circle is going to be moving. And like you mentioned, not going to have the opportunity to get into a good spot. Optic Gaming, though, they will be in a great spot. You can see they're already around the down beast and already calling these buildings home. And 1IQ are going to be pretty close by as well. So maybe we might see a little bit of a fight breakout here. 1IQ love to fight, and we haven't seen them shy of it so far.
No, they've been getting involved in a lot of early engagements. In the previous group stage game, they were dropping on other teams as well. Unfortunately, it just hasn't really been their day. But all you need is that one game to give you that little bit of a kick up the backside and things start to change.
Uh-oh. Here comes Furia! Once again, just introducing themselves to fights and just beaming. Here's Watson. He gets one. He might even get two. It's huge flesh damage. And it's Alliance again who are on the receiving end of this. Alliance do not want to see Furia for the rest of this tournament.
I mean, Alliance are just saying, give us a break. Let us rotate. Let us move around the map without being shot in the butt. But Furia are just trying to do what they can to pick up as many kills in these early stages as they rotate. Again, it's another team with just sheer aggression.
Here's Watson just saying, come here, boy. Let me find you. Let me get this last KP on the board. Let me turn a 2 into a 3 for now, as he's using that CQ to search out the Valkyrie. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to catch her up through the sky. So Hackis will survive for now. He'll get out of dodge, but I wonder if he's going to even have the opportunity to get those banners back in. This is going to be another tough game for Alliance.
Here we go loop-de-loop. Here we go loop-de-la. Does he actually go for the banners? It looks like no, he's just going to try and retreat. But that's another team that's going to be getting involved. So Hackis just trying to stay alive at this point. It's not going to be a fun game for him.
Yeah, I think he just caught the edge of that on the passive from the Valkyrie there. And that team actually ulted back up into the skies, so a little time for him to catch his breath for just a few seconds after his heart would have been beating 1,000 miles an hour. But Furia, I mean, I love watching him. Here's Watson today. I think he's been one of the most impressive players overall.
Well, the kill leaderboard popped up on the right-hand side of your screen for a short amount of time, and his Watson was up there in the top 5 throughout the overall kills so far in the Apex Legends Global Series Championships right now. And that just shows how well Furia are playing and how many kills they are able to find, because he might be there individually, but also the rest of the team's up there.
Ow!
Just try and get around that corner.
Hackis is just thinking, give me a break, man. Come on, let me play the game. Yuki won't be playing the game, though. His banner has timed out, and in about 1 second time, unfortunately, that'll be Vibes, who's gone as well. So Hackis is going to have a lonely, lonely game number 3 here on Storm Point. I'm sure that Alliance are looking forward to getting onto World's Edge.
They've not been able to get a point yet. 0 points on the board, so the bare minimum that you want from Hackis is getting top 15. Try and get 1 point at the very least, some sort of contribution to the entire series here in the second round of group stages. But it is certainly going to be an awkward day for him, that's for sure. So we focus now on some of the other teams who have actually been able to find the success, find that aggression, and Furia are just looking for fights. And I think with Sia coming into the meta and a lot of the teams now realizing the amount of information you can gain from playing him, it is a very different game that you play, and you can make things very awkward and difficult for your oppositions.
Yeah, as we always say in Apex Legends, right? Information is king, and the more you have, the more informed the decisions you make are off the back of that. So Sia certainly reintroducing himself into the meta and having a big impact on how these games are playing out. GMT Esports, though, they have already got a few KP on the board to their name, and they're in a pretty good spot. They've got the Watson fences down, and it looks like they're more than aware of some of the other teams who are in the surrounding area. Dell with the wingman in hand is always a lot of fun to watch, but not so fun if you're watching GMT get hit by that EMP.
There are a lot of teams that have gone into this northwest side of the map, like far northwest as well. They are not very spread out. They are all kind of on the beach side, as it were. They're all very much close to the water, predicting a heavy pull to the northwest side here. So I expect those teams who are arriving late to be able to get into the next circle relatively comfortable, but it's going to be the circle after that where things start to get difficult.
So for now, GMT, almost the throwback setup here from Season 1 with the Watson fences down and the Gen just charging up those shields. Alongside it, Nasky, of course, one of the best IGLs in the game, certainly a vocal IGL, whether in-game or maybe on social media. He certainly believes in his squad, and I think he's going to want to put performance in today, maybe just to silence a few of the doubters.
Yeah, and GMT have obviously gone through their hardships, but Rambo, a fantastic player to be added to this squad. Glorious hair as well, it must be said.
Honestly, I've never had jealousy
wow,
like it.
Look at it. Imagine you with that hair.
So that would be a cursed image. Well, Rambo's charging up his Evo shields. He's got 718 more damage to do before he can get that up to a red. As Nasky is once again just trying to get information. I'll tell you what, the information that that's a blue shield might get them a little bit more inclined to think about a push than they were a few seconds ago.
Well, 1IQ are slowly crawling up on GMT here. They could both reside in this area and just ignore each other and survive to the end game, but it's like 1IQ don't want that to happen. But they need to be careful here. GMT are now going to die.
They've had enough. GMT have had enough. Nasky's trying to push up on this bubble, trying to take advantage of the huge amount of damage he's done, but you can see also some respect being shown. Doesn't want to throw away that first death, but 1IQ will go down. It's going to be Del who moves in. He'll be the kill leader now in the lobby with 3. He cleans things up.
It's so difficult to try and get that aggressive and go for those pushes against teams because you don't know who they're going to be, and you know how many scary teams there are in this lobby. I mean, all 40 teams at the championships are here for a reason because they have dominated their region in some way or another. But GMT do get some kills on the board, and now there's 18 squads left remaining. So GMT are going to be fine. They're going to be sitting pretty. They can sit here for a long time. But the other teams that is not going to be having so much of a fun day. TSM are rotating late. C9 also rotating late as well. And actually several teams still outside of this next circle. We are going to see a lot of late movers for sure.
Good news for Alliance fans. Hackis is still alive. Is he having a good time? Probably not, but he's still in the game. And we're going to have to see if the bad times can turn into good stories. If he can close this game out and, like you said, get into that top 15 and maybe work from there just to give Alliance something to talk about from the Storm Point games. But here are Optic Gaming up on top of the high ground, up on top of the down beast, and once again just demanding respect from everybody down on the low ground.
And even though it's not been the same dominating Optic Gaming that we saw in the first group stage, remember, it was the end of the first 3 maps when they started to put victories on the board and they went back to back to back. So if they were to find a victory here, maybe they could replicate that then going into World's Edge, where they still looked like a very dominant performance. And Team Burger, another squad that have found a little bit more consistency in this second group stage, but haven't necessarily been able to find as many kills, but their placement has been pretty good.
Placement's been pretty good. If you can just add a couple of those games where you get a little bit fortunate, a couple of teams walk in front of you who are fighting and you can just pick off the KP, then we could see them just boosting up those leaderboards a little bit more. Cloud9, though, moving through the mill, Dan, and trying to make their approach to that down beast.
And speaking of teams like Team Burger, I was speaking to Genome about it previously, and he was saying, look, they're a great team, and we may well see them in the finals because they play quite riskless. They don't necessarily take these risks, so that they are consistent enough to get to those finals. But then what happens when you're in match point format? Do they have what it takes to be able to get those victories against some of the biggest and best teams in the world? I think as the tournament goes on, a lot of these teams who are consistent are going to be tested in various different ways.
Well, E8 just holding down this building. There's Hackis.
There's the boy.
There's Hackis. The crowd love it. I think Hackis, even though he's having a tough game and Alliance are having a tough game, just this one performance has gained some fans here in Raleigh.
Well, if he can stay alive for just 3 more teams being eliminated, it's 1 more point. And we've seen Rats being able to survive to the late game.
If Alliance and Hackis manage to get top 15 here, I think the crowd might pop off more than we've seen for some of the game ends, to be honest.
Well, I think Alliance have been waiting for that pop-off moment themselves. The difficulty is, with the amount of seers that are in the lobby, ratting is not an enjoyable experience. It's a nerve-wracking one. You're constantly terrified. Does someone hear my heartbeat? Are they coming for me? I hope I can survive.
And let's give a huge amount of credit to the 2 gentlemen on your screen right now. Detonation Gaming playing as a duo today, and I tell you what, they have put in some solid performances as we have a little bit of a player comparison between His Watson and Imperial How.
Well, neither team been able to find a match win thus far, neither TSM or Furia, but certainly have been doing a lot of damage and getting a decent amount of kills. I mean, an average amount of kills of 2.5 per game, remember, so you are going to be seeing these 2 players getting involved in plenty of skirmishes and doing damage for their squad.
Well, as we see the side-by-side of both TSM and Fury and where they're trying to move, you can See that just outside the mill is going to be TSM. And looks like checkpoint is going to be the location here of Furia. So TSM, we're going to jump back into the point of view now, behind the R301 of Imperial How. They've got some calls to make for his squad now. You can see they've got 2 minutes to make some decisions here. They have to move.
Well, if TSM do go up towards the mill, there's 2 teams waiting for them there. However, if they were to rotate more north, they have a far easier entrance into that circle, but they don't know that. They don't know how easy that choke is, and also very vulnerable choke getting into the next circle. So it's about how you want to play it. TSM, do you want to try and win it, or do you just want to try and pick up some KP?
This one tappy or this Robin Hood? I'm not quite sure at the moment. He's trying to steal some points from the rich and give them to the poor, the duo. Certainly trying to do what they can to stay alive here in the tournament and progress through. What a performance that would be, by the way, of the duo if they managed to get out of the group stage. Very, very impressive stuff from them so far. But for now, Detonation Gaming, they're going to be safe. They're going to be cool. They're going to be chilling. However, maybe that's going to warm them up. That's a charge rifle.
I mean, at the very least, you've got the losers bracket, even if you were to exit the group stages in the bottom 20. And you've got another chance to try and progress, as eventually Hackers will fall and Alliance do not manage to get into the top 15.
We'll never know how hype the crowd may have got. However, Alliance do fall, as you say, and Hackers did everything he could to survive, but it wasn't to be. The duo now take to the skies to try and survive. The problem with being a duo, if you're inside the circle, as soon as you get sniffed out as a duo, teams are going to be putting pressure on. They will want to take advantage of the numbers they have. And for Tatsu, he's hoping this building is not occupied. Good news, everybody. Plenty of room to play with.
Well, it's a very small building, but there is certainly room in it. But unfortunately, another team has already sniffed them out. It's going to be Singularity, a team I was focusing on with their consistency, but they've not taken that many risks. Another team who just kind of play that game, get to the late game, get a few kills here or there, but will not put themselves in a risky situation where they could potentially go down. Odic were also eliminated there on our screen, so now 16 squads remaining. When one more goes out, a point suddenly is shared between everyone.
And again, Furia, the aggressors. So many kills in the first couple of games that we've seen from them. And it seems like this man on your screen is becoming a superstar overnight at the moment. He has introduced himself to the competitive scene in some way here in Raleigh. And maybe he just wants to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck and really, really assert his dominance in these lobbies. He started off pretty well, Dan.
They are going to be greeted by E8 with the way they're moving into the circle right now, and they've already got eyes on them. Seer will provide that little bit of extra information, but they are going to be forced back by Valkyrie and those missiles. And they do get a little bit annoying and pesky to play against, but Furia know that they can engage in this fight because I think they've been able to scout out the rest of the area and know there's not anyone close by.
They could, however, the difficulty is they don't have the high ground, and here's Watson's got grenade markers all over his screen. He's trying to find any kind of position to pop this battery. Pandas is going to take the high ground as the Seer ultimate will now go down, so everybody's going to have the information they require. Pandas with a flat line can't quite connect for now, but the bubble has been forced.
His Watson literally dangled himself as bait and said, come and look at me, and he's allowed the rest of the team to take the high ground, and Zeratricky gets the opener, and Furia are doing it again.
Huge spray coming in as Zeratricky now moves in for his second. And Furia once again just bully a team. They take them apart, they pick them apart as His Watson rejoins the fight now.
But now here comes DF. They want some. We wanted a fight between the two most aggressive teams, and we're gonna get it. Furia, they lose one, they lose two. Panda's the last remaining player.
They don't know where Pandas is. They don't know where Pandas is, but there's 3 alive, and I think Pandas does not want any of this right now. I think, unfortunately for Furia fans, that DF will be more than aware, but no, it's gonna take to the skies. Oh, it gets cancelled! And now this is not good. Pandas does what he can. Furia are done.
A great effort from Furia. Again, another aggressive movement, but it's Dreamfire who were able to sniff them out. And you were right, Furia were being the bullies. They were turning teams upside down and shaking them for their lunch money. But then Dreamfire came and gave them a detention, sent them out of the classroom, and now we're going to see Dreamfire stay alive into the top 14 here.
The Luminosity now making their way in towards this end game, and one of the most handsome men on the planet. I was going to say an Apex on the planet. Monsoon is on our screens right now, trying to do what he can for the Luminosity team to get them into that top 10 or so. Optic Gaming inside the kill feed though. Detonation have been taken out, and it's at the hands of OG.
It's because Optic Gaming are in one of those positions. They've got the high ground. They can take out a lot of teams that are trying to approach this next circle. And they've just got so much vision. They can do so much damage here. And you really don't want to get caught in their sightlines.
Just raining down damage. Cracks coming in as well from the missile swarm, but not enough to get the knock. So now Optic Gaming will take a second to reset, but look who's approaching at the bottom of the screen.
Goodness.
There's going to be Dreamfire once more as Hal gets ripped apart.
There is a bubble though, and the revive can come through. But is there going to be anyone closing the gap to Dreamfire try and play on that one? No, they don't. FSV also, even though they did that damage, they refused to drop. This is the thing, when you are in a spot where you have so much high ground and there's still this many teams left, you are going to be reluctant to jump down on these fights. You're going to be reluctant to get involved, even if you've done damage, because you know you have a chance to win the game from this position.
And this is the classic Dream scenario for Optic. We've seen them here so many times. They show such resilience, such patience, and they also have skill cakes.
Tracking, annihilating, beaming. The Pulverix are going to be able to stay alive, but they are pretty much going into no man's land. They have no idea what's happening, and they run straight into a team.
Run, 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 run. Time to turn around, Pulverix. That's not an alleyway you want to walk down at night. As Optic Gaming now continue just to rain damage on all these teams trying to rotate in. One of those teams is Team Singularity. The Watson fences aren't going to be good news. They know the building is occupied, but somehow they've managed to find the side of a building which they can at least calm things down for a few moments. No one in position with a line of sight to deal damage.
You can play it now, but you get very vulnerable a little bit later on as people start to kind of join the fray here. So you need a game plan. You need a position you're going to be trying to take from someone else. Speaking of positions, TSM on the very edge of the circle right now. They can avoid all these fights, but they will have to move after a minute passes.
Yeah, they've got the furthest distance to move here, TSM, so very tough rotation for them to make. They're going to have to force their way in if they want to be involved in that end game for the second game in a row. Invictus Gaming still involved in this game as well. You can see them in that triad building right in the middle of your screen. Team Singularity, the team on the outside that we just saw land, they're going to be up against Invictus here, and they're trying to maybe get a little bit of poke damage, a little bit of prod damage down.
Even though the high ground was everything moments ago, that big area, a lot of these teams who are on the low ground are going to be able to kind of sneak under these bones of whatever the chuff that is on the map, and you've just got to stay alive, and you can do so when you've got so much protecting you.
Not just being careful here, just getting chipped away. I think all the teams that are in the area know that Optic are up on the high ground, or at least the A team is on the high ground, so they're trying to just exchange damage when they can, just to make their own lives a little bit easier, which then, with the kind of knock-on effect, makes everyone's lives a little bit easier. If the rest of the teams down on the low ground can focus Optic, everyone can survive here.
There's a good position from several teams. Cloud9 in a little bit of trouble. The Thermite's starting to just heat up underneath them as well. But suddenly as this circle moves, everyone's going to be engaging in fights.
Well, here comes IG then. They've had enough of Team Singularity on the outside. JMW moving in. The triple take does not connect. RKN, he's good enough. And so is his teammate. A Singularity will fall as Albralale pokes out and puts someone in the dirt.
And that's going to be Dreamfire as well, losing one. That's good news for Cloud9, trying to catch them up on the leaderboard. In the grand scheme of things, Dreamfire are down to 2. Cloud9 still have a full 3.
Albralale and Zach Mazer have to keep their teammate alive, though. Naughty, you managed to get out of that situation. Phoenix team will go down as well. TSM still alive here as well, as we're down to 11 squads as Imperial How is lighting things up.
Through the gas as well. TSM find themselves in such a good position. E6 at the moment, though. They can watch everything from the angle they currently find themselves in.
Dreamfire out. They will fall as well. Invictus taking damage. C9 taking damage as well. IG eliminated. Luminosity now make their move.
Everyone's just scarpering around these bones, trying to stay alive around the Fallen Beast and hoping they can get into a spot where they're not in vision of several teams at once. If you can fight one team, sure, that's great. You've got vision on them. But if 2 teams are looking at you, you know you're going to fall.
What a difference a comp makes for TSM. They look so much more comfortable, but here come Luminosity. Dealing so much damage, but in return, the fire just flies in and rips away 2 of their shields.
Luminosity using the tail, I think, of the Fallen Beast to their best advantage and actually have arguably some of the best coverage, but they also have to move. Cloud9 down to just stay naughty. He's got a slither at health, maybe a little bit of a shield swap. STSM in the kill feed once more. Element 6 are eliminated.
Element 6 out, shield swap comes in, and Cloud9 trying to survive. Naughty trying to do what he can, and somehow, some way he is still alive.
GMT, they've been in this spot the whole game. They've got the walls up. The fences are in position. Cloud9 finally eliminated. Stay Naughty does get taken down, but Optic, TSM, GMT, they're all still in position to win this game.
Optic finally fall from the high ground. They now play the backside of this circle. LG still here as well. And now LG looking to swing onto TSM, but TSM are aware of this. Imperial How will not let that ground be taken without a fight.
The good thing for TSM, GMT are above them, but GMT will not move because they have fences. They've got arguably one of the better positions, they would think, so they're not going to try and take this fight. Instead, TSM are just going to directly face Luminosity and hope no one joins it.
LG's going to have to show first here as well, so TSM have got a really interesting decision to make here. Do they want to try and take advantage of a battle that's happening between potentially GMT and Optic, or do they want to try and hold out Luminosity Gaming here? Their heads are on swivels, and Hal's got to make some big calls.
TSM are saying, we hope everyone above us helps us by holding out that team, but no, the nades come to try and force TSM out, but they should be able to stay alive. Optic Gaming trying to take down TSM as well, and suddenly everyone got angles on them.
Circle starts to close. It's about to get messy here in these final moments as Luminosity, they lose one to Naski. Monsoon is down.
TSM have to bubble, they have to stay alive. Firehorse will fall, and TSM down to just 2. Optic Gaming will find themselves in one of the better positions. GMT also doing very well.
Shiny trying to hold the line. Imperial How trying to get the shield swap. He gets the shield swap here, and now they send it on the team. Luminosity dealt with by TSM.
More shield swaps available for them as well, but still Optic Gaming and GMT in such a good spot. But TSM can hide behind, but they're going to be focused.
Well, the big thing here for TSM is if they can survive for just a second longer, GMT are going to have to drop. The longer that they survive here, TSM, the higher that their chances of winning this game become as Hal picks up 1, Hal picks up 2, Hal picks up 3. And TSM win! TSM are back to life on land!
It took them a while to wake up, but boy are they showing what they can do. Even as just a 2 in those final moments, they played the bones perfectly. They knew they needed mere seconds, and then they could win that final 3.
Timing, timing, timing. The key word of today in these final zones. And I got to give a shout out to Hal there. It's a brave call to send it onto LG. They get the jump on them, and then they take the position away from Optic Gaming and GMT, who were forced to fight. They were forced to fight. TSM just watched it happen. Hal didn't miss many bullets. And TSM take the win.
I mean, a great game from GMT. It's smiles all round on their faces. They were waiting and waiting. They knew they had one of the better positions, but in the end, it all came down to that last circle closing on their side a little bit quicker than the side of TSM. And with that little bit of high ground, they were eventually able to do that damage. I mean, it was worrying moments at one point, but it is smiles for GMT. That's fantastic to see.
Yeah, really, really good from them. You can see Naski making a great call on where that end game was going to be, and he called it perfectly. Got the Watson fences down. They were able to survive for so long to get some points on the board, but like I mentioned, what a difference a comp makes, right? TSM, they look comfortable, they look dangerous, and I think the rest of the teams in the groups have just realized that TSM are here to play now.
TSM are back. It's kind of worrying a little bit for the rest of the lobby, and it's not like the composition is a bad one, right? We've seen Furia offering a similar composition and finding success. The Seer doing a lot. Mad Maggie in other lobbies has been getting a lot of chaotic times as well, but TSM, you're completely right. Back on comfort picks, back on top, but GMT, they tied them in that lobby.
But again, Optic Gaming involved in that final battle, and I feel like that's going to be a sentence that's said a lot of times over the next few days here in Raleigh. But TSM on top, that's the one thing to take away from it. Cloud9 as well, Naughty staying alive as the solo player, bumps them up into 5th place as well. That could be vital.
And what's important is that even though we've seen Stormpoint, which was the back end of the previous group stage match, it's the front end now. So you've got Stormpoint out of the way, and you're going into a far more comfortable map for a lot of these teams who thrive on World's Edge. When you look at statistics throughout Split 2, the majority of teams find more points, and the anomalies are going to be those teams who are finding it on Stormpoint that arguably don't even find themselves here at these championships. So we are going to see a lot of teams very successful in a World's Edge environment.
And I tell you what, for Alliance, World's Edge is massive now. They've been a bit slow today. Like you mentioned, had some decent placements, but the kill points have been missing when those placements have come. But I mean, Stormpoint, they're going to be more than happy to see the back of it. It was a rough ride for them.
It was a rough ride. I mean, there was actually a very rough ride for Optic Gaming at one point where they were on the Trident and they were very quickly off the Trident. And they will very much want to forget about that, but I want to remember it forever. That's ingrained in my brain now, but there's the winners, TSM. I think that has brought a lot of joy to this audience. They were waiting for TSM to get that victory on board.
Yeah, certainly breathe a little bit of energy through the crowd here. Have been amazing all day long, and I'm sure they will continue to be amazing for our final 3 games of the day when we move back over to World's Edge. But I mean, the pressure as an IGL is absolutely immense in these games. We were talking off camera during the break saying like every single kill, every single match matters here at the ALGS Championships. And Imperial Hell made a great call in that game. And when you get the confidence as an IGL that your call pays off, I think that's just going to be massive for them moving forward.
And even though this is only the group stages, right, there is no easy game. There is no easy group. There is no easy matchup you're going to have. And you need to be getting these points. You need to be putting yourself into that winner's bracket. Because if you drop into that lower bracket, remember, you will not get the chance to start with an advantageous point situation when it does get to those grand finals. You can only have those extra points if you are coming from the winner's bracket. So even these group stages, even these points that are being picked up, every kill matters.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely nuts. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the games as well. Just remember, Storm Point's done. We got 3 more coming on World's Edge though, Dan. It's going to be nuts.
World's Edge, as I said, it is the home ground, the home base for so many of these teams. Even though there are a few teams here or there that I was like, yeah, they've been really good. They're some of the best teams when it comes to Storm Point. I would say the other 17 teams, they are better when it comes to World's Edge. So now everyone is going to be sitting pretty, happy, have a little refreshment, have a little break, and then they start to deal some real damage.
I want to just give a quick shout out as well. I think the Optic Gaming won't be too disappointed with how that lobby went. Yes, they didn't get the win, maybe not the huge kill point games that we are used to seeing from them, and maybe we came to expect after an incredible session that they had this morning in the Group C versus Group D, but being involved in that end game is going to be so big as those days go by and the lobbies get tougher and tougher, which they are going to do somehow or other. I mean, Optic's still in with a shout in every single game that we saw.
Well, so much of Apex Legends is about knowing your opponents. When we look at drop spots, when we look at rotations, and we look about learning what they do, the more end circles you're in, the more you start to learn what some of the biggest and best teams, how they play. You start to notice tendencies, you start to notice who's going to be flanking where. And suddenly if you think you're in a situation where you're going up against a team in those final circles, you've noticed the skins because these guys know what skins they're playing nowadays. I know that some guys try and change it here or there, but everyone's smarter than that. Everyone starts to realize that those tendencies are going to start to show. And you suddenly say, hey, that's TSM. I know it because they're flanking like they did on that first day. And if TSM are on match point, then you start to focus them. So all these things can start to play into the equation. That's why I love Apex Legends.
And also, quick shout out to Cloud9, because I feel like they were in a very similar position that we saw for TSM just before that game 2 got underway. They get the win in that game number 2, which for a team who thrives on confidence, it was huge for them. You saw it in game 3, right? They managed to scrape their way into the top 5 off the back of it. And what's more impressive, I think, from the performance from TSM and Cloud9 in that last game, was the rotation they had to make. A huge rotation in comparison to what they had to make in the previous.
Well, we knew that Storm Point coming into it was going to be a little bit more predictable than what we'd seen on World's Edge, and I think when a lot of these teams see that first or second circle, they get a good idea of where roughly it's going to be finishing. So that's why we're seeing such harsh rotations from them. For example, in that previous series, Optic Gaming going all the way looping through the south side of the map to just find themselves right on the base of that circle and catching teams out, right? We've seen so many teams caught out by other squads they weren't necessarily expecting to be there. Big grenade damage that we saw coming out in that previous series as well from a team arriving from the skies. You've got to be on your toes. You've got to expect the unexpected in these series because we're seeing so many teams just pull out new stops, kind of pull out new tricks, and it's so fun to watch.
Also, we just kind of haven't even mentioned the game number 1, which was arguably the most ridiculous game that we've seen so far today. Dreamfire putting up 32 points in a single game. If you're just joining us now at home, just go back and watch it because it was absolutely nuts. 20 kills on the board for them, and again, just showing Apex South is a region to be taking extremely seriously here, as if it wasn't being taken seriously enough.
I think a question that was asked yesterday was which region do I think is going to win this tournament? And after what I've seen, it is so difficult to predict because every single region has put their best foot forward. We're seeing teams show up when they need to. We're seeing teams dominate from every single region and pop off in different games as well. I think it's almost impossible to try and predict that at this point. North America were very quiet to begin with, but suddenly they and the crowd have got a lot louder as the day's gone on.
Well, let's see what the desk thinks. Obviously, some of our bigger names in the ALGS certainly heating up in those last few games. For now, that's us done. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Onset and Gaskin, not T-Squared and Glitter Explosion, my bad. We got the crowd live here in PNC Arena. Fallout joined on the desk with some special guests. Obviously, we got Rain Day, we got Genome, but also joining us on the desk for the first time on broadcast, none other than Tanner Slays himself, former TSM content creator. How you doing, my man?
Doing good. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. Give us a quick intro for those that don't know you at home.
Oh, man. I've been streaming Apex Legends since day 1. I'm no longer a part of TSM, but I joined TSM as a content creator like 8 months into Apex. Yeah, I've just been loving this game, and I feel like there's no Battle Royale experience in any other game. So Apex is unique in its own way, and I love it.
100%. one of a kind. That's correct, man. It's a pleasure to be here joining
Thanks
you
for
on the desk here. Thanks for joining us. Of course, we got other content creators alongside Tanner. We have His and Hers Live in the building. We got none other than Deltouche in the building, Designful. It's been great to have content creators joining us, and appreciate you joining us on the desk. I know Lulu's going to be here a little bit later, which is awesome. But hey, gentlemen, lots to break down there in those games. Obviously, games 1 through 3 done and dusted, and TSM finally waking up.
Yeah, and I think this is important, especially for their confidence. They abandoned the Seer meta originally, and this is something that worked for them so well. But teams are remarking on the fact that if you're winning scrims this much, this consistently, something's got to give when you hit championships. They saw that, but they made a quick and committed change, and it's worked really nicely for them. Second place so far in this lot.
Yeah, I mean, some struggles at the start there, right? But then picking up the core stick, and I mean, we know from Sweden, right? Like, these guys trying to change things up, put the Seer in there, but all of a sudden, if it's not working, they're switching over to the core stick, and then, yeah, they come out with a dub, right?
Notably, too, Verhol's on the Valkyrie most of the time. That role's now been given the Caustic to him. Hal taking ownership of the Valkyrie. Do you think that's a bigger impact for them?
Yeah, it's an interesting switch up, right? You know, a lot of those bigger characters, like Caustic, as well as Gibby, we talk about that being not so good for controller players, but for Horst, definitely making it work there in that last game.
Yeah, Furia for me, John, I mean, that was the story of the day. When I started out, it's the team I looked at. Now they're continuing to show this year is here to play and here to stay. But not only that, their aggressive style earned them in game 2 19 points. They got 10 kills. So they didn't even place well, but they ended up second place in overall points. That's put them third in this lobby. One of the teams that I think is honestly going to be showing up for the rest of the
Absolutely. And then it was a Cloud9 finish. No Mazer moments here live on stage. Instead, Cloud9 showing up. They did a good job in game 3 as well here, Evan. Walk me through game 3.
I just think this is really a TSM masterclass. How to rotate in these circles. And you see the commitment between Reps and Hal. They don't have Verholst here, so they're doing this as a two-man, but their positioning is so immaculate and their timing is even better. They wait that half second before the zone closes. It forces GMT and Optic to take that fight, and TSM clean it up.
Right, TSM with a dominant game number 3, winning as a team of 2. It's the Reps Hal duo doing it again, Genome. And as a result, well, it's your boys Dreamfire from Apex South on top. Walking through the leaderboards.
Yeah, look, on top with 46, and you've got to remember, 20 of that is kill points from a single game, from that first game. Now, they've been being contested by Otic, the South American team in Command Center, not always running into each other at the start of games, or we did see them get into scuffles sometimes. But, man, it's just like, and this is something we know and love about Dreamfire, right, is they have these huge pop-off games where all of a sudden they get on a roll and they just don't stop plowing through teams one by one. They all fall, and you have these massive games where they pick up 32 points in a go.
A record, by the way, for a LAN championship. A 20-kill game, 32-point game for Dreamfire. But look, they've only gotten 14 points outside of that. Want to see some more consistency as we head to World's Edge. Let's flip on over to the second page here. Obviously notable first pagers. We got Luminosity there. We got Furia, which we got to talk about as well. But on the second page, Invictus Gaming. Not the performance I expected from them. Obviously, I thought they looked pretty solid. I thought Arcane was a great sub, but it's not necessarily looking great for them. What are some other key stories you're looking at here, Evan?
I feel like Detonation Gaming has to be mentioned. I went into our stats team. I said, how many top 5s has this duo made? Because they are consistent in these final circles. I don't know how they're doing it. This is incredible. The biggest lobby in the world, and somehow as two, they are consistently in top 5 situations. Hats off to them.
As a team of 2, which is impressive. And then, of course, the biggest story, the biggest sore thumb on this page, Alliance with 0 points, Genome. After doing pretty solid in their first series, Alliance not showing up this time.
Yeah, I can't help but think about the ups and downs they had at Sweden as well, right? There was, you know, the one day where I saw Haggis. Haggis. Not the Scottish,
ugly, evil
Haggis.
uncle.
You know, just swaggering around the stage because they had this massive points day and they were absolutely crushing it. And then when we got to finals day, nowhere to be seen, right? So just, yeah, I can't help but we're getting this this same feeling here where they're not being consistent enough.
Yeah, consistency is key, and that's always been the question for Alliance. Their highs are high, but you know, they almost didn't even qualify for the Sweden playoffs. They had to be perfect, and they were, granted, but sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. We're going to wonder which Alliance will show up in this second half, but speaking of seconds, let's take a look at our secondary stream here and our leaderboards from that one. We, of course, have the likes of NRG, AD continuing where they left off. The Koreans, Parka, Karanpua, and Obley looking so good right now. Scars right behind them. Dark Zero, Tanner. Jen Burton on that team, fellow content creator, but also competing at a high level. Talk to me about Jen Burton as a player.
This man is probably one of the most talented people that I've ever seen play this game. Like, the things that he's able to do, I mean, with his thumbs, it's unmatched. Extremely, like, they just got signed with Dark Zero. They're having a strong showing here. Yeah, one talented kid.
Impressive stuff. I've seen him compete against you actually in like the Lulu Lovely Throwdowns and random tournaments from Australia with Australian ping. Rumor has it they might be moving to the States and playing from Texas. That'll be interesting, joining the North American Pro League. We'll see if that comes to fruition. On the second page, we got Godfire. Godfire is the team I had circled from South America to perform. Not performing here in this one, but keep in mind, only 1 or 2 games in. This one's a little delayed, Evan.
Yeah, you captured one of their greatest moments, and I mean, they've obviously got a lot to live up to, but my eyes go straight to Fnatic, who was a 9th in Sweden, and a great performer in C versus D, and only on 1 point after 3 games. NRG also joins them with the 1-point syndrome. So we have a lot of great teams, great potential in this matchup switch. We're seeing some continue to perform. We're seeing some drop way, way down. So that's kind of a surprising thing for me.
Yeah, and I think that was only after game 1 as well by looking at the results. So I think they are a little bit behind the lobby we've got on mainstream here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll, of course, keep you up to speed on that one. But you can catch the action live as well on twitch.tv/NiceWigg. Speaking of content creators, talk about Wig, the energy he brings to his stream, Tanner. Could you even think about matching it if you were casting?
I love him to death, but I've never met a human being communicate as fast as him. the amount of speed, the amount of words that he can spit out in a quick duration. I mean, he's got a natural talent not only in the game, but I think like with casting and stuff. So it's cool to see him doing the B stream thing, and he's killing it.
That's right. Also one of the greatest human beings I know. Evan and I were in the gym this morning, hanging out with him.
Yeah, we were in the gym.
He DMs me. He's like, "Sorry, I didn't hold the elevator for you, bro. I'm so sorry." I'm like, "I didn't even know you were trying to hold the elevator for me. I appreciate you, Wig." Shout out to NiceWigg and Mr. Greek on the B stream. But let's take a look at the map schedule here. You guys are well aware that we are playing on Storm Point and World's Edge. Flip-flopping though. We started on World's Edge, and guess what? I hear some cheers in the crowd for World's Edge. We're jumping to the competitive home of Apex Legends. It's World's Edge for games 4 through 6. And Genome, talk to me about what you think we can expect from the Switch.
I mean, we've seen a little bit of legend variability between the maps so far. Typically, you see more caustic on World's Edge,
Horizon,
right?
Storm Point.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's a little bit yet to be seen whether we're going to see the Seer translate across both. But as we've seen from TSM, it feels like teams are discarding that already.
Yeah. That's a great point. Ever you gonna say something?
You only have one chance to really make that change, right? You've got to get it done in these 6 games. Otherwise, you got one more group play, and then you're already in the brackets. If you don't get it right, you're in the losers. You could be going home. So I'm with teams being a little bit more conservative, especially on World's Edge, where it's been proven to work time and time again. But I think we will see Seer. I think he will be there for sure. I think he's a staple, but Maggie, not so sure. I'm not too confident. Watson, though, a legend that I think that we're seeing in APAC North and even APAC South will be, I think, throughout this tournament and be playing a big part of these finals.
Yeah, I think the teams that are running Watson at the moment are just more committed to her. You know, like it feels like the teams trying out the Maggie, the Seer, they're just trying to splash that in there. They're like trying to shake things up a little bit. Whereas, here's Watson,
Fnatic,
yeah, those teams as well. The APAC North teams that typically have been running this for all the way through, like back to Split 2 and Split 1 as well. Those guys, they're going to stick with it. It's what they know. It's what they love.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hey, look, you watching at home, make sure to follow us on all things social. Shout out to my man Tanner Slays. Give him a follow as well at Tanner Slays. But of course, you can find us at Play Apex Esports, youtube.com/Play Apex Esports, and drop us a follow on Twitch at Play Apex. Some of the best YouTube content and Twitter content I've seen coming out of any esports channel, by the way. Shout out to Nixie and the community management team running the Play Apex Esports channel. A lot of great stuff, including myself flexing earlier. Kind of embarrassed
You're
about.
not that guy, though.
I'm not that guy, but I'm not that guy. Let's be honest.
Okay.
But we are those guys with the Miami Vice vibe going on. Listen, you didn't get the memo. You should have worn like a Tommy Bahamas polo, my man. You're not mixing.
Next time.
And matching. Genome, I'm looking at you as well. Where's the floral? Where's the floral?
Maybe yet to come.
Oh, maybe yet to
we
come.
got 3 days of tournament.
Yet
to go, John.
That's right. That's right. Big shout to my man Tanner Slays. Thanks again for joining us. We have Game 4 right around the corner. Myself, I'm Fallout, Rain Day, Genome, and Tanner Slays. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. For now, we got Game 4, 5, and 6. We're moving to World's Edge, and this time, for real, we got T-Squared, Tommy Telestrator, and Glitter Explosion right after this.
Nades? Any nades? No, just live. Like, stay over here. You play your life, Jordan. Go up. Go. You gotta go. They're jumping on each other. Come back in the air. Falk, 100. Caustic, got well cracked. Falk. 100. Let's go, baby. Good call, Jordan. Baby. Good call, baby. Good call.
The stage is set, the players are ready. Crowd, are you guys ready for some more Apex? Let's go! T-Squared and Glitter Explosion bringing you the action. TSM Glitter, they're coming out hot. Made a little team comp change. They're no longer on Mad Maggie. They're no longer on Seer. They're going back to some old school comps. How you feeling?
The resurgence of the greats. I know the crowd is very excited about that. We still have 3 more matches to go. And of course, like they said on the desk, we're going back to World's Edge, everybody's favorite. This is going to be a great way to close out the day.
Group B versus D, if you're just joining us, welcome to the best week of Apex Legends that you're ever going to see. $2 million is on the line. It's going to be absolutely insane. And this is the last 3 games of the night. So the last chance to basically get as many points as you need so you could sleep tomorrow.
Pretty much, right? And the worst part about it is that we haven't been able to predict things right all day because we've had more regions stepping up to the plate. We've seen incredible performances out of Dreamfire, out of Furia, and now we've got those triple back-to-backs out of Optic. TSM coming back at the end of the day, which I had said on the desk, I wasn't worried about them. They thrive under this pressure. We saw that in the last match. Now we have to see if they can continue doing that in the last 3 matches.
You just saw the CEO of Apex on your screen. Now you're looking at C9. Dreamfire won game 1 of this series. C9, they took game number 2. TSM, they were the team that just took game number 3, and they were playing with death on the edge. We have a lot of TSM fans in the crowd. Let's hear you guys one more time. Let's go. It is live. We are ready to go. The players are loading into the lobby. And we're going to get this one underway here very soon. Taking a look at the team compositions. Not much has changed here. You're still going to have TSM rocking the Caustic, rocking the Gibby, having the Valkyrie. It's really nice to see the diversity that we've had in all of the legends coming through. That's GMT right there. Rambo coming in and filling in, doing a phenomenal job. Nasky, he's got the vibes nice and high, ready to go as well. And we are in the ship, y'all. It is time to get this one underway. Game 4 of B versus D. Keep in mind, we have A versus C going on the B stream. Shout out to NiceWigg. Shout out to Greek. They've been bringing the hype. We're going to bring the hype right here, Glitter. We're going to probably be on board with TSM going on over towards the Fragment side. They did win last game. It's only respectable that we join the winners. And you know no one's going to be messing with them.
Not at all. Especially not after their performance. I wouldn't want to be messing with them. We do have to keep our eyes on, like I was saying, and like you were saying, a bunch of those other teams, though, they've been picking it up at the end of the day. And right now, this is just the group stage, right? This is for their seeding into that bracket. They really want to make sure that they're getting themselves in that top 20 position so that they don't have to worry about playing out of losers. That is the last thing they want to have that stress on their shoulders.
The hot spot, it's going to be over towards Thermal Station, and you know who needs it? It's the team that's goosing. It's Alliance. It's your pick, Glitter.
Come on, I knew you were going to do it.
Was this Onset? Was this some sort of collaboration with Onset just to jinx these guys, or what's going on? I love Alliance. I want to see them do well. I hope they get the loot that they need. Saw his Watson out in the lobby. They are getting it on over here with their 50-50. We're on board with Fury, and look at those shots with the Hemlock. Immediately going to be picking up the first kills of this match, and the armors are looking pretty good. Getting control of that middle area, always really clutch, so you can pick up those extra armors there, but Dreamfire, they're not feeling it. They're going to back off. Bolin, he's been booling. He's been doing a really great job overall today. These guys' shots have been absolutely insane. But they're going to get backed off, and Fury is going to take advantage of this one. Zeratricky is busting out the fuse on World's Edge, which I'm really excited to see. And if you had an opportunity to watch Zeratricky play, the dude is nasty with the Hemlock, with the R301, loves the 2X, loves the 3X. Him and Watson have been popping off in the kill feed.
And these are the 2 teams that I was literally just talking about. I mean, before that last match, Dreamfire and Furia were both at the top of the kill leaderboards. So they have been having phenomenal performances, and the fact that they end up in that 50-50 is super unfortunate for Dreamfire, making the smart decision, though, to back off and play safe in this next match. And Furia, though, has to feel good about that because they have been insanely aggressive all day.
It's interesting how many teams are refusing to go on over towards Skyhook, because looking at the map right now, you could see E6 actually has this completely to themselves. So Dreamfire may want to consider backing off because they've had such a successful day, and they're going up against a team that has had a successful day as well. There's your winners from the previous game. Now TSM, they got 10th in their previous group. They are trying to definitely better that and continue to put the hurting on. They're going to go on over towards the broken building. You can see Fragment West looks fairly clear. They're picking up some loot along the way, and they're just going to continue to play their style of play, which is pretty unorthodox. I mean, they have so many different varieties of play, and you could see that's what they were trying to do when they were playing with Maggie and Seer earlier. They were trying to take fights, but they understood, hey, it's really congested around here. We're going to need to get into the zone fairly early. but Hal is so good at making mid-tournament adjustments, and that's why TSM has been such a successful team throughout Apex Legends.
Not only that, but TSM can snowball pretty hard once they find themselves in a really solid position and feeling good about their teamwork, about their gameplay, and heading in to World's Edge. That is going to be, we heard the devs talking about it, we heard the other casters, Mark and Dan, talking about it, but it's a comfort zone, right? This is where they want to close out the day for the majority of the teams in this lobby. We'll make it a little bit more difficult for all of those experienced players, but still, this is going to be fantastic for TSM.
They have a checklist in their head in terms of, hey, can we get to this zone based on where the zone 2 knowledge is, or do we have to go continue to loot, get the crafting materials that we need, play the edge, maybe pick on some teams that they have an idea of that are going to be rotating up from the northern side, because a lot of teams have already made their way on over towards where this zone is going to be, and you have a feeling it's going to continue to pull over towards Thermal Station, kind of where that hot zone was in between staging and Thermal. Maybe the choke over there could be the ending spot for this one, but looking at the mini-map right now as we take a look at the top 20 players and what their damage and average has been, shout out to the production crew as well, everybody behind the scenes at PGL. Thank you guys so much for all of your guys' hard work putting this tournament on, and all of the players, orgs, for coming out here. It's been absolutely amazing seeing everybody in person. E8, they're over towards the Harvester side, big chillin'. They have, obviously, Caustic, who really thrives over towards the Harvester side, getting that passive from the scan from Sear, so they can see that there's another team up over towards the high ground. Now, at the edge of the zone here, you're going to eventually have to move, so this is a little bit of a passive play from E8.
You know, I think they're just trying to wait here, figure out that information. Those rotations are going to be the most important decision that they have to make coming out of this area. You can see on the map just how congested it's already getting. Some of the teams waiting for those later rotations, but this southwestern side, like you're saying, over by Thermal, over by that choke, is going to be where everyone wants to find a place to bunker down. And if you don't have it early enough, then you're going to be fighting your way through a lot of people to get there.
Bubble goes down. You can see the infiltration on over towards the door. It's going to be Presley over here. Presley with the Caustic Nox Gas Grenade. Doesn't get any ticks. That one's not going to hit. But that Spitfire PK combo up close in that bubble should be doing some serious damage. They're going to come through and take on over towards the high ground. Now, having the high ground is going to be a lot better than the low ground in these situations, especially with that replicator there. You're going to be able to get a bubble into the replicator and get any extra batteries that you're going to need. They have plenty crafting materials as well. So I like this play from E8, kind of bullying their way on up over towards this high ground. Now, a couple reasons to go and lock this place down is this is going to be a very populated area where the rotations are going to come through. So yes, you're not getting directly into the middle of the zone and where it's going to end, but this is a great spot to be to potentially pick up some kills, especially when everyone knows rotating through Harvester is really, really tough, especially if you're not going for a skyward dive. If you see teams going out into the open, there's really not much cover. So once your bubble's gone, you're just really going to be focused down.
They did a good job reclaiming that space, making sure they weren't getting bullied off of their position. But now we're moving on, looking down at some of these other squads, and we haven't gotten a chance to check in with them too much today. We see them potentially running into each other on this rotation, but it looks like because we've got one of the the squads that have two players, they're going to be playing this much safer. But we need to give not one of the two teams that has the two players.
Yeah, I mean, having two players is actually pretty surprising to see how well they've done.
That's what I wanted to say. We need to give them some props because they've been crushing it all day. They've been higher on the leaderboards than some of the teams that have the full squad.
Yeah, and they're really putting in the work with just having a duo, and sometimes that's what you have to do, just like how TSM was able to win the previous game when Vroholz went down. Sometimes you just have to clutch it out in those moments. Now we're on board with LG, two members of Complexity coming in here, Shiny and Monsoon. Monsoon always keeping those vibes extremely high, but they're just waiting and kind of posturing up. Again, it's going to be a very slow-paced game here on World's Edge, especially with how experienced these players are. It's not very uncommon to wait for round one to close, get a scan on where round three is going to be, and then go and make your skyward dive based on that. Now, there was a lot of congestion that was going on over towards Thermal Station and staging, but it's kind of cleared out, and the players have dispersed away from that area. A lot of bullying coming through. If you're wondering where Alliance decided that they wanted to go, especially having the home court advantage over towards this zone, they've elected to go directly into the middle of Thermal Station. So that's where they're going to be locking down, kind of anticipating that the zone is going to continue to pull on over towards there. Optic Gaming, they're still looting on over towards the southern side, over towards the east side, as you see the stats coming in for your boy Monsoon. And it's just so great to see him back on the main stage, Glitter.
We even got a chance to run into him before this entire thing kicked off. Really, really good spirits. Loving the fact that they were able to at least get those Complexity players out here for Luminosity to be able to continue their journey through the ALGS. But like you were saying, Optic Gaming now checking in with them as they are continuing their rotation down from the southeast. And they've got a pretty open area in front of them. The zone does shift away from where they are, but they have a safe side of this zone right now.
And this is the meta. I mean, ever since Valkyrie was introduced, this seems to be the play, right? You wait, you sit in the zone, you find a scan onto zone number 3, and then you make your move. If you need the bubble, then you can go and bubble immediately. If you find a good spot inside of the zone, maybe say a god spot, you're gonna have someone like Skittlecakes playing that best caustic basically in NA to go and lock things down in the building, so you avoid third parties, you avoid people trying to infiltrate in your building. And then the thought process was with Maggie and Seer, they're so good at infiltrating and taking over buildings that that's what they wanted to do to try to counter this type of composition. But when we're talking about the type of skill level that these players are bringing to the table, you don't really want to be taking fights inside of buildings like that unless you know it's completely safe. So I like the play from TSM to go and make their change, especially after getting 10th place in their groups. They're looking like they're going to be prime going into round number 3, which is going to be tomorrow. Optic Gaming now with the rotation, hitting the scan on over towards the zone. Now it does go a little bit more over towards that staging side. Thermal is still going to be in, and a lot of teams are basically inside that right now. TSM looks like they're kind of camping and waiting for an opportunity to strike from a team rotating up from the north. That's going to be Cloud9 that eventually runs into them. Meanwhile, there is a little bit of fighting happening over towards the LG side of things. You can see GMT is going to be getting some knocks and finishes there onto Shiny. Great shots with the flatline right there from Hawkes. He's looking for some more players over towards the backhand side, and it looks like Luminosity is going to be going out in 19th place. But Hawkes should be able to have his teammates in the area coming through here very shortly. Where is Yuki? Where is Vaves? They're going to need him very soon.
They are getting some serious damage and downs, kills onto Burger, and Alliance needs these points. I mean, you called them out right before this fight saying they weren't having the best performance in this second series here, and now they're starting to pick it up, seeming very comfortable in their drop area in the hot zone, deciding that that thermal station just staying there was the right choice for them.
It really was, and you don't really know exactly where this is going to pull because these zones do get a little bit unpredictable in World's Edge compared to Stormpoint, but there is a lot of years of experience over here. Furia, after their original win, that's another team win over here. They're going to take down Detonation Gaming. Detonation going out in 17th place, not picking up any placement points, but you just love the way that this team plays. They're so aggressive. His Watson, #1 overall Apex Predator, always grinding out ranked, and this team doesn't really scrim as much as the other squads. They kind of just have put in work individually and kind of meet up a little bit later down the road, and they play really well when it comes to tournament time.
Furia looking here to continue the aggression that we've seen them be so successful with all day, able to get some damage on the board, get some kills on the board for themselves, keeping themselves very healthy while holding down this position, and it's really working out well for them. You can see where the next zone is going to be pulling here on that mini-map. And right now, GMT looking very comfortable. Optic has already made their way into a solid spot. You talked about Cloud9 coming down from the north. They've flown in, so now they're getting their positioning nailed down. It's looking like everybody's getting ready to set up for the end.
And interestingly enough, it's like TSM knew that this zone was going to pull away and bounce all the way from south on over towards the north. So Harvester seems like a very viable position. You have a lot of endings that are going to end over there. You have one that's directly on that train cart too. So still TBD, and a team that's made their way into a really great spot is going to be E8. GMT's in the vicinity too. And you know who's going to thrive in this type of zone? Any type of crypto team, especially if that beacon is going to be on over towards the top of Harvester, so you can just continually get that scan over and over again. Having a caustic on your team is going to be huge too, but a lot of teams starting to set up over towards Harvester. One of them is the winners of Game 2 in this series. That's going to be C9, rocking the Seer. And I just really feel like Gibby still, you have to have Gibby and Valkyrie, right? And it's kind of up for grabs who that third legend is going to be. You can play a handful of different things. You were obviously seeing Furia play a wide variety of compositions. We're seeing Watson, and that's why it's so exciting to get all of these different regions together so we can see exactly what the meta is for based on where they are.
Teams starting to move in to each other, drones being detected. Information is going to be super important for these teams here, and that's why the Cryptos, the Seers, all of that's going to be what puts some of these teams at a much better advantage. Some nice shots coming out of Alberlella here, being able to spot some of those squads trying to rotate towards Harvester, being able to deal a little bit of poke, make sure their shields are evoed up as much as possible. This is going to be that kind of mid-ground, though, where they're just playing passively until the first team is forced into making the first move.
And that's potentially Optic Gaming over there playing that fence line, which is a very common spot to go and hold. You can see exactly exactly where these players are going to be located in that picture-in-picture in the top left of your screen. The 30-30 is huge in this type of instance, especially with that amount of ammo. The scope is looking solid. The 2-4 so powerful. Look at the shots coming in for Alberelli charging that Evo shield up, and that's one of the most satisfying sounds in the game, right?
Is that your version of
That really is. There's a lot of, the shield's cracking, everything. I love everything about this game, to be honest with you. But you can start to see exactly what the thought process is for Alliance now as they make their way in on over towards the zone. Coming in from the southern side, Kraber in hand for Nasty Nasky, looking for some domes. Has 3 players down below him, almost hits the collab. 119 onto the Caustic, just needs a couple more shots, and that's going to be E6. Smegito is going to be down, but look at the smart play from Nasky. Takes a lot of damage, backs up, somehow avoids that player, shooting him towards the backhand side, and is going to elect for the Phoenix kit. I love that, and look how focused the coach was behind them.
This position has been working out very, very well for GMT, and we saw that it's pulling yet again towards the western side of Harvester. So all of these teams are going to have to continue collapsing in, and you can see how western heavy it is. It's going to get really, really messy, and for the squads that managed to get there early, like you were saying, GMT, C9 was able to Valken, and they're good to go now. I mean, this is huge.
And look at how TSM's playing, right? They kind of have like a triangular offense or defense, whatever you want to look at it. Hal is going to be taking the flank on over towards the side. Reps is locking things down with Verholz. They're covering a lot of real estate. Fortunately for us, we're able to see the player outlines, and we know that no one's coming behind them. But that's the right thing. Reps is going to be checking the back. They're going to be keeping all of the action in front of them, and that's what you want to do in Apex. You want to make sure that your back's clear. You don't want to be rotating parallel with teams, and you want to make sure that you're the team that's coming in and third partying based on the information that you have directly in your sights, and that's what the thought process is here for TSM, which I feel like is absolutely genius. They rotated out of the fragment side. They avoided all of the cluster that was going on, all of the congestion. They're checking their back now, knowing that this round is going to eat shields alive. We have no heat shields, obviously, here in ALGS. Thank goodness. Otherwise, people would be sitting in the zone all the time. But here we go. GMT now with the Krabers still. Nasky, after his knock on over to E6, is still looking for players. And look at the confidence from Nasky, Lauren. He's just sitting on top of this building.
He's not worried about it right now. He's still got 8 bullets left in the Kraber. Definitely going to be able to put in some work with it. Wide open shots here. Not able to connect, though. Knowing it's giving them more information, though. They're Watsoned up inside of this building. They have one of the few areas dead center of the zone that gives them this much cover, this much ability to use those fences. I mean, look how many they've put down. No one's going to want to push that unless they absolutely have to right now. So GMT can just kind of sit and poke until they have to do something else.
Another drop is going to happen directly in front of E6. They were able to get the man on your screen back up. That's going to be Smegito. Because of the damage that came down onto Nasky, again, he had to back off. We'll see if we may see like some Kraber versus Kraber action in that zone, pulling directly over towards where that beacon is. Most likely going to happen on the outside of the door where that top area is. So it's going to be exciting to see how these teams elect to play this one. Eventually, you're going to have probably around 10 teams over towards these final circles. There's so much different areas that you can play in Harvester. Nasky looking for some more domes. Not going to be able to find one right there. The problem is, you're not going to really be able to finish that kill off. Maybe you're going to be able to get the snipe and get the down, get that Evo shield charged up just a little bit more. But we do have Kraber versus Kraber. If it does come down to it, you can see now, Orthus Fang, they are looking for some blood. That's one IQ going down. Talus is going to be finished as well. And this is where the action really starts to pick up. Going into zone 4 and 5, all this real estate is going to be gobbled up.
You can see E6 just trying to hold this low ground. They know where all of the surrounding teams are, and they don't want to draw too much attention to themselves. They know where Furia is across the way, and Furia has been kind of that target for both GMT and E6 right now. You can see Singularity up at the top. I'm still keeping my eyes on the map, though. I'm looking at TSM, waiting for them to make their move from the north down, because Optic Gaming is going to be right in their path.
Yeah, Optic Gaming going to be directly in front of them. A lot of teams on over towards this west-hand side. The Fang, let's see how much they can bite off right here. It looks like they have this 2 versus 3-1. Nice shots coming in from behind, though, from Pulverex, and it looks like they're interested in third partying this one. The crypto drone has been flying around for quite some time. The Watson fences have been down as well, and it looks like they have multiple teams that they could eventually gatekeep on over towards the side. Another team that's doing a great job of gatekeeping, that's GMT. Nasky with his head on a swivel, checking all of the different angles, hitting scans, heartbeats through the wall as well. This team's in a tough spot. Whoever's directly in front of them has to make their move. Meanwhile, that's going to be Furia on your screen with that skyward dive. They're making their play eventually on over towards the zone, but real estate again has been taken. We'll see exactly where they are going to land, and it may have to be somewhere that they don't like.
Lots of teams have already made that push. You see TSM's now down there, Singularity's now down there, GMT still trying to fight off the squads in their vicinity. You can see Nasky only has 3 shots left in the Kraber right now. They've got a squad right below, and they need to decide when is the right time to drop down and make this push.
The kill feed is popping off. Nice shot from Nasky. Meanwhile, you can see a lot of players were eliminated. Hal was one of them from TSM. That's going to be 1 IQ going out. GMT's Rambo is going to be the kill leader, but he gets dropped as well over towards the building now. That's one of the problems with gatekeeping is you're trying to gatekeep too many teams. Eventually, you will end up folding. And the team that's just been down in the ditch ends up, on the low ground having a better advantage, and that's E6. And we've seen teams like TSM go and play this before. Dreamfire, they're gonna get eliminated. So TSM down a player. Dreamfire, they're completely out. We'll see exactly what Cloud9 has in store for us as they are still safe and sound up on over towards the high ground. Running a little bit low on ammo. You can see they're gonna have to do something about that eventually, maybe get some death boxes their way. That'd be ideal for them. Now they have a team directly underneath this ramp. That's going to be a nice little slow play from the team directly over there. But E8 has predicted this zone very well, and they've been chilling inside of the building for quite some time. You can also see the high ground being played. That's going to be Repson for Holst trying to do it out as a duo. This is not an ideal situation to be in without your shields.
TSM was trying to see if they could hide off to the side, but they are pinched between, I think it's Pulver X. They've got C9 above them in Harvester, as well as all of the other teams that are trying to fight for any real estate. As the zone continues to shrink down, you can see that they're in a little bit of a rough spot, taking some damage as they try to make another rotation. E6 has been holding this low ground so successfully the entire time, but they are also going to be one of the teams that has to start moving east now, and in front of them are quite a few squads.
You can see also the mini-map, that crypto drone continuing to get scans over and over again, just so powerful in this zone. Optic Gaming playing this popular spot, which is on top of the high ground, trying to find the skyward dive damage, and they're able to. Nice shots with the R301, the gold R301. Pick that one up on over towards the big mod side. That's going to cost them a pretty penny. That's 100 crafting materials, my guy. Don't lose that one. Optic Gaming, though, just looked so good in their round 1. A little bit slow in round 2, if that's such a thing. Nice shots coming in from Skittlecakes with that flat line. Gold mag, 2-4 as well in the back pocket. Plenty of batteries and heals in the back pocket, but look at the amount of action on your screen. You can see all of the teams next to C9 trying to make their way on over towards this Western Harvester ending, and a lot of them are taking damage.
9 squads left, and E6 is going to start falling very quickly. That final rotation, they weren't able to find too much valuable space, and unfortunately there's so many teams waiting for someone that was forced into that late valve rotate. Furia still looking incredibly strong, able to hold this ground. They've got some solid loot at their disposal, and they can kind of let everybody else above them continue to battle it out, and they could potentially pick up some more kills.
TSM going out in 10th place. A lot of fighting happening on over towards your screen on the bottom hand side. E6 still with those angles though, right next to E8 Alliance. Your boy Yuki is hitting the battery, trying to heal up. He's got a good angle too. This is usually where that zone's gonna end. It's actually gonna pop up on the opposite side compared towards the west side, but they're still in a great spot overall. Optic now making their move on over towards the high ground. The shots are looking so good, and nobody really even losing any shields. That's how it's done.
What an insane push by Optic, taking out Singularity and now getting the high ground, leaving everyone down below to continue to try to fend for their lives. E6 still trying to hold these slight off angles to the side of the building, knowing that there are teams directly in their path that they will potentially have to push through. Alliance also looking very comfortable and strong. Shields mostly reset here. Smegito tries to deal some more damage, gets a nice shield crack there, but now they're forced to move.
Great movement right there, trying to, he's like, wait, are you shooting at me? All right, hold on. No friendly fire here. Let's keep it nice and simple, but look at Phoenix. They're on the edge in some thermites. The bubble's gonna have to happen. You can see Fury on the outside over here. Plenty of ammo in this turbocharged Havoc for Watson. 2 kills, 2 assists, looking for some more blood as that bubble is gonna dissipate here very soon. Hackis is gonna go down. That's gonna be Mercy there with the car. Now it's up to Vapes and Yuki. We'll see what they can do. A lot of caustic damage from the gases coming through. Yuki down to a sliver of HP. Alliance going out in 7th place. E8 trying to do whatever they can, but Optic is taking the high ground, and Optic is taking the God spot. And when they get in these type of positions, they rarely end up blowing it. And I really feel like Optic is poised to do some serious damage over here, but they're gonna have to go through Furia first.
that was just mean. I mean, they barely had to move to do all of that damage. Furia has been watching this side, being able to clear out those squads as they have to push in. E6 on the low ground. Optic being pushed by Furia up high. Cloud9's been holding out inside the building this entire time while all of this has been going down. Optic finding themselves in a rough spot. Duplex very low, does go down. This is where things are going to start to pop off. 3 squads left.
Zeratricky trying to hit the res, but E6 is on top of that. They're looking for the finish onto him, and now it's a 2 versus 3 scenario. E6 is making their move. C9, they're still alive. Zach with only a sliver of HP. They're trying to get on over towards the high ground. It's a little bit of a disadvantage coming to clamor up, and that's why E6 is punishing it. Can they win the 2 versus 3? It's up to Slayers. It's C9. 2 games out of 4 are going to take our first game on World's Edge. What a game.
It really all boiled down to the perfect timing of Cloud9's rotation in from the north. They waited, they got themselves the spot that they needed in Harvester, and they were unbothered once they got there. They were able to hold that, let everybody else down below battle it out, continue to pay attention, do some poke when they needed to, and made the final push at the right time. Huge game for Cloud9.
Cloud9 really popping off, and they really needed this series. You know, this is such an important series for them overall. They were, I believe, 17th place after their previous round. So coming through and winning 2 out of the 4 games is absolutely phenomenal for them. What a series of events, from the fact that Optic Gaming had the high ground. You called out what Cloud9 did perfectly. We saw what TSM was thinking. We saw Alliance down towards Thermal, how they were deciding to play things. So many different layers to that game, and C9 patiently waited for their opportunity to strike. Taking a look at PvP, the coach of C9 right there. When the vibes are high, when this team is playing well, Lauren, they can beat anybody.
They were someone that we had on our radar coming into today. They had a slower start to the day. Probably not ideal, like you were saying, not the best positioning overall, but this is the Cloud9 that we know they are capable of being. This was a very strong game for them. Way to start off the last 3 matches of the day on World's Edge, and we talked about that being a factor too. That level of comfort with all of these ridiculously experienced squads. This is their home turf.
Take a look at the beautiful crowd here at the PNC Arena. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. We're seeing C9 banners, we're seeing TSM banners, we're even seeing the robot. Oh, it's been so much fun here. And you know, going back to C9, talking about how they play, when you are so kind of individually talented and you like to take team fights so much, it's kind of refreshing to see them take a spot and kind of wait for the action to unfold and pounce. And sometimes you could feel like you're trying to do too much or you want to have too big of a game, but look at the patience. Like you said, that's the key word right there, kind of taking their time, getting those huge placement points and letting the kill points come to them.
And we saw that out of Optic as well. They timed all of their rotations, their pushes up onto that high ground very, very well, and they nailed out down the positioning at the right time. It was just the unfortunate push from Furia, who's been dominant all day as well. I mean, that was a rough fight, and then E6 being able to capitalize with a little bit of that extra damage, all the while Cloud9 just waiting.
And
Harvester, for the perfect time.
Harvester zones are so fun right there, and it was a little unorthodox in terms of where that was going to bounce, right? I think that unless you're playing in this tournament or playing at a really, really high level, you're thinking, hey, this is going staging, hey, this is going thermal. It bounces back on over towards Harvester, and that's why these players are on the main stage. You can see how they set up, C9 making their way on over there, and kind of taking that high ground area, which we saw was very sought after from a lot of different teams were trying to make their way on over there. So again, the patience, that's the key word, but also just kind of the domino effect that happens of, Furia understanding that they got to go and take out Optic Gaming, and then the timing from E6 to go and climb up over there, and then again, just waiting to the very last second to show your cards. I thought that was a really great job.
And even E6's journey, because they were holding that low ground for a really long time. They were dealing poke damage. They weren't pushing anything too crazy, and then they were kind of forced into that late rotate. They didn't have a whole lot of real estate to work with in those moments. They lose a player in the process and are down to 2, and we saw them just trying to hold the side of Harvester, that small little angle they had for as long as possible until they were really forced to pick a direction and push into it.
It's such a good zone for World's Edge too to begin with, because it's very central. It's a lot of teams can go and make the rotation on over there from a handful of different POIs, and you get to see an opportunity of how the different play styles based on what your composition is going to be. And I wasn't expecting Zeratricky on Fuse. Was there any other compositions or players or legends that stood out to you?
The Fuse, honestly, it got me too, because I feel like now it's only 1 day in, but we're used to the whole Seer meta. We've got used to Maggie on Stormpoint. We've gotten that down. The Fuse
right.
I was not prepared for.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it was pretty surprising to see that nobody ended up picking up Maggie either, and we're seeing a lot of different things. But you wonder, is Fuse kind of a troll pick, and could they have eventually done something a little bit, more useful in that situation. But then you watch the way that he plays it, and you say, wow, this guy actually knows what he's doing. And I think we're in a great meta right now where everything is viable as we take a look at the points from match number 4. C9 with 18 overall, but it's fairly even across the board. Even Optic in 4th place, picking up 15.
Yeah, but the 10 kills coming out of Optic because of their really solid play, the right timing on the rotations, pushing up for that high ground, they're still getting some insane points on the board, but now we're seeing lots of repeat names. I mean, Alliance, at least with a little bit of a bounce back, but Team Singularity still up here. Not probably as many points as they would have liked, but still chipping away at keeping themselves in a top spot. For me on this second page, though, a little bit surprised to see GMT down here, only because the 9 kills, they were doing so well.
Right.
It's just that unfortunate position didn't work out in their favor.
It's a lot of kills for 13th place.
Yeah.
I mean, you're picking off a majority of the lobby at that point. Also, going back to Alliance, they were goosing after the first 3 games. It's nice to see them get on the board. So I'm really excited to see what happens in game number 5 and 6, our final 2 games of the night.
And that's what's important, right? These are your last 2 opportunities of the day to get some points on the board before we've got tomorrow with our last round of group stages. But here are the stats for your champion squad. Albrelelli putting in work, 15 under damage with only 1 kill.
This was the first team that I saw come into the event, and they were riding, you know, on a pretty high. I think that they were focused, they were ready to go. Zach was ready to go. Naughty's talking about how good that they were playing, and you watch this guy play, you watch Naughty play, the guy doesn't miss, all right? He's one of the nastiest controller players that we have in North America. Obviously, Albrelli, former TSM player who's been one of the most successful players that we've had in all of North America. Again, it was much needed. 17th place after round 1, coming through, winning 2 of 4. Now it's up to these other teams to kind of respond now that the pace has been set on World's Edge.
It makes a difference. That confidence boost, knowing that you've put yourself in a safer position as we see the overall leaderboard here. Dreamfire, though, still holding on to that top spot, and now TSM and Furia tied there while Cloud9 starts to continue a slow climb up the leaderboard, as does Elementix.
This is so close, but when it starts to get over towards that 8th, you know, Team Singularity area, it seems to be a little bit more lopsided from these teams in top heavy because of the fact that they've picked up so many points and so many dubs, but we've seen a lot of kills going onto the board, and it's not surprising to see that these teams being up on over towards the top. I guess on the surprising part of page number 2, Invictus Gaming to me, Alliance,
yeah.
Luminosity, I think that these are teams over the last 2 games more than capable of picking it up.
And we'll have to see if they're able to do that. We've talked about it a few times, but these last 2 games are going to be very important, and I think some of them are poised to do just that. It's just a little bit of a reset that's needed.
A little bit of a reset, you know, a little, you know, come through and take a little bit of a breather, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game number 5 and 6 of the ALGS 2022 championships right after this. Cloud9 looking like they have this group under wraps, but it's not over yet. T2, L2 bringing the action. Fun fact about us is we've never lost a ranked game ever, and we're the perfect Apex Legends teammates.
Why would you? Don't bring this up in don't bring this up in public, okay? We need to focus on the people that are actually good at the game.
That's totally true, and you know who's looking nasty right now. It's Dreamfire, it's C9, it's TSM. And I'm looking forward to seeing how game number 5 and 6 are going to play out. We had a Harvester ending in the previous one. Those are your winners from the previous match right there, talking strategy for what's going to happen. What's up, PvP? How you doing today? Put your headset on, you're cheating. You can hear us. Get that thing back on. I don't want to give any info out. But it's going to be one heck of a series. 2 more games remaining before we wrap this thing up, and we go into round number 3 tomorrow. The way that this thing is working, I'm sure that you guys know, that you have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. Right now, everybody's trying to accumulate as many points as they can throughout the 3 groups to make it into that winner's bracket so they do not have to face going through the loser's bracket and the elimination. It is so crucial. Not only that, once you get to that point, if you can get in through the winner's bracket, you're gonna get rewarded with extra points for that match point format. Lauren, what do you think is gonna happen over these next 2 games? Your pick Alliance, they're not looking too hot. Do you think they could pick it up?
You know, I feel like you keep blaming me for that, but I have more than enough faith in the Alliance crew to pick it up. Okay, they got it, a little bit of that snowball going in this last match. We still have 2 more left on the day. They can bring it back. They started off strong in the first series of the day. Now we just got to kind of bounce back. Everyone had a little bit of a lull if we're looking at a lot of this lobby, whether it was in the beginning of the day or in the middle or towards the end. So it's allowed.
Taking a look at Optic Gaming, you have Rogue coaching them from behind. And when you have one of the top players in the game coaching you, that has to be a huge advantage going forward. We saw C9 in PvP. We know Hodsick, he's coaching Team Liquid. There's a handful of talented coaches all across the globe that are here and showing out. Taking a look at the map right now, you know it's World's Edge. We have 2 more remaining crowd. I know you guys aren't tired. This is typically when we get on to play. Let me hear you. I saw one yawn, actually. One guy's tired over there. I lied. I saw you. Let's get it going. Everyone's in the map. They're flying out. And this hot spot, it's going to be on over towards the lava siphon side again. We had a harvester zone previously ending on the west side where you see the beacon. We'll find out exactly where this one's going to go here very, very shortly. There was a 50-50 that was happening. We saw Dreamfire going up against Furia. Curious to see if that one's going to be underway because Skyhook still looks uninhabited. E6 is going to get that one for free.
Pretty open, and you can see for that hot zone, Pulverex will be over in the lava siphon area. So this could work out well for them as far as their loot goes. Everyone else getting for the, you asked for the 50-50 is already happening.
And it's interesting because you have Skyhook so open. You have Frag West still open. Teams may be afraid of TSM, or are they just really fighting it out over here? And Furia, they got the better of Dreamfire previously, and it looks like they have the advantage again. 2 knocks in their favor. You also saw during the break who was leading in assists, damage. Furia is leading in damage overall ahead of Optic Gaming. His Watson, he's doing really great in kills, not only that, but leading in assists as well. I feel like you'd have to be absolutely crazy to challenge this team.
On the hunt right now for the Valk, not wanting to let this kill get away, but they do spot another team. GMT decides to back off because of GMT's presence. However, Furia has won that twice now with just me and you here. They are looking so solid on that drop, and right now all it's doing is just giving them free kills.
And it's something that Dreamfire has to consider is what's the purpose of dropping over here after losing that twice? Are you going to go for a 3rd spot, or are you trying to do this because you're trying to impose your will later on in the tournament because you've already accumulated a lot of points in this round? You're feeling like you're a pretty safe bet to make it on over towards the winner's bracket. But when you've practiced so long in a certain POI, it's everything to you. You know exactly how to fight the 50-50s. You know how to make your rotation on out. There's so many different things that lead into you wanting to continue to make that fight that it completely makes sense. But this is the #1 team in this group, and we know that Dreamfire won game #1 and is looking extremely solid. Taking a look at the loot, looks like you have a great amount of attachments coming in for Zeratricky, who's still busting out on over towards that fuse. The zone, it's going to pull on over towards, looks like the epicenter area. So we'll see exactly where this one's going to end, maybe up on top of the hills in between Climatizer. That's going to be really well for TSM. That's going to be great for C9. A couple rotations coming in for IG right now. And if you know how fast these players rotate, right around that 145, 130 mark in the top left, where that mini-map is typically when everyone ends up dipping out Furia, they're going to go and get on out of here very soon. You can see 20% on that skyward dive for Panders. Curious to see if they're going to stick around and play the edge or if they're going to make their way on over towards the zone.
Well, now they have all of this uncontested loot. They have all of the options at their disposal, as we can see a bunch of these teams making those early rotates. Like you were just saying, IG here, while Cloud9 is going to be right above the edge of the zone, going to be able to kind of move their way in as they please. Now, a lot of these teams are going to try and hold the area that's going to be right below TSM. TSM has already found themselves dead center of this zone, and they are going to try to take this one home if they can. You know they want to get another win under their belt before the day closes out.
Oh, 1,000%. And you can see pings coming in from IG, RKN, who's done a phenomenal job on this crypto, filling in, and JMW, winner of the Stockholm, Sweden playoffs, coming in and filling in. So he knows exactly what it's like to have to kind of call an audible. Meanwhile, Furia is looking for some more fighting, and if you're wondering if they're going to make their move or if they're going to play edge, well, they're continuing to bully teams, this time on over towards the Lava Siphon side. That's going to be one knock and one finish. Looking for some more over here is his Watson with some nice map movement, going to go and get that second knock. And it looks like this is all but a wrap on the second team fight, and what an aggressive team. Furia is really setting the pace for the rest of the tournament here with the amount of aggression that they're showing.
They have just been so unafraid to take any of these engagements, and once again on the hunt for that final player. And you were asking if they were going to make that rotation in instantly or if they were going to kind of hang out here on the edge. Well, the edge is paying off for them because once again, padding their stats, getting some more kills on the board. Finally able to find the last player. Gibby is going to be going down here, and that is just more points for Furia.
And I feel like Watson is purposely, letting his teammate go down there so he could just pick up the kill. No, that's not exactly what he was doing, but GMT is going to go out. E6 is going to go out as well, and before you could blink, 4 teams are going to be eliminated. That is absolutely insane, but what a job with just a duo over here for 4-7. You love to see it, picking up some kills. They've been just duking it out and having themselves a pretty good day considering the circumstances. Love to see that they're still playing it out and trying so hard, and I hope that they can continue to do so, but it's going to be tough. They're going to have to make their way through a lot of teams to make their way on over towards that northern zone. Again, it's going to pull on over towards the epicenter area. If you're wondering where teams are starting to set up, it's starting to get inhabited over towards that side. Team Burger with some great shots there with the flat line. MT looking for the damage on the player. They have 1 player knocked. Actually, that's 2 players knocked down over towards the ground, so it's just a matter of time before they're going to be able to find the third. And that's ODK. Unfortunately for them, looks like that is going to be all she wrote. We went from having a very slow game number 4 to all of a sudden 6 squads being eliminated. The pace at the end of the night is picking up.
And there were 4 teams here. I think it was ODK, Phoenix, Team Burger, and Pulverex, all in this general area on their rotations trying to fight through. And right now, it's mostly working out in Burger's favor, which they could use that after the last match.
Pulverex trying to get that banner. You can see the drone is just so crucial in so many different ways. It's only a matter of time before they're going to be able to go and grab that one, potentially hitting the res across the opposite side of Fragment, or potentially where the bins are. Those could be 2 very viable spots, but you could see teams waiting in the wings trying to pounce on this for a potential third party. Burgers over there. Now you get a chance to see exactly where the rest of the teams are over towards the northern side. There are so many teams inside of this next zone. Teams that are currently playing the edge. Furia, Alliance, those teams are going to meet up on the west-hand side very shortly. Luminosity is getting awfully close towards where Optic Gaming is. That's another team fight that could potentially take place too. But over towards this Fragment east side, Fragment west side, that's where a lot of squads are electing to make their rotations through. So there could be a little bit of kind of like your pubs or your ranked games where if a fight happens on over towards Fragment, it's really not going to end for quite some time. Expect maybe 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties to roll through there if something ends up happening.
IG getting a little bit of height here so they can look down on the squads below. Trying to deal a little bit of poke damage as they hold down this bridge right now. You can see all of the fences up, trying to get themselves set up here while also looking down towards the epicenter. And this is where everyone's just going to be feeling it out, trying to see how they want to play C9 with that easy rotation in on whichever portion of the zone they want because of their drop and where they are. And they are kind of getting poked at, so they're going to make a little bit of a wider rotate probably on towards the western areas. It's a little bit more open up there.
Typically when you get into this point, right, that's where everyone starts to pick up placement points. So once you get past that top 15 area, once you start getting to the top 10, teams starting to tighten up a little bit. One team that's not interested in that's going to be Furia. Watson taking some charge rifle damage, but he's not really concerned. He has 8 batteries, so he's going to back off to a little bit more of a safe spot so he can go and heal, and then I'm sure they're going to go and tack a little bit later. But that is Alliance, as we were anticipating. They were making the rotation over from the thermal station side. And it's just interesting to see these two teams end up duking it out. One team on the second page of the leaderboard, the other one sitting in first place with 49 points. And if this was a match point format, they'd be having themselves one heck of a field day so far with the amount that they've been able to put up, especially since they haven't even been able to win one of these first 4 games. This is mainly off of the kills that they've been getting.
You know, at least Alliance does a good job there of keeping Furia off of them, because Furia has been so willing to throw themselves into engagements that they were able to do enough poke to give themselves some time to make a rotation. Speaking of rotations, Cloud9 opting to go for their Valk rotate here and actually going southeast, trying to find a spot that they can hold on to for a little bit while there are other teams in the general area. They're going to have to lock down these rocks for now.
Yeah, rocking the rocks, basically, between Overlook and No Name, having some eyes on players potentially coming out of that fragment side. You can see the crypto drone in the air over towards the west-hand side. Now, because it's still so early in the game, they have to check their back, making sure no one actually is over towards Overlook. But this is a very popular spot to hold. And the reason not to advance is just in case someone does come behind you, right? So again, keeping the action directly in front of you, just like we were saying in game number 4 when we were on board with TSM. Now, Fury, remember that they backed off away from Alliance. They were originally getting charged rifled. It'd be surprising to see if this is Alliance again, but it is. They've now kind of danced around the map, making their way away from Landslide, now going all the way on over towards where the train tracks are. So it's kind of annoying for Fury as the rotation's been coming through, but Alliance is kind of just backing them off and saying, hey, we're going to rotate with you guys, get in front of you guys, and continue to gatekeep. So I'm expecting that's going to be a story that continues to unfold as this game continues, because they're actually being shadowed. You can see Zeratricky making his way on over towards the bins, coming outside the tunnel area now. This zone is probably going to continue to pull on over towards maybe the train tracks that go over towards Climatizer between Epicenter too. That's another popular ending that we see. But TSM has so much of this area unlocked. When we look at the teams that are the most spread out right now, they're actually the most spread out of anybody. And you see a lot. The skyward dive is going to happen. No shots really connecting for Zeratricky, but there's a lot of real estate being gobbled up, particularly by them. And it looks like that's potentially where Alliance is going to go. They're going to go and fly past TSM and go and make their way on over towards where Optic is. Actually, Optic and Alliance both flying into the same spot.
Oh, this could get a little bit messy here as Alliance drops right down on top of the bridge, and they are instantly taking so much damage they're going to have to back off. The bubble does come out, trying to give them an opportunity to at least get their shields healed back up, while Optic is instantly going to drop down and see if they can maybe do any damage. Their bubble comes out as well as the bombardment rains down, and Optic might be looking to try to get into this.
Great angle right there. The head glitch from Skittlecakes also tossing out a perfect bubble was Duplex. There is a little bit of damage coming up on over towards the side. There goes the Noxcaster grenade. But you can see the smart play not to overextend, not to bite off more than you can chew, and Alliance somehow, some way is still dancing with death on over towards the ramp. And now you can see exactly what the thought process is for Optic Gaming. They're going to continue to try to melt these players down below, and now it's kind of everyone a fend for their self type of moment as Optic is now dropped from the stairwell. Duplex gets the initial knock there onto Hawkus, and it looks like they are out for blood on the Optic Gaming side. Meanwhile, C9 patiently still in the same position, trying to get some long-range shots there with the bow check, but now it's just about using that knockdown shield as much as you can. Bubble is not up, and unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be all she wrote for Alliance. It's a matter of time before Optic Gaming continues to collapse on this one, but some great caustic gas damage is coming through, and this is taking a little bit longer than Optic would have liked.
4-7 looking to see if they can maybe pick up a kill or two here on all of the action that's been going down. Optic, though, as soon as they flew in, they saw an opportunity and they wanted to take that. And there were so many, you could see how many teams were kind of surrounding that area with angles that they could have dealt some poke damage from. And that was just a rough rotation for Alliance, but they are able to recover the whole squad, somehow given enough time to get themselves back up.
And that's why he's one of the best gibbies in the world. Stays alive, doesn't give up on his teammates like I would have, and comes back and gets them back into it. But hey, I mean, there's only $2 million up for grabs. I feel like you would definitely need your team in that type of instance. Optic Gaming now continuing to hunt players down. This time, it looks like 4-7, who's made the rotation out of Skyhook now and looking to potentially try to live, but now everyone's kind of playing on their own. As you can see Yuki on the caustic with the shots across the map. He's got the flat line. What a job from Alliance getting out of a sticky situation.
I wasn't sure that they could do that. That Optic backed off, gave them enough time to get themselves a full reset, and that could be what just made the game for Alliance. You can see that Optic's deciding to make a very, very wide rotate, potentially hunting down 4-7 in the process as well. They are taking some damage while they make their way in that direction, but putting themselves in a decent spot right now, and at least making sure after that fight that they did get their Evo shields up to a decent spot.
All right, take a look at that zone. You can see it pulling a little bit more central, a little bit more southern than we were expecting. Thought potentially it could go and continue to bounce up over towards the north and more over towards that climatizer area, but a handful of different endings over here. As you see, C9 has positioned themselves phenomenally. They're gonna slowly, again, keep all of that action directly in front of them, very similar to the previous wins that they've had. So it seems like some major adjustments from round 1 going into round 2, but look at the southern side there, Glitter. So many teams fighting over towards Fragment East. They were all trying to rotate from south to north, and that's going to be a lot of kill opportunities for C9.
We've got Singularity, Pulverex, Burger, and those were all the teams that we had checked in earlier. They have still yet to fully leave the city, and there is an entire cluster of them down there needing to decide when they need to make their rotation, if they're going to go for a Valk ult of any kind. Furia, though, one of the most aggressive teams we've seen in this game so far, continuing to see if they can trend in the direction of more kills as the Valk ults do start coming out, like I said.
When you have a team that's that aggressive, it changes the entire dynamic of the tournament, of the meta. You've seen them, even have TSM trying to, copy a little bit of what they were doing, taking a page out of their book in terms of getting the composition. But all the teams now flying in on over towards the zone. There's so many squads directly towards where Optic Gaming is. I'm looking at maybe 3 to 4 in the area now. The bubble is going to go down. The res on to knock happens. Skittlecakes is going to toss a couple of barrels out. Saves the Arc Star for later, but they're just trying to find a safe place to set up right now. And it looks like they're going to be on the run over towards the bottom of that epicenter area, on board with TSM, who's been patiently playing this one throughout. You can see not much damage, not many kill points on the board for them, so they've just been waiting and trying to find their opportunity to strike. But Optic Gaming gets out of a sticky situation. Alliance does. It's been so slow pace after we had our initial 6 teams going down. It looks like another fight for Optic Gaming over towards the bottom of epicenter side. Fortunately for them, doesn't look like there's any third parties in the area, so they may be able to take this.
Trying to see if they can at least get themselves a little bit of cover here as some of the shots coming from the outside area are what they want to avoid, knowing that there are still players that they have to deal with right next to them. Dealing a little bit of damage with 301 here, trying to zone off the enemy players. But there are so many surrounding teams, and we've watched TSM. We've watched LG hold this spot down the entire game, waiting to pounce on any person that had to rotate through, and their patience will potentially be rewarded here.
Everybody is on the outside of the next zone right now, besides a few teams. You have Invictus Gaming, you have LG, you have C9 again, who knows exactly where this one is going to go. Everyone basically looking for kill points right now, so they can go eliminate a little bit more squads and then make their skyward dive. You can see Hal is just waiting for his moment, because they know they're not going to foot it on over towards this zone. There has to be pings that are going down, anticipating where they're going to go and set up. And this is what Hal does so well. You can see him making callouts right now, trying to figure out where they're going to go. And I can't wait to see how this one's going to pan out, because there's a lot of teams that have to fit in this small little area.
Once again, Cloud9 looking very comfortable, as we know that in a very short amount of time, a lot of these teams are going to have to start making aggressive pushes, specifically the ones we've been paying attention to down there at the southern edge, still holding on to the city. We've got Furia pushing up on Burger right now, getting themselves into an engagement here. Furia looking comfortable, but taking a lot of damage, able to take out so many of these Burger players. Do you see the health that he almost escaped with?
Insane plays from both of these teams, but now they have to make their move. Arc Stars are there, and that's going to be it for Team Burger. Furia is involved in that one, and that's more kills for them, but they've lost out a handful of players. That's going to be Panders going down. Great shots right there. Pulverex is actually on the verge of getting into the zone here, plus the res is going to happen. Optic Gaming is in a pretty good spot. Bubble is going to go down, but nades, if they start coming up on top of them, it's not going to be the ideal situation. Maybe they could use a little bit of this coverage from the rocks to do something, but Duplex is gonna go down. Arcstar is being tossed in the sky from Skittlecakes. He does get a little bit of a hit right there. You can see he also pops the barrel directly below him to get a little bit of visual clutter. When IQ is going down, you can see Team Singularity is involved. They're gonna be able to pick up those kills. Now we have 10 squads in this final zone. What happened with TSM? Did they make the rotation in? We'll have to find out here very soon. You can see they're directly under the banners. C9's still in a good spot. They have Optic Gaming directly in their sights. Can they win 3 and pull a little bit of Optic Gaming, giving them a little bit of taste of their own medicine? 8 squads remain, and they're in a very powerful position on this high ground, Glitter.
We see Cloud9 looking very comfortable in that kill feed. We're seeing LG getting some kills, IG getting some kills. We are trying to keep track of everything that's happening here. Cloud9, though, like you said, once they nailed this down, they've been in the zone comfortable forever. You were asking what happened with TSM. Well, TSM is trying to make a push themselves and get some kills on the board, and we knew that this was potentially going to happen after they nailed it down early positioning-wise.
Alliance going out in 6th place. It could have been much worse. Great job by Vice getting their team back into this one. But TSM now in the spot that they want to be. They have Invictus Gaming in their sights inside of the trailer. You can also see Singularity. They're holding the high ground over towards the opposite side of where C9 is going to be. 15 seconds until this zone is going to move. Still anybody's game. You can see 5 full squads of 3, 15 players remaining. RKN, he's been in that drone for a majority of the time, safe inside of that trailer area. TSM, Hal with his coveted flatline there. R9 in his back pocket too. We'll see what he's going to be able to do a little bit down the road, but what a game here, as we know that having these endings is all about having this high ground. So C9, Singularity, having the advantage. We'll see if anyone skyward dives and tries to take these spots.
Everyone's going to have to start collapsing in, though, on this final zone. Cloud9 starting to make a little bit of a move here. Pulverex to their side, someone that they're going to have to deal with while
EMP
everyone else is in front of them. This could be bad for Cloud9.
It's a big EMP. Pulverex is starting to collapse on that. You can see the shots coming in. Singularity is involved. They're going to go and hit some shots coming in from behind. Potential third parties happening as Albrulli is trying his best to hold up that knockdown shield. Zach Mazer trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Pulverex, they're going to go out in 5th place as Singularity now makes their move. And we'll see exactly what TSM decides that they want to do. They're still looking for some more blood. It's going to be Reps with the turbocharged up Havoc. I believe they were able to get Albrulli up throughout all of that too, but now Bryn is going to drop as well. As you can see C9 going out in 4th place now. 3 full squads of 9 remaining. We have Singularity, we have Invictus Gaming, and TSM.
That push in from Singularity almost saving Cloud9, but now TSM on the hunt trying to get this next win under their belts. Team Singularity also trying to do some damage. The bubbles are out on both sides, and Invictus on the other side can just watch this all happen in third party towards the end.
It's going to be one player going down. That was Reps initially. Invictus Gaming is now going to finally make their way outside the trailer looking for the third party. Can you win this 1v1? It looks like they will be able to do so. TSM going out in 3rd place. It should be easy pickings for Invictus Gaming. The patience is paying off. And now it's just a matter of time before they collapse on this one. Everybody's healthy. Invictus Gaming taking game number 5. What a performance from them. RKN inside that drone. He was flying that thing around for free for a majority of the time, picking inside of that trailer, throwing us hearts. We love you back. Great game, great performance overall. You can see the man in the Torrent jersey coming in and doing a great job filling in for IG.
It was the positioning. As soon as they saw the double bubbles come out, they knew that they could just wait out, bide their time. They had a little bit of that height advantage, and they were able to clean that one up nicely. But to be fair, we watched a lot of teams that had to be patient. They rotated into that zone early. The likes of LG, the likes of TSM, they were able to really utilize that to get some points on the board for themselves. A strong, strong performance out of Cloud9 again as well. So, I mean, overall, this was a pretty even game.
All smiles on the IG side. Meanwhile, you saw TSM and C9 talking strategy, figuring out where eventually they could have done things just a little bit better. But what a hard-fought end zone for all of those teams to get to that point. That was a very tough situation to watch things unfold. And again, Alliance fighting it out even to get to 6th place right there when they could have been eliminated right around the 15th area, picking up some extra points. What a performance overall, though. Invictus Gaming picking up some much-needed points.
Yeah, and we had talked about that when we were looking at the leaderboard. There were a couple squads that we kind of called out, saying they had a couple more opportunities to get some points on the board. Invictus was one of them, and they just did exactly that.
20 points overall, 18 for Singularity. That's pretty top-heavy when you go and you look at those top 5 teams as it's rounded out by TSM, C9, and Pulverex. Alliance still finding themselves in the top 10 again. for another game, but still not picking up as many points as they would have hoped. It's been one heck of a day of Apex, and we have one more game remaining after this, and we have one more round after this to determine who's going on over towards that winner's bracket, who's going down over towards the loser's bracket, and then eventually who's going to be trying to set themselves up for that $500,000 first place prize, $2 million overall as we take a look at page number 2.
I mean, Furia continuing with the theme of aggression, they were really hunting kills there. They weren't necessarily focusing on those.
Hey, it's Timmy.
It is Timmy.
Some Timmy love. Let's get some Timmy love in the chat and in the crowd. Crowd, how you guys feeling? One more game remaining. Let's go. So great to see everybody's faces. My first LAN in a couple of years, man. It feels so good to be here. And I also want to give a shout out to Kate, who's watching at home, because Kate is much missed here. Can't wait to go and see her. But overall, I've really been excited to see how teams have performed after bad performances in their first round. Teams like Cloud9 coming through after 17th place, now really starting to pick it up. JMW, 5 kills on that Watson. I wish, 550 damage and 5 kills, you'll take that every single time.
That's called efficiency.
It's called efficiency.
Okay. You want the extra points. We talk about this. Every single point matters when it comes to these types of tournaments. And yes, this is for just the seeding, but the seeding will make a difference as well because, as we've said, if you make it through the winner's bracket, you get those extra points heading into finals.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, 31st place overall in the playoffs, but we know what they're capable of. This team is a team that could potentially win it all. They definitely got top 10 in their previous group. I think they were sitting somewhere between 6th and 7th overall. But at the top of that leaderboard, we are so close. Look at the top 6 teams, all separated by 11 points overall. Seems like a crowd favorite. TSM in first place, sitting with 53 directly on their heels. That's going to be Cloud9, and you can see the rest of the teams and players on your screen. This is going to be one heck of a race to see who is going to be walking away with first overall. But keep in mind, every single point, just like you were mentioning, Glitter, matters. Tiebreakers matter, et cetera, because when we get down to it, after these 3 rounds, you do not want to be going down to that lower bracket.
This is huge for TSM, for Cloud9. That consistency is starting to pay off, putting them in a very comfortable position. Same for IG after that game, up 7 spots now here on this first page. That's going to be really, really good for them heading into the last match of the day. And even Pulverex, Singularity, we saw them making rotations towards the end that worked out well for them.
And when I'm looking at the first place overall from all of these groups, typically right around that 60 point area is exactly where you want to be. The most points out of the first group, that was Optic Gaming. They had 69 points overall. Teams on this second page, they're really going to have to step it up here. They don't want to be in a situation where they go into this final round and have to fight for their lives again. Also, getting some sleep. You got to emphasize that again tonight. You don't want to be kind of in this situation where you're a little bit worried and thinking, oh man, we have one more group to go. We have 6 more games to go. What is the positive side of things is when you do go into the winners and the losers bracket, it goes to an 8-game format. So we're going to have 4 games on Stormpoint, 4 games on World's Edge, much more opportunity to go and prove yourself overall. What do you think of that change?
It is not a sprint, it is a marathon for these players, okay? They need to be able to make sure that they can last for the 8 games just in the one series, and then they have to do it all over again. So this is not easy. There is such thing as player fatigue, and only the most experienced of the crew that is here will be able to handle that type of a situation, because typically we're used to just the 6 in one day. We've doubled it for just groups, and it's going to continue getting even harder on them.
That's what we have here. Apex players, we're a bunch of grinders, so we know exactly how it goes. Take a look at the B stream. That's going to be your leaderboard. Not nearly as many points as we saw from the previous matches, maybe because we haven't seen all of the games unfold. It's probably in game number 5 right now, but EXO, they're sitting at that top of the leaderboard. What a performance from EXO. They've been phenomenal today.
They really have. We talked about them all through the first series. They've been so consistent. FA Kitties up there. Scars, another squad that's been dominating on the day. Even with a little bit of a drop down there out of AD, they have been very, very strong. In general, the group of talent of players that we have here, it's just insane, and it's going to be really difficult. And you know how you know it's difficult? Because you look here on the second page and you have teams like 100 Thieves, you have teams like SSG that aren't in a top spot when that's where we would typically be seeing them.
EXO coming out of APAC South, they got 2nd place in their first round group with 63 points. They're looking poised and ready to go. Now, getting word that that's actually 3 games in.
Oh,
so they are completely on pace. That's actually a decent amount overall. So if you guys are looking forward to that B stream, go and check it out. They're going to be hopping into game number 4. We're going to be hopping into game number 6 on the opposite end of this break.
Knocked one, knocked one. Yeah, I'm pushing up on you guys. Push up on it now. Play together, death ball, death ball, death ball.
Let's go.
Boys, let's go.
Go. Good. Boys.
Let's go, that's what we needed.
That's what we needed.
That is what we needed. Let's go.
Boys.
Let's go. We love you,
Good fucking
Cam.
shit.
We love
What?
you.
Noises for Cameron.
Let's go.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. All right, we're back live, everybody. We're bringing the energy. It's game 6 time. Crowd, one more time for the last time of the night. Let me hear you guys get hyped for this one. Let's bring it. The players are bringing it behind us. $2 million are up for grabs. T-Squared and Lauren bringing the action. Glitter Explosion, how are you feeling after seeing all this amazing Apex today?
I could not be more excited for the journey that all of these teams are about to go on in the next 3 days, because we're going to close today out with a bang. And you know that tomorrow, after all the dust has settled and they have time to kind of think about their play throughout the day, that it's going to be even crazier tomorrow.
A lot of adjustments are being made. One of the kings of adjustment, Hal and the TSM squad, coming through, changing their composition originally in the first round, playing on Maggie and Seer. The TSM crowd chants are coming through, rightfully so. They're in first place, but a team directly on their heels, that's going to be Optic Gaming. You have C9, you have your boy Rambo right there with Nasky and GMT. They're looking solid. Hey, hi Nasky, hi. Oh man, what a group of players we have. What a bunch of legends we have on this stage. Big shout out to all of the teams, the organization, so much dedication and time put into this game to showcase this type of talent and skill level. I wouldn't have it any other way. You can see the legend that Nasky's been playing, the average damage that he has. I'm anticipating this guy to step it up even more. You saw him with the Kraber and what he's been able to do. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get the kill points that they're looking for. One of the teams that's been adding a lot of pressure is Fury, a team coming out of the LCQ. They're really taking a lot of fights and a lot of these kill points off the board.
They have been crushing it all day, and we need to put some respect on their name after the performance that we've seen, because they have been keeping up with all of the heavy hitters that we've talked about time and time again, and not just in their performance when you're looking at the leaderboards, but we've seen the stats a few times now. They are keeping up or topping the leaderboards depending on the game in damage, in those kills, and they are followed by Optic Gaming. We even saw Team Singularity up there. There are so many squads that are ready to be here for this championship and trying to play the best Apex that we have ever seen.
We just saw Hal, we just saw his Watson right there. I'm looking forward to going on Twitter tonight and seeing if these two got beef. I don't know about you guys.
Oh no. Speaking of the stats that we get to see here, you've got his Watson and Skittle Cakes being compared, and you can see the average damage, almost 1K damage for his Watson at 875 for Skittle Cakes. I mean, these are just beasts of players.
They really are. It's been a phenomenal day of Apex again. Skittle Cakes is just so darn talented on that caustic. Seer has been so powerful, especially when you watch the way that Watson is playing that one. He may have to change his name to his Seer now. Just there's dad joke number 1 or 2 or 3.
You know what? We made it a lot longer without the dad jokes than I thought we would, so I'm proud of you for lasting as long as you did.
Players are loading up into the lobby. We're getting ready to start game number 6 here very soon. You can see luminosity and complexity, the combination of Shiny and Monsoon. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do here in this game. They had, I think, a 6th or 7th place, I think 7th overall in their first round. It's going to take them a big game here in game number 6 if they want to go and jump up on that leaderboard. I think they're completely capable of doing it. That man right there is always bringing the vibes. Taking a look at Optic Gaming, the team that's directly on their heels. Rogue, Coach Rogue in the background, looking fly as always. This team is just absolutely insane. One of the most consistent teams that we've seen in such a long time, but can they close it out? That's the big storyline that we're going to be looking forward to seeing as they go through the group stage and through the bracket stage. I feel like they're going to be set up in a pretty great spot overall based on what we've seen. They won, I think, 3 out of the 6 games in round number 1. They haven't taken a game in round number 2, which is interesting because we thought that the previous group, Group C versus D, was the group of death.
We did, and we were kind of wondering what that was going to mean for the next series when it was D versus B, because things could have switched up a little bit. And what I love is when we got to hear from Duplex earlier in the day, right? We heard that they really worked on making a bunch of adjustments that obviously they didn't want to tell us because they don't want to expose any of their own weaknesses, which couldn't be any smarter. So I don't fault him at all for that. But the confidence with the back-to-back-to-back trying to go for game 4, and they almost got it. They were close, and even the following game, they almost had yet another dub. I mean, like you're saying, the consistency coming out of Optic Gaming is what we are looking for when we're talking about the teams that are just the top of the top.
It's a lot about timing. It's a lot about positioning, putting yourself at the right spot at the right time, making that the right decision when it's extremely crucial. The players are in the dropship. We're getting ready for game number 6, the hot spot. It's going to be over towards the lava siphon side. We'll find out where the zone's going to be. We saw a harvester zone. We saw one popping up on over towards that epicenter overlook area too. The teams are now flying out and picking their drop spots. We know the 50-50 is going down at Countdown. Is Dreamfire going to go over there again? You know Furia, after winning 2 out of 2, is looking forward to potentially going for the sweep here as the players are picking their spots and deciding where they're going to go. Again, E6 has all of Skyhook to themselves. Fragment West is finally being taken this time around, so TSM's not going to have all of the loot in the world this go around. And here it is. The 50-50 most likely going to be happening here very soon.
I was waiting to see if they would try to back off in the last game of the day to see if they could maybe just save themselves some points or, you know, just last a little bit longer in the game. Didn't want to do it. Furia once again showing them why it's a bad idea, as instantly out of the gate Furia is doing a lot of damage, but this time they're taking more than they have in the past.
The P20, everyone's favorite gun to get right off of the rip, right next to the Mozambique. I rather throw my ammo at somebody, but his Watson is making it work. They got one knock initially. I think they're looking for more. Did they get some flushes? I believe that they have a huge advantage in this fight. The Caustic Barrels are going to eat a little bit of Zeratricky up. He does have the med kit that he's going to pop, also the syringes and the cells that he ended up spawning with, and got a couple of cells to boot. So now they're going to continue to try to hunt these players down on Dreamfire, but they've been looking so good in their team fights, so good in this 50-50. You can see getting that heartbeat through the wall, going to avoid the missile barrage coming in from the enemy Valkyrie, and now it's time to collapse on the bubble.
And as soon as they saw that there was a potential to get these PK shots on the remaining players, they made the push as a group, and this was just a quick and easy cleanup for Furia at this point. They have yet to be deterred off of this fight. They come out on top every single time, and then once again, the hunt for the final player will, it's already done. It didn't even begin, it's done.
And that's 3 for 3. Here's some oohs and ahs coming in from the crowd with that PK shot that happened, and his Watson, he's taking a page out of my book. He's like, you know what, I'm ditching this P20. It doesn't even have any ammo. Let's just go Kung Fu fighting for the rest of the game. I think he's fully capable of doing that one, but that's just really nice team fighting, great execution coming through. I don't know if Dreamfire is going to continue to land on over there. I would back off. I feel like after that, it's time to find a different POI to go for, but I think they're thinking long-term, as we were discussing before, Lauren. IG, winners of the previous game, looking solid in terms of where they're going to be setting up. This zone is potentially going on over towards that no-name area between Lava Siphon and Geyser, and they're already in a great position. They have the composition for it as well, rocking the crypto, so they're going to be able to get continuous scans. Another team that's rocking the crypto on over towards this Geyser side is going to be Phoenix, sitting in 16th place, which seems to be kind of where they've been averaging in their group stages.
All right, we'll have to see how that plays out between Phoenix and IG, but TSM now on a rotation, instantly in an engagement because of it. This is not what TSM wanted to have happen as soon as they got in that building.
Hell had the crypto with his pants down in the corner, and I don't know why he didn't end up shooting that player. I don't think that he ended up seeing that one. We have the player outline, so we were able to catch him there, but that was free shots going in on over towards that Lava Siphon side. And unfortunately, a missed opportunity, a very rare missed opportunity for TSM, but let's be honest, their armors are kind of buns.
Yeah, and I don't think that they were prepared to have the team right in their faces like that. They didn't want to take that risk. It's the last game of the day. If you could secure some extra points and give yourself a little bit of cushion going into tomorrow, then that's what they're going to want to do.
Another team flying on over towards the Lava Siphon side, looking for maybe a scan into round number 3 as they take the perfect spot to go and hit that scan. And they have the right composition to do so if they want to go and use the bubble. Speaking of bubbles, it's double bubble, and it's trouble over here for Team Burger. Let's see if they can capitalize on the placing that they have of the caustic barrels. They're going to be able to advance a little bit further, take the enemy bubble, which is a huge advantage for them in that fight. But that team is completely on the run. Taking a look at the teams that are on the outside now, as a lot of teams have made their way on over towards the zone. C9 still looting, E6 is still looting. Furia is another team that's still way out of the zone and playing the edge. Alliance, as always, going to be playing the edge. Typically what Alliance loves to do is they'll rotate, they'll get out of thermal station, they'll go on over towards the tree side, hit the scan going into round number 3, and then they're going to fly in. But now Team Burger, what's the play here? Are they going to end up going for a skyward dive? Are they going to throw a bubble down and get out of here? This isn't really an ideal situation, but if you do try to get out of this spot, the real estate that you're trying to take, that's a priority position, is already going to be taken.
Have to see what the decision is here. I mean, you were talking about Furia being so far removed from where the zone is right now. They're finding themselves in a little bit of an engagement here in Skyhook with E6. And like I said, at this point, it doesn't even feel like they're trying to place high. They're going for these kills. They're hunting down squads. They're trying to find whoever they can. It doesn't matter where on the map they are.
E6, it looks like they're busting out the Revenant. An interesting comp coming out. They're in 7th place. This is toxic if I've ever seen it. I would not want to play against this. The Revenant, the Seer, the Octane coming through, the gold helmet on top of the Revenant as well. The Death Totem has already been used. He has an Alt Excel in his back pocket. That didn't connect there for Smegito. That's definitely not where he wanted to go and throw that silence out. But does Furia want to go and take this now, knowing that the Death Totem was gone. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing a ghosty flying around in the air right there. That's exactly what that was.
E6. Trying to wait this one out. See if they can handle Furia right now. There was a little bit of a scare there at the beginning of that push, but able to back off. The Revenant really working out in their favor in that scenario, and I think that's kind of what saved them. They decide that might be better here to just play it safe and back off, but Optic Gaming, somebody they didn't want to pay attention to on the southeast corner of this zone, now finding themselves in a fight.
Optic Gaming is really good at testing out the enemy teams to see exactly what they're bringing to the table, and then they magically make these rotations that are just absolutely insane. But they're going to start pushing in right now. That's going to be Detonation Gaming going out. Knock with the Prowler. That's a scary sight. He's got the gold Prowler coming out of Big Mod. One of the best controller players that we have in North America. Putting in some serious work right there. And now they're just going to continue to watch their back and hold things down over towards this area, which is fairly close to where their POI is. So you can see this end zone is probably something that they're fairly used to. They understand how to go and approach this situation. But R301 Prowler, wow, that could be deadly in someone like Nox's hands.
I like that they kind of tested the waters there, pushed up from Big Mod, tried to see what they could do, and then they decided to back off a little bit, reset, and potentially going to go the other choke point and see who they can find there. Optic's in a really solid spot right now. They don't have to do a whole lot if they don't want to, but they can use the poke damage to at least level up their shields and keep themselves sitting pretty moving forward. But now TSM also over in Harvester, finding themselves potentially in an engagement. We've got Singularity that we're checking in with as well. So many teams are right on the verge of starting to have these fights, and they're holding off for as long as possible.
TSM is actually in the middle of setting up an ambush off your screen against Orphis Fang. There's also another fight happening between E8 and Phoenix. You can see the bubble is going down. The Nox gas grenade is landing. They're trying to block the door and avoid all of this damage that's coming up. It's so hard to push up these stairs over towards the Geyser side. The best way to do that would be advancing with the caustic barrels, which they've already tried to do. Maybe toss a couple grenades up there and make your way. But without the bubble, without anything to really kind of cut off that angle going forward, I feel like the safest thing is to back off, and that's exactly what they're considering. I like the display coming in from both teams. Great defensive stand coming out from Team Phoenix. Dropping the Phoenix kits on the ground, but they're running fairly low on heals and resources, which tends to happen when you're landing over towards that Geyser side. So it looks like the enemy team is gonna wait for their bubble, and then they're gonna start to make the push on up over towards the stairs. Great damage right there coming in onto both sides. You can see Lusquin is gonna end up backing off. It's gonna be the PK from Frogs. Multiple players taken down to 1 HP, and now the angles are going to be taken from RKN with the 30-30 actually, so he's hopping in for that third party. Now E8's going to come up and finish the job without really taking much damage. You can see the huge armor advantage that they had throughout that fight. Running really low on resources was Team Phoenix. They're going to go out in 18th. Nice infiltration of that high ground using the bubble.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for the resource side of things for E8 as well, and it was also beneficial for them that IG was able to help a little bit with that poke, take out one of the players up top and make that push a little bit simpler for E8. But now they've got themselves the position that they were looking for, a little bit of added loot, and they're going to hold that down for a little bit. Now checking in with GMT, though, looks like they caught themselves in a bit of a bad spot, but both banners were recovered, able to get the res. Rambo bringing back the teammates, and they're going to see if they can get themselves reset.
Rambo with some of the best hair that we have in all of the ALGS. Got a chance to talk to him in the lobby a couple nights ago, and really like that guy coming out of Florida from the Panhandle, getting his teammates back into this one. Dell and Nasky gonna try to get back and find some loot along the way, and it seems like they're in a pretty safe spot. When I'm looking at that mini-map we just saw in that picture in that left-hand side, as you take a look at the leaderboard on the right-hand side, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how this one pans out, because they will eventually have to make their way through Harvester. We know how Furia loves playing the edge, and they're sitting up on over towards the Fragment side, so eventually they're gonna meet a team like that, maybe C9. You also have E6 making their way on over towards the north-hand side too, coming on over towards the no-name area, making their way over towards the choke. The rest of the teams are basically in the zone, besides Alliance, who's on the southern side, coming up on over towards the Lava Siphon side, and a team that's gatekeeping them is going to be TSM. So a lot of kill opportunities coming up on the west-hand side for TSM if they can continue to lock down this Lava Siphon side, but it looks like they're interested in waiting, trying to get the scan on over towards the top of that area, and then they're going to get zone information on towards the next zone, which is going to definitely give them, especially players as talented and as knowledgeable as them, exactly where the final zone is going to be located.
When we see that leaderboard, we see that that crazy aggro strat that Fury has been employing all day is working out as far as putting them in the spot that they want to be in heading into the bracket stage. So this has worked out in their favor, but they hot on their heels, obviously, is TSM. So we'll have to see how this final game plays out. But speaking of Furia, now catching up with them as they make their way into the zone with many teams in front of their path. And at this point, I think it's just they're looking for anybody to pick off.
Wow, instead of, I thought he was going to just kind of patiently wait right there and not shoot, but that enemy team wasn't really fighting. I think they were just clearing out some caustic barrels to get inside over towards the second side, or second level of that roof area. But Furia, one of the things that you look at when they have so many points and they're sitting in first place in this group currently is, can they get to that match point format and get to 50 points and then win a game? Because they're so aggressive. How would they be able to execute on that? Would they change their composition? Would they go for something, more meta, I guess, with Caustic, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie, or are they going to just continue to try to muscle their way through? And, there is a second place prize, obviously, and I think that's around $300,000, which isn't too bad. But when you look at a team like Furia, you say, wow, they're so talented, but can they close it out? Another team that's extremely talented that you wonder the same thing, that's Optic Gaming, still locking down the current position that they held when they won the team fight previously. But such a different game than game number 5, which we had a slow-paced game in game number 4. 5, we had 14 teams remaining after zone number 1. This has really slowed out and thinned out.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time. Consistency is super important, but once we're in finals, once we're in the match point format, your consistency will only get you so far, because if you're always in the top 3, but you can never close it out, you won't be able to take home the dub. And Furia, you were asking if they had the aggression, able to catch the squad out of the skyward dive. That is not what they wanted to happen. And this is quick and easy cleanup for Furia here.
Absolutely disgusting. They've eliminated, I think, 3 teams out of the 4 that have gone. Now it's the Death Totem coming in for E6. They're looking for some damage around over towards the side. Key to taking the Death Totem, stagger it. That way it's going to last a little bit longer, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. As you can see, K-Swinny is going to make his way on over towards the side of Geyser, but they weren't able to land as much damage as they were hoping for. They do have 2 assists. I think they were able to get the kills that they were looking for, but still, when you're playing this composition, you are looking to be as aggressive as Fury is being. They just haven't found the players at as rapid of a pace as them, but holy cow, what a burst and what an amount of damage that was coming up on over towards the high ground. You can see exactly why they're in the position that they are, but this zone is pulling over towards the southern side. That's going to be huge for Optic Gaming. Now, you look at the way that they're setting up. Skittlecakes on the Caustic. He's going to be locking things down on over towards the choke area. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to be focusing on their own side, trying to get the heartbeat sensor through the wall there. This K-Swinny is going to be making his move potentially on over towards these doors. They have some solid loot for these type of fights, right? R301 rocking the R400 combo with the R9 in the back pocket. No one was anticipating the annoying barrel on over towards the door, everyone's favorite as you're trying to go inside of a building, but I would love to see them continue to get this loot and continue to pick up that pace that Furia had.
And I think that that is the plan that they have, but I mean, when we're looking at this zone, how many times do we see Optic come out on top when they are the only team that is there right now? They are able to hold on to that spot, and we'll see if this is yet another dub in the bank for Optic Gaming. Alliance we saw there for just a moment, making their rotations. Furia still on the hunt, trying to get more KP on the board. And honestly, for this stage of the tournament, this might be my favorite decision in playstyle.
Look at this, coming through. Is Watson with the frag grenade, looking to enter and infiltrate inside of this building, and this is what Seer does so well. He knows how to get around Watson, right? He's in his name. He played it for so long, for a majority of his Apex career. Can't toss nades out or in that type of situation. Arcane figures that out the hard way as he's playing on Crypto, and he ends up going down, doing a great job of using that knockdown shield. But this looks like the fight is all but over until another knock comes on over towards the side, and that's all she wrote. Furia takes another team down. This time it's IG, and they are quickly becoming one of my favorite teams to watch with the just amount of pure aggression that they have. Now LG gets taken out, TSM gets involved. That's Monsoon, Shiny, and Enemy Go going out. Furia is also getting knocked and third-partied by GMT. They get eliminated, so all that fighting now finally coming back to potentially bite them, but GMT now getting 4th and 5th party. The teams are flying in. Cloud9 is here as well. Everybody showing up to party.
This is what happens when the zone shrinks down and everybody's waiting this long to make the rotations in. All of these edge fights are going to get really, really messy for these teams that waited this long. And you can see how many are actually on top of each other when we are looking at the map. Cloud9 able to get a moment here to reset themselves and get healed back up and continue this push through, because there's going to be more squads in their path that they will have to deal with. And TSM starting a little bit of that aggression. Okay, they haven't had too many fights yet in this game, but I feel like they've been playing this smart.
And this is really great for TSM and Optic Gaming, right? Optic Gaming, they're in the zone. They have great priority position. Now with Furia being eliminated, yes, they did pick up some kill points, but they didn't get those massive placement points that a team that's still in is going to potentially have. Now you can see the skyward dive coming in from Singularity, and oh, out of the sky with the flatline, it's Hal.
This patience that we've seen out of TSM in this final game is really, really working out well for them. Now they're able to start dealing out the damage that they're looking for. They're waiting for the other teams to make the rotations, picking them off out of that. Now Singularity is able to reset here, but that's still huge for TSM. They know exactly where they are. They can keep their eyes on them and continue to get some KP on the board. Instead, they decide to make their rotation into the zone. They know it's the right time to do it. They've only 16 seconds before the zone starts closing, and they have a little bit of space to work with, because if you look, Optic has moved off of their area on the big bot side of things.
Making something out of nothing. TSM locking down a crevice of the bridge area, leading on over towards where that Lava City area is, leaving the Lava Siphon. And you would think, when you look at this map, if you were a casual player, that's some of the spots that you never would even see if you were playing the game. Well, TSM that just made that a spot to hold and to potentially lock down so they could move their way closer to $500,000. And Hal is continuing to put in work with the flatline. Let's hop on board with the CEO to see what he has in store. And they have taken over this area. They're in the next zone. The rotation working out perfectly. This area is phenomenal for them, and it looks like they are going to be safe for quite some time now. Alliance, they're safe as well. Inside of the blue trailer area, Yuki tossing out barrels left and right. They're going to be in a good spot. More fighting happening on over towards the side. You can see E8 is trying to do a great job of gatekeeping, and that's going to be one IQ, and E6 getting eliminated. Now we're down to 8 squads. Cloud9 looks like they're on the ropes. That's going to be Alliance inside, and they go down as well in 8th place. Alliance potentially getting third-partied on over towards the side, and this is absolutely insane. The zone pulls away from TSM, actually, and now they have to fight their way out of this position. What an unorthodox zone here out in the open, half of it being taken up by the mountain. If you don't have a Gibraltar in this situation, you are done for.
This is going to be rough. We're going to be watching Optic trying to fight off Burger down there. Team Singularity is going to be trying to hold this until they absolutely have to push, but there's so many teams on this western side, and TSM has been gatekeeping as many of them as they possibly can, getting more and more kills on the board for themselves. And honestly, this is when we're looking at that final zone. What?
Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming has the home court advantage in terms of knowing where this zone potentially is going to be, and they've played this phenomenally. Again, it's all about keeping that action in front of you, owning real estate. They've done a really good job of it so far. You can see little small movements inside of Skittlecakes' mechanics there to try to look through the crease of the wall, to try to find out more knowledge of where these players are potentially going to be. And you wonder, what's going to be the play for TSM? Are they going to skyward dive out of this one? Are they going to foot it? When does the bubble come down for reps? They're going to need a bubble on the opposite side of Burger here. You can see defensive bombardments are coming through. Havoc shots are ripping across the map. Volt 30-30 is a really powerful combo towards the tail end of the game, and there goes the bubble from Team Burger. This is huge because you have the Digi threat, so if you have to get through this Caustic gas, that's going to be big. Not taking any damage from the enemy Caustic as he runs by, obviously. But Team Singularity making their move on towards where Optic Gaming is, but they've gotten here a little bit too early, and I don't believe they have a bubble.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. Optic has been holding that for so long, and we saw a bunch of skyward dives start to come out, people trying to get positioning in that final zone. TSM on the low ground right now, taking a little bit of damage from above, but still able to hold their position. I believe that's E8 above them that they do have to deal with and decide how they want to make this push. Looking like they're ready to do it as Hal's trying to scout out the area a little bit.
Hal going to fly up, and I'm not quite sure if his teammates are going to be able to have the same luxury. They could be left on the ground for dead or have to make their way up in a different type of manner. Now TSM is going to field the zone damage. They go out in 5th place. Really tough spot to be in right there. but now it's up to Optic Gaming to potentially take this group. Can they go back-to-back in the group stages? They dominated C versus D. They're looking to do the same here with a big dub. E8 is going to end up taking down Team Burger. Golden now with the kill lead. Optic Gaming healing inside of the blue trailer. Two teams on the outside right now. It's going to be E8, it's PVX, and it's Optic Gaming. The reses are coming through, the heals coming through as well, and it's just one rat on the outside that could potentially ruin it for Optic Gaming. Mercy only taking position here with Presley. This is a great spot to be in for Optic Gaming if they can continue to stay alive and get these heals off. Maybe Duplex going to go for the syringe. Yes, Knock going to top off as well and hit that cell. They're looking for this final player. I think they have sound cues on the player that's ratting behind them.
E8 was really utilizing their angles well here, but there was enough time for Optic to fully get themselves reset, but the shield crack comes out with the frag. This is a perfect opportunity for E8 to make the push. Both bubbles are down, and Optic is trying to get a little bit of height here and see if they can clean this up. The PK shots are hitting Tom, and this is what we're looking for out of Skittle Cakes, but it's still a 1v2. Will he be able to close this one out?
No, E8 taking the final game of the night. Skittle Cakes had it all on the edge of his seat. Almost a potential 1v3. Let's go. You love to see it. The hype coming through on the final game of the night here on our main stage. The crowd's out of their seats. They're feeling good. What a final game of the night. Bringing the energy, putting the belly on them.
What a way to close this one out. Huge, huge finish for E8. I mean, Optic almost had that, but like I said, E8 had such good angles from outside of their truck that they were able to do enough damage to really get that initiation in on Optic, and there wasn't a whole lot that they could do to stop it.
You can see Optic Gaming pretty upset with how that one went. They're wondering if they got enough points there to potentially close out their group stage. Every point really mattering, everyone fighting to make it into the winner's bracket. They do not want to go through that loser's bracket area, Lauren. They're trying to set themselves up for success for that, again, that $2 million prize pool, $500,000 for first place. But hey, you got to feel good if your teams like Furia, TSM, Optic Gaming, C9 had themselves one heck of a series as well. E8 closing it out with 27 points. You also have Frapper on this team who's coming in as a sub, but it looks like they are still with their full three, which is awesome to go and see. Mercy, Presley, Golden, what a phenomenal job. 15 kills on this squad, 27 points overall, looking extremely solid. Now E8, they were 13th place in their groups. That's gonna really help their overall point total. The second page, a lot of teams that you would expect not to be here on here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out exactly where these teams pan out, Lauren, and it's TSM taking first.
Oh, barely 1 point though. The play style of Fury has been using is keeping them in the running. Second place right behind TSM at 60 points. Cloud9 still holding on to a top 3 spot. Optic Gaming jumping up, and a huge jump up from E8 after that insane performance. I mean, 15 kills on the last game of the day after how long they've been playing today, that's phenomenal.
Jumping up 6 places, that is so big for them. And you can just see how much every single point mattering. That's why Optic Gaming was a little upset with not winning that final team fight there, because you're looking at 6 potential points being left on the board. That would have put them in 3rd place above Cloud9. So Cloud9 was definitely rooting for E8 in that situation, jumping on board with the second page here. Not the performances that some of these teams were looking for, but the good thing is, the silver lining is, there's still one more round and then multiple days for these players to go and compete. I can't believe that we're still on the first day of competition.
It is going to be so good from here on out. I cannot wait to see what happens with all of our teams, all of our competitors, because I thought that this would maybe be one of the slower days that we would have seen throughout the entire weekend. This is a 4-day event, and everybody brought the heat.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it, especially when there's so much money on the line. We're playing for the championships, trying to get that trophy too, like Bardoff was talking about. Someone is sitting there with an empty area in their cabinet trying to put that on the trophy. And I've always wanted to wonder, how does the trophy get determined between the 3 players? There should be a mad dash sprint, auto sprint on to get on over towards the trophy. I hope they all get a trophy. Everyone should get a trophy. Well, they're giving out participation trophies now in game for Apex, but that was an amazing, amazing group. That was an amazing display of Apex right there. Final thoughts on what you just saw?
I am just ready for them to continue bringing it into the next day. I know the rest of the crew is ready. All the talent here has been so excited for this event, and today did not disappoint.
Let's toss this on over to the panel and get their thoughts as well.
Thank you so much, Tom. Fallout here, joined alongside Rain Day and none other than Genome from APAC South. Aussie, been holding it down, by the way, in the APAC South region for quite some time, my man Genome. But hey, a lot to talk about, a lot to break down in those last 3 games, gentlemen. Obviously, we'll have the highlights on screen here in a moment, but TSM closes this one out, Rain Day.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance from them, I think, over the course of the day. We talked a lot about their adjustment and their willingness to go ahead and basically say, this isn't working, let's go back to what has worked. And for me, that's a stronger sign for a team heading into the next few days, because it's not about having a good plan and executing it halfway, really even just going in, this is the plan we're doing, we're committing to this 100% is the sign of a champion. They're showing that right now.
Yeah, not being stubborn, right? And there were some other teams in that lobby that we saw being a bit stubborn. You know, when you stick with a contest time and time again, we've seen it happen. Once, twice, you're thinking, surely you want to pick up some points. Dreamfire picked up 1 point on World's Edge. Twice going out with 0 kills.
Not a lot.
20th place, trying to take on that contest with Furia.
Yeah. That's not the best showing. Dreamfire, to say the least. Your face said it all on camera right there, Evan. They had the biggest high, the highest of highs, with a 32-point game, and after that, just a lot of lows. But walk me through this one at Rain Day, and match number 4 is 2-6.
I think the beginning of this all also has to go with what Furia have been doing with Dreamfire. On World's Edge, they happen to be 50-50 in the same spot, and Furia is winning those battles really 2 out of 3 times, almost all the time, to where Dreamfire is losing a lot of the momentum, and that's kind of why that they're having those early struggles.
Yeah, and they're doing it so convincingly, right? And man, just throughout the rest of the game as well. I mean, racking up big amounts of kills and points throughout all of World's Edge, but they were more consistent because they did some of it on Storm Point as well.
Yeah, I like Cloud9 too, bouncing back obviously a lot of wins. They're looking like a decisive team, John, and that's the thing that we always try to figure out. Yes, you can be great in these final circles, but can you win? Cloud9 proving that multiple times today.
Yeah, I was impressed by Cloud9's performance. They needed a bounce back showing here, and they got it. And meanwhile, IG was able to close out game number 5. My pick, who I had a lot of hope for, showing some hope, showing some life, but couldn't do it in game number 6,
No, it was Elevate, actually, in game number 6.
Woo!
And, we were talking about the big games as well. 15 kills coming out from these guys. We're seeing some more highlights there from Furia. And, I mean, just briefly there, we're, looking at their team composition as well. I heard the casters, touching on that as well. Bringing out the Fuse. And I think that's actually maybe one of the reasons why they could win those early fights as well, because it's like, it doesn't matter what guns you're picking up, you've got that area denial, you've got some extra chip damage when you've got white armors, and that means even more at that point.
And don't forget about the additional time on Knuckle Cluster, the pressure that adds, just not being able to move for that length of time. Time is everything when it comes down to these circles. That half a second, we saw how it changed the difference between TSM being able to push in and win that final circle over GMT and Optic, or GMT having to push in a little bit early. So Fuse bringing a lot to the table. A lot of teams are underestimated.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. And this Furia team, let me tell you, they have been fun to watch. 2nd place overall, right behind TSM with 61. But what a finish from Elevate. They needed that. Up 6 points in 6 placements, 45 points on the board for the young, talented, last chance qualifying team. If you haven't heard of this roster, Mercy, Presley, and Golden, they barely qualified behind Furia in the last chance qualifier. They had a pop-off game number 6, and they looked so sharp. They started off with Seer and Bangalore this tournament.
Yeah.
Said, much like TSM, went back to Caustic, still rocking Seer, though, and they performed, Evan.
I think if you just get comfortable in a day like this, with all the emotion, the live crowd, the nuances of people being on roster, subs coming in and out, just finding some balance somewhere, that's where I think Caustic and Gibby have really been beneficial for teams who are trying to get a little foothold.
That's right. And at the very bottom of the leaderboard, you see Audic 4-7, Orthros Fang 1 IQ, obviously dealing with some roster challenges. Alliance was able to kind of pick it up after dropping a 0 bomb, literally a donut in Storm Point, 20 points, which is going to help them. It's going to help them maybe sneak into top 20. I mean, do you think Alliance is going to break in? Do you think they'll make it to the winner's bracket?
I'm not counting Alliance out. Those guys have absolutely got what it takes, but there's only one series left. Fallout, and they're going to have a mountain to climb. I think the benefit of it is if you've got a team doing well across all 3 series, they get way ahead, right? But sometimes it only takes one good series for a team of the caliber of Alliance to push their way up and just maybe squeak into that winner's bracket. But even if they don't, it's not all over, right? Like they've got the loser's bracket. There is still more time for them to come back if necessary.
And they might even prefer it, right? They started really hot, looked really, really good in groups, the most dominating group stage team in in Sweden at the playoffs a couple months ago, and then didn't really perform in the finals. Maybe they'll flip that script this time around. Alliance obviously in the group of death, alongside TSM, alongside Furia, so many top teams. Speaking of TSM, I know the crowd here in Raleigh is excited. We know you're excited at home as well. We got none other than my man James Banks live on the main stage for our first interview of the tournament with TSM.
That's right. It could be the first of many. Thank you very much, Fallout. And you are right. I think TSM are the fan favorites. Am I right? Let me make some noise for you guys. Now, I want to start with this, right? You guys got off to a pretty slow start. Then we saw the composition change. What was the reason for that? Was it just more comfortability, or what was the decision?
We had a really hard time finding fights that we could take running Maggie, and we noticed the lobby was mainly just playing hard zone, and we couldn't find anyone to fight, and if we did find them to fight, there was a team right behind them instantly, and we just died third party. So it just wasn't playing like how it was playing out in scrims for us. So we just went back to what we're comfortable with, and we also did practice that comp a lot in scrims as well. So.
And is it a bit of a risk, though, taking an adjustment like that mid-tournament? Like, how do you come to the decision of that?
I don't know, bro. We just wanted to run it. We wanted to try it. You got to try it sometime, right?
I like it. It worked, right? I can't knock that. I can't knock it.
You got to try it at some point on the land. You can't just run the same thing as everybody else every time. But I guess we ended up having to go back to everybody else, so who knows?
All right, I like it. I'm going to come in the middle as well. I'm going to keep moving around with you guys as I'm knocking over the can as well. So you got the Storm Point game, right, where you got top three. That's when things started to change around for you guys. Was that the extra confidence you also need to push further?
I think so. I think it was just after the comp change. We kind of changed up our play style. We weren't taking fights on edge anymore. Playing a lot more position based, I'd say, instead of trying to just kill teams on edge. I think that was super helpful.
And in terms of that lobby, right, what was the most difficult thing to get used to with it? What was the adjustment needed? Was there something you specifically looked at and you thought, okay, look, this is what we had to change up?
For me specifically, I'd say I was getting destroyed. Like a lot of the same peaks I'd take on scrims would work, but at LAN you could just get exploded. Like people hit their shots. Everyone's aim is way better on LAN. People are just way sharper. I think way more aware. And I think that was a huge change. And yeah, I'd say that's really the biggest thing for me.
And would you say now, though, right, you're on LAN, you're feeling you've got that change, you're confident going into the rest of the days?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've gotten used to it. I think I've learned those first 6 matches were kind of just a learning experience, you know. Yeah. And I think now we're prepared for the finals day and winners bracket tomorrow.
That's what I like to hear, man. That's the way to get it done. I'm going to swap in and make sure we got this keep going. So there's another factor, right? We already mentioned it. The crowd's definitely on you guys' side. How much of a boost and a help is that?
Honestly, I think before the games even started, you guys can hear that. I told, when we were leaving out to go to the bathroom before the games even started, I told them, everyone was chanting, and I was like, if that isn't motivation for you guys, I don't know what it is. And I think I appreciate all you guys coming out, by the way.
There we go. Some love for the crowd up in here. Now, I also got to ask, though, right? You've set the stage here. You've dominated coming into this second part now. Do you feel like you can go all the way?
Oh, yeah. I think we definitely learned a lot from the first, 6 matches. They said before, our play style just wasn't working, trying to, fight for edge and stuff like that. So I think if we just revolve our around positioning and stuff like that and stick to caustic, I think we can just roll with it.
Roll with it. That's what we're going to see. That's what we want to hear. TSM have done some damage coming into the end of day one. Raleigh, make some noise for TSM, and let's get ourselves back to the desk.
My man Banks, the best in the business. Great to have him joining our talent team here live. One interview, of course, with Hal, Verhulst, and Rep. So well-spoken, their maturity, their growth as individuals, and of course as a team. I don't think we can speak enough about it.
I love talking about these guys. I mean, I've done several videos on Hal and Rep specifically. I'm still got to do one on Evan. Shares my name. All Evan's doing good things in Apex. But I just appreciate the way the guys think about the games. And there is this level of competition. There's a willingness to be, hey, we were wrong. But it's all because we want to win. So let's be wrong now so we can be right at the championship. And that's, to me, my mentality as a former athlete. I love to see that.
Yeah, that's right. Slow start for TSM. Obviously in 20th place with Seer and Mad Maggie. They adjust. You like to see the adaptability. Much different TSM this time around than in the playoffs, where they didn't really know what they were going to run going into Championship Sunday. Now they sit in 5th place. But guess what? Our secondary stream and other match going on upstairs, casted by NiceWigg and Greek, by the way, still going on. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as it stands. It's about an hour delayed due to some errors. So that said, FA Kitty showing up big time. They needed a performance, and speaking of which, speaking of needing a performance after a lackluster first series, NRG showing up as well. And your boys from APAC South, from Thailand, continue to show up. EXO with back-to-back performances.
Yeah, EXO are doing fantastically, especially on Storm Point. Just with how some of these groups have been working out, they've been getting a lot of POIs to themselves, several POIs being able to split drop, getting an armory. That's something that's changed since Sweden, right? One of the biggest changes to that map is if you get access to one of those IMC armories, you come out incredibly kitted.
Yeah, that's a great point. Keep an eye on Scars and Dark Zero as well as AD from Korea. They'll be trying to grind their way through in these last few matches. This is not done yet. Crazy Raccoon, a fan favorite, obviously not playing with Raz. A big loss there, playing with Sunday, Zetter, and Maney in last place there on screen. When you take a look at this second stage, Space Station had a good start. Not looking so good in this one either.
That's really going to be the difference. When you look at getting into winners and losers, it's not going to be these teams who have this great Game 1, Series 1, and then Series 2 drop off, because we're already seeing a lot of teams consistently have very good series going into our third and final one. So I do feel a little worried if I'm a Space Station fan. They look like they're going to be on the bubble right now potentially, but if they show up tomorrow with a big performance, I think they'll have a chance to get in there.
We'll see how they will fare. That is, of course, the secondary stream. You can catch that live on twitch.tv/NiceWigg. Go show the boy Wig and my Greek brother some love as we take a look at the overall standings. After day number 1, we only got one series left tomorrow. It's Optic Gaming on top. In first place with 122 points. Returning to the top spot is Optic alongside Furia in second. EXO is showing up big time in third. And we haven't talked nearly enough about Team Singularity, a team that I had circled as one of the best controller players. Artin, coming from Brazil, his Brazilian squad's looking really, really solid.
They are too. I mean, we saw them, right? And the fact that Artin is now playing with them, they're extraordinary.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that team at their full power previously, and to have them at least at the ALGS Championship, pulling out their full gamut of tricks and everything has been fantastic. So yeah, you were just talking about consistency, right, across both series today. Singularity have been amazing. We haven't seen sort of as much of them on stream, I think, so maybe going forward we might get a little bit more of that to see exactly how they do it.
And they're just lacking in wins too. I think that's the other thing. They're getting a lot of points, but they haven't won as many games as some of these other lethal teams, so something to improve.
That's right, spot on. We take a look at the second page here. Alliance on the Fringe. Ascend, your champions from Split 1 playoffs in Europe on the Fringe. Luminosity showing up, Team Burger from APAC South. We had a couple teams that we had circled, we had our eyes on. Not necessarily in the top 20 yet. Do you think we'll see any of these? If you had to pick any teams, which teams on this list will qualify tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this is, we've still got some of those rounds to play, right, from the second group. So obviously some of the teams in the bottom here, do have another 2 games left probably to increase their standings there. But if you're asking me who's going to move up to here, Team Burger, they've been on the cusp the whole time. They're very solid. They're very consistent. I think they'll get through. Looking further down, Alliance, I think they're starting to move up a little bit now, and maybe Sutraiku as well.
One more time. Say it one more time. I need it.
Sutraiku!
Oh my God, how does he do it? Gets me literally, my bones just chilling, vibrating. That's another one. What else you got? Sorry, I cut you off there, brother.
No, I think that's it.
LG
is what you throw in there?
Yeah, I think they'll be in there.
You think Complexity in the boys? Complexosity?
Yeah, they have a chance. I mean, especially because they're in that other group, right? So they'll have a chance to really, I think, have a couple more games under their belt. They're already just 3 spots underneath qualifying, so they'll definitely be in there and push Space Station out.
I like those calls. We'll see if that comes to fruition here, which teams will perform tomorrow. And of course, quick clarifying for those that are watching maybe your first ALGS Championship or LAN competition, top 20 make it to the winner's bracket. Bottom 20 will not get eliminated. They'll go to the loser's bracket, have to grind their way through the loser's bracket. Still, of course, have a chance to make it to the championship finals on Sunday. We got one more group stage match tomorrow, and then, of course, we have our loser's bracket kicking off tomorrow night. However, we've talked a lot about different teams performing so far today, maybe teams that will perform tomorrow. Let's talk about some individual performances. The Monster MVP discussion is live and active all weekend long. Who's going to get that coveted Monster MVP award on Sunday with our Monster MVP? Lots to discuss in this one, and usually we pick 2, but there's so much great displays of talent so far. We had to pick 3. I'm going to kick it off with none other than Optic Gaming's very own Skittlecakes, the leader in kills for this team so far. Skittlecakes has performed. You saw him almost do the unthinkable with a 1v3 clutch at the end there. Look at his accuracy, look at his aim, his tracking from one player to another. It is insane what Skittlecakes has been able to do so far. He, of course, is a co-IGL alongside Duplex, makes some of the rotational calls, the Valk ult calls. Really, really talented player. In my opinion, best duo in the game. Yes, over Reps, over Hal, is Skittlecakes and Duplex. He almost clutched this 1v3. Look at this aim, look at his accuracy, look at the flick of the wrist. Skittlecakes, in my opinion, is the best performer so far.
That's nothing to slouch at. Skittlecakes would have been somebody I picked, but I was always looking at one player in particular, one team, and that was Furia, his Watson. I just had a feeling that this was going to be a big Seer conversation, and they are the team that has really brought it to the forefront. Not only that, they're the team that's been playing like a team more so than any of the others, leading in assists as a squad by over 15 before heading into the final game. Also, when you consider the fact that his Watson was actually leading himself individually in assists, making plays like this, and sticking to their guns, even though Caustic Gibby proving to be vital heading into these final circles, and definitely for Sunday, this is a team that trusts themselves, trusts this new meta, and is willing to go out and be aggressive.
Yeah, I gotta completely and wholeheartedly agree with you. Watson, lots of questions. Will he perform on LAN? I think those questions have certainly been answered on day one. No nerves. He's new to competitive Apex, and he has shown up big time. Meanwhile, we got one more. We said we had to do 3 of them. Genome, who you got?
Yeah, an exciting player there that's just come back into the LAN scene. And another one who's done that is Roy from Dreamfire. If you've been watching Apex South, you would know this guy. He's one of the absolute gods of the region, but we didn't get to see him in Sweden. So it's been so exciting to see him and honestly Bull in here pop off as well. It was hard to choose between them because they are both so damn good at just beaming the opposition every single time they come into contact with them, apart with the notable exception of Furia on World's Edge, where they were struggling a little bit. And if it wasn't for those last 3 games, I think he would be competing with people like his Watson as far as the damage stats and kill stats were going.
We got an army, I just had to point this out, I'm sorry. We have an army of TSM jerseys to my left here in the crowd. We got some Verholz fam. We got the Verholz family showing up, baby. Big shout out to the entire Verholz family coming through and supporting, driving and coming all the way from Kansas City. You love to see it. You love to see the support from the Verholz fam. And speaking of Verholz, is he going to be on top in the kill leaderboards? We know they didn't show up necessarily in Series 1. Let's take a look at the overall kill leaderboards in this one. And Verholz, I'm searching, is not there.
Hey, man, don't discard my pick. His Watson leading in kills and assists. I mean, what a performance on the day. This is a really overall just legendary, I think, just coming out party here for the ALGS Championship, playing live, adding to Furia as well as adding such a great dynamic.
That's right. I mean, take a look. 3 of the top 8 players are from Furia. I mean, this team is the real deal, and they came to play, Genome.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? I mean, even Imperial Hal there with 24. I think he picked up 6 in one game at one point as well. So, known for his passion for the game. He's leading from the front today.
Hashtag passion.
You got to shout out Mandy as well. Mandy was actually leading the kills leaderboards after series number 1. He's in 3rd place. It is great to have Mandy back and competing on LAN in Apex Legends. Obviously, we know that his presence, or lack of presence, his absence was certainly felt in the playoffs. But hey, lots to discuss, a lot to talk through in terms of the Monster MVP discussion all weekend long, but this has been day 1 of the Monster MVP. Mandy, Zara Tricky showing up big time. We have so many players continuing to perform, so many teams doing the same thing, and after one day of action, I want to get your guys' final thoughts here. Your thoughts on who has looked the best, and if you had to predict a team to win it all this weekend, who's it going to be? Gino, I'll start with you.
I mean, the start of the day, I was feeling fantastic, right? Apex South on top. We had, ExoClan coming through with a couple of wins. Dreamfire looking fantastic. We've slowed a little bit towards the other half of the day, and I feel like that's where NA really has started to take off.
I think
you didn't answer the question.
Yeah.
You dodged the question.
Wow.
Such a politician.
It was such a smooth segue.
You did that so well.
Good. NA's looking
you didn't say anything.
This guy over here, Mr. Genome, clearly needs to have a little more.
I was giving myself some
Who
time.
you got?
No Dreamfire love, no
gonna
EXO. I mean, they've been playing amazing.
Yeah, you think EXO's going to do it? That'd be a dream.
EXO. Yeah, look, sure, let's go with EXO. They've been doing great.
Verholz, Brandon, who you got?
I think I got to go for TSM, man. I really see that they have solidified what works for them and what doesn't. They've been humble. They've been conscious. They've actually executed really well in final circles against teams like Optic, which to me, if I didn't pick TSM, I would probably pick Optic because they are in those final circles more often than not. But it was just one thing for whatever in Sweden, it wasn't turned on. I feel like with the crowd support, the family support, being in North America, this might be the tournament that they're back on stage hoisting the trophy.
I love that call. If they can do it here for the ALGS Championship in front of this live audience that has been supporting them and cheering them on the entire time, that would be absolutely insane. Either way, I think I'm going to join you. I think it's going to be either a North American team or an APAC South team that wins it. In my eyes, Optic Gaming, Team Liquid, or TSM, or Furia for North America. I don't think Europe's going to show up. I ultimately think it's either going to be those four or Dark Zero or EXO from APAC South, but we will see what will happen in the grand scheme of things. We, of course, are going to be keeping our predictions. We're going to be asking the tough questions all weekend long. We do have the talent predictions game, though, and let's take a look to see who called it. I said TSM in the first game. I didn't say TSM this time, and I lost horribly. Congratulations to T-Squared and James Bardoff winning this one. James Banks not looking too hot alongside Glitter with the Alliance pick. I had IG. I'm not looking much better.
I'm a 1-point loss on that one. But again, we're not losing. We're focusing. There's no winners. Obviously, James and T-Squared, they get the last laugh on this one, but still happy with what I chose.
And, something to think about this when you think about a 6-game series and what we see, throughout the online seasons as well, is 60 points isn't a huge total, right? We've seen 100-point totals from 6 games. So what that's saying is at LAN here, with all of these teams around the world, it's actually pretty even.
Yes.
That's a good point. It's been very evenly distributed points in both of the series we've seen on main stage, which again, we keep calling Group D the group of death. It absolutely is. And that's why we're seeing so many teams able to put up big points. And it's anyone's group stage at this point. And last time we saw Alliance dominate, I think it's anyone's.
I just think preview for tomorrow, too. So excited. We're going to 8 games. Right? In the bracket play. We'll be kicking that off. That's going to be fun.
That's a great point. Speaking of a preview for tomorrow, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. We're kicking up bright and early Los Angeles or Pacific Standard Time at 10 a.m. Daylight time, sorry. Raleigh, 1 p.m. is when we'll be kicking off here in the Eastern Time. If you're in Stockholm or CEST, we're kicking off at 7 p.m. And last but not least, for Japan, who's just waking up, 2 a.m. bright and early. We hope you can join us for the kickoff of group and bracket stage. Because guess what? One more group series matchup to start the day to see who will be our top 20 to make it into the winner's bracket. They'll get to chill. Or will they have to grind through a long day in the loser's bracket? Bottom 20 will be in the loser's bracket tomorrow night.
I mean, I just want to say that the Japanese fans are so insane, and they love Apex so much that it doesn't matter that the day starting at 2 a.m. I bet there is going to be hordes of them tuning in.
That's an absolute fact. Big shout out to Japan, Korea, our entire APAC community, and of course, the entire Apex community, every single one of you watching from home. So much love to each and every one of y'all. Apex fam is truly on the up and up. And guess what? You can be part of the community. Join us on Twitter at PlayApexEsports, YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports for Let's Plays and content series VOD. And of course, follow us on Twitch at PlayApex. Thanks for hanging with us and tweeting all day long. Tweet at us. I'm Fallout with 2 T's on Twitter, Rain Day Gaming, and my man Genome on the far left here. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the grand scheme of things. It's not just us giving predictions, it's y'all as well. Let us know who you think is going to win. Tweet at us right now using the hashtag ALGS, and maybe we'll read some of your tweets on stream tomorrow. But look, what a day it was, guys. Brilliant, brilliant work from y'all on the analyst desk all day long. And again, it was a doozy. We saw so many teams perform. Optic Gaming on top. Furia, the up-and-coming last chance qualifying team, showed up big time. And then, of course, we have EXO. We have Team Singularity representing APAC South in South America. It's anyone's group stage at this point. It's anyone's tournament at this point. And guess what? In less than 24 hours, in less than 16 hours, you get to find out who will end up on top in group stage. We will be back bright and early tomorrow. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. I'm Fallout, Rain Day, Genome, on behalf of our entire production team. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning.